Are we live? Are we live? Are we live? Let us know if we're live because we're going to be live for 24 hours. But in order to do 24 hours, you need to be live for the first minute. Bam, there's some sounds on my computer. Are we live? I'm really excited for this. We are raising money for a positive plane. It's not a negative plane. It is a positive plane for one of the Giants' home games. Hopefully an earlier game in the season. I don't want to give away the week we do it and then people do other planes and it gets drowned out by all the planes. But looking to do a positive plane. So we're going to be doing that through Super Chats. That's obviously, how we're doing it. And, I'm usually pretty bashful about the Super Chat feature and not like promoting it a ton, but we'll be on this. But before you give, here's something we're going to do with the donation. So we are going to pick our next live show, or not next live show, but a live show that we'll do within whatever period of time. If it's in LA, it's going to be, need a little more planning. It's going to be after the season. If it's in, Orlando, Florida, maybe we could get it knocked out in the next 2 months. So we're going to do that is whenever you leave a super chat, put the location of where to do the live show. And then to get an entry, it's $5 for one entry, $10 for two, $20 for 5 entries into it. And it's a random wheel generator, and then $100 for 30 entries. So I'm gonna do all that. So we already got Greg Simon, who's a new member. We don't really do anything for the members on this channel, which is sad, but again, got to get a plane. And I'm excited for it. I wanted to do the 24-hour live stream last year. And it kind of got, not shot down, but no one else was as excited as me about it. But I'm kind of glad we didn't do it because now I could do it on my own channel, and it's not for, for something else. So, I've got some things planned, right? So, I'm looking. I have a Google Doc of things we're gonna do. Now, I'll say the first 7 hours are the least planned out. But at 7, we're going to go on the road, right? We're going to do coffee talk. 8 o'clock, we're going to do a call-in hour where people could call in and jump on stream. Now, again, we'll probably do that other times. We're going to redraft some old Giants drafts. We're going to do the live show plan. We're going to pick the wheel spinner sometime tonight before people go to bed. We're going to do a midnight mock draft, another call-in hour. We're going to do some other stuff. Also, if you're rewatching this, you're going to see, this is 12 hours, not 24 hours. YouTube doesn't archive anything that's over 12 hours. So there's going to be part 1 stream. And then at 11 o'clock tonight, we're going to start the part 2 stream. So it's going to be 2 different streams. So let's talk some New York Giants and everything that we got into it. I got some empty bottles ready? They're not empty yet, but they will be empty and they will be used, if you know what I mean. So again, this is going to be a little super chat driven. Not everyone has to be this big one. But this usually, again, on these live streams that I do, I try to not let super chats decide what we're going to fully do, but while also not ignoring them. This is one where super chats are going to let the thing drive a bit. And again, just want to talk some normal Giants football over the next 24 hours. Going to have some different guests on. Novozinski should be on, Grump, Danny King, Sean Marash, the New York Revival guys. So Andrew Christopher said he was at south of the border today. Again, we figured out that live show August 29th. We're going to be there the Friday before Labor Day. So if you want to be at that event, make sure to come out. Again, that's not something we're like the Charlotte Motor Speedways one. Where we're like, come out. The south of the border, we're just kind of doing at south of the border. But if you want to come out. So, Buddy Brown, $4.99. Happy 5th birthday, Tyson Leroy Brown, Giants Nation for life. How far in are we? We are 4 minutes and 28 seconds. I started at 11:05 and not 11. So, Buddy, you got to give me a location, though. So you get added to the giant wheel spinner. So let me get a location of where you do. Bobby, do you watch F1? And again, this is where I want to get some guests on to talk New York Giants football and not just random stuff. I watch it every once in a while. I did watch the movie. It was a very good movie. I see. And so this is great. Now, again, you don't just have to comment just the state, right? You can ask a question and I'll do that question. But put the state in there too. So like let's go. Mr. Andrew Christopher said Arlington, Texas. So I'm going to add to the wheel 1 Arlington, Texas. The Big Blue UK guys. Let's get the start of you. Is London too far? It's not too far, but I will say I would like to plan it around an NFL game. But I am putting London on the map. So how about that? So now I'll put the wheel up on the screen whenever we go to do it. But like this is the wheel so far. Arlington, Texas. And then what was Mr. Brownstone's? Said OBX. So I'm looking at the Outer Banks line of islands in North Carolina. Okay. So I'm going to put that on the list. So now we have 3. Now I don't want to sit here, let's talk some Giants football. And here's a good one from Anthony Big Blue Ant Seals. Are the rumors true that JPP wants to come back? And there was a story that Jordan Renan wrote about it. And it came out on 4th of July, the 10-year anniversary of Jason Pierre-Paul blowing up his hand. In fact, we can, because this is a 24-hour stream, we can spend time on topics like this. And what I'll do is I'll literally pull up the story. And it's not I have ESPN Plus, but I don't know if I'm signed in here. And we can read it together. And again, I'm not missing your guys' chat. So again, if you want to ask a question in the chat, you don't just have to leave the thing in there. All right, so let's look at this JPP thing. Let's see, share screen. Okay, let's make sure this is okay. So we still got myself on the screen. JPP reflects on 4th of July accident. Former New York Giants defensive end Jason Pierre, and this is Jordan Renan. Jason Pierre-Paul doesn't hesitate. He owns that 4th of July accident 10 years ago that cost him 2.5 fingers, the same as he does each of his other 94.5 career sacks. He has no choice but to be reminded of it when putting on a dress shirt and reaching for a button, or when he reminisces about a career he hopes is not over. I wouldn't want my kids to go through something I went through. I learned from it. I wouldn't want my kids to get their fucking hands blown off either. Good dad, Jason Pierre-Paul. Told ESPN in a phone conversation last week. At the end of the day, I'm a big person, but this happened to me. It could happen to anybody. So I'm not actually a criticizer of Jason Pierre-Paul. It can happen to anybody. So put it out there. What's to be embarrassed about? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just you live and learn from it. I wonder how it is every year on the 4th of July for Jason Pierre-Paul. And there's the hand you could see. If every 4th of July people are just like, maybe stay away from the fireworks this year. Like, that's actually a good question. Does Jason Pierre-Paul still do fireworks? Right? It's kind of one of those things where everyone's expecting you not to, but you should do it. Like, if I was Jason Pierre-Paul, I would do fireworks. Pierre-Paul was lighting fireworks he purchased for a neighborhood party in Deerfield Beach, Florida, that Independence Day evening in 2015. He was having trouble lighting the last batch, and when it finally discharged, it was at the cost of Pierre-Paul's right hand. Every year, again, it's like, just get through this day. He remembers being on the verge of fainting because he was losing so much blood while being driven by a friend to a nearby Broward Health North Hospital. After seeing the inside of his hand under the light inside the hospital, he told his doctors, "Don't cut my hand off." Pierre-Paul had his right index finger amputated. Despite wondering whether his Giants career was over, he managed to return for 8 games in the 2015 season. He played 2 more seasons in New York, logging a total of 16.5 sacks in the 3 years that followed his injury. And absolutely no way did we think he would play. Former Giants Vice President of Player Personnel Mark Ross said, "You suck, Mark Ross." He's a medical marvel, really. Pierre-Paul went on to have double-digit sack season in 2018 with the Bucs, despite limitations from the hand. Already owning a ring with the 2000, he won a second Super Bowl in 2020 after overcoming a broken neck. So that's something JPP should do, is you should put the rings on these little 2 nubs. Pierre-Paul managed to continue his career with a deformed hand that he has come to accept, but it doesn't define him. It's simply part of his story. From a junior college unknown to a first-round draft pick to an all-pro to a 2-time Super Bowl winner, this is how he explains it to his 10-year-old son, Josiah, and plans to do the same with his younger children, Jolene, JC, and Jason Jr. I tell Josiah straight up, listen, in life, some people are born with 10 fingers. Some people are born with disabilities. Some people are born with just natural gifts. Pierre-Paul said, and to have 10 fingers is a natural gift. You don't know how you're going to be created. You don't know in life if you're going to have trauma or you're going to have dramatic change. My uncle was born with 11 fingers, a little thumb out of the thumb. They removed it. One of my classmates in middle school had that, and he kept it on. I explained to him, my daddy was blind since almost the day I was born, and I looked, and I'm 36 now, and he's still living. He's got a smile on his face, and that's all I care about. So I'm not going to read this whole story, but Pierre-Paul does. Let's see the part about Pierre-Paul wanting to play. I can still do it, he said. If he had the opportunity to do it for a Giants team that drafted him in the first round in USA 2010, it'd be something he welcomed, a full circle moment. I think that would be dope. Tremendous, Pierre-Paul. To go back somewhere where my career started, the fans know me. I'll always be the type of player and just give him everything I got, which will be more than enough. The accident a decade ago is something Pierre-Paul carries with him. All right, so let's talk about Jason Pierre-Paul possibly playing. Now, with the Giants, it actually doesn't make any sense. And again, I'm going to get to your super chats here in a second. But I want to pull this up. So don't think that I forgot any of you guys. So the Giants have Chauncey Golston as their fourth edge rusher, right? So like there's just no playing time for him. But I also want to say this when it comes to JPP is the last time I watched Jason Pierre-Paul play, which was on the Ravens, and he may have had a stint since then. I'm going to look up his pass rush profile on PFF and see if he even, because I don't think he played on a team last year, right? He was really bad. Like, and this is how, do you want to know how bad he is? He played on Miami, but he didn't get any snaps from Miami. So he played in 23 with Miami and the Saints. Sheesh. He had 0 sacks, 0 hits, 0 pressures, only played 22 snaps. But let's go back to 2022 because the last time he actually played. He had 4 sacks, 0 quarterback hits, and 18 pressures. He was really bad. Like Evan, this is Evan Neal's best game as a pro was that game against the Ravens. Now it wasn't just against JPP, but Evan Neal handled Jason Pierre-Paul like easily. And then last year he doesn't play at all. So I know JPP probably wants to play, but it doesn't make sense, one, for the Giants, and I just don't think he really has anything left in his career. If a team wants to invite him to camp, sure, but I don't see it turning around at this point. I mean, he's at how old now? He's 36 and a half. I mean, it was a nice career, JPP, but I just don't see it happening. So let's go through some of the super chats. Joe DeMauro says Boston, Massachusetts. So let's go. Let's go Boston AM or MA. So you get because it was a $2 super chat, you get 2. Los Angeles, hope you do a show here. Now, I will say this. The rules for this thing, and maybe I should put it like a ticker. Let's see if I could add a little ticker to the bottom. Because it's $5 for a show in a city entry. Now, again, I'm very appreciative of these. And because I'm going to figure out the situation, but I am going to put these on here. And Ryan Kosberg says, bring the show to Chicago. JPP is the national here. So I'm going to put them on there for you guys. Times Square, we all love Eli, but I'm curious if your take. If we never traded Rivers for Eli, would the Giants have as much success or even more? And I'm going to put Times Square on there. So right now we have – and I also have to do math. Hold on. Again, this is probably the dumbest – this is probably not the smartest thing in the world for me to do it all like this. But I am doing it like this. So hold on. Doing math in my head. Plus 2. Plus 5 plus 199. I will say those first couple of years, I was like, man, I wish we would have just kept Rivers. And Sean Merriman was the guy that got drafted the next year in the slot that the Giants missed. He was a freaking beast. Now he got busted for steroids and stuff, and his career ended quicker than you would expect. But he was a legitimate beast. But at the same time, like, Phillip Rivers had the most talented teams early in his career, right? Those teams were stacked. The backups were stacked on the team. I remember I interviewed Roman Oben before I was even doing Talking Giants. And he was like, yeah, like the scout team was excellent. Like Michael Turner was a backup running back. Vincent Jackson, was just coming along. Those teams were stacked, and he still didn't win. He never even got to the Super Bowl. And not to say Phillip Rivers is like this. I think Phillip Rivers was a great quarterback, but no. Now, whether the Giants maybe had more success on a year-to-year basis, and I guess, but let's look up Phillip Rivers' career. Like I know, but like people talk about like Eli played a little too long or whatever. But at the same time, like that hurts some of his statistical stuff. Like, no, I'm not. And I think Eli is a better quarterback than Phillip Rivers, right? And I think there is a difference in playing with the New York Giants, right? Like the Chargers fans weren't calling for Phillip Rivers to be, removed from the team after making the playoffs in 2007, throwing 21 touchdowns and 15 interceptions. Eli was getting those types of calls. So no, I think Eli is a better quarterback than Phillip Rivers. I do think playoff performance absolutely matters. And Super Bowls does matter when you're talking about quarterbacks. It's not the end all be all, right? It doesn't mean Trent Dilfer is a great quarterback. But for the quarterbacks who are good, I think it's a good way to separate them. But I'm seeing if I could find this ticker of like the rules, because I don't want to have to keep explaining it over and over and over again. There used to be like a ticker thing. Okay, here it is. Scroll banner. All right, so I'm going to add this right now. Hold on. And then we'll get to some of your questions. And again, if there's Giants content creators who want to jump on, just hit me up in the DMs and we'll go. $5 is, and again, this is for a plane. So we're not just doing this just to do it. Like we're trying to raise money for a plane here. $5 to enter a city once. I could just copy and paste in the Google Doc. $10 for 2 entries. $20 for 5 entries. $20. And this is going to get rid of the banner, which is fine. This is a 24-hour stream. All right, is it working? There we go. I'm going to edit it too. For live show city entry. Okay. All right. So for live show city contests, $5 enter a city once, $10 for 2 entries, $20 for 5. All right. How about that? Now I know live show, it is what it is. So we got a $20 one. How about that? Washington, D.C. Is the cap benefit of cutting Bellinger $3 million really worth losing a solid tight end too? So one, Dylan Craig does a good job of thank you for the very generous gift. Right. And as we add, I'm just going to put DC because it's easier for me, but just added 5 entries of Washington, DC. But good job adding a question on top of just, the gift. And DC, I think, would probably be a popular one, and it's the easy one to do. We could do it for now. And I will say this. It's not like a for sure we're doing this right away type thing, right? This is something where we should plan out, right? So it'd be best to do it for, a Giants Commanders away game. It's not going to be week 1 this year. That's just not happening. I got to be working online for that game. But is the cap benefit of cutting Bellinger $3 million really worth losing a solid tight end to? No. And I'm getting out ahead of this before training camp starts. I don't want to hear about it. Like, sorry, like if he needs to be on the team. Right? Unless Thomas Fidone goes off, right? If Thomas Fidone is just like, nope, this guy is flat out legit, which I don't think going in the 7th round pick, they all have that much faith in him, like as he's this great tight end. They just took this guy in the 7th round. It's not because Bellinger is technically like the tight end 3 on the team because Theo Johnson's going to be your tight end 1. And they're going to use Chris Manhertz a lot, right? They like to use him those 2 tight end sets as a blocker, and he is that is what he is. But and you'd be like, oh, well, Bellinger's the 3rd tight end. But if Theo Johnson gets hurt, Chris Manhertz doesn't bump up to tight end 1. Daniel Bellinger would do that. Daniel Bellinger is also the best moving blocker, like as a fullback on this team. So, and again, they'd only be saving about $2 million because it's, you got to replace his contract with another contract. So I just, like, if anyone's saying that Daniel Bellinger should be cut to save that little amount of cap, bullshit, right? The cap's going up every year. We don't need to be that frugal with the cap, right? This isn't like Darnay Holmes or whatever. And I was right about it when I said, and the last person that went through this was Darnay Holmes. Nick McLeod kind of went through it, but it's just a really different scenario because he wasn't actually drafted by the Giants. He was a waiver pickup. And then the first one under Joe Schoen was Darius Slayton. And people were giving me shit then. I was like, cutting Darius Slayton for this amount of cap space is ridiculous, right? Like, I understand he's coming off his worst year. And you have Kenny Galladay and Kadarius Toney and Sterling Shepard. But, like, this guy has led your team in receiving, 2 of his first 3 years. And he, he was behind Galladay on the depth chart last year. The team fell apart. Daniel Jones got injured. They were starting Mike Lennon and Jake Fromm. And look, like, I was, right about that. So I love the question, Dylan Craig. Is cutting Bellinger for $3 million really worth losing a solid tight end too? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, in my opinion. So let's see. Let me get So we're 22 minutes in. Let's get some of these regular questions. As a DC, if you want to second it, you got to do the super chat. How about that? Would you interview Dallas Goedert on the Giants Nation show? No, because I don't think he would find it funny. Like, I just don't. Bad blood. But it was very funny when the Giants were like supposedly interested in trading for him. Who's the player you're most excited to watch or see develop next season? So I'm mostly my favorite player to watch, but my player that I'm really looking to develop this year, and this is somebody who I, had high in the positional rankings of his draft class. And I've used this line on other podcasts. I don't think I've talked about it on Giants Nation show. I think it might have been on the football film analysis show, which he did a really, good deep dive into the Giants and had me on for 15 minutes of it. Go check out his channel. I feel like I have a pretty good grasp of all the players on the team, of what they're going to be, as I pick up this sticker. Except for Theo Johnson. I think the pendulum can swing huge both ways for Theo Johnson. I think he can be a legitimate tight end in the NFL, like a top 15 starter. My realistic ceiling for him is Cole Kmet, because I don't like using the word just ceiling by itself, because then you could sell yourself on like guys who are just bad players but are big and athletic. But like realistic ceiling is, and that's not Theo, is what I think is like a Cole Kmet level player. Again, he's got a big contract. He's produced in the NFL. I know he's not the perfect player. And, but he was drafted in the top of the 2nd round, and where Theo was drafted in the 4th round. And there is differences in expectations for those guys. But Theo Johnson, and I could also see him not developing the way he is a blocker. He's not getting receiving production. And people are like, yeah, this, we should have played Daniel Bellinger over this guy. I can't believe we let Daniel Bellinger go and let Theo Johnson play. When in reality, I think Theo Johnson had a better rookie season than Daniel Bellinger. The difference being that Daniel Bellinger got better quarterback play throughout his whole rookie season. And someone shared those Theo Johnson targets, and I thought that was when Daniel Jones looked his worst this past year, was targeting Theo Johnson. And the Giants won in 2022. But like Daniel Bellinger's rookie season, I think gets a little overrated. I think it was solid for a rookie fourth rounder, but I do think his rookie season gets a little bit. All right, so it's Theo Johnson. Richmond, Virginia, says Damian Scott. What are your long-term goals with the show now that you can do whatever you want? So hold the phone there. So I'm going to put Richmond, Virginia on the thing. Also going to add plus $4.99. That could be done a lot quicker because guess where I'm staying on my trip up for training camp? Richmond, Virginia. Because we're making it a 2-day trip because I'm driving up. We have all this equipment and stuff, and it just doesn't make sense to fly, and then rent a car and stuff. So I'm driving up for a training camp in a week and a half, and Richmond, Virginia is where we're gonna stay, for the night. So maybe we could do that one before even our next 2 live, but probably we'll do it at a different time. Maybe we'll do it the next time we traveled up for something. What are your long-term goals with the show now that you can do whatever you want? Yeah, I mean, it's not really that deep. It's simply not just being the #1 Giants show, but making it like a legitimate top show, right? Like I think like a top 10 NFL show, right? And even considering like national shows and the more ability they have to, reach more of an audience. But I think with the Giants audience, and like we've seen ourselves with Talking Giants in the rankings be like really high and consistently high. And that's without us playing the games that like the Locked On podcast do, where they like you click on a Sports Illustrated article and it plays it, and that helps boost their numbers on the charts and stuff. And that's like been at the Giants' high moments, and the Giants have sucked, right? So like, we saw how good it could do with the playoffs in 2022, and now we're 3 years, grown from there and learning from that. It also, again, allows me a little more creative freedom, not creative freedom, but just be able to put more emphasis on the Giants show and not being like, oh, go, to do the NFL show, stuff like that. So there's that. I'd also like it to be like something where I can support other, help build out other shows and have them be a part of like a network of shows. I've got someone who's interested in doing that. It's just about getting it all figured out on paper. So that's something that, that I want to do. So it's basically that. I would like to get our NFL, draft coverage year round that could help us build us to a national audience. So it's just kind of that, right? It's just being able to I'm so excited to be able to spend Mondays focusing on the New York Giants only, where Mondays last year and the last couple of years have sucked because it's like, all right, you got to do an NFL show. So you can't really focus on the Giants. So it's just like kind of getting back to some of the roots that grew Talking Giants in the beginning. And, just kind of building it and getting it bigger and bigger. And like, I'm so excited for training camp, and I want to wait for Novozinski. In fact, I'm going to text Novo because he's doing some shit today. We have a lot of let's see. I'm reading. I have a few. I'm gonna say. Let me know. So, like Ryan Novozinski is doing training camp with me, and now I'll get to the live show aspect of this too. We are planning a lot of things. There's one thing I can't tell you until training camp starts. It's hard for me to keep it a secret, but there is one thing about our training camp coverage I'm keeping a secret. Maybe it's not that big of a deal to you guys, but it's something I'm really excited about. We are going to try and do a lot of on-site stuff. Like I bought that wheel spinner, and maybe I'll bring it in 8 hours from now or something and show you it. But and bring it in 8 hours from now or something. But we're going to be giving away. So like on that wheel spinner, we're going to have one slot for t-shirts, one slot for hats, the rest for stickers, different amounts, but we're also going to give away like a sticker and a business card to everybody that, comes and spins the wheel. And then we have mystery box, which we filled up with like random some stuff, some cool stuff, some stuff where you're like, I didn't want to win this. And also, we have, I'm going to go to the Walmart in New Jersey and buy like Giants stuff from there. So waiting to get some stuff, going to get some stuff south of the border. So it's just like doing more on-site stuff when I'm up there and being more interactive with people. Because now I'm in this for life, like Giants Nation show for life. Is like, it's not just like getting the people who are my age or a little younger, a little older. It's like, hey, even though they're not going to be listening to the podcast right now, this is people who have, 6-year-old kids going to be their number one Giants show 10 years from now. So those are some, and again, I want to get a live like tour, like where we spend a summer going from place to place. And now I need, I don't have like any announcement or anything, but I think it's no secret that I want to bring Grump on as like co-host, but it's just figuring out the way that's going to work. Cause like, I'm not going to have, this is not a 50-50 venture for me, where if Justin would have left with me, even though in reality it wasn't 50-50, we would have treated it like that, right? Like financially and everything. So like what the co-host right now would be for this year is a part-time job. But I want it to be a full-time job where I can ask more, not like work till 12 hours a day, but like, hey, let's go travel here. Let's go do this. Let's go do that. And if you're doing another job, you just can't do that type of stuff. So those are some of the long-term goals. But again, it's just me kind of wanting to do the best job of like Giants coverage. Did you see the Andrew Thomas article about the week one thing? Yeah, that was a little bit of a clickbait headline from Giants Wire, and then people saw that he got the interaction on it, so everyone else wrote stories on it. That was basically him just being like a PR answer, like, yeah, that's the goal, but don't want to set any deadlines or whatever, but he'll be ready for week one. I'm not worried about him. I'm not worried about him being ready for week one at all. What I'm worried about is him getting re-injured. And I hate talking about that shit because I love Andrew Thomas so much. Let's see. Hope everything works. Thank you, Kirk. I'm pretty surprised that Giants Nation still has less subscribers than Talking Giants, considering the view counts being drastically higher in Giants Nation. Well, the thing about subscribers is it's not the most important. Obviously, views is the most important thing, but you don't realize how many people subscribe over a 5-year period and don't really watch the show, right? They may have subscribed because of a 2021 reaction video I did to, something that happened in training camp when I wasn't even there. And there's that. So it's now in reality, the people who watched the show all came over, right? Except for the people who, like it better without me. So that's why the subscriber number is not the most important number. I want to get it there, obviously, and the more subscribers you grow. But also, as much as the NFL draft helped and go, we've also reached the deadest time of the year. And that's why
like and subscribe.
You guys need to like and subscribe. We've reached the deadest time of the year, so you're not getting a lot of new subscribers. So there's not a lot of, like, the Darren Waller video that's gained us more subscribers than anything since the draft ended, I think, since like the draft recap videos. So let's see. Would like to, again, even though this is based around super chats and getting us a plane. If you're listening, we are trying to raise money on this 24-hour stream to have a positive plane at MetLife promoting the show and whatever. And I would love ideas for the name of that. But I will say this, like, I'm spending a lot. I'm not paying attention to the chat as actively when I'm going through these answers and stuff and talking about stuff. So like, there is a chance I'll miss some of your chats. The super chats I'm flat out just not going to miss. And I'll, not going to say I'll answer everything on there, ask my social security number, but like even for something I'm not like interested in talking about that much, I'll do my best to. Let's see. My kids dug in, will listen to Bobby Skinner 20 years from now. Hopefully I am alive. Ryan says, what keeps you motivated to keep grinding on content even though the team has been pretty bad most of your time? I mean, I just genuinely enjoy it. Like, it's pretty simple. It's that, and I will say that I worked blue collar for not a lot of money for a long time, and this is a fun job, right? I think it gives you a little perspective And it's kind of why when John Boy Media, when I first jumped on, I was kind of like, yeah, take the YouTube monetization, all that stuff, because I was just so grateful for the opportunity to work in it that it kind of hurt me. Where if someone like gets into content like right out of college, I don't think they have that perspective on like how sick of a job it is to do content. So that's my thing. What positive vibe would you it's promoting the show, so it's gonna have Giants Nation show. And it might be as simple as Giants Nation show for life. And I don't even know exactly how many characters we can get on it, but like one has been it's a positive plane. Listen to Giants, like that's something that's funny. What helps you more, podcast view or YouTube view? I get this question a lot. It's a YouTube view helps more. A YouTube view where you listen to the end helps the most, but I will never tell one person to just listen to do whatever is better for you. At the end of the day, for advertisers, it's all the same. I don't want it to be about the John Boy departure either on the banner. Like, I don't want it to be anything like against Talking Giants or John Boy. It's just kind of something. Hey, man, big fan. What's your social? I can give you my brother's social security number. I memorized that. I'll say it starts with the 5 and ends with the 7. Let's see. Beats digging ditches, as they say, eh? Oh, with the Andrew Thomas? Yeah. Well, I will, and this is Dan Benton at Giants Wire, the USA Today thing. He'll get shit on a lot of times for like, oh, this headline or whatever. They make him write something on everything, or somebody there has like everything, right? So anything that comes across the Giants, just write something. So there's been time like he's, not everything deserves to be written about, but that's just kind of our strategy. So, and then he doesn't write the headlines. Um, 24 hours turn up. What's up, Dave? Go check out Dave's show. We had a good time, me and License Plate Gunner. And we're going to get a breakdown of the diecast case. So here's the thing is I don't want to get into stuff that people give no shits about until like the early morning hour. So maybe at like 1 o'clock. And I finally got my Harrison Burton race win. 2007 versus the 2011 team. Who wins? Now this could be something where I could like put together like let's go, like, and you know what? Maybe that is what we'll do. Let's compare at every position. It's got to be the 2017 because the 2011 team wasn't that good except for Eli, right? Like the defense was bad, the run game was terrible. But that was Eli's best year. So are you saying do you get Eli 27, which again was in the playoffs, was just as good, and you get all those players on that 2017? So I do think it's a 2017. Maybe we can pull up. We could do a poll of what people think. And I know I've just swayed some of your thoughts on that. The real question is what's the best New York Giants team of all time? And I think it really is. There's just that 1986 team. See if I can figure out the poll option on this. Who wins? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Who wins? 2007 Giants. Let's get some super again. I feel like shit asking it, but let's get some super chats in there. All right, who wins? 2007 Giants versus 2011 Giants. We'll end that poll in a little bit. The name of the plane should be the Enola Hanley. Are you a gamer at all? PC? I'll play like sports games, but I don't. I like playing spurts. I haven't played at all in a long time. Usually, this is the time of year where I'm playing video games. I just haven't done it this year. So no. JPP wants to get his 100 sack. Oh, that's what it is. He wants to get 100 sacks. And right now, the 2007 Giants are winning this poll. Would you rather the offense be prolific or the defense be dominant this year? Can't have both. If Jackson Dart's the quarterback, the offense be prolific because that means that Jackson Dart is sick. But in reality, the defense, because that means all these players are coming together. Again, this is about. See, I didn't even know this about Dan. I talk with Dan not frequently, but every once in a while. As a woman, I know I'm in the minority, even though a lot of fans are women. Do you see more and more women join the show? It gets lonely. No, I mean, there will be more just by the show growing, but I'm going to look it up right now. This show's demographics. And let's go to analytics, audience. I'm looking it up right now. It is 99.2% male, 0.8% female. It's just the reality. It's just the nature of the content. But yeah, there'll be more and more as it gets bigger, but just it's going to stay at like that 0.8%. Here we go. Liam, finally, High Point, North Carolina. All right, let me add that to the wheel. You guys know I love North Carolina. So right now we have 1, 2. Let me go through the cities before I get to this question. Let me do some math here. If I lose track of this is going to suck. So right now we have Arlington, Texas, London, the Outer Banks in North Carolina, 2 Boston, Los Angeles, Chicago, Times Square, 5 for Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia, and then High Point, North Carolina. I'll be honest, the one I'm really not rooting for is Los Angeles because that is going to be a fucking that's going to be like we do it in a year and a half and I make a vacation out of it because I'm not just going to go out to LA for like 3 days. So, like if it wins in LA, like you're going to have to be patient because that is not something I could pull off in the near future, especially when the Giants season gets rolling. I'm not traveling at all except for like one Giants game. If Marcus Ball balls out in camp at right tackle, would you consider bumping it more? Nope. Let's have good depth. And again, balling out in camp, you got to ball out in games for me to make you move a established starter. So like way for me to move Illuminor inside would be like Illuminor misses 3 games or Thomas misses 3 games and Bo goes in at tackle and is legitimately good. And then we could do something with Illuminor. But no, that's no. But I am. Bo is one of the guys I'm focused the most in training camp. You know, obviously I'm going to be watching Jackson Dart a ton. But I want to see them move him around all over. I think he's so smart, but there is limitations, man. Like he does lack strength. He does lack length. And it's hard to just say for sure this is you know, this is going to work. And there's a reason why I went to the 5th round. Now, I did have injury red flags from what I heard. And I certainly value him more than a 5th round pick. So it's just, but it's, I want to try stuff out because I think he can figure out center. You know, if you listen to the Jackson Dart episode, I kind of did like one little topic with every guy, every person, outside of it, except for Bengal, because we had just done a live stream. But the last one was James Foster, and he was a big Marcus Bowe fan, and he's like, I think center might be his best spot, which I don't think we've heard much about. But they should try it, right? Like they should flat out try him at center. But I'm so excited to see him. Like he's preseason training camp. He is like he'll always be on my players to watch list. Ryan Kostenbader puts in another 2 Chicago. So let's go. Chicago. Let me do the math. Putting in, who is your favorite Giants offseason move bust? Funniest looking back. So this was my favorite at the time. Tony, Waller, Golladay, Solder. It's definitely Golladay because I was all in on Golladay, and I was actually it's crazy. I was just thinking about Golladay, and I was like, how we got a little more excited, like just about like the beginning of Talking Giants was a little more. We were just fans being excited and buying into shit and defending your guys and stuff. So I was like all in on the Galladay watch and stuff. Where now I'd probably be a little more measured. But I thought Galladay was going to really help unlock Daniel Jones. I really did, and that was obviously not true. And again, Galladay wasn't bad the first season on the Giants. He just missed games, and then Daniel Jones got injured, and they got terrible. Like he was until he got injured in that Cowboys game, he was like having his best yards per game, his best catch rate. He just wasn't getting the same targets that he was used to with the Matthew Stafford. He didn't get a touchdown, so it gets a little. Like, again, the idea, like, Galladay wasn't terrible the first year. It was that second year where he just totally fell off as a player. Waller, I really liked. Again, Waller, this is a difference of, like, Waller and Galladay. Waller was very measured and, like, hey, you're going to miss – he's going to miss games, but this is a legitimately, like, top 3 receiving tight end in the NFL. Now, he does have blocking deficiencies, and that's something I'm pretty anti with, unless you are one of the top 5 receivers. I remember talking about it on an episode before the Waller trade. It was like, unless you're a top 5 receiving threat, I really don't care about you being the 9th best receiving tight end if you can't block. So there's that. Solder, I wasn't doing content for. And then Tony, we weren't in, he wasn't on like our top 10 guys to get at that pick 20. He was fun to watch when he was at, playing, when he was on the field. And people think it's just the Cowboys game. Like, no, the Saints game, he played well. The Rams, like there was like not just the Cowboys game that gave you hope in the player, but it obviously didn't work out. Who would have thought the dumbest fucking person you've ever met didn't work out in the NFL? So I was pretty anti Nate Solder too. I'm pretty sure we haven't hit on an O-line in the draft since Thomas, which is, that's, and even before then, we didn't have any hits, right? Like, let's, and again, I see some super chats that I'll get to in a second. Let's look at some Giants draft classes. Let's go from 2016. So let's go at the last 10 years. I'm going to pull it up. Giants draft picks. I'm going to share my screen. Share screen. All right, so we're going from bottom to top. So this is 2016. Does it highlight on the? Let me look at this. See if it highlights as I got the mouse on it. Yeah, it does. All right, so 2016, no offensive lineman taken. I was a big Jarrell Adams fan, by the way. I just like, South Carolina, big, fast. This guy's Jared Cook all over again. He was not. I do remember that touchdown he had in the flats. So what is going on with this screen? Can we not do that? Because that's very annoying for the viewers. 2017, the only offensive lineman taken was Adam Bizinwadi. Never. I don't think he ever even made the team. I think Chad Wheeler was from that UDFA class who sucked and was like the biggest piece of shit. Like Chad Wheeler might be the biggest piece of shit to have a Giants jersey in the last since 20 years. Maybe I'm missing something obvious right now, but he was a fucking piece of shit. 2019, Big George didn't work out. He got injured, never played. 2018, Andrew Thomas hit Matt Parrott, did not work out. Shane Lemieux, dude, talk about a guy. Like, I think he was injured for like 72. Like, I think he was on IR for like, he was on the Giants for all 4 years. He was on IR for like 72% of it. So none hit there. Which, by the way, this is probably one of my favorite draft classes for the Giants in a while. 2020, 2021, no O-lineman. That was a famous pass on Trey Smith. 2022, Evan Neal fail. Josh Azudu fail. Marcus McKeithen fail. 23, John Michael Schmitz fail. And then none in 24. We famously were the only team to not take an O-lineman or a D-lineman. And then this last year, Marcus Bowe. So, like, let's find the last one before Eric Flowers fail. Weston Richburg wasn't terrible, but I don't think he's a hit for the 43rd pick. Dude, this screen going crazy. I say Justin Pugh was not a bad 19th overall pick. Dude, this all right. I'm stopping sharing Pro Football Reference. They're driving me nuts. Yeah, we've really sucked at that. All right, let me get some of the super chats. Anthony, Arlington, Virginia. Let me add it to the wheel. So we have Arlington, Texas, and Arlington, Virginia. I wouldn't be afraid of some Arkansas ones. I got my brother's in-laws are from Arkansas, and they want us to come. What specifically does sitting a whole season help Jackson far get better at? Everyone says that it helps, but I don't think he needs to sit the whole season. This idea that like you shouldn't play him at all. Like if the Giants suck, he should play the last 4 or 5 of the games here. And if you think that's gonna ruin him, then he sucks. And I also go back and forth on the sit versus start. Now I think Jack Dart should sit games because of the Ole Miss offense and this idea that like, oh, it's actually more transferable than you think. You compare to other colleges, but it's just some guys can like they just don't run any traditional quick game. Like they don't run stick at all. So Dart needs to get comfortable running those concepts, right? And that's why in the preseason game, like I am going to look like if he's struggling to run the quick game against those basic preseason defenses, I will be a little alarmed. So it's getting better at that stuff, understanding protections, right? He doesn't have any of that, and just getting a better grasp, mental reps with the playbook, like he's learned it. So, but if the Giants are not playoff contenders, he should play at the end of the season. Like there's the idea like that will help him unless he's a pussy, which I there's no accounts of that. That will help him. If that ruins him, then he's not that good. Chris Peace. Good morning, Bobby. Thoughts on going to Washington for week 1? Richmond, Virginia, by the way. This is the second Richmond one. Richmond, VA. Did I do the math on Anthony's? Hold on. I'm going to do... You know what? Whatever. I wanted to go to a road game for Washington, and it being week 1 ruined that. I especially this year because I'm starting the new whole thing. I just have to be online for week 1, doing clips, reacting to things. I just a pre-game stuff. It's just week 1 is a big time growth point. I just have to be online, so unfortunately, I won't be doing that. Can I submit John Boy Warehouse or outside the HQ? You could, but you have to give more than $199 because you see the thing down. You have to have more than that. So that would be funny though. Ow, that would be. I think I might veto that one. Or I'm going to do some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I think I would veto that one, but very good try though. Good try. Let's see. All right, let's get back to the chat. Oh shit, DoorDash Rob. If fuck, do you have a Twitter account? Because I will. You can jump on. But DoorDash, again, we're going to do call-ins at some point, so make sure you jump on. I guess I won't have you on right now, but we will have you on at some point. So, does $2,000 raised work? Are you talking about for the plane? Hopefully we can just cover it all with this. I will, we'll see. I don't know. Josh Brown takes the biggest piece. No. Go look at Chad Wheeler. Like, he's actually a bigger piece of shit than Josh Brown. And Josh Brown is a huge piece of shit. Chad Wheeler's kind of like a bum player, so, like, it didn't get talked about much. I don't think it was even... I guess he was on the Seahawks at that time. But, yeah. And Jason Garrett was... Jason Garrett was a part of that problem, too. Oh... Let's go. Oh, we got a new Huntsville, Alabama. I almost went to school there. Do you see Jalen Hyatt playing in the slot this year? Who's going to bring some juice to the O this year? I've got Theo Johnson breakout. So hold on. Let me add Huntsville, Alabama. Let me add in the calculator. This is a good question because I think it's pretty well known that I just am not buying into this Jalen Hyatt stuff. I don't think he's good. I don't think he'll ever be good in the NFL. I think with Russell Wilson, he'll have some good games that'll get people excited, and it's not going to amount to much. It's not going to amount to someone who's a good starter in the NFL. Be a good wide receiver for, but not a good starter. Jalen Hyatt playing in the slot in college is like, man, that's where he was successful. But the slot at Tennessee is not the slot in the NFL. The slot at Tennessee is you're lining up out wide, and you'll line it like right behind the outside receiver, right here. So like we said it, like he's not going to play slot in the NFL. He doesn't have the quickness, right? He doesn't have the route running ability to play in the slot. Now, where you could is 3rd and 9, right? 3rd and 9, you could put Jalen Hyatt in the slot, but as like getting down to down reps, no, it's be more of like an anomaly than actually being a role for him. So no. Who's going to bring some juice to the O this year? I've got Theo Johnson breakout. Yeah, I think Theo Johnson is that guy that could do that. I think Slayton and Neighbors will be the top 2, yard getters. It'll be interesting to see how they do the running back deal. I think Tracy's the better of the two. But Theo Johnson being like that 3rd receiving option would be nice. And then Wandale could just be your slot option. So yeah. Is Smoking Woody still beefing with Luke Pettigo? Not that I heard. It's been a couple of years since he's been beefing with Luke Pettigo. Another guy on that list we talked about. Why are there so many Virginia Giants fans? I'm surprised we haven't gotten any Florida ones. There's a lot of Florida ones. Free Pro Bowl Gano. That sucks. Ryan, so if you're not on Instagram, one of the like top Giants accounts is Pro Bowl Gano, and he's got funny stuff too. Like he's the one who created the Evan Neal thing. Like he's the whole Evan whatever. And they just banned his Instagram. And I was messaging him on his new account, and I'll shout it out, I guess. Even though I don't think it's going to do him a ton good shouting it out on this. Which, side note, the oh, look, Alex, Big Blue in the Bronx. And no, I'm going side notes on side notes on side note. I just pulled up Instagram. On August 11th, and this, if you guys know Big Blue in the Bronx, he's going to be working for a news company in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Hell yeah, dude. Let me comments. Alex, if you happen to be watching, message me and we'll get you on the stream. But yeah, Pro Bowl Gano got his Instagram page banned, and it was like through the AI bots or whatever, and they didn't give him I won't even say the stuff that they gave him or whatever, but and his new one is Pro Bowl Gano 9. And they didn't give him like this post is what did it, right? So there was nothing, and they wouldn't let him argue it. It's kind of crazy they could do that. It was a little worrisome, right? It's like now the Instagram. The other side note is the Instagram has been the hardest thing to grow back, which sucks because I'm the one who created. Like I'm the one who grew the Talking Giants one to 60,000 followers. Like every single post that grew followers, except for those clips they put out that probably made it lose followers. But now the Facebook has been really valuable. But yeah, the Instagram has been like, it's just, the Instagram right now is at 8,000 followers. We're 24 away from 8,000. Let's get it there. Bobby, come to Rays versus Yankees at Steinbrenner on August 20th. I do want to do one at go to a game at Steinbrenner Field August 20th. I may be busy. August 20th. I don't know. Maybe I will. So Ethan Gray gave a super chat, but you don't have a city. Put a comment a city. You don't need to do another super chat. You could just comment the city. I think you need to be Matt. We can't be sponsored because guess what? Coca-Cola product. So Ethan Gray, just again, don't super chat. Donald, I'm going to tell you, because I let other people on there. You got to do another $3 one on the bottom. It's $5 to enter a city entry once. So I hate being a stickler about it, but I kind of have to be, or else I'm going to screw myself. Do we have like two friends in here? Taylor McCrendy and then By Gev. Pro Bowl Gano. Yeah, free Pro Bowl Gano. It's bullshit, dude. Like it's actual bullshit that they did that to him. I'm waiting for. Okay, we got it. We got a Florida one. So this is. Let me add it. Hold on, let me do some math real quick. Plus $4.99 plus the 2 from Donald. So we're caught up on that. And then let me pull up Ethan's chat. Said Orlando, Florida. That would be the easiest. I actually think that'd be easier than Melbourne because, I don't know. It actually wouldn't be easier in Melbourne. There's plenty of places we could go here. And look, Levi from Orlando. With how weak the defensive tackle group was, I feel like Darius Alexander could make or break us predictions for him. Yeah, dude. I feel like that hasn't been talked about enough. The defensive tackle group, which was bad last year, really didn't improve. Outside of Darius Alexander, who again is a 3rd-round pick, I think is going to struggle as a run defender. And it's just how much pass rush juice. But again, that's the thing this team really doesn't need from that defensive tackle spot. We don't need that pass rush. It's nice. He's a two-way player. It's nice. We need run defense. And Jeremiah Ledbetter, when we talk about Dan Duggan said he's buried down the depth chart. I think he's the second best. Nacho could get cut. And Rory Robertson Harris is not a good run defender. And then you have DJ Davidson, Elijah Chapman. Like, it's really bad. So I don't it's hard to predict Darius Alexander as an older rookie, and the guy didn't have a ton of stat production at Toledo. But I think they're I don't think the Giants have these crazy miscalculations about their roster like they did the last few years. For some reason I was thinking about that stuff this morning. I think one is that second defense, and kicker. Kicker is an issue. Shout out Pro Bowl Gano. So I think those are flat out issues, for this team. I think the other one that I've heard is they really like Darius Mosso. Like they really think he's a good linebacker. And I'm like, that's you're definitely overvaluing him. Right? Like when I talk about last year's rookie class, like maybe being a little overhyped, again, even if it is being overhyped, it's clearly the best draft class of Shane in the first 3 years. That's where I like my examples. Like they were touting Darius Mosso. Like he's not a good line. He's a bad linebacker. Like he's a negative to your team. Maybe it gets better, but like touting Darius Mosso playing time last year was fucking insane to me. Chicago has probably been the most common one. Chicago also whose lines up there. Oh, there we go. I think it's going to be Darius Alexander. This team, and so that gives us 2 entries for Chicago, or 2 more entries for Chicago. Let me do the math. I think it is like they have no fear. We're an hour in. They have no fear playing rookies right away. Theo Johnson was right away tight end 1. Daniel Bellinger was right away tight end 1. Jackson Dart getting thrown in there. So I think it is going to be a Darius Alexander I wasn't as high as Darius Alexander and other people. Like when people talk about Darius Alexander pick 34, I was like, I don't think that's the right option there. But at 65, like this is right where he belongs. But like he honestly as a rookie should be better than the rest of those guys because it's a bad group. Let's see. Benjamin Gold, Bridgeport, Connecticut. Let me add that to. Okay, Bridgeport, Connecticut. Let's do the mathematics. Can you talk through the highly unlikely scenario where Russell Wilson is effective and the Giants are wildcard hopefuls? Okay, so how can we talk about this? Let's pull up the Giants schedule. So, no, I don't even want to see the fucking San Francisco Giants schedule. So let's go through it. This is how. Present screen. They beat the Commanders week 1 because the Commanders have bad players on defense. That's the way. And again, Russell Wilson, I'm not saying Russell Wilson go back to the Seahawks, but he had this his version of the Steelers were 13th in points per game. And with the defense, that could be, so they beat the Commanders week 1 because the Commanders have bad defenders. They lose to the Cowboys week 2. I'm not going to predict them to beat Dak until they beat Dak. The Chiefs, all those one-score games, it's Monday night, prime time. Chiefs maybe overlook the Giants a little bit. They get a surprise win, go 2-1. I do not see the Chargers being out coached by the Giants. We go 2-2. They're a better roster than the Saints, 3-2. You lose to the Eagles, 3-3. Broncos, you take advantage of Bo Nix having a second-year slump, not dealing well with pressure, 4-3. Russell Wilson revenge game. Lose to the Eagles, 4-4. 49ers and Bears, I'm not going to predict to win both those games, but let's say you get a 1-1 split. Maybe the 49ers are injured and stuff again and are a bad team again. The Bears, whatever. So we're now, 5-5 at week 10? The Packers, not going to predict a win. You're 5-6. The Lions, 5-7. Beat the Patriots, 6-7. Beat the Commanders. Then you're 7-7 with the Vikings, who have a quarterback who's never played, the Raiders, and then the Cowboys. And maybe, so I feel like that's the way. Get to 7-7 is the way there. And they may finish 7-10, but that's the path there. But that is a good question because everyone talks about this team getting better and maybe surprising. Okay, but what's the path there? And I think it's 5-5 at week 10, and then going 2-2 at your next one. And again, there could be a surprise win in there and also a surprise loss. But I did give a couple surprise wins. So, but good question, Benjamin Gold. And with the Russell Wilson part of it is just he's connecting vertically with Neighbors and Slayton. And the run game is working well with Tyrone Tracy and Cam Scatterbo. And the defense is good enough to protect leads and get after the pass rush. And they win a couple games on their own when Russell Wilson may not be having his best game. But so that's kind of the path there. Dieter von Kunth, Jersey Shore. How about that? Jersey Shore. Let me add up the math. We win the Super Bowl this year and Russ Super Bowl MVP. Okay. Do we sign him again next year? What happens to Dart? If Russ wins Super Bowl MVP, yeah, you re-sign him. Does Russell Wilson make the Giants top 100? Yeah, you're like a Super Bowl MVP and not just like a Jeff Hostetler. Yeah, you make the top 100. That's a fucking crazy hypothetical, though. I'm not going to lie with you. I'm not going to lie to you, Dieter. That's where I would come in and because I'm I think you guys know I didn't have the highest grade of Jackson Dart as a prospect. But I've also been you got to be you can't just throw this kid away after 1 year if he comes in and plays bad or whatever. If you bring in a whole new regime, it's a different conversation, but I'm not entertaining that until that's something that needs to be entertained. He should get a second year no matter what, or almost no matter what. But if Russell Wilson wins the Super Bowl and wins Super Bowl MVP, I am hey, I didn't think he was that good. Let's just keep Russ. That's where I'm changing. Let's try and win another Super Bowl because that's what it matters about at the end of the day. And then you figure out whatever down the road. Real Madrid is playing at MetLife. Breaking news. Shane Young says, what is the best case scenario with Evan Neal this year at guard, and what does that mean for the rest of the O-line? Much love from Naples, Florida. So I'm just going to assume you're saying Naples, Florida as a live show. It would be funny if like someone who didn't realize and he's just like, oh, yeah, we're just saying what city we're from. Again, I'm going to add the word realistic best case scenario. Anytime there's talk about ceiling, I'm adding the word realistic. The best case scenario is he's like a top 30 guard in the NFL, who's like you put him in a gap offense and he can push the pile and stuff, and he gets more of the mental game as a pass protector. I think that's something that people are talking about, like Evan Neal. It's not just about him lining up one-on-one with guards. And Greg Van Roten made great point in one of the OTA pressers. Is like, dude, at tackle, you got to know stuff, right? You got to see this player, but 9 times out of 10 is like block the defensive end. With guard, there's so many moving parts and there's less space. You got to be mentally sharp. And I think that's something people like. A lot of Evan Neal was a disaster with getting the right assignments, right? I'm talking about like, and I always go back to this with Evan Neal. The end of the half with the Bills game, when Tyrone Taylor checked to a run play. Evan Neal, and it was the easiest cut, just block the inside man. He doesn't do it, right? And he screwed that up, and, that could have lost them that game. So, San Paulo, Brazil. Let's tailgate the KZ. My question: for reviewing all Dart's game, what do you think is the biggest misconception about his game? I'm actually gonna have to look up a conversion chart for that. Not because I'm like anti the GIF. I just want to try to R to USD. Shit. What is that currency? All right, I'm trying to look this shit up right now. It's like $2. I'm not even gonna add that in the calculator.
He's Brazilian Rio.
All right, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna put fucking Brazil, I guess. I'll be honest. I'm not.
The currency in Brazil is real. So it's Brazilian Rio.
But what is that to US dollars? What is it? So again, I went through all the Jackson Dart stuff. Thank you for the question. I don't think there really is any big misconception about Jackson. You know what? I'll say this, and this is a negative, right? I think people are looking for like, what's the biggest misconception positive wise? Is his deep passing against the SEC worries me. Like that's serious. Like when it was against, Furman and whatever. Like that was nice and all, and they're beautiful balls. But when he was playing against the SEC, and let me pull up the deep pass again. I haven't. Let me hold on. I'm going to pull up the doc so you guys can see the numbers and not me just spitting them out. Jackson Dart, deep passing. All right, let me share the screen here. Oh, shit. Wrong thing. Wrong share button. Okay, you guys can see that? So I'm going to go slowly scroll through these, right? So you can see it. So you can see the stats versus like Furman, Middle Tennessee State, Wake Forest, really good. Georgia Southern, amazing. And then you get Kentucky, 1 for 6. South Carolina, 2 for 9. LSU, 4 for 13, a touchdown and interception. Oklahoma, 2 for 3. Then Arkansas explodes, right? 5 for 6, 282 yards, 3 touchdowns. His best game of his last year was the Arkansas game. Georgia, 1 for 3. Florida, 2 for 11. Mississippi State 1 for 8, and then again in the bowl game against Duke 5 for 7, 202 touchdowns. So in total, he throws the ball, and let's look at these total stats: 22% deep. Right, that's high. That would lead the NFL. I'm trying to scroll appropriately. Let me see. All right, so yeah, you guys can see that stuff. Hopefully, it's not super blurry for you. Let me look on my other screen. Okay, yeah, you guys can see that well. So total being 22, that's a lot. 42% completion rate in the NFL, that'd be pretty good. And I'll even look up last year's deep passing stats to compare. So we could see what rankings he would be. Let's go minimum 20% of 75. So completion percent at, let's see, what was it? Did I say 42.2%? That would have him at 11th, right? It'd be right after Bo Nix, right before Jared Goff. Right, so 11th. That'd be pretty good. For a throw rate, it would have been again first in the NFL. And then for 17 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, that would be let's I know it's not real. That would be smoke it in touchdowns, and only 7 guys would have had more interceptions. But again, it's different, longer seasons, whatever. So not really paying attention to the touchdowns and raw numbers. Now, against non-conference, he threw it only 20% deep, 64.5% completion percentage. I say only. That would be the best in the NFL by a wide margin, right? Amazing. And then versus the SEC, though, 24%. So that worries me a little bit. That kind of just like, I don't know what I'm seeing. Just throw it deep, right? And there's times where he passed stuff up. And then he completed 30.5% against the SEC. Well, that ranking would be 35th out of 43 QBs. With the only guys lower than him would be Caleb Williams, Patrick Mahomes, who has, not completed as much recently, but again, he's mastered the quick game and stuff, where he was always the top of these lists. Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, Jacoby Brissett, Deshaun Watson, Spencer Rattler, Mac Jones, and Drew Lock. And it's, whenever I share those threads, people are like, "Oh man, receivers don't make a play on the ball." But if you watch on the film, a lot of times these guys are open, and he like the ball just flutters the inside shoulder. So I think when he's kept clean, he throws a beautiful deep ball. But when he's pressured, thrown off the back foot, it just doesn't have that juice to let your receivers make a play. So that's why I worry is like when we start playing NFL competition, just throwing deep. I know it seems like the greatest thing on the world for the Giants fans because we haven't had it in a long time. Talk about Daniel Jones not doing it. Eli didn't do it a lot at the end of his career, even though he did do it. But you got to complete them. You got to make them count, or else you're Will Levis. And that is one of my worries for Dart early on is what happens if that stuff's not hitting? How do you grow as a quarterback? Because he's got to get better at the other stuff. But in the here and now, the aggression is like what we want to build upon. We got to convert on that aggression. So that's one of my worries with him. So we got some super chats. But I do want to hear people's, I want to see if there's any. What hour is he in now? We're at an hour and 20 minutes. All right, let's get some of these super chats. Thank you, Danilo. This is the other one, Victor. I love Victor Perez. Look, it's a fish. It is a fish. Let me stop sharing my screen. This is the other location. I'll just be honest. I do not want to do a live show at. It's Las Vegas. Because I'm not someone who wants to go to Las Vegas. Now, I would do it. Honestly, if we were to do this, and I'm adding it to the thing. Let me do the math. If we were to do it, oh, shit, I cleared my fucking whole calculator. Oh, well. How did I do that? I just don't have the desire to go to Las Vegas, but I would do it at your house. If we could just do it at your house as I'm, going somewhere else. I just don't have this desire to go to Las Vegas. But thank you, Victor. Although I'm rooting for you to lose. Joshua, Arlington, Texas. If this defense doesn't end the year top 15, should Shane Bowen be fired? Yes, and let me add you to the thing. So you get two. This is the third. So this is two more for Arlington, Texas, who actually had the first entry was Arlington, Texas. So to Arlington, Texas, to the wheel. And I guess at the 2 hour mark, I'll show you what the wheel looks like. Yeah, I mean, if this defense isn't top 15, I think Shane Bowen should be fired like in season. And you fucking try like, Charlie Boulin, no. Like I wouldn't even try Andre Patterson because I wouldn't want to take away from being a D-line coach. He's not a defensive coordinator. But if you're trying to like make the playoffs or shit, you could. And then, the Eggs is not going to be it as well. I guess Marquand Manuel will be the guy that like maybe instilled the most confidence in me to give him a shot at being a defensive coordinator. But again, he hasn't done anything. So yeah, if this defense isn't top 15, I think everyone has a good chance of getting fired. Olean, New York. Wow, I don't even know where that is. I'm gonna look that up on the map right now. Let's all look at that up on a map together. Google Maps. And I'll share my screen for this. Let's look up Olean, New York. Let's see, where is this? Oh, this is near Buffalo. Oh, this is Buffalo. I guess pretty far away from Buffalo. Let's go look at the town square. See, these are the kind of places like I would like to check out. Seeing a CVS and a Wendy's, maybe some more local shops. Support local businesses. Here we go. Like this is right where we're gonna park. This is where we're gonna do the live show, right in front of this store right here. We're gonna line up right here. We got a Kohl's across the street. Oh, what's the Bonton? Oh, that's a Spirit Halloween. Okay. We got Kev Bank. If your name's Kevin and you live in the city and don't go to Kevin Bank, what the hell are you doing? EA Fitness. Let's see. All right, let's find one more place and then we'll get back to the chat. Oh, what's this? Ooh, I'm a little interested here. Covered Wagon Tours. What the hell is Covered Wagon? Let's go to coveredwagontours.net. What the hell? Goes to scenicexcursions.net. I mean, it's the right area. Maybe we'll do something with them. All right. What was the question? What makes anyone believe this O-line will not sink the offense again entirely? Well, because you can, with Andrew Thomas, you can. This is a offensive line you can win with. I think you even, but it shouldn't be bad. It didn't sink it last year. To be quite frank, there was game when they had Josh Azuda at left tackle. But even without Andrew Thomas, the offensive line didn't sink them last year. So I'll say that's the answer. Now, is it good enough to compete with teams that have like these legit 4-rush power rush? No. Without Thomas, no. That'll help stop it from winning games. But sink it from operating, I don't see that. You would need Thomas and Illuminor to get injured to totally sink it. Oh, I missed one. Red Yeti. Both free agent quarterback contracts are tradable. Haven't seen it talked about, but I think it's more likely that they trade Russ midseason than Jameis so high. I just don't see anybody who would trade for the second half year of Russell Wilson, and if he's not doing good enough on the Giants with that, they could have just signed him. So I don't see that happening. I know there's this Jameis idea of trading Jameis, which if they were offered something legit, I would entertain, but they wouldn't be because again, another guy teams could have just signed if they wanted him. And he's here for a 2-year deal, so he's pretty cheap too. It's like 2 years, $8 million. So then he's your backup to Dart next year. So I wouldn't really entertain that. Because Jameis's contract is so cheap and to be back up and then Russ, I just don't see that happening. So how about it? What the hell? Paddy wagon. No, it's we've regressed back to wagons here in upstate. I would do a live show from a wagon. And the intro for the song would be Wagon Wheel. And it'd be by Old Crow Medicine Group, not that Darius Rucker bullshit. The Darius Rucker version's not bad. How many Adderall do you take? I haven't taken any Adderall, but I am going to drink 2 more coffees. And we're going to go on the road for coffee. So I'm going to put it on my phone, on my dashboard, and we're going to go get some coffee. What did I say that was pause worthy? Yeah, Dart as an intermediate throw the football is nothing to write home about, and that just so happens. Now, here's where I'll defend Dart a little bit. They weren't putting a ton on his plate, and that's not what the Ole Miss offense was. It was like free release, quick throws, and deep throws. Now, there's some intermediate stuff, but it's not something he was asked to do a ton. And you do see when they run those flood, the high, middle, low, those sail concepts, he loved to throw those, and I thought that was his best thing that he did consistently was throw those sails with great anticipation and good reads. So that obviously has to, do something. It is 2 hours from you. Oh, and if I go to Vegas, I think the smart move would just be go to the Giants Raiders game. Maybe I'd invite a couple of my friends who are Raiders fans. That's my way of going to Vegas without feeling the need to go to casinos and shit. Blair, you've been pumping out some books. Shout out. I guess you can't. I can hold on 1 second. I can make. Hold on. I just gave you a wrench, trash man. But you already got one. There's the pause comment. But I've retweeted one if you want to go through my timeline. But Bear played some Albany. I want to go. I do the ESPN Albany station as a guest spot. I actually want to message the guy because I'm going to be upstate near Albany for a week in that time where they're not having open training camp practices. And I was thinking man, they should have me on for one day in studio. I go on all the time. My town does not have a stoplight. Dude, put a chat in. I'll go. Have you always lived in Florida? Now I was born in New Jersey. Moved to Florida when I was 2 years old. I spent 2 years in Minnesota, but that was for school, so it doesn't really count. What NASCAR tracks have you been to, Bob? I've been to Daytona, Homestead, Charlotte. And we drove by Pocono and stopped on the way. So those ones. But I'm going to Darlington. So the South of the Border show. In fact, I'm gonna put up the graphic here in a second. It just happens to be we're doing that the weekend that they race in Darlington. And Darlington is 30 minutes from south of the border. So we're gonna go to that as the last weekend before the season getaway. So come on out. So come see me in Darlington. I've gotten a little pampered though because I've made friends in NASCAR and they offer me stuff to where I'm now I just commented on one in Darlington post hey, hey, follow me back because let's do something. When in reality I should just go. So, but yeah, look at this, dude. Who would have thought me as a kid, basically me having my people what are my long-term goals for the show? It's just being able to do shit that as a kid I'd been whoa, that's pretty cool. Whereas we're going by south of the border and my dad's singing his South of the Border song. And I'm one day you're going to do a live show there. And that's not these big goals, but it's that'd be cool. So, so how about that? So come hang out. How about that? Let's see. Oh, Red Yeti. You didn't leave a location. I know you're overseas. Don't be afraid to do it. What?
Aberdeen, Scotland.
Hold on. Let me find your comment. Aberdeen, Scotland. All right. Adding it twice. Also, we're going to do it with this style, with the wheel of elimination. So we're not going to be like, all right, let's spin the wheel, whatever it lands on, that's where we're going. It's going to be the last one standing. Which is going to be a great time filler, and that's what I need. And I might just go silent for 5 seconds at a time like that. I don't need to be talking the entire time. All right, let me check my DM, see if any people want to go on. 2 p.m. All right. All right, I'm going to send the link to these guys. All right, so New York Revival coming on at 2 p.m. All right, so right now I'm checking. Oh, did the Jets? So hold on, I'm looking at this. The Jets are doing their tickets. They'll be available 11 a.m. Tomorrow's July 10th, right? So I need to get a season ticket holder from the Jets to get me tickets for the joint practice with there. So that'd be nice. I'm replying to my friend Will Parkinson, who covers the Jets. So I'm going to say, tickets. Can you help me out getting tickets for that? I'll pay. Really excited for training camp coverage. I'm going to show you this. We were talking about JPP, Doug Analytics. Go follow him on Twitter. Doug, I actually use you as an example of something the other day. I won't say what because it'll be derogatory to somebody else. But it was nice about you, which was nice. But this is the jersey he got. So he clearly got that off of eBay because it's been used. Who was like, all right, it's time to. Somebody was like, you know what? Let's get rid of this JPP jersey. Let's see. If you get any time between now and 2, I'm responding to Big Blue UK. They're saying we got a live show at 8:30 p.m. our time, 3:30 Eastern. But if you get any time between now and 2:30 Eastern, love to jump on a chat for like 10 minutes about the Banks flop potential battle. Something. Okay, even brought their own topic. All right, let's say 1:30. All right. I also need someone that'll be comfortable enough running this while I do a bathroom break at some point. Also, I got to eat lunch. I'm a big do not eat on camera guy, but it is a 24-hour stream. Might break that rule. Hey, what up? Well, we're just doing a 24-hour stream. Well, I bought that after it happened when I was in 10th grade. Oh, so you were it. Okay. You wore it to Mr. Purple? I can't believe I don't remember that. I remember meeting you at Mr. Purple, Doug, and I was like, oh, I thought you'd either be like the world's... I thought you were going to be like 17. Or like the biggest loser ever. But you're just like, I'm a normal guy. You're just fucking normal, dude. I if you just stream your empty chair for half hour, I think everyone would understand. Yeah, I'm thinking about sleeping at the desk at like the 5 o'clock hour. I hear I'll give you someone like so I have again the first 7 hours I actually don't have a count. So 7 is coffee talk. 8 o'clock was a call an hour. Call an hour I might do more often. 9 o'clock we're gonna do redraft some old Giants drafts. Probably around 10 is when we'll do the live show wheel spinner. 11 is when the second stream starts. We're going to do a midnight mock draft, do another call in hour around 2. At 4, I'm going to get some work done. So I'm going to clip some more countdown videos. 5 o'clock, I have sleep on there. And then 6 o'clock is coffee talk. So I didn't plan this out as good as I probably should have. What about this? Wrexham, Wales. Woo! These international ones are scaring the shit out of me. Not that I wouldn't enjoy to go, but that is that's a big commitment. But you've had an ask list. If you could watch the Giants play an international game in any country in the world, which would it be and why? Spain, because now I have a place to stay there, and have friends and family there now. Yeah, Spain, but eliminating Spain. How about like the Bahamas, like one of the islands? Wouldn't that be kind of nice? One of the islands. And there'd be like a good you get a talent pool down there too. Put some programs together. What's funny? They don't ever play in Canada. I know the Bills. I think the Bills played there a couple times, but they don't play in Canada. They're kind of hitting everywhere. But I guess it's if I could watch. I've got no interest in visiting Asian countries, no offense. Australia would be pretty cool, I guess. Go down under. Good question. North Korea. I will try. Danny, done home videos. Knowing what you know now, would you prefer the Giants to lose the Colts game to get the first pick, Ward plus the picks, or keep what they have now, Carter, Dart, and picks? Yeah, I as much as I love Abdul Carter, and please leave a location to do a live show done. You actually get 2 entries because of the $10 donation. No, I'd rather just have Cam Ward. Like, it's the quarterback, you don't mess around with it. As much as it'd be nice to get Q, and hey, if Dart works out, then yeah. But I didn't have the most confidence in the world in Cam Ward, but I think he's pretty fucking talented. I think he processes really well. He's someone I would have been willing to take the risk for. Obviously, there's no sure thing. But I would rather just taken Cam Ward. And then you have your second round pick, right? So you can use that on a different player. You have an extra third round pick. I would rather just have Cam Ward. As much as it would pain me to not have Abdul Carter on this team, now that Abdul Carter's on my team, I'm like, man, could you imagine not having this guy that I fucking loved more than life itself on my team? As much as I'd pain to give that part of it away, I think it just rather just stay with Carter or with Cam Ward. But please leave your locations. My house in Las Vegas can host a podcast. Can't think of a focus, but is a Taylor Hammer pork roll. Ooh. All right, so I'm at Las Vegas again. Now, here's what I'll say is I'm putting Las Vegas, Nevada. It may be I know Victor better. I might trust going to his house a little more, but we'll definitely you have to be part of the invite there. And if you're having people, you have to have if you're hosting it at your house, you have to be open to the idea of some people showing up. It's not gonna be a lot, but some people will show up. Like, if we do your house, Victor's coming. What was I going to say? Oh, you know what? Pork roll sounds better. Pork roll. How about that? Oh, did we ever end the poll? Let's end the poll. What were the results? 70% believe the 2007 Giants better than the 2011 Giants. But but I'm waiting on done home videos. Philly. Ooh. Okay. People hate that, but it would be cool to go do a road game there. Let me see if I can do if I could do a share screen from the back studio. So let's get a look at a wheel update. So that's the wheel right now. All the places we got on there. Let's just give it a spin. We're not going to remove any, but like let's just say we were going to just do whatever it lands on. Wow. Oh, no, never mind. Arlington, Texas. Stop worrying, Arlington, Texas. That was the first one. What do we got? What is the most realistic but still far-fetched path to the playoffs this year in terms of player units stepping up? And in reality, it's just the defense balls out and Russ is good enough with this offense. Trying to get Bobby jump. Where are we going? Oh, to Philly. Hey, I'll say I'll probably wear Giants Nation stuff, but I'll wear some type of Giants gear if we go to Philly. And we would do that show with LPG, and he's kind of well liked within those people. So, but I would love to. I actually kind of, when Marash was talking about him and Tiki going to that Philly game on Christmas, whatever year it was, I was like, I'm kind of down to go do that. Like, I'll go do that with you guys. You guys want to see some Inception? Now, if you're wearing headphones, turn the volume down because this is going to fuck with you. All right. Also, I want to prank call. Speaking of Evan and Sean and Teague, I want to prank call their show today, so we'll do that while we're on stream. Who are you voting for in the 2025 Lawrence, Massachusetts mayoral elections? Is there a non-Republican or Democrat, so I don't have to like make half the listeners piss off by whatever joke answer I give? Because I'll just say that guy. I'll do a write-in. That's what I do. I've done some write-ins before. Have you been to a horse race? I haven't. I actually haven't. Bobby, do you know when you're doing call-ins? No, I have one listed for 8, but I'll probably do one in between there. I don't know, maybe like 4:30 or something like that. There's Tony. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Imagine if like there's like fucking huge Giants news that like broke right now. Like, what would I do? I hate that like Twitter has just like all these tweets. No matter, I don't interact with any of them or whatever. Never like them, even if I think they're funny, and they just still get shit posted on my fucking Twitter that I like have no interest in. Twitter's pretty boring. Dexter Lawrence ranked top defense back in the ESPN. Okay, wow. Let's check my notifications. Shim says, my guy Bobby Schooner is absolutely madman. Yes, I am. I am a madman. And again, if there's other Giants, again, I'm not going to be like, hey, because we're going to do a call-in show. Oh, shit. Dude, where you been? I don't think you're on Twitter anymore, right? Did you even give thoughts on the Giants draft class? I don't know if you were like comfortable showing your face, and it'd be weird to see your face after I've interacted with you so much. But if you want, go pick by pick and share your thoughts on like the Giants draft class or whatever. But do a barrel roll. If you watch like cut ups of like YouTube games for like college players, do a barrel roll. Did all those. So, but yeah, I don't blame you either. But if I stopped doing this as a career, I'd probably just be like, you know what I don't need? People to hear my opinion or hear their opinion. Might be a great marketing idea for the pod. Talk as much shit as you can after a communist game and go viral for beating the shit out of a bunch of them. Make sure it's a group. See, that's the thing is that wouldn't go well for me. People would just be like, you suck. It's like that guy at the Ravens game. Remember the guy? Was that like a Ravens fan who just just punched some dude? Who would you like to sponsor the show purely because you like their product? I mean, I guess I could go not NASCAR, but I'm actually I keep on like trying to figure out connects because to get them to do it. I guess Dunkin' would make sense. I mean, I drink it every single day. But as far as like consumer product, I don't know. I don't know if there's like a product I have like all this loyalty to. Like I'm trying to think. Like let me just think my last 3 days. Besides like obviously local restaurants in Florida make no sense at all. But yeah. I'm officially starting to get worried about these European requests. Dings Crusaders Rugby Club. I'm going to say with this one, you got to have me a hookup to get in because it's not going to make any sense if I reach out to them. I'm putting it on the wheel. Dings Crusaders Rugby Club, Bristol, UK. Any chance Wandale gets an extension? I don't know. So if they do it, it would probably be like the first day of training camp or first week of training camp. Here's what the thing is there's no good comp for Wandale Robinson. I was waiting on because we did our wide receiver review, and it's like kind of figure out what a contract with Wandale looked like, and there's nothing really to compare wise with slot receivers outside of CD, which is again not when you're thinking when you think of slot only guys. But I was like, Khalil Shakir's contract could really set the table, even if Wandale's not getting that, getting somewhere close to that. And then Khalil Shakir's contract was 4 years, $53 million, which that's $12.5 million per year essentially, and it can be up to $60 million. Like I don't know if I'm comfortable giving Wandale that, so maybe not. But again, it's like I would try. Like I think he's a solid slot receiver. But again, I hate the word replaceable. It's like, all right, but like, I understand he's replaceable, but you have to replace him and you have to put assets into that. And it's a risk if you're doing it through the draft because that guy may just not be good. But I do view what Wandale does as not replaceable maybe to the same level with the easy one, but I feel like you could plug guys into the slot in a brand new offense and make it work. And this idea that Wandale, he's going to be used so much more down the field. Sure, he'll be used more down the field. But I just really do not think this is a guy who was challenging with any route that's 15 yards or longer on a consistent basis. But again, why would you? Right? You got to be, he's got to be perfect and you got to be perfect to make that a successful play. So yeah, there's times where he can smoke somebody on a slot fade or something or on a corner route, but it's not something I got. But let's get to the next one. Orlando, Florida. Thank you, Kid Blue, for making my life fucking easy. Let me add it to the list. And Kid Blue, message me because you can jump on anytime you want. Come So DM me on Twitter, and if you want to jump on, I'll send you a link. Can you speak to the greatness of Mike McFadden? Let's get that MF in a plane. You know what? You're gonna have to jump on to talk about that. But Mike McFadden is another interesting one. It's like, what contract? Like, it would make sense if you want to keep him to get it done now, but like, what contract do you give Mike McFadden? And here's something, we're going to be getting ready to do some player profile prep. And I think Mike McFadden might be in the first week. I can't remember. I'm not going to release the schedule just in case there's other people doing player profiles. But even though McFadden had, because last year he had 8 tackles for a loss, which isn't bad. For a second, and the year before he had double digit. He had 5 in that Saints game, right? Like, he wasn't having the same season he had the year before. Now, again, he was going out, he was putting full effort when other guys weren't. So I think he's got value and stuff. He can give you some pass rush juice and stuff. Like, so I like McFadden, but he's not really someone you're using in coverage on third down. It's like, so what type of contract do you give? So those are always like the contracts that are hardest to figure out, right? The guys who you're bringing back on cheaper deals are easy to figure out. The best players are easy to figure out. And then players who have a free agent, a market of guys going to free agency are easy to figure out. How do you figure out the contracts of Wandale and McFadden? A little tougher. Can I get more than one vote for multiple super chats? If so, add another rich. So you get 2, Chris. So you're adding Richmond, Virginia twice. How about that? So, yeah. So I mean, every time you add one, it's not like you're tapped out. So, and again, you see on the bottom, if you donate 100, you get 30 entries. So, all right. So 2 more Richmond, Virginias. I think Richmond, Virginia has been the most common outside of the one guy who gave a $20 donation. But appreciate you, Chris Peace. I hope to see you at that Commanders game end of the year. St. Petersburg, Florida. Random, but your thoughts on Jeremy Shockey's Giants career. Let me add St. Petersburg. That would be another one, great one. I'd love to go over there. Dude, let's pull up his stats. I fucking love Shockey. But I hate, again, now that I'm in a place where I have to like be more realistic and stuff, and it did make sense to move on from Shockey. And you can make an argument that he was a negative for Eli because of like just the constant bitching about not getting the ball and shit. Like, I don't think it's a total coincidence that, he gets injured in 2007 and we have that playoff run without him. So, but I mean, he's a beast. My landlord's calling me. I'm not going to answer that on stream. But why are they calling me on the 9th of July? Rent check cleared. But is he or Mark Bavaro the best tight end in Giants history? Because Mark Bavaro, it was I guess he played the same amount of times, but Bavaro's the only guy with 1,000-yard season, right? He's the only tight end with 1,000-yard season. He was an AP first team. But, Shockey was an AP first team as a rookie. That's tough. I mean, I didn't watch Bavaro live, so I'll give the bias to Shockey. But Shockey was just so fun to watch. Like, Odell's probably the most fun player to watch on the Giants in the last, 20 years or whatever. But Shockey's probably second because he just played like a fucking lunatic. I love Shockey. Christian, well, not just a shout out. You could put us as a live show location. Shout him out. Ask Scuba Drew. He's an Eagles fan. Scuba Drew, terrible. You know what? They won the Super Bowl, so it's hard to talk shit. But like, do you know that your fan? This may not be you, Scuba Drew, but like, do you know that like your fans are the dumbest people in the world? Now you got a winning team to be rooting for, and that's all that matters. But like, it is generally like when I see Eagles content creators and stuff, I'm like, you guys are generally the dumbest. But Christian, make sure you give us a live show location. Let's see. Let me check it with some regular chat. I've been looking at only super chats. Let me because I wanted to see if Do a Barrel had any thoughts on the draft. So let me hide this comment. And I'll say this too. There's some people who are asking questions that I'm not answering without a super chat. If you want to kill a few hours, do 3 to 5 year rebuild of the Giants based on aging contracts, potential free agents. Remember when Danny King was in? Yes, I remember. Bobby is a huge My Pillow. I will say, have you ever seen the I forget his name, the My Pillow guy, when he's in like those court? He's in like those what are they called? It's in civil court where they're like you have to testify. You know, they have the videos on you. He's like, "You're an asshole. Please get on." No, he's a fucking asshole. Very funny rant. Adding just the allegations that you're using a piss jug. That's true. I mean, I haven't used it yet, but I will use it. Let's see. When Slayton is retiring in top 3 in receiving yards, which jersey number? Yeah. It pisses me off that he switched to. He just like, I just wanted a lower number. That fucking drives me nuts, dude. Just keep one number. You'll be remembered as the number 86 guy, and instead, it's just an 18. That shit drives me fucking nuts. Like someone posted a Madden clip and they threw a touchdown on number 18 on the Giants. So like, oh, they trade for somebody. I'm like, oh yeah, that's Darius Slayton. Richie James is proof there's dozens of guys who do it one day. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Oh yeah, I forget. That's the other thing is people are at work. So Kid Boo's like, I'll be home soon. It's like, oh yeah, I forget you're working. Let's see. I'm going one by one through the regular chats to see if there's anything I missed. Explain the super chat. Look, so it's on the bottom. So we're gonna do a live show. You know, like that's something that we're just doing with Giants Nation now. And so we're raising money for a plane, which I feel like I've done a terrible job advertising that this is what this is for. Is we're raising money for a plane, a positive plane, not a negative plane, a positive plane. And so one way to get people to do that is like, hey, let's give you some incentive. Is if you leave a super chat, you put a location that you want to do a live show, and it'll go into a raffle for that. So, if I write a book about you being the best Giant show of all time, but you start out small and take out John Boy, which is like Biff from her. Wait, what? But you started out small and if you write a book about me, I'll definitely retweet it. So it puts me in Tony one. There you go. By the way, like and subscribe. Um, 24-hour streams in the Polo. It's not even a Polo. It's a button up. It's actually pretty comfortable. All right, I'm going through the chats without reading it. Everyone, man, we got a lot. I didn't realize we had such a big Richmond, Virginia, and this is me going in order. Richmond, VA. Keep being a dude. +1. Any advice for a film noob to learn how to break it down and get more out of the game? You know, QB School did some good videos like 5-6 years ago on different passing concepts, and he used them from like different same concepts but run differently from different playbooks that he was part of. So if you go find his, like just like you get your basic passing concepts, and you can see how teams build off of them. So those are good. There's other like the thing is a lot of these videos, if you're trying to learn about like a variation of a coverage or whatever, it's like these videos are like 2.5 hours long. But if you're like looking for offensive stuff, QB School is pretty good. Yeah, that's what it was, Mr. Brown. He's like, a lumpy pillow my ass. Very fun. I would play the video if I wouldn't make it get demonetized. Where do we donate? There's like a little super chat thing. I don't. Wait, let me look at YouTube. I've done it before. There's like a little money sign at the bottom. Scott. And again, do location. Let's see. Victor Perez, I'm on paternity leave, so if you want something to jump on for a bit, I'm available with the wife. Yeah, just DM me. Yeah. Also, I changed where I changed my DMs where not anyone could DM anymore, just because it was getting. I like to keep up with it, right? So I don't want to miss messages, and it was just getting overwhelming. So I have to make sure I'm following you. So yeah, I'll definitely join you. Yeah, shout out, and it's not even a bot on our stream, but bot is great. I'm not a big dart or dare. I think me and you talk dart. I was saying to the guy, very friendly phones, and I just hope they're right book. I don't want to pass judgment now before getting. Yeah. Yeah, I had all proceeds go to. You know what? That's a good idea, because I think people are just like, oh, you just want fucking money. I mean, I do want money. Don't get me wrong. Proceed. I got to make sure it's people are like, you want us to buy you a fucking plane, dude? I ain't no televangelist. Oh, we just hit 2 hours. How about that? Only 22 more to go. I will say the time is going by fast. Let's see. I don't want to miss comments, but I am. Slayton took 18 because he wanted Hodges' hands. He knows that would be true. Here's the thing: that's the other thing. 18 was available for like his whole career. Like he could have changed the 18 so many times. Oh, Christian said Bakersfield, California. How many did Christian do? Christian, I think you had a $10 chat, right? Well, I'm looking for it. Where's Christian's chat?
$4.99.
Okay, so Bakersfield, California gets 1. Okay. Come by anytime. South Amboy, New Jersey. So, Scott, thank you. South Amboy, New Jersey. All right, 2. Add that to the list. As I'm getting closer to needing the pee, I'm kind of being like, maybe I shouldn't have pissed in the bottle. Maybe that's a late night activity. People really want me to piss in the bottle, though. Hey, man. Again, I'm not even reading these before I put on the screen. You've been doing a great job. Question for you. Who's your baseball team? I saw your Nets Devils, and it's funny because I'm Giants Yankees. Yeah, it's the Yankees. The Yankees, but I'm not, I'm a Yankees fan. What you going to be doing this 24 hours? Yeah, I'm just going to be doing it, dude. Piss in the bottles and then go outside for the piss jug toss portion of the line. Yeah, I don't think my neighbors would love that, but it is a good idea. But these are perfect for it. I was actually did one at the beach the other day. 1 beer an hour. That would be. I was trying to think of like things like there's people who do 24 streams, like they do one thing an hour. But I wasn't going to eat one thing per hour. I'm not going to fucking torture myself on this shit. JPP versus Abdul Carter coming out. I mean, it's Abdul Carter. I mean, JPP was like in the pick in the 20s. So, but Jason Pierre-Paul was really freaking good, dude. Let me check Twitter, see if anyone's DM'd me. What do you guys think of the show we did on Monday? I thought it was pretty cool. I actually enjoyed more than not talking about Dart and talking about the other things, but Brent Owasi, +1 for Honolulu, Hawaii. Okay. So that's one again. I don't know if I can pull it off like in the here and now, but like you may like if this wins, then it's just whenever I can take a vacation that costs that amount of money, we'll do a show there. But if you win, you win. If you are on death row, what's your last meal? I mean, I think it's just a nice steak, right? You don't want to gorge yourself to where when you get shocked to death, you shit your pants or whatever, and it's disgusting. So just probably just a nice steak. More likely for a Giants reunion, JPP. Signing Landon Collins opened up the floodgates for this. I'd say OBJ, but neither. I actually am at the point now where if they sign Odell Beckham Jr., it'd be a really bad decision. It'd be a flat out bad decision because he's not giving you much juice on the field. It's over, right? It just ends for guys. It's not even to say I'm talking about Odell's career. It's just over, right? It ends for everybody at some point. And guess what happens every time Darius Slayton or Wan'Dale Robinson does something not good? But Odell, we need Odell. I have questions about Odell's, and then guess what? You think Odell's just going to sit there happy being on the bench? So, no. So I guess Jason Pierre-Paul, just to see if one of the edge rushers gets injured, could be your fourth guy. I agree with what you're saying, Diela, but it's just the prospect, Carter, It's funny looking back at news stories about JPR on the draft was how many backflips he could do. Yeah, and he jumped out of the pool too. Used to live in Winter Haven as a kid. Is it still a shithole? I mean, I don't think Winter Haven's it's not great, but it's not a shithole. It's not nice. Lewis or Willis? What are we talking about here? Yeah, I guess Jason Pierre-Paul, because again, you could just not play him, and it's not the fans it wouldn't be this we all love JPP, but it's just not the same as Odell. Ray Lewis. Yeah, Ray Lewis, dude. Ray Lewis. And again, I usually don't get mad at anybody's just takes, right? But Brett Coleman had this thing about how Ray Lewis wouldn't fit in all these different eras. It's he played for 17 fucking years. What are you talking about? Yeah, he wasn't as fast at 37 years, but the idea that and he said he moved like a tectonic plate. The agility of a are you? So just say you didn't watch Ray Lewis in the early of his career. Don't remember him like that. Ray Lewis is, and then there was this other dude who was I actually have a take that Ray Lewis is a little overrated because Ed Reed allowed him to do all these different things that most linebackers can't do. It's one, what the fuck are you talking about? And number two, Ray Lewis was a 5-time All-Pro and Super Bowl MVP, Defensive Player of the Year before Ed Reed ever even joined the Ravens. That drove me crazy. Again, there's not. You could have a take, and it does. I think it's completely wrong, but I just scroll past it. But that drove me a little nuts because it's we're not talking about some guy from the 70s. Like we're talking about Ray Lewis. Like Joe, you know how Joe Flacco is in the NFL still? Like, yeah, Ray Lewis won a Super Bowl with that guy as his quarterback. Yeah, again, it's not even an anti-Brett thing. I don't watch much football content, so I'm not gonna say like, oh, I love his. I just don't really watch them. But I follow him on Twitter and stuff. I was really rooting for him when he was going against XOS, which is our scumbag people. But that take pissed me off. Got any people with Giants 3-3 division? 2 from Washington, 1 from Dallas. That is if we talk about like pass to the playoffs, that's one right there. Not yet. That's not the only thing, but they need to at least be 3-3 in the division. You can't go 2-4 and then expect to make the playoffs as a wild card team. Even though they did do that the year they made the playoffs in 2022, right? Because they lost the Eagles twice. And then they lost the Cowboys. So, yeah. But with this schedule, they can't do that. They're not playing the AFC South. All right. 21 hours and 50 minutes left. Do you think there'll be any fallout with the Eagles? Not much. Not much. They didn't lose coaches. All right, so I'm at the point now where it's like, do I pee in this or not? Can I get in trouble for doing that on YouTube? Can they like mess with my monetization? Would Body Armor like that? That's a question. See, I guess I'll do a poll, even though I'm not going to tell you that the decider of this, but I will do a poll. Where do I pee? This is like a 5-year-old question. Toilet, bottle. All right, so and it's not like it'd be the first. We did do this on the 2021 draft stream. Me and Snacks did it. Should have bought a catheter. Yeah. What's the poll saying? Oh wow, toilet's winning. Toilet has 2/3 the votes. If someone wants to screenshot that, like the poll or whatever, and post it on Twitter, I will retweet. So if you guys make jokes or whatever and put it on Twitter, just tag Giants Nation, and got a good likelihood I'll retweet it. So, all right, looks like we got a city. Do you know what percentage of snaps? I think Michael Crowder might have already did a city, but just put a city again, Michael. Do you know what percentage of Giants use 3-4 base defense? Give a mock depth chart for the defensive end position in that formation. Thanks. I could do the mock depth chart, but they don't play in much base at all. With Wink, they actually played quite a decent base, and they'd have Dex, Leonard, Ashawn, and then Nacho when they traded Leonard. But I don't know how much Shane Bowen played base. But we can do a create a depth chart. I've done that when I did Bleacher Sports streams. Yeah, you guys want to do that? And again, Michael, give me your city. Because you get 2 votes, so. I also did do that too. You don't realize that was on purpose. It was just to mess with Jeff. It was like, make sure you turn that off and you go to the bathroom. I'm like, yeah, okay. All right, let's create a depth chart. 53-man roster. What will the plan? Again, I'm open to suggestions. And again, I may not look at see all of them, but I'm open to suggestions. But right now, it'd be simplistic Giants Nation show for life, right? But it can be something funny, but it's got to have something about Giants Nation show on it. All right, let's create a depth chart. All right, let's go. Darius. Why did I put? I'm so used to that. Let's go Malik Neighbors. Darius. Let's just get the starters out of the way. They only have 2 wide receiver ones. I don't have a fullback, but I'll just one. Dale Robinson, that's a starter. Tight end. Theo Johnson. Running back. Tyrone Tracy. QB. Russell Wilson. Andrew Thomas. John Runyon. Let's go. We're doing a 53-man roster exercise. How about that? Broughton. Jermaine. Illuminor. Check the chat. Maplewood, New Jersey, says Michael Cratter. Adding it. All right, 2 added from Maplewood, New Jersey. Okay. Let's add the starters on defense. Darius, Alex, Xander, Dexter, Lawrence. Right now, the lock is Roy Robertson Harris because the contract he has. So I'll just put him here. Left outside linebacker, Brian Burns, Bobby Garrick, Micah Mick Fadden. I'm going to put Abdul Carter over Kayvon. Fuck it, we ball. Corner, Paulson Adebo, Tyler Newbin at strong, Javon Holland at free, Deontay Banks, and let's put Andrew Phillips as the starting nickel corner. And I'm not even going to spend the time filling out the kicker thing. So that's how many players do we have there? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I guess the answer is 11, 22, 20, 23. So let's I think people that think I'm going to do it on the bottle think I was going to show everything on screen. I'm not going to do that. I'm not a fucking lunatic. All right, so let's fill out this depth chart. Let's put Jackson as QB2. Oh my god. I hate this fucking keyboard. Like I type much faster than this, but I got this new bigger keyboard and it freaking sucks. All right, so Cam Scattaboo. And then Devin Singletary. All right, wide receiver. Let's add Jalen Hyatt. Let's add Amir Smith Marset as a returner. Tight end. Chris. Man, that really hurts, Charlie. And Daniel Bellinger. We talked about it earlier. I think if the Giants cut Daniel Bellinger just to save money, it's fucking stupid. James Hudson, swing tackle. They paid him. Backup guard. Let's go Evan Neal at the left. They don't have a backup center. Right guard. So their other guards are, let's put Marcus Bowe at right tackle. So, I mean, that's 8 offensive linemen right now. That's how many use they carry. And so let's go. So now it's either Jake Kubas or Aaron Stinney. Now, either of those guys you can get on the practice squad, but I think Jake Kubas, the younger player who's never really played in the NFL, is a little more comfortable with that. But again, it might make cap sense be more prohibitive to put. So let's just put fucking Jake Kubas in there. You know what? Let's pander to the people. So that's let's see. So you got 2, 5, 7, 9, 10, 12, 14, 17, 20, 23 players on offense. And so with special teams, that's 26. So we need, okay, let's do this. Okay, corner. Cordale Flott. Let's go Trey Hawkins. And then we're going to keep our 7th round pick, Corey Black. Safety, Dane Belton. 4th safety is who? I don't know. Let's add Kayvon. 2. Let's add Chauncey Golson. Linebacker depth. So let's see. Chris Board is definitely staying. They love Darius Mwasa. Like I said before, I've heard they like Darius Mwasa. I don't get it, but they do. Defensive tackle. So I'm going to say Nacho gets cut. Let's go Jeremiah Ledbetter and DJ Davidson because they don't have other nose tackle. And so let's add Anthony Johnson. They did claim on waivers last year and was held on the roster all year. So let's go Anthony Johnson's that other safety. So we need 50 players because 3 are special teamers. Let's see, we got 2, 5, 7. Oh, you know what? Linebacker, I need to add Ty Summers. Yeah, I did a 53-man roster episode right after the draft, so let's make sure. Buddy Brown. Oh, not on camera? Toilet then. So let's see how many we got. 3, or 5, 7, 9, 10, 12, 14, 17, 20, 23, 25, 27, 28, 30, 33, 35, 37, 40, 42, 44, 47. So we have 3 more players. 3 more players that make the roster. Let's see. So we got all our draft picks, right? Outside of Thomas Fidone. Let's see. Deontay Johnson instead of Summers. I'm going to add Deontay Johnson to the team because Ty Summers is a special teams only. I would rather have Deontay Johnson over Darius Moasow. So now we need 2 more. Chris Bohr is going to make it for specials, but let's get a guy who's just fucking playing linebacker. So now we need 2 more. Defensive tackle, again, if it wasn't about salary, I'd put Nacho on there and keep 6 defensive tackles. But it does include salary. Let's see. Who am I missing? I feel like I'm missing somebody at corner. Oh, we only have 4 wide receivers. So let's. Oh no, we have 5 with Amir Smith-Marset. Let's see what the chat's saying. Little Jordan Humphrey. Chris Board is on there. Oh, the Big Blue UK guy's in the back. Craig's in the background. All right, so I'm gonna finish this, and so Little Jordan Humphrey. No, Doug, I'm not giving Little Jordan Humphrey a roster spot. So I put Juice Wells in the. I'm gonna look at my 53-man roster notes. Who am I missing? Because I know I put Juice Wells on there, but again, let's see. So I put Juice Wells. What else do I have different? Okay, so I kept Aaron Stinney. So those would be the 2 guys I'm missing. I think I kept everything else the exact same. Yeah. Yeah, so hey, at least I'm consistent with my opinion. So it's Juice Wells, and then my last 4 in were Aaron Stinney, Evan Neal, Darius Milano, D. Davidson. Last 4 out were Justin Zudu, Nacho, Elijah Chapman, Thomas Fidone. Yeah, you know what? Let's keep Thomas Fidone. He's a draft pick. You try to keep your draft picks. So now we got 1 more. You know what? I'm going to end the people. Let me end the people. Let's see what you guys said. Okay, you guys are saying the toilet. All right. And let's do a new poll. Stone Forsyth. Who was Anthony Johnson? Yeah, he didn't actually ever play. He was their lone waiver claim last year. Actually, you can't do a poll for last player on the roster. Now, what's the chat saying? Stone Forsyth. I'm not keeping Elijah Chapman, Doug. I think Elijah Chapman becomes pretty useless on this team now that they have Abdul Carter and Chauncey Golson and Darius Alexander. Sounds so disappointed to not be in the ball. Yeah, I am a little disappointed. Elijah Chapman at fullback. That is, you'll get me on board right there. What happened to Bryce Ford Wheaton? Well, he got injured again, didn't he? Dalen Camber. You know what? Let's make that change. Juice Wells, get the F out of here. Dalen Cambry, welcome to the big leagues, my friend. All right, let's generate it. There's our depth chart. Tweet it out. How about it? All right, I'm going to bring on Craig. Not just city of the world, Craig. I got to put my headphones in. They've been out this whole time. And you guys are telling me I got to do. I got to go pee in the toilet. If you ever want to make someone uncomfortable, just to mess with them, be like, "Hey, tell them, like, hey, I'm going to go use the bathroom." Like when you don't need to, it really messes with like why are you telling me this information? All right, Craig.
How we doing? I was so tempted to come on then with running water in the background.
Well, you got to run this show for a little bit because I am going to go. So you want to talk Deontay Banks, Cordell Flott? I'll be back in like set a timer. I'll be back in like 45 seconds.
There we go. So 45 seconds for Bobby to take a pee. So we get to take the reins of the show, which is good fun. So for those who don't know, we are Big Blue UK and Ireland, the only Giants-focused podcast from the fair shores of Britain and Ireland. And And yeah, I've pretty much come on here to have a quick conversation with Bobby before we go live at 8:30 this evening. UK time, that's 3:30 Eastern time, where we're going to be talking about cornerbacks and special teams. So that kind of goes quite nicely. Obviously, Bobby was just doing his depth chart there, where he had Banks up in that CB2 spot, Adebo in CB1, and then Cordell Flott behind Banks. And that's kind of what I'm going to ask him when he comes back, is how he thinks that's going to go. Obviously, we all watched the team last season with Deontay Banks and how he performed in CB1, whether the move to CB2 kind of gives him more or less onus on him, shall we say, with Adebo at 1. But it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Obviously, Drew Phillips probably plays in the slot. And we've got Trey Hawkins there as well. So it's an interesting spot. So once Bobby comes back, we'll see what he thinks. Look at that, filling time like a pro. Bobby sits back down, puts his headphones back in. There we go. Fill time like
I'm
a pro.
back. I left you on the spot. I hope you did a good job. I'm sure you did. Craig at Big Blue UK. UK's got a lot of people in this. You got some pretty good representation. Which again, we talked about. You heard the 4th of July mailbag that if the Giants play there again, we are going to make our best efforts to go. But we should do a bottle counter. We are on bottle number 2 of these big ass liter bottles.
Are you just going to keep them there for the early hours then, are you? Just to fill?
Yeah, we're going to count it. And I drink a lot of water anyways. I'm going to ask people to grade how you did solo. How did Craig do solo? A, B. I'm not even going to leave a C or D, just F. So either really good, pretty good, or failure.
That's perfectly fine. We'll see. I know what the New York media is like, so let's see what the New York fans are like.
Yeah. What you said you wanted to talk about Banks and Flott?
Yeah. So you were just doing that depth chart, and obviously you put Banks at 2. Adebo's clear number 1. So what do you think? Do you think with Banks moving down to 2, it takes the onus off him and he's able to settle down, or do you think in camp Hawkins or Flott is there to push him?
So Banks has to win that job, but it'll be interesting to see, like you said, how do they push Banks in camp? Does Flott get like a lot of first team snaps in camp? Now Banks has this going for him. For some reason, Cordell Flott, it's not like he's been great in the games, but in camp he is the worst. He's terrible. Like he has been terrible every training camp that there's been, and he's been a focal point of like that position battle, right? He was battling with Darnay Holmes. And then, the first year it was like, all right, his rookie, let's see how he does. Second year, it's like there's a battle between him and Darnay. He needs to win that job, and he did badly. And then last year was like the worst player of all the starters in training camp, outside of maybe Daniel Jones is the only guy you can say did worse in training camp.
Mm-hmm.
So that goes with Deontay Banks, but it'd be a real shame if Banks doesn't win that, because again, I think Flott could legitimately challenge Banks as a player, but that's a damn shame if Banks is falling down to that. Where Flott, if Flott, listen, did I want him to be more than what he is? Yes, but it's not the worst. It's not the worst thing we go look back at under Joe Shane or the last 5 years or whatever. When you see a 3rd-round guy turning into a guy who started some, probably better as a backup, where if Banks loses this starting job or is just bad, then that's one of those things you go back and look at and like point to why people failed.
Yeah, I mean, Flott. I know Flott was injured sort of towards the end of training camp last year, so he just fluctuated. But his snap count was all over the place last year. Like some games he didn't play. Against Dallas, I think he played 100%, and then against the Eagles a few weeks later, he plays like 23%. So I can't figure out if it's a trust thing or if it's like a consistency concentration thing, but there's definitely something there. he took over from Big Play Darnay in 2003 in the slot. So I wonder if maybe they look at moving him back there and using him as a hybrid backup.
Yeah, that'll be another thing with flaws. Like, do they, like you said, do they give him slot reps as the backup? Now, again, I think he's so bad at run defense that it's hard to put him at slot because you got to be a good run defender at slot. You got to be a good run defender everywhere, but you can actually. I think it's become more important as defenses play lighter for the slot corner to be a good run defender. So that's always going to go against him in that nickel corner spot where it's like you're a true disadvantage here. But like as a cover player, Flott's been, if not as good as Banks, like he's got better ball skills, right? To get when he's there. So like Flott's had some moments there, and he's very young still too. So Flott's not somebody who Flott is someone who could be that, like you said, that versatile backup, right? I think if he's starting, you're not feeling great about it, but if he's that versatile backup, I think that's the Giants have had a lot of depth issues. I don't think that would be the biggest worries.
While you're talking about depth issues, do you feel like this might be the first year where we actually have a bit of depth for the first time, especially in the Joe Shane era?
Absolutely. And it doesn't mean this team is like super good or anything, but they do have, like, for example, I put together our player profile episode schedule where we literally do. This year, we're giving Jackson Dart his own episode and not tagging him with a defender. Maybe we'll end up changing that and just having like a 4-minute conversation on Corey Black or some shit. But we look at 35 players every year, right? That's a lot, and you start filling it out. It's like, yeah, this episode no one's going to care about. This was the best year to fill it out where I'm like, okay, like, this guy might have been we always put the most view getting one at the first one of the week. It's like, this guy last year would have been getting first episode of the week. This year he's getting second episode of the week, right? Like Javon Holland, big free agent edition, usually gets a first episode of the week. Javon Holland didn't get one. It's definitely the best version of it under Joe Shane.
Obviously, looking at your depth chart as well, there, I'm going to pick a little hole in there.
Let me just see. I can share it again if you want to see it.
Yeah.
And tell me which ones you would change about it too.
Smith Marset is a lock. I don't know if any of your listeners listen to us, but halfway through the season last year, Smith Marset, I hated. I don't say hated. I just didn't like the fact that he let punts bounce. So I said that he wouldn't score a single touchdown all season, and he ended up almost scoring 2, to the point where I'm still having to try and source a jersey of his because that was the bet. So really looking forward to rocking the Smith Marset jersey. Yeah.
You'd be one. Actually, I guess his family, but be one of his only non-family members ever a mere Smith Marset jersey.
Yeah, probably. But an interesting one for me was whether you would put D. Williams in at cornerback for kick returns.
So this is where being one of those types of like futures contracts types of players hurts you, in my opinion. Not on the team, but like Giants Nation show content wise in the summer, or like you were a late addition at the end of the season, is you're just not going to get the time and effort to where if you were signed in the first week of free agency, same contract, same situation, I'm going to go take a look at your film and stuff. I'm not doing a film breakdown. If you're an undrafted free agent, I'm going to go look at your film in depth, where with D. Williams, I haven't really done anything on. Like a guy like D. Williams, it's like training camp. You be the decider of my opinion on D. Williams, right? Like even Elijah Garcia, who got some playing time, like maybe he's battling for one of those defensive tackle spots, but I got to see it in camp and preseason games before I give you that. By the way, you got an 82% A, 10% B, and then only an 8% F.
I'm going to take.
You got to think there's some troll jokes in there in the F too. So good job.
I'm taking that. I mean, I'm pretty happy to see anyone line up as a kick returner as long as we don't have to go through Eric Gray one more season. Because my God,
yeah, that's been pretty brutal.
Other than that, I think that's pretty solid. Elijah Chapman was one of the only other people. I don't know. I just feel like I would have Elijah Chapman over DJ Davidson. I don't know.
Well, here's the issue: is when does Elijah Chapman get on the field on this current team?
Yeah, that's fair.
Because you have Chauncey
point.
Golson, who's inside. You have Abdul Carter. You have Darius Alexander, who should be a better pass rushing defensive tackle than anybody they had. So it's just like all three of those, and you can't put them on the field on first and second down. Where at least DJ Davidson, you just like he's at least when you take Dex off the field, he's not good, but he at least is a nose tackle, and there's a role for him. And it's ironic because Dexter Lawrence is, was voted the best defensive tackle in football. That's the Giants' weakest position outside of their number one player is defensive tackle.
It's crazy, isn't it? Like, just the second he went down last season, you just knew as well that we would just turn into the most porous defense around, especially against the run. So it was weird, though, that it kind of picked up towards the end of the season, but you got youngsters trying to prove themselves, I guess. But no, other than that, I don't think there was anything else. I'm really looking forward to that undrafted rookie free agent wide receiver battle in camp. I think obviously you've got 3 players there really who could do it.
Which one did you say? Sorry.
The wide receiver, undrafted rookie free agent wide receiver. Someone's going in there.
I would like one of those UDFAs to make it, whether it's Cambry or
Bo Collins,
Juice Wells, Bo Collins, Daquan Felton. And here's another one. The Giants don't really have a backup slot receiver. You could put, Malik Neighbors to get some slot reps. I know people want, we talked about Hyatt earlier, but someone who could just play slot receiver first, second down, third down. Jordan Bly, I guess, is that, but also Jordan Bly is I think the guy I like the least. Maybe Dalen Cambry could get into that, but they don't actually have where past years is they had all these slot receivers, right? They bring in Isaiah McKenzie, Cole Beasley, Sterling Shepard. They don't really have that now, but I just want one of those UDFAs to make the roster. One of the 4. If it's Juice Wells, cool. He's got the connection with Jackson Dart. If it's Bo Collins, he's probably the best route runner out of all of them. Daquan Felton, the biggest, and can make contested plays, and Dalen Cambry, the special teams ace. You've got that there. So,
do you write the headline now? Is this Victor Cruz 2.0? Because someone's going to do it.
Oh, I can't, and that's the beautiful thing. I hate that I've become less invested in preseason games as far as takes because I love preseason football. I love watching all 90 players get a chance to play. I truly enjoy it. I think sometimes people think it's a bit, but I do. I keep stats of all the preseason game stats of tackles and stuff since we've been doing this, and I'm invested in it. Right, Timon Fox may be the leader, and post-COVID preseason Giants and tackles, sacks, and tackles for a loss after this year. In fact, we'll go through that list at some point in this 24-hour stream and look at some of those stats. But I just feel like preseason games, it's whatever happens in those is the opposite of what happens in the season, right? You think about the Daniel Jones, Darren Waller stuff. That didn't work. One of my favorites was that 2021 year. It's biggest standouts on offense, defense, Will Hernandez and O'Shane Ximines. Well, both those guys had career worst years. Let's see. What's a couple other Carter Coughlin, right? That never turned into anything. There was another one that I was recently thinking about that didn't pan out. Here's even on the opposite side, Andrew Thomas in that preseason game against the Patriots had a great year. After people calling him a bust after that preseason game. Now there's always going to be receivers that do it. It's just the nature of it.
David Sills.
Yeah, there's always, you just can't buy into the receivers too much. But again, that's also where Victor Cruz came from. So, but it's also if you have it, I was all right, you know what? Let me just give a chance to this guy bottom of the roster, right? Not as a starter or whatever, but I will give those guys the opportunity as bottom of the roster. So,
and you've always got the practice squad just in case.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a nice part of it. In fact, let me see if I can pull up those stats. Am I still sharing screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Preseason stats. Hopefully this is big enough for people to see. Can people read this? Hold on, I'm looking at my other YouTube screen to see if people can read this.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, so this is 2021 and on. So since they changed it to 3 games, Tommy DeVito leads them in passing yards. Yards per attempt is actually Daniel Jones at 7.0. Rushing Jashawn Corbin, so he's gone. Dante Miller probably will pass that, which that's a big Eric Gray's on this team too. So they're separated by 2 yards. Even DeVito's in there, so it'd be interesting to see. One of those guys will become the leading rusher over Jashawn Corbin. Remember Antonio Williams? I know you remember Sandro, Corey Clement.
Yeah.
Let's see, receiving David Sills, Eric Bachman. Nobody's passing that this year. There's nobody on this team that's even close. Eric Gray is the closest. He's not getting 122 receiving yards.
What does that say, though, that Eric Gray is the third? Oh, man.
I know. You want to see who's last? A year Asante has 1 for 0. Joshua Kelly 3 for 3.
Theo Johnson.
Let's see. Just some funny names in here, man.
Jaden Mickens, God.
Jaden Mickens, Paris
Campbell. Paris Campbell was one of those where everyone was so hype in preseason, like he's going to be the big one, and look what happened.
He was having a good training camp, and then when they went and played the Lions, he was like my biggest, like, this was way different for him compared to in Giants camp, where I was like, he's kind of sucked here. Let's see. All right, tackles. Darian Beavers is first, so he's not. Carter Coughlin's gone. So Micah McFadden is actually 5th, but so he could get
2
there.
tackles.
KJ Cloy, he did that all in 1 and 2 games. Javarius Owens is gone. Deontay Johnson could actually become that.
Deontay Johnson kind of broke out last
training
camp,
injured.
and then obviously, did his ankle. I'd be remiss if I didn't take a shot at Shane from our podcast, who predicted that he would have something like over 100 tackles for the season, and 2 days later he sprained his ankle and played 1 game the whole season.
Yeah. And it was the last game of the year. Sacks, Benton Whitley. So Timon Fox needs 1 sack to pass that. Kayvon could do it too. Not a lot of sacks in Giants preseason, which is a little sad. Tackles for a loss, Timon Fox is tied for that. So Timon Fox should be their leader of sacks and tackles for a loss, which if you're UDFA, who makes all these years. And then interceptions, Austin Calitro, the hero, has 2. And then you have Blake Martinez, Quincy Wilson, Jason Pinnock, Dane Belton, and Trey Herndon with 1. So,
I mean, the way camp's gone so far, you'd hope we'd actually get some interceptions this year.
I know. We made a T-shirt about the GiantsNationShow.com about the Be a Damn Pirate. We also have a new Abdul Carter one on there. Check that out. So, but yeah, I feel like I'm getting a little worried because it's not everyone. You got the same 170 people in here, and they're like, I'm not giving you any more money. So I feel like I got to get more viewers in here somehow. But
how desperate are you going to get early hours?
Well, here's the thing: is I don't want to keep asking the same people. So so I get it. So maybe I haven't retweeted for myself. Let me retweet for myself.
That's cool. I mean, we're live in an hour and a half, so we'll give it a shout out on there.
Okay.
Obviously, we've got that.
Let me get the link to your channel, and I'll tell people to go subscribe. #1 UK podcast.
Europe's best Giants podcast, according to Bob Popper, live in Munich. It's genuinely what he said on stage. And we take it.
Hell yeah. All right, so I'm posting the link in there, so you go subscribe.
Appreciate it.
Do you guys when are you coming to Palm Bay?
So hopefully I'm coming to Palm Bay beginning of September. So September 5th, I think. I'm only there for one night, essentially, before.
It's just very funny.
Disney.
It's like the #1 Giants podcast in America, and the #1 Giants podcast in North America, and the #1 Giants podcast in Europe, and they both go to Palm Bay, Florida. There's a little county in Brevard County, Florida.
And I'm sure you guys have other Giants fans from the UK that listen that maybe don't know about us or anything, but one big thing that we have coming up is the Eagles game, 26th of October. We're doing a meet up in London for that. So if anyone listens to the show, they're more than welcome. Go to our page. I think it's one of the pinned things on there.
Absolutely, yeah. And again,
free entry as well. So we don't charge for any of that stuff, and just come and hang out.
Awesome. And whenever we come, especially if you guys win this live show out, but we'll definitely be doing something with you guys. So I just put a link into your channels. Go subscribe. Cool. Craig, thank you, dude. First guest on the 24-hour stream. I appreciate it.
Take it easy, buddy. Have a good stream. We'll give it some love, and we'll talk to you soon, bro.
Thanks. See you, dude.
See ya.
All right, we got Intercourse. Go check out go subscribe. Those guys are great. All right, Intercourse, Pennsylvania. I feel like you just put that on there for the name, which I appreciate, Doug. Intercourse, PA. You know what? Let's do a Google Maps search of Intercourse, PA. Let's see what's going on. I like these small town ones, so it's like just see what the fuck is going on there. Open in maps. Oh, wow. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen. Just had the Google search Intercourse. How do we probably drive past these places. Oh yeah, this is like the place you do a live show. This is the place where like the local newspapers like, what the fuck are you guys doing here? Let me write about you. It's very funny that all the places are named Intercourse Trading Post, Intercourse Apartments, Intercourse Breakfast. Let's see. Looks like a German place. Cigars. Smoking cigars. So look at these damn trees. And what are those things on the trees? Those are leaves. Very good. Don't be afraid to spit it out. Stolf. It's a lot of like German theme. Stoltfus Meats. That'd be a good place for the live show. The post office. Quiet Place Restaurant. POW flag. That's like a staple for any small town. It's a railroad museum. A good camp too. All right. I'm kind of rooting for that. Let's go to Intercourse. From the pride of FAU, Devin Motor Singletary. Let's go G-Man. And South Florida is way better than Central. All right, so FAU. Putting FAU on twice. Florida Atlantic University. I know that campus fairly well. We probably could try and do something with the football program. Is Howard Schellenberger still a coach? No, he's dead. A true GOAT. South Florida's way better than, I don't know about that. If you're talking about Central Florida inland, yeah, it is. On the East Coast, kind of nice. From Texas, going to my first home game against the Packers. I'll also do the live stream in Texas. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, Gavin. Grabber. Juan Ybarra. So from Texas. So you just get, hey, you left it broad. I'm just going to put Texas. So that allows me to just go in wherever the fuck I want in Texas. Juan, I'll give you like 2 minutes to put a city. If not, I'm just going to put Texas, and then I get to just choose where. Ozenpig, that's right down my street. Dude, it seems like Intercourse is like the place that people want it to be at. I wonder if we just went to Intercourse, like the cops would be like, "What the fuck you doing around here, boy? This is a podcast." Yeah, German Dutch area, says Michael Simons. When would this when does this live show happen? It depends, right? You got to make it work with cities. The New York Revival guys are going to jump on with me in a second. They're here, and they're fearless. But I'm waiting on Juan to give me a city. All right, Lubbock, Texas. All right. So that's we could go to Texas Tech, right? That's Lubbock. Lubbock, Texas. So add 2 entries. Thank you. What's up, fellas?
Yo,
You
How
got
we
me?
doing, man? We got you.
Doing good. I'm about to hit 3 hours,
let's go.
and then only 21 hours after that. So
So what was the motivation for this?
Well, I'll explain it. But
Took
right
my
now,
wife
where
to-
people are donating to live shows, and Intercourse Pennsylvania is becoming a fan favorite. Where I think people are now going to start donating to get Intercourse on there. So thank you, Doug
Yeah.
Analytics.
Everyone,
And
yeah,
this,
everyone
like,
wants intercourse.
Took my wife to Intercourse years ago. Sent her brother a pic with the caption "Intercourse with your sister."
Intercourse with
okay.
your sister. My
like
God.
And we'd just be nonstop jokes the entire time there.
Yeah.
It's like, man, this is.
Have
this is
you been to intercourse before, Bobby?
See, that'd be the joke. It's like you ask them, like, have you ever been to? Have you ever?
Well, now that you're married,
Have you ever dealt with intercourse? You know,
Congrats on the sex.
are you familiar with intercourse and the ins and outs of it?
the intercourse police are very dangerous. What's going on, my friends? Appreciate you guys helping me out because I got 21 more hours to kill of time, and it's doing it solo can be a little rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy to help. How are you going to get through? You've got some loyal fans, some loyal listeners, so I think you'll have an audience throughout. People coming and going. What is your plan for like 2 to 6 a.m.?
Yeah,
That's actually the only parts I have planned out really well.
Of course.
Tell me the number we're at. Let's see. 2. So 2, I have a call-in hour, so we'll let people call in from 2 to 3.
Okay.
At 4 a.m., I'm going to be, I do those countdown videos, like the days until Giants football.
Right.
So I've been saving to do some. So I'm going to just, at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm just going to get some of those done. Let's see. And then
4 to 6 hours. That's good.
5 o'clock, I have sleep. So I may just go hands on the,
I love how sleep is part of the agenda. And what do you think? You're just going to set an alarm?
And then 6 is coffee talk, where I'm going to, take the StreamYard on the phone and then go get some coffee.
Nice.
And then it's the home stretch.
You could push through once you see the
finish
line.
If you get past the like you said, the 2 to 6 time, you're good.
But the goal is we're trying to get a plane banner for one of the Giants home games. Promoting the show also could be a joke, but it's a positive plane. I think every time people say like we don't need that negative energy. Like I know it's a positive plane.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the same message as last time. It can be anything you want.
Yeah, we don't have to ask for people to be fired. We could just hang out,
It could be Giants Nation show for life. It could be that. Or so does the top, donator get to have a say in what's on the banner, or are you final say?
I have final say, but I've open to ideas, and there hasn't been that many ideas. And also, Ozenpig, I need you to clear up. Are you putting another vote for Intercourse Pennsylvania?
Where is Intercourse Pennsylvania? Like
it's in Intercourse in Pennsylvania.
Right by Sussex.
Oh,
yeah.
Is that a place in Pennsylvania? It could be.
It sounds about right.
I wonder if the baseball team is like I just got the second base in Intercourse.
Nice.
All right, so that is another vote for Intercourse Pennsylvania.
I know exactly where this is now. I'm I'm a frequenter of Lancaster because of
Don't
There's,
use
lots
exit
of
2
friends.
and intercourse. I don't think
Yeah,
there's an
right.
exit 2.
Nice. Well played.
totally.
So, but yeah, just want to have a plane for one of the home games. So trying to, I don't really like do the super chat stuff too often, but now I'm begging people
There's
to
good
do
cause. There's good cause.
it. And here's what I'm worried about is there's 150 people watching right now, which is a good number, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a lot of the same people for a lot of the stream, and then I'm not going to be like, hey, can you guys keep donating? So that's my worry.
Unless they want to. What if they want to?
Yeah, if they want to, but I'm saying I'm worried we may hit a wall. Like they might want to. Like it's not responsible for me to spend $100.
Let's see
on this. So maybe just one person could give like 7,000, and then
and then just wrap it up. See, we like the super chats on our show, New York Revival, and here's shout out to our.
Is that recent?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. It's look at our production, baby.
You can tell what our budget is.
Class.
But we're trying to get to Washington week 1. We estimate between $1,000 and $2,000, and this is after 3 shows where our listeners are coming through. They're getting us there, and we're going to try and cover it like we did Green Bay, party in the parking lot, interview, and go experience the game, and hopefully bring home a W for the Giants.
Can I give you guys some advice?
Yeah,
sure.
Please
stop trying to use those microphones and just use your phone.
Yeah, we got new mics.
They don't work
new ones?
We got newer ones, and they're better, but those ones are brutal in super loud areas. Like it's just never going to sound like you want it to.
Well, it's just it's like
I know
that sound, so it's just like use your phone. But it's are you guys going to any training camp practices?
I'm going to try and get there on the first day on the 23rd.
Yeah, we're looking at 23rd.
So I'm not giving away the full setup, but we are going to have a really cool setup. So we're going to be, we're going to have a speaker out there. I got the wheel spinner to give away shirts, hats, stickers, and all that. And we have a mystery box, which I'm really excited for.
Nice.
That's another thing I have on the agenda is, let somebody pick something that's like $20 or less on Amazon to put in the mystery box.
Nice.
Yeah.
So put that on people's.
Are you going to be set up inside or at
parking lot? They won't let me do anything inside. So yeah, in the parking lot, so we'll have the wheel spinner, speaker out there. It's all that stuff. So I'm really excited for training camp this year, and I want to go all out.
What day you're going? First day?
All of them will be.
Okay. Love that about you.
So we got Ryan Nowozinski, who's going to be joining us for the recaps and stuff. So I'm really excited for it. I'm excited for you guys to get to Washington.
We hope it's going to be an awesome time. We're going to head down there maybe Saturday night. Get lay the land, then do the tailgating and everything in between. But we had a nice little run of success lately of doing live shows at events and games. So we're hoping we can come out of that with 1-0, man. We need that one, that first one. That would just set the season on such a good path.
I hate to put the whole season on the first week, but if they don't win the first game, it gets like
you're looking
like
at 0-2.
The path just gets a little more very troublesome. You
need early momentum. That's the only way this season. If you're going to be alive in November, December, you need some early momentum so that you can squeak out some of those close games and have some confidence that you can do it.
And make surprise wins matter, right? Because you're going to need some surprise wins. But if you and again, the Commanders would be a surprise, but at the same time, like when you look at the Giants' schedule, you're like, the Commanders' defense doesn't have talent on it. Like they're coached well, but it is a team that doesn't have talent on defense. And then we have this defense that hopefully can win us some games.
I feel like it's like we've put them on a pedestal because listen, great job by them last year. Great job by Daniels. Awesome, way to go. But they played them close last year, the Giants, and I feel like they're now put on this pedestal because they got so far that they almost see some Giants fans are making it seem like they're unbeatable. I'm like, this is still a team that is very flawed in Washington. They are beatable, and I feel like maybe they're going to come in with a little bit, too much juice, Washington, and you kind of that's a game you could kind of just surprise them and shock the world and get that first victory.
We played them close twice, and it was earlier on, especially one of them was very early, and they were blessed with just a phenomenal Cinderella season. And sometimes, like we saw in 22, sometimes everything goes your way, even if you're not the best team. And they found ways to win, and their quarterback is special, and he will continue to be. But as we were saying last night, now there's a year of film on him, and he'll, even if you have him dead to rights, he can still get away sometimes. But Brooklyn, New York, I've heard of that.
Hey.
I actually enjoy going to New York on travel. I just don't want to live there.
Right.
Which is well documented.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, what do you think? From a Carter standpoint, Abdul Carter, do you think he can neutralize? Like I think he's been brought in kind of specifically, not specifically, but one of the main reasons to stop Jaden Daniels, right, and Jalen Hurts. Like, are they going to spy him a lot? Do you think?
I hope they don't. Like, I want him going
Okay.
forward. That's what I want with Abdul Carter. Like, again, you can at times, yes. But if that's like his third down role against Jaden Daniels, I feel like you're wasting.
Okay.
Well, he's good and here's the other thing: is Jaden Daniels is like as good as fucking as good as Jaden Daniels is, as good as quick and agile as Abdul Carter is. Like Jaden Daniels could probably beat him in a one-on-one in the open field. Like Jaden Daniels is electric like that. So I want him moving forward and affecting the quarterback. Again, there's times where you'll drop him back in the coverage to do stuff, but I don't like this idea of use him the QB spot. Like, let him move forward. Let him force Jaden Daniels to get off his read or whatever.
Well, here's the thing. Get Carter, send Carter, like you're saying, get him home as soon as possible, and just make Jaden Daniels have to retreat from throwing the ball down the field and start to look around. And by that time, that second is everything, and that's when Thibodeau can come crashing in or Burns.
Absolutely,
just make him off center, just make him uncomfortable.
Or Dexter Lawrence is pushing the pocket, and Daniel Daniels steps back, and Carter's winning around the corner, and so that's where having multiple pass rushers makes such a difference. You look at the Bengals last year with Trey Hendrickson. It's like they had one of the worst pass rushes in the NFL, despite having the number 2 sack getter. It's because that's all the quarterback has to account for. So.
That's true. Man, so who has a bigger sack season, Burns or Thibodeau for you?
Burns gets the consistent 8 to 10 every year.
Yeah.
I think Kayvon goes to the bench. He's playing and is a big part of it, but he is not. I don't think he's just a top 2 edge player on the team. So I think
You're right.
His snaps get limited the most. It'll be interesting to see how he feels and how that relationship works. Last year and this time of year, I was talking about the Darius Slayton versus Jalen Hyatt. And I'm like, listen, depth is good, want it. But one of these guys will be unhappy middle of the season. One of them will be. And that's exactly hell. It took the end of the preseason for Jalen Hyatt to be, saying shit.
Yep.
With Kayvon, though, you can make it work with 3 guys. We've seen the Giants do that in 2 separate stints, and 2 separate Super Bowls. So but here's the thing is Kayvon can't just be the 3rd guy. He's got to be performing like someone who should be a number 2, a good number 2, as the 3rd guy. If he's just being a middle of the road pass rusher as the 3rd guy, then it's all right, what are we doing here? Because we're not going to give you this big contract, and you're not as big of a need for us as you were before we added Carter.
Would you say Thibodeau is the better edge setter? If we're run defending, do you want Thibodeau out there for those plays?
3.
Yeah.
Of the 3, Burns is probably the best. But here's the thing is he's a better edge setter than Abdul Carter, but Abdul Carter is going to cause more havoc in the run game and make tackles miss and create tackles for loss and stuff. Right. Now, again, it's not like Kayvon's not going to play. One, you're going to have plays where you have them all 3 on the field. It's a position that you rotate anyways. So my thing isn't like Kayvon, Kayvon, whatever percentage he gets at, I'm happy with. Really. Just do the most with that. That's what I'm looking at Kayvon. It's not how many snaps you're getting. It's what are you doing with those, right? When we look at those analytics like pass rush, win rate and stuff, be top 20 in the NFL in those areas. So that's what I'm looking for out of Kayvon is be good when you're playing and not about getting the most. And he'll probably get the second most reps year 1 because Carter at the end of the day is the rookie.
So what I found interesting, and I don't know how much they're going to use it, and Bowen's still a question mark, but in the one clip we saw that I think it was Abdul Carter he posted on Instagram, he was coming up. He was lined up over a defensive tackle, and he spin moved to whoever it was. I think it was Glow. No, it was JVR or somebody. But are they going to use a NASCAR package with Golston in the middle?
Yeah,
And, that'd be cool.
Yeah, that's the way you use Abdul Carter's versatility. That's where it's like it's less QB spy, it's more line him up on a guard on us. It's the way the Cowboys use Micah Parsons.
Right. Right.
And
I like having the depth, have the rotation like throughout the season. The fresher they are, the better. I mean, it's such a good problem to have. I don't see anybody.
On third down, put them all on the field. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's not first down. You're not going to put them all on the field. Third down, you will. So like that's where it's like, imagine being third down and you're a center and you have Dexter Lawrence in a 3-point stance on one side of you and Abdul Carter, in a 2-point. Like how do you fucking set up protection? And then you have Brian Burns and Kayvon lined up wide. Right. So it's like how do you prepare for that?
I'm trying not to get too far ahead of myself, but that should be a real problem. And like every time I get so hyped about something, it doesn't work out.
It's going to work out with Abdul Carter. It's how well does it work with Kayvon and what is Burns doing is the question.
Right. And if they're unselfish and they form a brotherhood and they kind of play for each other, then I think they could be real dangerous. They need to not care who gets the sack, and I think they'll all be able to eat if they do their jobs, and that's why I hope they just kind of gel together. Yeah,
that should be. You talk about playoff pass or whatever, and when like that pass rush should win individual games.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the type of pass rush where, let's look at the Giants' schedule where you do win a game that no one expected because you fucking sacked, Patrick Mahomes 6 times,
right?
Or whatever it is. So that's kind of where I'm like, that's pass rush should win individual games for them and not just be good, but actually win games for them.
And it just can't be understated how much a turnover ratio is, if getting in the positive, forcing those interceptions because of the pressure, fumbles, we just weren't getting that last year, not at all. So if you up that, that changes games and you get more possessions and your offense is maybe theoretically staying on the field more. It all just works together. And there's a path to 8 plus wins if you look,
a lot of things got to go right for this team to get to that point, which again does happen sometimes. Most of the time doesn't, but but Intercourse is Amish country. Intercourse is all the country, brother. Daytona Beach is live show country. You crazy neighbor. So Daryl, I just put Daytona in the wheel 5 different times. Here, I'll even share the wheel so you guys can see where we're at right now.
Daytona was pretty dope.
Yeah, I mean it's close and
it
definitely saves me some money on whatever live show that is. But you just because that you just got added 5 entries.
Hey,
right, so I'm gonna show you guys the wheel. Where is it?
So is Bobby praying that he pulls Daytona from this thing?
Honestly, I'm an Intercourse guy now.
Right.
You're married, yeah.
This isn't how we're gonna do it, but when we do it, we're gonna eliminate one by one.
I like it.
Some time.
Yeah.
But let's just say we weren't doing it like that. Let's see where would the live show be if we were just gonna let it like NBA lottery style.
Oh, here we go.
It would be in
Chicago.
I swear.
I don't want to talk down to anybody in Chicago, and thank you for donating to this phenomenal cause. But I just went to Chicago for work, and I didn't think it was that special.
Really?
I will say this: it's not that special, but for a big city, I think it's one of the nicer.
Ooh,
that would be an expensive trip.
That would be.
It would be that. I told that guy, I was like, listen, if you win, you win. But that might be 2 years. I got to save up money for a vacation type.
Unless they want to pay for you.
And you're bringing the wifey along with that.
That's.
She's like, you're bringing me on that one.
I can't drive to Hawaii. Believe it or not. So
that would be difficult.
So it's
blue ball. I like
it's
that.
people titled with blue ball mantra. Don't make me go to Canada.
Jay, what's up? Jay?
That's our boy Jay. Jay loves the Canadian teams.
So, what do you guys think of this Andrew Thomas clickbait that went around yesterday?
Oh, It's just funny how people don't read articles, man. It's
Listen, I don't read them either, but I did read that one to see exactly what was said, and it was like very much like a PR answer by Thomas, just being like, you know,
Yeah, like you would rather
Right.
him say, "Oh, I'm 100%. I'm good to go. No worries." So he kind of did like leave that door open a little bit, but it's still months away from when it truly, truly matters. But you still want him at camp. You want him. We need him healthy. So
yeah.
I mean, there's nothing that he's going to be able to do in camp that I'm worried. Like he needs those reps. Like, listen, you're there for week 1. That's all I care about. Don't rush back. You know, take your time. You know, if we can get you in one preseason game for a couple snaps, good. You know, but it's just your standard PR response there.
I see week 1.
Oh
Let's do it.
shit! The issue is I can't leave week 1. Especially it's a new venture. I gotta kind of be online and doing all the stuff that goes with it week 1. So I was just gonna say, hey, I'll go with you guys week 1, but
that would have been dope. That would have been real dope.
Old Bridge, New Jersey. That's more in my neck of the woods. I see some good. Good New Jersey.
My dad lived in Old Bridge for a little bit.
Nice.
But people are just commenting cities just to let you guys know that it is you do have to donate to get the city on there because we're trying to raise money for a fucking plane.
Is that FAU? What is FAU?
Florida Atlantic University, Boca Raton.
Okay.
That's
Boca's nice.
I'm a frequenter of Deerfield Beach, so I'm very familiar with Florida Atlantic, and that's a spot over there. It's fun, man.
We'll fire Charleston. I almost want to call it at the Citadel.
Yeah.
Him and his wife will
provide lodging. There you go. Look at that. Save you a couple bucks.
I don't know how I feel about that. You know what I mean? Where it's like
that's such a generous offer, but
it is. But I don't even like. So, for example, the Giants have a week where they don't have any open training camp practices in between their other one and then the joint practices.
Yeah.
So like I'm going to stay with family upstate New York, but I had to be like, hey, like I'm not going to ask you to stay with you, but it would really be nice if I could stay with you. So like I don't even feel comfortable doing that with family that I'm like very comfortable with.
Maplewood. I'm not familiar with Maplewood, New Jersey.
I know Maplewood. Yeah.
I think Maplewood already. Again, you got. Oh, here we got some new ones. Tehran, Iran. All right, that's going on.
Rough spot nowadays.
That feels like a respin.
Hey, I didn't see a timetable. I will get there eventually. Maybe I'll just enlist.
Oh, look at Vinny just came in with a hot.
Oh, damn!
Got another Intercourse, Pennsylvania.
Charlotte
from Hosen Pig.
Charlotte, North Carolina is one of my favorite spots, man. That's
we don't play the.
Charlotte again, Vincent.
Yeah,
50 burger, bro.
With a 50
okay, so
spot.
how should I do this? I'll let you guys help me figure this out. So you guys see the banner scrolling.
Mm-hmm.
It's one entry for $5. It's 2 for 10. And then we do 5 for 20. Now? So now we're talking about one for $4, and then $100 for 30 entries.
I'd say give them 20.
Yeah,
20.
Well,
entries?
then someone could just do two $50, and then they get 40 entries.
Well, then let them do that.
Let them do that.
Nah, I'm gonna say I'm just gonna cut the 115. I'm gonna put Charlotte 15 times.
Yeah, that's.
It doesn't make sense to be like.
You're really gonna stack up the.
It'd be like some psychology to be like to get people to just do 100 because they're not a lot of people can do the $100.
Sure.
But being like, oh, if I just do $50 twice, I could get more entries. This doesn't make sense. It just goads people into doing it.
See, we're not big math guys here at New York Revival.
I'm a sales guy. I say.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vincent.
Vincent, 50 burger
stuff. Sir.
I'm gonna add it 15 times.
I'm big.
The crazy thing is, though, is we've already done one in Charlotte. Did you come in?
Oh, really?
I don't even think Charlotte showed up to our live show in Charlotte.
Oh, come on now. Charlotte would be, yeah. So, hey, listen, you'll be familiar with the area at least. I mean,
yeah, I've done a live show there twice.
Oh, nice.
People would be really pissed if this ends up being what it is, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Hey, listen, pay up if you don't want to be in Charlotte. Pay up.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, hold on. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, 5 more.
Jacob, we need $5 for Binghamton, New York. $5 for one entry. He threw a $2 spot, which is very nice, but we need 5 to get it on the wheel.
So, what's your take on the first home game? Well, first of all, are you going to the first home game?
No, I'm going to the Commanders game. You talking about the Chiefs game?
Yes.
That's week 3 home opener.
So, again, if
Monday
there's a path for this team to be a wild card team, right, and not just be competitive, which I'll say this. I kind of fucking hate this. Like, I just want to see them be competitive. Fuck that. That should not be the standard for a year 4 regime, just being competitive.
Yes.
Yes. You should, and I'm not even talking about like these super high standards, but like if they have 6 wins, don't tell me about fucking competitive. That's bullshit to me.
I hear you.
I hear you. But if they're going to be a team that wins 8 or 9 games, so we talk about week 1, how important that is. I feel like Chiefs is a big time, like this is the game to steal. Because now you go 2-1, so you lose to the Cowboys. You get the Saints 2 weeks after that. So you have an opportunity to be 3-2. And that does change things, right? There's teams who fall apart at the end of the season. Like, even think of 2022. Preseason, would anyone have Colts as like the easiest win of the year? By the end of the year, the Colts were terrible, and they were the easiest win of the year. So
I'm out of
you want to just do another Jacob or Jakob? You don't have to do a $5 one. You can do another $3.
Yeah, I'm out of the Chiefs. I think you could steal that game. I feel like I don't know. I feel like they're going to make the playoffs again. Maybe with 10 wins though. I think they'll be like they'll be a 10-7 team, and I feel like that's one you could steal. Big opening night for the Giants. Like,
well, the Chiefs won last year. It was almost like, how are the Chiefs so good? Like they were 10-1 or something. It's like, how they won a ton of close games. And granted, when you have Patrick Mahomes, he pulls a rabbit out of a hat a lot in the fourth quarter, and all of a sudden Kelsey is Kelsey, like when you don't expect it. But they won a ton of close games. So like, I know they're going to get some guys back, and they were dealing with injuries last year, and they just grinded out wins, and they have a good defense. But that's a game that I expected to be close. It was close with Daniel Jones. So that's a game you get a pass rush that gets Mahomes off center. He's going to be that's a game you can steal.
Yeah,
and a home opener, that kind of night would be.
It's just listen. They're Super Bowl contenders every single year because they have Patrick Mahomes, they have Andy Reid. But because they've gotten good so long, like they've had to make decisions. Like they're not the most talented roster in the world. Now they still have fucking Chris Jones, who I think is the only defensive tackle better than Dexter Lawrence in the game.
Yeah.
They still have talented, but they're not this again. Like you said, they won all these 1-score games, and against a lot of bad teams too. So they're capable. Tyler Perry, hopefully not the other one. The Tyler Perry that everyone knows, but he's got Charleston in South Carolina.
I think he would have gave you a little bit more if it was the other one. But
didn't it just come out that he's like
something came out, right?
A rapist with a hard A?
Oh, God. I mean, bad news.
Sick bastards.
I may be wrong, so that's
something came out. I forget what it was.
Yeah, his name dropped somewhere. I'm getting him all confused now because there's so many of these guys that are.
Well, it's one of those I saw a headline.
No, there really is. It's like, oh yeah, which of these elites are
like? Why do these people become such weirdos? Once
it really does make you question, like every person that's on in a movie is like, you probably are weird, right?
I have no I wouldn't be shocked by any name anymore. Like I really wouldn't be shocked.
There's not a single name that would shock me. There's no good guy,
right.
Once Bill Cosby went down, it's like, all right, anybody.
Faith is lost.
Yeah. It's like
the Barbers came in. We got KC.
Wow. Oh, Kansas
KC
Speedway
would be a spot, dude. That's a spot I want to go.
Kansas Speedway, so I can double it as a race week.
Yeah, right.
He's speaking Bobby's language here.
Yeah.
In fact, something I did, and this is something as I've gained a little more like of notoriety, where I'm like a scumbag now. I'm adding Kansas Speedway 5 times. Thank you for the donation. The barbers. Let me put you on the screen. I'm sorry.
Good stuff,
Is I went and
Barbers.
followed every NASCAR track on socials, being like, follow me back, and then let me get tickets, and I'll promote your event.
Nice.
Um, it hasn't happened yet, but
Hey, you gotta be
I
in it
am-
to win it.
Kansas Speedway 5 different times. Thank you, the barbers.
I still so Bobby, I don't know where I'm going to go, but I still have never been to a NASCAR race before. I think I need to go with you to a race one time, and we got to hit a good one. Like you can't be run of the mill.
Well, you should go to. You should come down okay, what area would you like it to be? Let me ask you that.
I'd go to Florida. I'd come down by
Daytona is really the best place to go.
Yes.
It really is. One, it's the cars are close. You're going to get big wrecks.
Yeah.
The noise is not overwhelming because the track is so big. They have a great setup for everything because so like Daytona really is the best place to go.
Jeff, we're maybe maybe not this Daytona race, but next Daytona race. Let's clear the calendar.
Twist my arm, Spiro.
Yes.
Twist my arm.
Seriously,
I'd be a first timer too. That's
it's
something
a great
I'd like to
time. We found this out when we started going back to races a handful of years ago. You could bring your own booze in, like it's crazy.
Perfect.
Like you can literally not pay us. You could bring in, whatever meal you want and booze, and not have to pay a single penny at concessions. The tickets are pretty cheap. So,
all right, that's
Good
it.
deal. Because they
We're doing
can't
it.
they hold like 100,000 people? I don't know about Daytona, but isn't there like a shitload of people at these things?
yeah. So if you go there now, there's different events. Now, if you go to Daytona, you go to but Daytona really is the best one to go to.
Would you go to the Daytona race, or like would you go to another race at Daytona? Like that's not the only race they have there.
So like
right?
I'm going to the one in the end of August. That one's cool because it's at night.
Nice.
And it's not as packed.
Yes.
So because like you said, you don't want to be totally packed in.
Right.
But you also can, they have like the cheap races before where you can just go sit wherever you want because they don't sit out. So
I think we got to go big though. I think we got to go to.
that is the biggest race of the year.
Yeah. I think we got to go to the race.
But I'm going to one. So I don't know have you guys ever been to south of the border? You guys are around my age. Did you guys ever go to south of the border?
Yep.
I'm actually much older than you, but no.
Well, then better. You should know what south of the border is.
Yeah, dude. Come on.
I love that place as a kid, and so because I'm going to start driving up, and for every time we're going to camp and stuff.
Oh yeah.
So south of the border, we're doing something there, but there's a race 30 minutes from there the Sunday after, so we're just going to go to that Darlington.
Beautiful.
But that may not be the best race for like first time. Suppose their facilities kind of suck, but
I want the casual, like the ultimate.
It's Daytona
experience.
or Talladega.
Right.
Or Atlanta. Atlanta's a good one too. But
I still Daytona's
there's really not any good ones for the casual fan in the Northeast because you have a road course. Pocono is not good for the casual fan. Then Dover, I guess Dover, Delaware would be a decent one.
No, I'm coming to Florida. That's the spot.
Jared.
There's a lot of Binghamtons. Like what?
No, it's the same guy.
No, there's another one. You got Trash Man coming up.
Oh yeah. Well, Trash Man, you know how to do it.
For the cause.
I didn't realize. I was like, well, if Trash Man wants it so bad, he knows how to do it. All right, so Bingham just got 6 right there.
Let's go. I gotta pop my NASCAR cherry one of these days, and I keep seeing you at these things. So I was like, damn,
you don't even have to be a racing fan. It's just like
no,
it's like an event,
Dude, that's right. So I went to I compared to when I went to Preakness, and that now Preakness isn't what it used to be back when I went, but it was such a shit show down there. Like, and I wasn't even a big horse race guy at the time, but you go into the infield, you drink. I watched maybe a quarter of one race, like while I was in the infield, but you go for the experience, right? So that's where I want to go.
Yeah. It's all about the experience. Martin O'Rourke. I went to the south of the border a couple of years ago. Sadly, it was very dead. Yeah, it is dead, but it's still.
I love this comment by Al Paul. Can we pay money to have cities removed? See, as a sales guy, I love that. That's like dueling. You ever go to a dueling piano bar and they're like, for $20, we'll stop playing this song.
We actually have that. A couple of some of our super chatters to end the conversation. He's like, I'll throw money in so I can end this conversation.
Yeah, because
about
we talked
WNBA.
about everything. We were going off about the WNBA and Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese and Bartlett, who's our hashtag revivalist of the year. Was like, here's $20 to change the topic, and we respected it.
You need, you know what? For $200, I would feel so bad to the people who put their city on, though.
No, I know, but it's cutthroat.
You know what? If I wanted to do that, that would have to be part of the original thing. I can't do that to people.
True,
now.
fair enough.
That's fair. That's fair.
Shit, I was gonna make a fucking point and I forgot.
Was it about south of the border? That's what we're talking about before this.
No, it was something about what you're talking about, the end of the conversation, pay the end of the conversation. This is, it's not like I have 20 more hours to remember what I was trying to say.
I just saw Eli's won't be buying a piece of the Giants. Told CNBC it was too expensive.
Oh, he never really. He was. I mean, he got the headline for that, but he never really was interested in that. So I'll say I know somebody who knows Eli, and he asked Eli about it. He's like, I'm not doing that. He's like,
it never seemed like a thing that he would do. Like, I could see him being involved with the team, but like, he's not the owner type. I don't know.
You know what? I know Chris Snee is on the team with them now, and he's working as a full-time job, which is good. That's fine.
Yeah.
But remember when Chris Snee wanted to be like kind of work part-time as like an O-line scout or whatever? Yeah. And people and the Giants turned him down. And I was like, why the fuck would we give someone a part-time job who's a Ring of Honor member who you can't fire? Why would you Why would you let anybody in the building have that role? If he wants to come on in a full-time role and do a full-time job, and we're judging him by it, sure. But it's just anyone that is very hard to fire should not be.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Let's see.
No idea where the fuck Binghamton is, but yeah, where the close.
But
all right, Binghamton. We're getting like a dueling. We're getting
shark guy.
People just put their money on random.
That guy was trying to come up with his handle, and he's like, let's see. I just sharded this morning. Shark guy. I'll be shark guy.
Bobby was going to shit on the WNBA. No, but I don't have a problem doing that if I wanted to. Does WNBA stuff pop up on your Twitter of just all out wars about Caitlin Clark like it does for me?
Oh yeah, dude. It's all, and that's why honestly,
it's very funny to watch. Where it's
is.
They don't know how to handle this. Nobody knows how to handle this.
And it's her, and obviously Angel Reese is a very hot topic kind of person because of her me bounds and
and that's the other thing it's like Angel Reese is whatever her role is, but people were trying to make her like this superstar, and she's just
she's not. Dude, I think they just put her on the cover of next year's NBA game.
Really?
No,
they didn't. You're lying.
I saw it, and I didn't think it was a joke post. Let me see if I can find it.
I didn't think it was a joke. Oh god.
We got Daytona gets another one.
Okay. Parking is free.
Parking is free.
That's the biggest.
Huge. That's the biggest bullshit about Giants.
You know what? He's right. It's like they don't screw you enough on the high ticket prices
on everything.
And the food that you get in there, but you have to charge an arm and a leg to get into the freaking parking lot.
Dude, for big games, it's like $125 starting.
That's one of the things as you get older that becomes a big part of any type of life decision is parking. Right?
Yeah.
I just booked my Airbnb for training camp, and one of the filters is parking. I'm not parking on the fucking street.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not having to look for a spot. I want parking to not. I'm not worrying about parking every day.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that.
Especially triggers people that lived in a city or in a urban area. Man, first thing I looked, I was like, how big is the driveway in my house? I need it. I need to be able to have. I feel multiple cars into it. I don't care. Give me a drive. I want a tailgate in it. I need a fucking driveway.
Yeah. I thought of this live show thing last night, and it's just become what this entire stream is just battling for. Hey, let's do another test. What would it if we just did it lottery style? What would it be? All right, let's go.
Let's see what
What's
we
your
got.
bets?
Ooh, starting to get. I'm gonna go Kansas. Give me Kansas.
Birmingham.
Where's this one? Scotland. I spelled it wrong.
Technically, that's Scotland.
Scotland.
The B is silent, bro. The B is silent.
Let's do one more.
Scotland would be sick. Come on, Kansas. Oh, you almost got it again.
Oh, we did only in New York. We did a tour of this. If it's a small town,
What's in only in New York?
We do Google Map tours.
Oh, nice. I like that.
Martin O'Rourke. I thought that said Madeline Burke when I looked real quick. I got excited.
Hey, I love Maddie.
Big fan. Queen Bee.
Who are you sitting with at training camp? Whoever wants to come hang out. The New York Revival guys, when they're there.
We'll pop up. We are going to pop up.
So my mic disconnected when you answered before, but you'll be in the parking lot during camp and then inside during practice. Is that the deal?
Yeah.
Cool.
So, because we won't have like a little setup there.
Yeah.
It's now again. I'm not gonna be sitting out waiting in the parking lot waiting for practice. More like people who are there waiting in line. And then once the practice is over, I'm gonna rush out to the thing, and that's where I'll hang out there for a little bit.
It's kind of a good idea to set up online because then you're going to have 200 people just slowly walking by.
Well, we can't. No, I'm saying we can't. We'll be set up with the whole. Who's got the sirens?
That was me. There's some popo outside.
Okay.
We're good.
He lives in a tough neighborhood.
We could. You should get him to donate.
Yeah, facts.
But once the camp's practice over, I'm going to rush out and get set up, and people come by and talk and stuff. So
Jacob is not fooling around here.
Dude, it's just becoming a Binghamton versus Daytona war.
Yeah.
That's what you
and
want.
It's going to be neither, which is the funny part.
Yep.
But because we're doing elimination style, it does give it a lot better chance to be one of the big ones.
Right.
Bobby, just a heads up. We got like 5 more minutes or so.
No.
And I hope we helped out today.
You did help out a lot, actually.
I got to pick up my son in a
What are
few
you here
minutes.
for?
I'm gonna eat lunch on stream after this. So
Nice. What are you having? What are we having for lunch?
Chipotle.
Okay. Always a good go-to. So we did yesterday. We did a big '90s segment on the show, and you're a '90s kid, right? Like that's the heyday for you. So we were saying TGIF or Saturday morning cartoons. What would you pick? Elimination.
Wait, what?
Saturday morning cartoons, Saturday morning lineup cartoons, or TGIF, the Friday night lineup.
I wonder if
of cartoons.
Yeah. Well, cartoons is Saturday morning, TGIF, all the good shows.
Friday night cartoons.
Yeah. No, Friday night was like Hang with Mr. Cooper. It was
he may have been slightly too young for that because you were probably born in
I know
early
Saturday
90s.
morning, but I don't know TGIF.
Oh yeah. You know what? You might have he missed TGIF.
He missed it.
Okay.
But Saturday morning, so I guess Saturday morning. I mean, I used to watch Mega Man was the one I really liked.
That was another one too. And were you a kid that you had to stay out when basically when the lights turned on? That's when you had to be back home. You were outdoors guy.
We were outdoors, but it wasn't like it was just kind of come home. I don't know. It wasn't like this set type of rule. It was just kind of we were on our street or whatever, and if we had to come in, Mom,
come in whenever you want. That's just that's what we missed those days, man. Where there was no cell phones. Just come home at a general time when you think it's dinner time.
When are you guys going to give your kids cell phones?
Never. I'm waiting as long as humanly possible.
I didn't get it till senior year in high school, but I know it's different. So I'm waiting at least high school.
You don't want to be the parent who's just a total dickhead to your kid.
I know. You can't wait too long.
You can't be the last one. You don't want to be the first one.
You gotta let them have some friends. You don't want them to be fucking picked on shit, but you also you're just being like, here's an addiction. Like that's it's like giving a kid cigarettes. It's
they're gone after that, bro. They're gone.
Yeah.
I hate cell phones for kids. I see when my nieces and nephews get them, they just don't pay attention. They don't talk to you anymore. They're gone. Yesterday, Bobby, we had a
Well, I think it's more just promoting like go outside, like just go
Yeah,
outside.
get out.
Mhm.
Get out.
It's not about restricting things. It's about go outside. Because even my parents, when we play like PS2, my dad walked by the room and just call us like glue and like get off that shit and whatever.
I was
and,
lucky.
and again, we played outside all the time, and we still had
True,
like
true.
these spurts where we just play video games all day.
Hell yeah.
So I think you just got to like do shit with kids outside. I don't have
That's
any
it.
kids, so I
It's
true.
Doug.
You're just imparting the wisdom, and it's true.
This is why you can't give cell phones, because kids can watch Bobby Skinner sleep at 5 a.m.
Yeah, that's exactly. They're fucking giving. If you're a kid who has access to your the parents' credit card, fucking give us a live show city. We want.
Yeah, come on. Go big.
Yeah, go steal your parents' credit card and do it. Did you guys ever take your parents' credit card to do anything?
I took my parents' car to do things before I was of legal age to drive a car, but credit card. I think I've taken a couple of bucks here and there to do stuff, but never a credit card.
Yeah, I think I had one for emergency, and I would call them before I used it. Like I never took advantage of that. Like they would never be like, "What are these charges?" Like I never did anything. I was a good kid because I was smart. I knew that I f up once, and they're going to take that shit back.
Yeah. Well, the only time I think I did was I went out for a weekend and didn't go where I was supposed to, and we were literally driving out and I just got home, stole the credit card, filled the gas tank up so it wasn't on fucking E.
Yeah,
and
right.
That's the only time I ever did anything like that. So if my mom's watching this, I did do that one time. In the Ford Explorer.
Does your mom watch?
Since I started the Giants Nation show, she's been more involved in watching stuff. So
love the support.
Mr.
Skinner, we appreciate the support.
So Ricky Bobby's dad says Binghamton. I'll let you guys go.
We appreciate you.
You guys probably stayed longer than.
No, there's no such thing as longer.
That's all right. Always good catching up.
Yeah, thank you guys. If you guys are up at like 4 a.m, don't feel.
I'll pop in. I might be. The kids might might wake up, and I'll pop on. I'll hang out with you, buddy.
Yeah, me and the kids will watch you sleep. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Well, I'll just sleep cam where we get as many people sleeping at one time on the stream.
Thank you, brother.
Bobby, you're the best, man.
See you guys.
Good luck.
Later, boy.
Peace.
All right, that was fun. So Binghamton. Say your favorite Dylan song, and I'll give another $5. No, think twice, all right. The times they are changing. Let me look up Bob Dylan songs, and I'll give you. Knocking on Heaven Door is not one. I'm not the biggest Bob Dylan fan in the world. Actually, Hurricane, because I really fucking love the story of Hurricane Carter. Watched the movie. I actually read the book when I was a kid, so I'll say Hurricane. Unless you're talking about Dylan. Dylan. I'm going to eat lunch. So I guess I should do it on screen, right? Actually, that's a poll. Now, I'll mute my mic when I'm chewing. Bob, do you have any hobbies you'd be pursuing if it wasn't for football, podcasting? I'm trying to think of what other things I did do. I'm not like a focus, and I guess I am, but I'm very much like a let's just go do things. Like it's not like a individual, like this is what I really like to go do every weekend. It's just kind of like let's go do this. Let me create this poll. I also need to pee. I'm a very anti-eat on screen, right? Like when we are doing streams and stuff, I would always be like, nope, do not eat on screen. But I also don't want to just totally go blank. If I had someone else here, maybe.
I can get an SD.
Let's see. Okay, people are voting. Let's see. 94% are saying eat on screen. Yeah, I guess you guys just don't want me to go away randomly. I'm trying to think if I have anybody lined up. Did Novo text me back? No, he did not. Oh, KB's ready. Let's see. It's 251. Let's try let's see if we get KB on a 315. That way I can eat.
Say about the Falcons helmet game because you have Falcons helmet.
Don't think. Oh, Walrus. Hurricane is a good answer. Thank you. Thank you for your service, Bobby. Port Norris, New Jersey. All right, let's add Port Norris, New Jersey. It's been fucking Bingham versus Daytona for a while. Is there a way to set up a stream so that it reads the super chats aloud? I don't think so. Not on StreamYard, at least. She get Bad Dog. Yeah. I'll have Bad Dog on. Got a big following upstate. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. What do you eat? I'm eating Chipotle. I'm almost ready for a location change. Like go set up on the other laptop and sit on the couch for a little bit. Let's make the no. I can't do this a drunk like. I just cannot make this a drunk stream. I can't do it. That'd be terrible. And I start doing stupid shit, and I just can't. I can't do. Or the big blue banters, guys. Tell me why anyone wants Binghamton. And someone, Jake said, Jack, for the cause. For the cause was, if it's Binghamton, that's like the slogan is for the cause. I feel like small city is not bad, you know? Small town. I guess Binghamton's not that small, but. So I'm going to mute my mic when I'm chewing. Because it's fucking disgusting to be chewing on mic. I eat fast too. Binghamton has the hockey team, right? The Devils. No, that's Utica. Binghamton has another like minor league team. Oh yeah, show you to lunch. It's just a Chipotle bowl. Almost down 2 bottles too. What did the poll say, by the way? 88% want me to eat on screen. That's crazy. But if Binghamton wins, people have to go there. Well, it's not. The live shows are not. Outside of in New Jersey, they're really not about getting the most people out there. It's about just going and doing my place. Yeah, Utica has the comments. Binghamton Rumble Ponies. Okay. So it's about giving it a show to the people that are there, and it's just kind of doing it. And I get to visit a new place, which I like to do. If it's Binghamton, I'll probably do it in training camp. Remember Joe Judge with a Little Caesars? Yeah. Joe Judge with a Little Caesars guy. Little Caesars does suck, but it is the king of like, if you got to feed 40 people and you don't want to cook, you know, whatever it is, it's like you just go get the Little Caesars. Do you have any stories about things you wanted to do with John Boy or ideas you had, but they shut it down? So like, not necessarily, because I kind of knew what to bring and what not to. It's just really the NFL stuff. where they just didn't listen to like the vision I had for the NFL stuff. Hiring someone like Robert Smith's and the show and whatever for the Giants. There's something I'm working on trying to get done. So I can't say like what the idea is, and but there is an idea about the Giants that I knew they just would never go for. They'd make a pain in the ass. Giant top. I'll be honest, I feel bad because I'm familiar with most shows. Are we going to hear from the Sussex County Miners today? Do they play tonight? We could kind of keep up with that. Please tell me you're not staying at an airport hotel when you saw in Richmond. I didn't plan to. What's the reasoning for that, though? How do you get your themes and content style to not be copied by the old show? Oh, I thought you were going to say how I don't. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter. And I will say this, the player profiles, that's the one thing I did take from John Boy. They were doing those with Talking Yanks before we started talking Giants. But I'm still going to do them. I don't think Talking Giants will do them anyways. Those are also like the most least listened to things we do. I think they're a cool thing to do, though. Favorite Victor Cruz moment? I hate to be boring, but it's the Jets touchdown, right? It really is that. Yeah, Judge was one of us. I wish Crane Camp was in Albany. When did the stream start and when does it end? So, it started at 11 a.m. It'll finish at 11 a.m. tomorrow. But because YouTube doesn't archive more than 12 hours, there's going to be 2 different actual streams. So it'll be part 1, and then we'll start another part 2 at 11 p.m. How was your relationship with Rose? Really enjoyed listening to you both talking ball and thought you bounced. Yeah, I like Rose a lot. Rose is a super nice guy. The only thing with that was not Rose. It was like Rose's like 10th priority, right? Like he did all the baseball stuff with them, their blitz ball, and he also did NFL Network. So it just, and Rose fucking did a good job. He prepared topics and stuff like that. But it's not like life wasn't depending on making that shit work. You know what I mean? I'm honestly surprised he was willing to do it, because from his point of view, he's like, what's the point of me doing this? Like, if I was him, I wouldn't have done that. Favorite Casey Kreider moment? We used to go into his RuneScape. What's the game with all the blocks? They just did the fucking movie about it. But he used to do those streams and we would go in them. Love you too. Do you know / have you had a speedy? What is that? No, I haven't, but I'm looking. I Googled it. It says Speedies are the best sandwich you've never heard of. Oh, they're made in Binghamton, so we'll definitely have one if we go. Can we get it without the pork? Because then I'm definitely in. I've never had Captain D's. Minecraft is the game, not RuneScape. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I want to get some food in. So I'm going to give you guys a burnout video.
Jamie, get away from there.
Out of here. That's right in the paw.
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
Jamie, get away from there.
Out of here. That's right in the paw.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, look at me question.
What are we doing here, watching here? That was my dad doing a burnout on Rooter Rooter Band in New Jersey, probably in like 1991. It's literally like I think it's 1991. Bobby, do you put a ton of effort into it, have a great list, or does your show just so happen to be the best sounding one? Actually, we're putting more effort into it because I've been using Zoom audio, and it's got this new AI shit where it fucking mutes the other person. So we're gonna stop using Zoom audio. Like the last episode was the last one we're doing like that. But Justin and Jeff did a good job of that at John Boy. They closed the original Dick's Sporting Good. What the fuck? How do you close an original store? That's so stupid. Just take the losses. Whatever I do in Connecticut, absolutely. The best way to do that is to enter the contest, but we definitely would do it. Go to Chipotle order. So that's what it is right now. I think this is what, the honey chicken? Okay, so this is what they got, the honey chicken. Usually whatever like new thing they got going on is the best. Like when they had chicken al pastor, that was unbelievable. And then the brisket, but rice, obviously. Corn salsa, sour cream, cheese, verde salsa, and black beans. And bowl. I don't think I can't remember the last time I got a Chipotle burrito. I think I've only done it like once or twice. Chipotle probably is the best fast food there is. All right, we're on hour 4 now. Let's get some new live show things or questions that I'm not going to answer without a super chat. When is the raffle spin for the live show? Well, I was thinking about doing it tonight, but I think it's the only way people are going to give money. And this is what this stream is about raising money. It's not just about putting on a good stream. So I'm probably going to do it in the morning. I'll be on the whole show. I might take like a 20-minute break at some point with somebody else on. But no sleep. All right. I'm gonna keep this short. No. The answer is kind of no. I don't feel like going into details or anything, but haven't talked since I left and don't plan to. Live show. All right. So thank you, Jordan Zamiti. New Haven, Connecticut. Doesn't New Haven, Connecticut have like the best pizza? All right, we got 2 entries for New Haven, Connecticut. All right, we got another one for New Haven. How about that? How about that? Yeah, could maybe do it at UConn. What's so bad about Bridgeport? Bridgeport is on here, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, there's one Bridgeport, Connecticut. Anglefish breeder in Olean. All right, I'm kind of rooting for Olean or Intercourse. So Bridgeport's like okay. See, if we do it in a shithole city, like don't fuck around shit, like I'm not gonna just go out in the middle of the street and do a show. Like I'm gonna do it somewhere where I'm not fucking dealing with bullshit. Or maybe I will. That's funny. New Haven isn't great either, but is it if it's big though? There's plenty of options. Yeah, New Haven's pretty big, so even like there's, like Detroit, like not a good city, you can find a good place to do a live show in Detroit. Detroit literally is the worst city I've ever been to. I've never been to Cleveland, and this is like no one's even outside in Detroit, and it was in the like summer. And it was just so ugly, and it was the worst. Like we went to like a sports bar, and it was like the worst food ever. All right, we got a couple more. Oh, Daryl, who's the Daytona guy. New Haven, Connecticut. So that's 5 more for New Haven. New Haven's getting a nice push here. I really don't want to go to Iran, I'll be honest. I don't want to go to Iran. I don't want to go to LA, and I don't want to go to Las Vegas. Everything else I'm pretty open to. Idaho. Actually, I wonder how many. We got to get all 50 states on here, right? Boca, Tella, Idaho. It would be nice to get all 5 states. What Idaho, that'd be cool. Past player, you would have a bigger voice in the roster and drafting. Oh gosh. I don't know. It's hard to judge that. I'm trying to think of play like John Lynch has been good. Some of those Cardinals teams have like built like guys who are in personnel, maybe intro role. You know what? I'm gonna go. That's the intro role. You get a safety, right? There's a pedigree there. You know, they see everything on the defense. They're very reliant on other guys doing their job. And they got to be really smart. So I'm going to say intro role. Waterbury, why do you hate, Bobby? What does that mean? Yeah, Niagara Falls would be a good one to do. Hire me if you security. Yeah, I mean, I don't need security, but did you just say Iran? Yes, Iran is on here. Tehran, Iran. Yeah, I don't pay attention much, but I was like the other day, I was like, I'd rather live in Florida. And someone's like, alligator. What the fuck is alligator? And then I looked it up. Ship Bottom, New Jersey. Thoughts on my favorite Giants of all time? Why is your favorite Giant of all time? That's what I would like to know. As I add shit bottom. I mean, he's a pretty damn good player, dude. Part of Super Bowls. I like Aaron Ross. He's not better than Corey Webster, but I like him. All right, I'm gonna do. I feel like there's something I could play while I go do a quick bathroom break, and not just a burnout video. Huh. Let's see. What's something? Oh, and KB is going to jump on. So, you know what? I'm going to invite KB and not tell him. So he's going to hold the fort down while I go use the bathroom. So once KB jumps on, I'll go use the bathroom. I like that we have conversations about Iran going on right now. What former Giants player do you think would be a lot better if he played in today's game? Mine, Bavara. Was Kittle before Kittle? Yeah, Bavara would be good. So I'm going to go early 2000s because that's when I really started getting the Giants and not try and go in years I didn't really watch. Oh, boy. I'm trying to think guys who weren't great so that they could be like better. Steve Smith might be one. You know, I mean, he was good with the Giants. He had a 1,000-yard season. But I feel like Steve Smith might be that answer. Knowing what you know now, who would you draft in 2018 instead of Saquon? Atlanta, Georgia. So let me add Atlanta first. So this has to be done. So it's either Josh Allen or Lamar. And that's so tough. I know he hasn't gotten to the Super Bowl, but I do think Josh Allen has been better in the playoffs than Lamar, and they're both amazing. And Josh is 2-0, I think, against Lamar in the playoffs. So I'm going to go Josh Allen. I'll go Josh Allen. Hey, what's going on? You got to hold the fort down. I'm going to the bathroom.
All right. All right. What's going on, everybody? What's going on? I'm taking over the stream now. I'm officially the new host of Giants Nation here. What's going on, everybody? See if I can pull up the chat here from StreamYard. All right. Oh, there's a question. Question from Kyle. I don't know if he answered this already. I assume he did. Knowing what you know now, who would you draft in 2018 instead of Saquon? Let's hear from the chat. Let's hear from everybody's going off in the chat. What's going on, everybody? David, what's going on? Maybe you guys. Cletus, what's going on, Cletus? I would have to go quarterback. I was going to go Josh Allen. Everybody's saying Josh Allen. I think that's like the obvious answer right there. I think that's the obvious answer is Josh Allen. He said he was. I'm holding down the fort right now, Damien. I guess he's on a bathroom break. But yeah, you got to go Josh Allen because you wouldn't go like. Everybody hates me for saying this, but I still, if I can go back in time, knowing like, say hindsight is somewhat. If it's not Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, you would probably still go Saquon, right? Because Quentin Nelson, we would have been screwed if we drafted Quentin Nelson that high, or who was the other? Sam Darnold or Josh Rosen. Oh man. I think if you had no hindsight, everybody would still probably do the same. Still pick Saquon. It's become a trendy thing to like hate Saquon with the number 2 pick, but like you still, still probably would have went Saquon. Let's see. Oh, Daryl W. Daryl with the W. Kid Blue the Rockstar. Add 2 for Daytona. I'll let Bobby know. Bobby's on his way back. I can see him in the reflection. Yeah, we're all avoiding work, KB. Yeah, this is my only day off from work, so yeah. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? Thank you.
It felt good being the Giants Nation host for a good 5 minutes.
Yeah. You didn't say anything to get me canceled or anything, right?
Oh no. Wouldn't do that on the Fresh channel, man.
What's going on, dude?
Nothing much, man. Nothing much. 24-hour stream. Okay.
So I'm gonna admit this, and I did because I love my job, and this was my idea. This doing content as a full-time job is awesome, right? There's times where it's not as fun as others, but you don't wake up dreading your job, right? I've woken up dreading my job before.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This morning, woke up and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, this is like working for 24 hours, and people think that it may be. I mean, I've never done it, but people think that it may be easier. But like, it's not. 24 hours in front of a camera and a screen is like, that's brutal.
After the first round, I worked from. I'm hearing myself for some reason. Is this muted? Okay.
Yeah, that's why I heard a little bit of echo too. Huh?
Yeah, I'm hearing myself really bad right now. Is everyone else hearing an echo? Are you hearing me from your headphones?
I heard it a little bit when you were first coming back, but I don't hear it anymore. I don't know if it's.
But I'm saying you got my audio in your headphones.
Oh, you know what? That's probably is. Let me turn you down a little bit. There we go.
That's what that used to happen to me all the time.
It's probably coming from my headset. Yeah.
That used to happen to me all the time. What was I saying?
Damn it. I'm terrible with that too, man. I lose my train of thought
Second time that's happened to me.
Every 2 minutes. I lose my train of thought. So.
That's what I was saying was. So the first round they drafted Jackson Dart, and I didn't have a Jackson Dart breakdown done. So I was up until like 3 o'clock the next day. But at least then you could take like a little 10-minute like just, and you're not talking the entire time looking directly at the screen. I was looking at the screen directly at the screen most of the time.
Yeah.
This I don't know how I'm gonna make this work. So
did you prepare? Like, did you like sleep for like 18 hours prior or like?
No, in fact, I slept like shit last night because we've been staying out on the beach.
Yeah.
In this camper that my brother has, and that bed is just not the same as my bed at home. So
I feel, and the beach could be exhausting, man. The beach can drain you out in the sun all day.
Yeah. So
man.
So this is supposed to be my like week of vacation, and I'm doing a fucking 24-hour stream. I love it though. I love this shit.
Man, you gotta pack up some Red Bulls.
I'm gonna do coffee a little later.
Yeah, man.
Daryl said, "Kid Blue the rock star. Add 2 for Daytona." Yeah, we're all avoiding work. So what I'm sure you saw that where people we're trying to get the plane.
Yeah.
And people are, and a good thing I thought of this idea, or no one would have ever donated, is we're going to do a live show somewhere. So we're doing that, and that's the way people are donating. Or else,
man, so we're gonna get a plane. Have you come up with any ideas of what you said? Positive plane. So like, do you come up with any ideas of what you want to put on there? Or?
It's got to say Giants Nation Show on it in some form.
Oh, for sure.
So because it's got to be a bit of promotion. But I don't have like I can't think of something, and again, it can't be super long either because it's a plane banner.
Yeah.
So the funny one that I can only think of so far was my recycling this year. It's been good. I've been needing a lot of recycling. What was I going to say? It's a positive plane, Giants Nation Show. That's the only thing. It's a positive plane.
Yeah, so John Mara won't feel that terribly about it.
Yeah.
That'll be hilarious if we start a little trend going and just like
everyone sends a plane when things are going bad, but no one when things are going good. Here's
Oh man. So who's leading the race as far as the location stream?
Well, here I'll do this. We'll do a screen share.
Okay.
And now this isn't so what we're going to do is elimination style.
Okay.
So it really does help to get more than multiple votes in, because if you're just doing lottery, like it helps, but it is very random. With this, we're eliminating them one by one. So let's go. But if we were doing it lottery style, let's see who would. But I think New Haven and Daytona have been like battling for the most slots. And or not New Haven, Binghamton, New York.
Oh,
This is the one I want to go to, Intercourse, Pennsylvania.
Intercourse, Pennsylvania.
It's a small town. The jokes write themselves.
I seen that when I popped in the stream. Everybody was talking about Intercourse, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's just, let's see. Charlotte has a lot too. So this is Charlotte right here.
Has anybody ever been to Intercourse, Pennsylvania, or did somebody just look up weird cities to?
I think that's how it started, but there have been some people who have been there. And then look, Washington D.C. So
DC makes sense.
Yeah.
DC makes sense for sure.
So that's kind of what we've got for that, but
damn. So are you doing you're going to choose one city out of there and that's where you're going?
Yeah, we're gonna just do a live show. So
nice.
Iran is in here.
You may get the political audience as well. You might get some more viewers from a different area.
I have always said, like, being a war reporter has got to be a pretty fucking cool job, but that's not.
I mean, sure, in ways.
Yeah, and then in the ways of actually having to go do it, it probably sucks.
Yeah. Everybody's listening to you, though. I mean, oh man.
You got any Giants takes for me?
Giants takes. Oh man, I don't know, man. I feel like I say this every year, but like I'm really interested to see what they're gonna do this year. But I say that every year when it comes to this time of year because like this is nothing but anticipation and like speculation and stuff like that. But I honestly, you look at this Giants team and they should be able to do something, right? I mean, theoretically they should be able to do something. I mean, you look at like 2022, the roster we had in 2022. Granted, we had a much easier schedule, but like. Jesus, like we had Tate Crowder and Austin Calitro to start our like middle inside linebackers that year, like, you know, and we still made a playoff run. So like I feel like our team is a lot better now on paper than a lot of people give them credit for. So I feel like we should be able to do something, especially with the defense. But
dude, that's fucking crazy that we did have Tate Crowder and Austin Calitro starting week 1.
Yeah, and Tate Crowder
and I remember
put
when
Derrick Henry on his
Martinez,
ass.
people were like, "Oh, you know."
Oh yeah,
like,
Blake Martinez.
They really believe in Tate Crowder. It's like, oh yeah, because he got cut in fucking week 13. I remember people trying to defend that, and then the real answer came out. It's like Blake Martinez wanted to go, they didn't want to play. Okay, that's understandable. People were trying to make it make sense in football reasons. It's like,
yeah,
stop. Okay, there's no reason Austin Calitro needs to start week 1.
That was insane. I didn't even think he was going to make the roster, and then he wound up being a starter.
Hey, he leads the Giants in post-COVID preseason interceptions with 2.
Wow. Oh damn. Yeah, but I feel like we should be able to do something. I mean, as far as takes go, I really feel like our defense could be like close to, I would hope, top 10. I don't want to like think too highly of them, but like I know the secondary has a lot of issues, but we still got some major pieces there. Paulson Adebo, Javon Holland. But I think our front 7 is just gonna do work, man. Just the rotation that we have there is really gonna pick up for that secondary. I feel like
it has to, right? And I think the secondary is more of a swing than people want to give it credit because it has upgraded.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, Deontay Banks has not been a good player. Drew
Yep.
Phillips has to become a better player in coverage. Paulson Adebo, he's who I wanted. He's not a perfect player. He gives up yards.
That's penalties. For sure. Yeah.
Javon Holland, he's had 1 interception in the last 2 years. And it was a Hail Mary. So there has been upgrades, but so they could be sick, but they could also be leaving us wanting. So I think that's like the biggest swing of how good the defense is. Like you said, the front 4 is going to get after it. Like the only thing that could stop them is injuries.
How do you feel like the rotation is going to go? Because like I feel like everybody was complaining, you know, about Abdul Carter, how he fits the job. I think he fits perfectly. My only thing is that do we trust Shane Bowen to do a healthy rotation of these guys and get creative and set different blitzes and different looks and stuff like that, you know?
I do think Bowen will be creative with Carter in the way of like lining him up in the because you don't actually, as much as it's being creative, it's not that creative. It's third down, put him on the inside and like Kayvon and Birds go on the edge. Like it's not, it's, you know, you don't need to have a fucking, you know, you don't have to be, you know, the fucking the most beautiful mind in the world to figure that shit out.
Yeah.
Me and you can figure that part out.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I don't know. Be totally creative. I don't know. What I'm more interested in is Kayvon as the third guy. Just be effective. Be better than what you've been as the third guy. I don't want you just simply being the third best guy with the third best snaps. I want you to being the number 3 guy. And look at this. This guy's our number fucking 3. And look at the way he wins. That's what I want to see out of them. Because Kayvon's got to be better for this. Kayvon's going to be better than what he's been to have this truly be a 3-headed monster.
Yeah.
Because if he is what he's been, then it's just a nice duo with a number 3 who hasn't lived up to the expectations.
Yeah, I think what Kayvon has going for himself is that he's a solid run defender, in my opinion. So I mean, I think that's all he has really going for himself right now to try to keep his starting role. I mean, we'll see how Abdul answers that, but like I feel like Abdul's gonna be the starter pretty damn quick though. If not to start, I don't think to start. Maybe they won't do that to him that soon, but yeah. Then you have we talk about Abdul Carter all we want, but then we talk about other pieces like Darius Alexander and Chauncey Golston and stuff like that. I think we got so many guys out there. It just feels like, is Shane Bowen going to get the most out of all of these guys? Is my question.
Yeah, and you don't even need to do a ton to get the most out of that front. It's just how does the offense do? Where if the defense has a good game, can they go out and put up 24?
That's another factor.
And the defense give up 20 points, and it's to be a game we can win, which has not really been the case lately for the Giants. But I do think the schedule. I'm going to share the screen for the schedule, and this is where, as much as we talk about upgrades and shit like that, this is where it's what we're really going to be judging them off of. At the end of the day, we can be as reasonable as we want in the offseason. When it's year 4 of a regime, this is what's going to matter. So, just do quick for me. Win-loss.
I week 1 to start off the season, I have to say loss, right?
Or you don't have to. I mean, that's I'm actually picking that.
Yeah, I mean, my brain would tell me loss.
Okay, 0-1, week 2.
I'm gonna say we win against Dallas. I said that. Yeah.
1-1. Chiefs. Monday Night Football.
Not a chance.
1-2. Chargers next week.
This is at home, right?
Yep.
They're a lot better. I'll say loss.
1-3. Saints.
The Saints, we better whoop their ass if they've got this man starting at quarterback. I take us on against the Saints.
So now we're at 2-3. All right. Eagles 2-4. Broncos.
No, we're not beating the Broncos.
2-5. Eagles,
nope.
So then you're 2-6.
Yep.
And people are like, well, you could win this game, but they also could lose the Cowboys game. That's where it's like,
you got to win your division games. We got to. I feel like that's been the biggest problem with the Giants over the course of the decade. Yeah, they've been ass and they haven't been able to win a lot of games, but I feel like a big factor of that is winning your division games because we're constantly going 2-4, 1-5 in the division, And last year we went 0-6 in a division, for crying out loud. So if you could just find a way to stay competitive in your division, you should be able to squeak out playoff berths.
Agreed. And listen, this team is better. I put together our player profile schedule. I'm like, man, this is a lot better than what it's been over the last few years, these players overall. But, if you're an unbiased person and you maybe even give a little bias to the Giants, you say, what is more likely, playoffs or top 5 pick? And the answer is top 5 pick. It's just the reality of it. It's
been what it's been for a while now.
Yeah. So it's not a team that's totally devoid of talent. It's got better depth than what it has, but it's also a team that is predicted to go 4th in their own division. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So again, they can win some games. I went through let's go through the good scenario, right? So let's talk through it. Week 1, the Commanders have a bad defensive talent. 1-0.
That's for sure.
I'm not picking them to beat Dak until they do it. 1-1. Chiefs, let's give a surprise win early in the season. Monday Night Football. 2-1.
I'll go streaking down the road if we beat the Chiefs. I'm not gonna lie.
Chargers, I don't see Russ beating that Chargers defense. 2-2. Saints, 3-2. Eagles, 3-3. Broncos, the Giants pass rush gets after Bo Nix. He has a terrible game. Russell Wilson revenge game. 4-3. Eagles, 4-4 loss. 49ers, Bears. I think the 49ers are going to be much improved. The Bears, I'll see it when I believe it. Let's say we split right there. 5-5. Packers, Lions. That's 2 losses. 5-7.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get the Patriots Monday night. 6-7. Then you beat the Commanders, right? Sweep the Commanders. Be 7-7. So be 2-4 in your division, or 2-5 and 2-3 in your division, and then you have 3 games against the Vikings, Raiders, and Cowboys. Try and win 2 out of those 3, and then you're a 9-18, and that can get you in the playoffs. That's like my realistic. That's my realistic like best case scenario for this Giants.
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously, you can mix and match different opportunities, but that's kind of it for me.
And that's crazy because that's pretty much for me. I feel like that would be a ceiling for them. 9-8, and it's crazy because it's like one of the best rosters that we've had for in a long time. I mean,
That's why I've been one of the worst. That's why us and the Jets have been the worst team in the NFL over the last 10 years.
I know. Maybe the last time we've had a better roster was 2016. I would say the last time we've had a better roster than what we have right now, 2016.
Yeah, and you can actually make an argument that
because they had a solid defense in 2016. I mean, their offense was god awful, but at least they still had Odell.
It's definitely 2016. I think we forget the year 4 of Gettleman. That defense actually before the season actually had some talent, right? You had Leonard, Dex. They didn't have pass rushers. They just added Aziz, but you had Blake Martinez, Bradbury, Adoree Jackson, and then you had Xavier McKinney, Logan Ryan, Jabril Pepper. Like that defense had some talent on it too. On the offensive side, they had that was 2021, and then they on the offensive side they had went and added Galladay and Tony.
Oh yeah.
And then neglected the offensive line that off season, but again, it was relying on Andrew Thomas as an offensive line. So it's I think it's better. I think it is better than that 2021 roster because of the offensive talent is like the tiebreaker, and I think they might have a legitimate just great strength up at the front where that 2021 team didn't have that. I guess the 2021 team, their corner group was having James Bradbury and Adoree Jackson was really fucking good.
That was solid,
and their safety room, but that's just not the advantage that a pass rush like that could be. So again, I just don't think it's that much different than it sucks, dude.
It's crazy. That's the life we're living right now, man. We can't. We're forced to try to be excited about this team because they are literally like the best roster we've had in so long.
And listen, they improved a lot. Okay, yeah, they won 3 games last year. Like they could double their wins and they'd be a fucking 6-win team. So
yeah. Over under on interception leaders. 3 over under picks.
That's the thing where they got to. That's the thing where I'm like, you better fucking change that. Get more damn interceptions. You added Paulson.
It's gonna be Paul. It has to be Paulson Adebo. That's the only person I have hope of.
He's the only ball getter on the secondary.
Exactly.
I guess except for Newbin, but Newbin hasn't done it at the NFL level yet. Drew Phillips is not going to be that. Deontay Banks is not going to be that. Javon Holland can be, but he hasn't really done it.
Maybe we get our guy Darius Musa, two-time.
Yeah. My favorite bit of the offseason is anytime I'm bringing up either Darius Moasow, Dane Belton, Trey Hawkins, Cordell Flott, and Andrew Phillips, I named them the Giants' leader in interceptions last year.
It's sad too. It's sad too, man. We were praying this whole. I mean, we started off the year. I wouldn't say strong, but like as far as like we got an interception. Darius Musa, like he got an interception. Maybe we get Deontay Banks to get one, and whatever the case is, and then Tyler Newbin coming in, or even Dane Belton, the supposed ball hawk. Can
I say this? I don't think Dane Belton's a ball hawk.
He's not. I've been saying.
Here's the difference, though. Catching matters, right?
It does.
But when defenses make mistakes. And ball skills matter. I don't. He's not the safety who's like reading this shit out. But
no,
he takes advantage of the opportunities that are there, which is more than most of the DBs on the team can say. So like I'm not this big Dane Belton guy, But I will give him credit. Like when there's a ball that comes his way, he's able
He
to
catches
actually
it.
make a play on it where other guys can't. Like that
Was
is.
it?
It's not just about reading an offense and having great bursts and shit like that. Like sometimes it's just about making the fucking catch.
Did he
when
have
it's
a
right in
pick
your lap.
against Indianapolis this year? I remember he had a real.
Yes, he did. It was
That
so he
is-
actually made
that
a
was a good
mistake on that
catch.
play. He made a mistake on that play,
Mhm.
and then he recovered, and Flacco threw up a lollipop, and he tracked it down and caught it. Right. So like
Yeah.
even like there's a good example. Like he made a mental mistake, but he recovered. Quarterback made a bad play. He intercepted it. Where like I don't think a single other guy on the team would do that except for maybe a Tyler Nubin.
Yeah.
Last year's team, not this year's team. So I guess that shit doesn't matter more. But
How confident are you in our safety group? Because I like Javon Holland. I'm not as hyped on him as a lot of people. I mean, he hasn't done anything recently. But like, I'm not a fan of Tyler Nubin at all, and I don't like Dane Belton. Like, what's your confidence level on the safety group?
Holland's at least a above average player. Like you said, he hasn't
Mhm.
done as much recently. And I'm not convinced that Shane Bowen's going to be the guy that unlock him. And it does bother me that Holland like beef with was glad Vic Fangio was fired, and then Vic Fangio goes and wins a fucking Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But Nubin, I want to say I think Nubin will still be the second best player from that draft class. So like I want to see a lot more out of Nubin. Belton, I'm not in on, but I do like Nubin. What don't you like about Nubin? Just that he's not this great athlete.
He's just he always makes the play after the play has been made. You know what I'm saying? He always makes the tackle after the catch has been made. He's just slow to react, physically not able to get there. You watch him in Minnesota. I mean, he was able to like instinctively get to where he needed to be, but I still saw there were some situation where he just couldn't get there in time, and he was in the right place at the right time a lot in college, where I think the game moves a lot faster in the NFL, and he's just not able to like move
That'll be the
around
test.
as well.
That'll be the test because Nubin wasn't my number one safety in the class, but he is a high level IQ player. That you saw that in
he's very
Minnesota.
smart, very
So,
smart.
I think that is where year two can make. Like, and I'll say this, and McKinney's a better athlete and stuff. McKinney, beginning of year two, was bad. Like, he gave up big plays because of being in the wrong spot. So it'll be interesting to see Nubin grow mentally. Like you said, he's not the biggest athlete in the world, but he does have good ball skills. I think he can actually handle man coverage better than given credit for. He's not going to be, shutting down the top tight ends in the NFL, but he can cover your, tight end 9 through 32 fairly well. So Nubin is someone there. And again, I didn't have him as my top safety. In fact, I could even.
Do we see as Javon Holland strictly going to be that like center fielder for us? Because I really don't see Belton or Nubin doing it. But
I think
Holland adds so
Holland's
much
the center
value.
fielder.
Yeah.
No, I think they're going to try and do a lot of more split safety stuff. That's what he likes to do. But let's see, where was Nubin for me? So my big board had Cam Kinchins was number 1. Had a really good rookie season.
And he wound up playing pretty damn well.
I had Cole Bishop 2 and then Tyler Nubin 3. So Cole Bishop went in the second round as well. Cam Kinchins went ended the 4th. Or no, he went ended the 3rd.
Maybe I'm just like very kind of cynical on the pick because like we say what we want about like McKinney and he didn't really want to come back or whatever the case is, whatever the drama was that Shane didn't bring him back. It was a lot of money for him, but I just felt weird just like flipping around going in the same draft and just drafting a safety that high. I just didn't like it.
But what I'll say with this is if they would have kept McKinney and still signed Nubin, cool. I don't like the idea of, like you said, like, let's just let McKinney walk and replace him with Tyler Nubin. Again, if they would have kept Xavier McKinney, I would have been a proponent of taking a safety in the second round. In fact, I did a mock draft assuming that McKinney was going to stay, taking Cam Kinchins in the second round because they had the 2 second-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I would have been fine pairing a safety with McKinney, but I don't like the idea of like, we lost McKinney, now we got to replace him, so we got to use a second-round pick on Nubin.
Yeah, I'm not very high on the safety. I have a feeling I'm scared that we're just gonna get burnt up top. I like Javon Holland, but I'm just worried about that.
Yeah. So again, that's where the secondary is a big swing. It's like, how good are they? They're better. They've improved. How good are they? Are they an advantage?
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby KB, keep me a family in your prayers. My grandfather passed away on Monday. I'm taking it pretty hard. Very close. I'm sorry to hear, Mike.
Sorry to hear that, Mike. I'll hit you up later, man.
My landlord is calling me again. All right, you're going to have to handle this. I'm going to mute.
I got you, man. Handle your business. Why don't you like Newbin, says Nick. I mean, I don't know if you wrote that prior to me explaining it. I just don't. You watch him on film, he just seems too slow to get to places. You can see that he knows what he's doing, especially if you go back to his time at college. That's really what made him the money and made him the prospect that he was. Like, he was very instinctual. He had high IQ. He was reading concepts before they even formed, and he was able to put himself in the right position at the right time. I just feel like in the NFL, it's a lot faster in the NFL. He just wasn't able to keep up. And so he had a lot of tackles, and he caught up. He got some playing time quick. I don't think he played in the beginning of the year too much, but and he wound up, I think he was like top 5 in tackles for us. Am I bugging about that? But he was making the plays after the play needed to be made. So.
I just got evicted.
Oh, damn. Well, guys, you know what that means. Donate to Bobby's cause. Donate to Bobby's cause. We're shifting the goal here.
Yeah, next we're gonna pay for a plane to live in.
Yeah, 2 birds, 1 stone, baby.
My neighbor is, or not my neighbor, my landlord is like, he's like, I guess you're only Italian or not Italian, but he's extremely Italian. And super nice guy and stuff. He loves me. And he's like, I've been gone for a week. I just want to make sure everything's okay. Like, yep, everything's okay, Dino.
Oh, damn. A week passes by, he's got to call and make sure you're doing all right.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, yeah,
make sure you're not tearing the place up now.
Oh, yeah.
Doug says the move to Intercourse.
Yeah, that's what I'll do is I'll just move to wherever the live show is going to be.
Oh, man, that place is hilarious. I wouldn't imagine living there. Can't imagine living there. If you work for the police department over there. Intercourse Police. Intercourse Police.
Intercourse Fire. I work for Intercourse Fire
Department. You come play wiffle ball.
I feel like we're slowing down quite a bit here.
Yeah, guys, come on. Let's up those numbers, baby.
Let's
come
do
on, we're trying to get us a plane, guys.
Let's do a random where would it go right now. I love, actually, even though this doesn't count, I love seeing where we would go if we just pick one. Maybe I will change it to that. It's just wherever it lands is where we're going the first time. Arlington, Texas.
Arlington. What? You're gonna go Jerry World, right outside of Jerry World.
That's what I would do, is just go to the Cowboys game.
I do want to go. I do want to head over there for a game at one point.
License plate guy tells us it's the best stadium to go to.
Yeah. I definitely. I would love to go, especially the atmosphere too. And on top of that, I think Dallas fans are a little bit more forgiving than Eagles fans. I don't think I would ever set foot in the link ever. Oh man, dude, Bobby, we gotta link up one day, man. We gotta link up one day.
You're not in Orlando though. You're closer to Tampa, right?
I'm right, like smack dab in the middle of like both those places. I'm closer to Orlando, but Tampa is like an hour away. Orlando is like 35, 40 minutes away.
Okay.
So it's like, yeah, I'm in what's called heart of Florida. So it's like
eventually we'll do some type of Florida live show.
Oh yeah. That picture we're gonna take is gonna break Giants Twitter.
Oh yeah, because you're short.
It's gonna break Giants Twitter for sure.
I should just put you on my shoulders.
Oh man, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. Yeah, I mean, we almost saw each other that one time in Tampa, but I don't even know what happened. I left that game early. What was it? 2020?
2021. It was the Andrew Thomas touchdown game.
Ah, yes.
The Jason Garrett got fired. He got fired in that game. I got him fired.
Yes. Well, that was the only good thing that happened.
I stayed till the clock hit 0 because I went down and sat with LPG because the stadium,
Oh, it was empty?
Yeah, he got on national TV during that game doing the PU thing.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Also, I don't know how Joe does it because this guy was yelling at Joe to bench license plate guy to bench Daniel Jones, and license plate guy is like just trying to be polite. He's like, I don't fucking bench the guy, dude.
Like he's in the front office.
and then I had nonverbal contact with Matt Parrott because they weren't playing Matt Parrott, and it was fucking bullshit. And I was going off on it every week.
Matt Parrott.
And so Matt Parrott knew who I was, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? He's like,
oh, for real?
yeah.
I liked Matt Parrott. He was like my guy to get in like the early to middle rounds in that draft, but then he just never worked out. I heard he got like a contract with the Broncos, or am I bugging about that?
I don't think he got anything serious, but like, hey, Matt Parrott not good. Should have played over Nate Solder. It's one of those things that people will look back at and be like, you're saying this Parrott's your guy. You believe it? I'm like, no, I don't. I just don't want Nate Solder playing anymore. It's not about Matt.
Yeah.
Parrott.
Oh my
it's
God,
Nate
Solder was
playing.
You know it's crazy when people like go like I think I watched this video, or was it a TikTok or something like that? It's like top 5 or top 10 like worst NFL contracts ever. I'm pretty sure the Giants were there like one or like
oh, that's the thing
is
is we like, is Kenny
Solder
Galladay the worst contract ever? It's like, I've not even the worst contract in the Giants the last 5 years.
Exactly. We got Nate Solder too, man. It's like,
yeah, I think Daniel Jones' contract is probably past Kenny Galladay's. There's some fucking bad ones, dude.
I'm like, damn, how much the Giants are gonna show up on this list?
Dude, it's crazy. Actually, let's do that's what we're gonna do. Daryl W. KB Florida man. Never knew, but it's worth it. All right, so we got another 5 more for Daytona.
Staying in Florida.
Hold on, I'm adding them. And then we're gonna look up worst NFL contract list. That's actually a fun exercise. I'll say Albert Hainsworth is like known as the worst one. All right, so 5 more Daytonas added. All right. Worst. You know what the worst part about this is going to be, though? Is that this website, whatever it is going to have like 20 fucking million pop-up
ads. Yeah.
Bleacher Report. Our friends at Bleacher Report.
Oh, Bleacher Report should be good as far as ads go. Maybe minimal ads, I think.
All right, present. Screen. Okay. Oh, Deshaun Watson's the new number 1, actually.
Oh, I fully guaranteed you got to go.
So honorable mentions: Kirk Cousins, Robert Hunt. Wait, Robert
Wait,
Hunt?
really? I thought he was good.
Is this of last year? Chase Young? This must be of last year.
Oh yeah, this is like.
Oh yeah, this is last year. Bradley Chubb.
Those are pretty bad contracts. Though.
Brandon. Oh yeah, this is ranking the worst contracts in the NFL right now. J.C. Horn, Tremaine Munnins, Tua.
Oh my God.
Dan Moore.
Dan Moore was I couldn't believe he got that much money. You know, I
this
know
is
a lot
NFL
of Steelers
clickbait.
fans.
Putting Dak number 2.
Oh,
this
Dak.
is total clickbait. Deshaun Watson number 1.
Dan Moore, man. Steelers fans couldn't believe that he was still on the roster, and Titans signed him for all that money. Oh my God.
All right, Tyler Sullivan. Oh, that's one idea I have for one of these streams is let's find some random guy's tweet and just fucking barrage him, like, berate him, like, you fucking idiot. There's some like random guy who covers like, like some like Division II college. He covers the athletics there.
Yeah, you should. Some random college beat.
We'll
writer.
do that after this. We'll do that after this. Let's see. Carson Wentz number 10. That was a pretty bad one. Matt Flynn. I'll say Matt Flynn kind of should be a little higher because, like, what team was like, hey, he had one good game. Let's fucking make him our starting quarterback.
Man, back then, 3-year for $20 million was terrible. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
Right now, you would
it's like we paid more for Mark Lewinsky than that.
You take that for a backup right now.
Nnamdi Asomugha, which when the Eagles signed him, it was like unfair, and then he didn't do shit. Kenny Galladay, number 7. After a productive career at the Detroit Lions, Kenny Galladay signed a 4-year, $72 million deal with the New York Giants 21. Needless to say, Galladay didn't see the end of that contract. In his first season at the club, he caught just 37 of 76 targets for 521 yards and 14 games played. He did lead the team receiving, though. That was as productive as Galladay would be in New York, as he caught 6 passes for 81 yards and a touchdown in 2022 and 12 games played.
And the fact that we had to treat that as much as he was getting paid, we had to treat him like he was Rudy or something like that, trying to get him a touchdown. Like, yeah, you did it!
It's one of the best moments of Talking Giants history was that touchdown.
We treated him like a Make-A-Wish player for crying out loud.
I celebrated that like we won that game.
And he called out Darius Slay, and everybody's like, yeah!
We did like Titanic music behind it and everything.
Oh, man. Nick Foles, Jackson.
Nick
yeah.
Foles.
I feel like he signed bad contract with multiple teams.
Yeah.
Didn't he sign one with the Rams?
They got traded to the Rams. I don't know if he signed a contract.
Oh, yeah.
Le'Veon Bell is a pretty bad one, too. He didn't do anything for the Jets. Russell
And he
Wilson
held
fourth.
out for like how long just to do nothing.
Andre Rison. Wait. Whoa. See all these fucking ads.
Yeah.
Andre Rison, number 3.
Was Nate
Yeah, this is not.
Daniel Jones or Nate Solder not in that?
Albert Hainsworth, number 2. Their first $100 million contract, and then Deshaun Watson. Yeah, House.
Or even Russell Wilson. Even Russell Wilson from Denver.
He was on there. He was like number 5.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna find somebody random on Twitter, and then we get everyone in the chat to go mess with them.
All right, Giants Nation.
Give me 2 words to search on Twitter, and then that's what we'll figure it out.
2 words. What kind of words?
Anything, just put it like that would be in the same tweet.
Damn.
Galladay crazy block. Yeah, that was the playoff game. That was the greatest block I've ever seen. Oh, we got another Burlington.
Doug said Intercourse.
Burlington or Stowe, Vermont. Intercourse. Yeah, I'm not searching that on Twitter. I'm gonna do Burlington, Vermont. For 2, we got two for that.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? He's got 2 votes. I'll do one of each. Stowe, Vermont.
Nick said
you, David.
burger time.
Dave Delkel. Burger time. Okay.
Ryan said women's basketball.
What is it?
Ryan said women's basketball. Oh my god.
Oh, there's too many. I need a small tweet.
Damn.
Burger time is what you said?
Yeah, that's what Nick. Yeah, Nick said burger time.
Okay, I'm gonna do burger time. The latest tweet.
Like and subscribe, guys. Come on. Are you just looking at a tweet that says?
I'm
that
just
has
like
burger
searching
time
and trying
in
to
there?
find stuff.
Oh, so you're just gonna find anybody's Twitter? So not
Look,
really
this
like
guy
a-
Connor. The big Archer burgers are the only decent thing McDonald's does, but fuck me, they are messy, aren't they? Should we mess with this guy? This guy looks like he might want to like actually track us down and kill him.
Yeah, I feel like we gotta be mindful like who we're doing it to. Just find some random Giants Twitter.
No, see, it's
trolls
got to be
and-
something we'd have nothing related to.
Oh,
Like,
nothing
let's,
related to.
Let's like find like a zoo, like
A zoo. Let's do
like a small zoo. Like, is there like a
small one.
I'm gonna just go Farmington Zoo.
I was gonna say like Farmington Zoo. Where's that at?
I don't know.
Farmington.
I know like every state in the Midwest has a Farmington. Okay, here so I'm just okay. We have the Escalon Times. We're the premier series for local news focusing on school, sports, arts, and agriculture and business in the heart of Escalon. They don't tweet; they just retweet. See, some of these are nice, just like little kids. So I'm not gonna have us berate that.
Reptile. Somebody said Reptile Land.
Sweet Mama, Rachel, and the Homemade Jam Band on stage. Crowd settling at the park, and ice cream would be still being scooped. Come on down to Main Street Park. Goes until 9 p.m. Should we just be like, this music is trash?
Yeah.
The thing is, that's too mean. If those people see that,
Ryan said a local kids charity. Yo, you guys are crazy. Local kids charity.
Someone said, Blair said Reptile Land.
Reptile Land in Allenwood, Pennsylvania would be perfect. The guy gets in trouble for being a dick to animals all the time. All right, let's get some redemption
But
for
we
the
also don't
animals.
want it to be someone who's used to the hate.
Damn, but then we don't want to do it to like some goody two shoes either, right?
No, we got to find somebody random. Oh, give me some more words.
Ah, man.
I'm gonna just like found this. How about this? Found this. And we just hit 5 hours on stream.
5 hours. Let's go.
Oh, I put fouled
What
this.
was that,
Not found
19
this.
more to go?
There's so many fucking AI tweets and shit.
It's everywhere on Twitter, man. Half of the
Sure.
tweets that you see in like viral tweets are just bots.
And wasn't the Grok like saying like Hitler shit yesterday?
Was it?
Yeah. That's...
Trolling
Hold on,
with
I'm
the
trying to
wall.
find a tweet. Again, everything is so weird on Twitter now.
Nick said, "Trolling with a moral compass is not easy."
Yeah, it really is tough.
I'm sorry that we're just good people, guys. A small town third-party politician or a small-time magician. Yo, we should do a small-time magician.
They're
Say,
scumbag.
Your
I got
magic sucks. Scammer.
Fake.
Fake. Yo, let's find a random magician.
I'm looking up this reptile land. See if they have a Twitter.
A chili cook-off con. Yo, you guys coming up with these ideas is hilarious. I couldn't even come up with one. Do a psychic? Oh my god.
I can't find anything. Hold on, let me look at the chat. Give me some ideas. Do a psychic. Chili cook-off contest. You know, I'm just going to type in chili cook-off contest.
My gosh. Let's see. I'm going to help you out here. Let's see. Chili bowl, chili ticket.
All right. So what I'm doing is I'm getting to pages and then just finding. Okay, so I just found this guy. I don't know. He's political. I don't know what his thing is. He's the Yuba County, which is, I don't know what state that is. The supervisor, District 4. So I'm going to put his Twitter. I'm going to put the link to his Twitter in this chat. He is board member. All right, so go to his most recent tweet. It's been a while since I've been at Wheeling Council meeting, so it was nice to attend one tonight. I appreciate that there's a lot of public there. All right, just talk about like them poisoning the water. How about you fix our water, buddy?
All right, let's see here. Oh man, what a mug that guy shows. All right.
People are dying. All right, I just replied.
Oh, 17 hours. 17 hours ago, 3 likes. Oh my god.
Yeah,
How
well,
about you
one of
fix
those
it?
likes is now me. So make sure. So I'll even put the actual tweet that we're replying to in the chat. Call the Pennsylvania. Oh, that's something I want to do. I want to prank call WFAN.
You're gonna prank call WFAN?
Yeah, I've done that. Not like crazy prank call, but just like something innocent.
I'm gonna say
NFL,
can't believe
NFL
you're
Turkmenistan. Are you gonna comment on the fluoride levels in the fucking water? You said fuck.
I said I can't believe you're smiling in the state our city is in.
Ryan from Ananobi Dynasty. Nope, not taking this from a man who supports tainted water. Never am I again drinking. Got 5 reply. Can't believe you're smiling in the state our city is in. Drank the water and literally got AIDS. Fix it, buddy.
This guy's gonna be so confused.
We're gonna be the
God.
conversation. This guy's dinner tonight, like when he's talking with his family.
And on top of that, he sees that we both got blue check marks. We just made the world a better place. You're welcome, city of Wheatland. You're welcome.
I'm gonna respond from the Giants Nation account too.
Their city's saved. Poor guy. What state is he in? What state is this?
I don't know.
It has some image. What is this? Yuba. Where's Yuba County? Does anybody know where Yuba County is at?
We'll do a lot. We should do a live show there.
Yuba County, and then invite him on.
Yeah.
Guys, this is networking 101. So if you guys want to know what it's like to be a content creator, this is how you network.
So I'm actually going to add Yuba County to the spinner.
Yuba County, where is that at? It's in California.
Oh shit. No, it's not. Is it?
Yeah, California.
Oh shit! I don't want to go all the way out to California.
Yeah, that place is expensive. It's right above Sacramento.
Be nice to drink some water and not end up in the hospital. Here, let me just share my screen for people to see the.
Oh my
replies.
God, the water thing is perfect because they're in California. We should have said this. The water ran out. Oh
Let me
God.
follow. You poisoned our water. How about you fix our water, buddy? People are dying. Can't believe you're smiling in the state our city is in. Are you gonna comment on the fluoride levels in the fucking water, you sick fuck? You gave my toddler
Oh
a
my
bath.
God.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. So that has 8 replies. See if we got any new ones.
If there's anybody that lives in Yuba County right now, we're about to save your city. We're about to save your city.
All right, we'll check back in on that in a little bit.
Yeah.
So you're just gonna join me for the whole 24 hours?
No, I actually gotta go in like I'll give you like 5 more minutes.
All right. Well,
like
tell
5
me when you
minutes.
got to go check in on our guy, and then go from there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was fun though. It's fun. Let's see here.
Let's see.
The fluoride level hasn't even. Yeah, hey, Giants Nation came through strong on that one, man. You guys were quick on that one.
I know. That's the type of stuff.
I'm gonna bookmark this so I can see so I can see if you like. We're investigating this. We're looking into it. Oh God. Everybody like and subscribe and guys send some. There we go, Joshua. There we go. Any more votes for Intercourse, Pennsylvania, guys? We could make this happen, guys. We could send Bobby to Intercourse.
Oh wow, we got another Intercourse. Thank you, Joshua.
Hey, we're gonna start a hashtag, guys. Send Bobby to Intercourse.
We got a lot of entries. We had 121 entries so far.
Damn. So how are you gonna do the elimination? You're just gonna go one by one and just eliminate 121, 120.
It's not like I have a little. It's like the perfect time killer.
Oh
like
yeah.
That second to last hour.
Oh yeah, you're gonna start doing it like during the 23rd hour or something like that.
Yeah, I'll probably start at hour 22. So at
you're gonna be so
tomorrow.
out of it when you do it.
9 a.m. tomorrow morning, we're gonna do
Yeah,
that.
I am definitely tuning in for that. I'm looking at that on my way to work.
Yeah,
you're gonna be so out of it, man. Holy
What's funny
crap.
is it's gonna be like fucking Orlando.
Right, the one I put. Hey, we can send Bobby to Orlando. Hey, it'll save you a lot of money though. You just gotta drive over there real quick.
I know. The Honolulu one is like, all right, so you just like that's.
You got one for Hawaii?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got expensive taste, man. I just had a friend that went to Hawaii. They cleared out their bank account to go there. Jesus. Travel from Intercourse to Blue Ball. Don't tell me Blue Ball is now a city too. I lived in Pennsylvania for a little bit.
Pennsylvania has like the weirdest names. Where's Hell?
Yeah.
Is that Michigan? I feel
Where?
There's a place named Hell. I think it's in Michigan.
Hell?
Yeah.
No, that's crazy. Traveled from. So is Blue Ball an actual place? No way. Someone just said New Haven. G19.
New Haven, G19. New Haven's got some pretty good representation.
New Haven's a good spot. It's definitely not a out of the ordinary spot. I've heard a lot of people are from New
It's
Haven.
Blue Bell, not Blue Ball.
Oh, it's Blue Bell.
Yeah.
No, so I guess everybody else is just calling it Blue Ball just for the intercourse. I'm an hour from Penn State. It's ultimate redneck here. Well, where are you, Blair? I live in PA.
But I kind of like going to a random like small town redneck city.
Where would you set up? Where would you set up?
Wherever I have like the battery pack, I can do all types of different stuff.
Hey, and I'll tell you what, there might be some Giants fans out there too. Pennsylvania's got a lot of Giants fans, man. I've lived there for a couple years. You got a lot of Giants fans out there. Of course, you got some Eagles fans.
So
too.
that's the thing is, people are like, oh, why are you doing a live show? Like, the emphasis is not on getting a lot of people out there. The emphasis is on just doing a show from a random place.
Yeah.
Like if we do them in New Jersey, yeah, we need to get people out there and make shit work. But like, I'm not looking to like
just giving the people what they want, man. They want you in intercourse.
Yeah, that's what the people want me to be in intercourse.
Oh man. All right, Bobby. I'm out of here, man.
Hold on. We got to check on our guy, Supervisor Bradford.
Did he say something?
I'm going to check in on the new replies. There's 3 more. Let's see what they are.
Oh, scared me, man. I thought.
Let's see.
Drank the water and literally.
Look at this one. What are you doing to bring back Sean? Wheatland, more like sheetland. This town's gone to shit since the water killed all the livestock. Gave my taller, did that one.
Shout out
the
to
fucking
you,
nerve of this guy, small, and while our city is. I'm following everyone who's doing replies.
Oh my gosh, entertainer talking drugs is in the building. Let's go. That's an OG account.
That means we got like 20 other different accounts in here at the same time too.
That's the OG account. That's the OG troll account. I haven't seen that in a long time.
I think he's the creator of Danny King Sized, and some other ones.
Yeah, there was entertainer talking drugs and entertainer talking something else too.
All right, I'll let you go.
All right, brother. Good luck, man. Stay energized and persevere.
I was gonna say it's almost time to go get coffee, but it's not. I'm doing that in 2 hours.
You got a time you're gonna get coffee?
Yeah, it's like something to go like a goal for.
Ah, gotcha. All right, man. Have a good one, chat.
See ya.
Yeah. See you later.
Oh, let me go put your link, your YouTube in the chat. You can go.
Okay. Later, guys.
Yeah.
How do I get out of here? Get me out of here, Bobby. Get me out.
You know how to do that shit.
Remove some stage. There we go.
Where can I find his fucking... All right, let's get Kid Blue's channel. Go subscribe. Kid Blue's a good dude. Bobby, a lot of the chat's been on defense. Do you see Malik being positioned in the slot and mixing up this year? So Malik does play a little bit of slot. It's when we say like, yes, but it's more like just like getting matchups and giving different looks to the defense and making them be prepared for stuff. Like I'm going to look up Malik Neighbors' snaps by position. Let's see. Last year he played in the slot. Like, let me not guess on this. He played in the slot. 216 divided by 24% of the time last year. So like he does it quite a bit. Now he's an outside receiver. He plays outside, but he's definitely going to get those slot touches. But you also don't want him getting fucking hammered running like just down the down slot stuff. And you have Wandale for that, so. We are. I'm not like physically tired, but I'm also like, man, we've just been talking a lot. Might have to change locations. In fact, I might look for my adapter for my other computer. Here it is. Just to be ready when it comes that time. And just go watch the news or something. Watch the 5 o'clock news. Let's see. So I don't have anyone else who agreed to come on at a certain time except for Sean Marash at like 7. Got more replies to this district man or whatever his name was. Glenn with the 9s, 9 ends. Where did that makes an official statement? I don't know. How much money you need for the plane? To be honest, I don't know. It's probably between like $2 and $3 grand. I'm not sure what we're at right now. Update. I don't want this to get super boring. I took a break. Did Bobby poop in the back? No. But I'm close to finishing my 3rd bottle. 2 down. Almost the 3rd one. 3rd one almost down. Thoughts on extending a Luminor with signing a swing tackle and drafting Bo? I mean, I would do it. And then, again, Bo may be better off worked on the inside. So we're about 1/4 of the way of our goal. And we're almost 1/4 of the way through the stream. So what was that thing that me and we were going to look at? You need like some subjects to go through? Because I have some stuff once we get to like the nighttime. Like redrafting old Giants drafts. You know, I got a midnight mock draft. We do a call-in hour at 8. And now we know at 9 we're gonna do the live show picking. So yeah, so we're gonna do the live show pick at 9 a.m. tomorrow. That's the goal. Can't believe I'm saying that. Like I'm gonna be on there till 9 a.m. tomorrow. I will say the times went pretty quickly. Bo doesn't have to anchor for guard. Yeah, but his technique is so good. Like again, I think center may be the right spot for him. And I understand if he's going against Dexter Lawrence, he'll get fucking dominated. But there's no other guys like that. And he's athletic. There's so many things you could do with him. I think he's going to figure it out at some point. Hyatt will have greater than 30 catches, but he'll have greater than 800 yards. I think he'll have less than 30 catches, but that's impossible. That's literally. Let's just see what's 800 divided by 29. Yeah, that's 27.5 yards per catch. That's impossible. Yeah, for me it's tackles number 1 priority. Worst case scenario, I'm saying nothing more. Yeah, so now I would try guard too. Like just try it. But we said it in our draft, our O-line draft preview with Bo is like because of the short arms and the lack of the strength, there's all this like, well, where do you put him? In reality, his best spot may just simply be tackle. Right? Like, and, I compare him to Zach Tom in that way, where it's like, where's Zach Tom going to fit? And Zach Tom just plays tackle. Now, Zach Tom had a better anchor than him. I don't remember what his length and stuff was, but so that's one of those things about, but like, we get excited about, and I was excited about Bo too. Like I was said in the 5th round, and not taking him at this point would be ludicrous. But weaknesses matter, man, and they can stop you from playing. So, but I think center can really happen. I hope that they would be willing to try that early on too. And he would, he'd be smart with all like the protect, like the mental part of the game. So again, I would try him at tackle like they are, and then I would move to center. And the Giants don't even have a backup center. Greg Van Roten is, but not an actual backup center. Do you think they should push for Evan to start guard if JMS doesn't look good? No. Evan Neal should only play if he looks fucking really good in preseason. Does Bo seem smart enough to maybe be a coach in the distant future? I don't know. A coach is not just about being smart. It's about, I don't know. You see his his presser at the rookie minicamp? He was like very like goofy. I don't know. I mean, I like Bo. Maybe. I mean, he's definitely smart enough to be a coach. But I will say, a guy like Bo, as smart as he is, sometimes it's like you're trying to teach these guys. Like I'll use Andrew Thomas as an example. And Mark Colombo's not smart. He's an idiot. But when Andrew Thomas, as a rookie, was just oversetting, right? And leaving himself vulnerable inside. Just oversetting. And he was also lunging, right? Using his hands. Mark Colombo didn't focus on Thomas's feet. He had him doing all these hand tricks, right? Where he's like using these machine gun hands and stuff. Instead of just being simple and what Gooch told Joe Judge to do, which is like, hey, he's athletic and he's got long ass arms. Tell him to cheat inside. And then when a guy declares to his corner, he can beat him. He can handle him around the corner. And that's what he did. Now, Thomas doesn't play like that anymore, right? He's gotten better, but that helped him have a good second half of his rookie season. So sometimes it's like Bo knows all these tricks, but in reality, it's like you got to teach guys the basics. Run your contract over after this year? No, it's not. Let's look at what the dead money and shit is. Over the cap. So if they cut him after this year, they would save 9.2 and only have 2.5 in dead cap. So if he's not good and they upgrade, then they should do it. And his cap number is 11.7 saying this. So if he's still like the best, if the season's over and he's still like there's still no one that's better than him, then he should be brought back. Like there's no reason to cut no reason to cut him. Especially with the Giants. Like, let's look at their cap situation next year. They have... Wait, no, that's 2025. How do they only have $8 million in cap space the next year? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, well, in 27, they have 107,000. So I guess they'd have to move. That's kind of surprising. It's only $8 million. Weird. But let's I guess, yeah. But they're probably going to do new deals with Dex at some point. Burns get his money moved around a little bit. He's got a $34 million cap hit. Well, it's a good year not because the free agency class next year kind of sucks. We did it on our 2026 free agency preview. It wasn't great. Screen share Giants OTC and played GM quite a bit. Well, how do you do that? All right, let's do that. Okay, let's just mess around a little bit and see what happens. Okay, so this is 2026. These are the free agents. So keeping Dex, Thomas, Burns. Let's say Okereke has the same year as last year. Cut. Okay, so now we're up to 17 million cap space. All right, Kayvon, we're going to keep around. Javon Holland, Slayton, we're keeping around. Malik Neighbors. We're going to cut Singletary. Gano's still going to be under contract. Let's cut Gano. Golston. Let's cut James Hudson because he sucked. So now we're up to $32 million in cap space, right? Okereke being the big one. I'm not going to cut Banks. Let's cut Roy Robertson Harris. Up to 35 mil. You don't have any pending for. You don't have any pending. I guess you have Wan'Dale Robinson. Let's see what. Select. Extend. How do you? Let's see. How do you do this? Let's do $4 million as the base salary with a $12 million signing bonus. But how do you add years to this? So let's do a 3-year. This would be a 12, 16, 17, 8. This would be a 3-year, $19 million deal. Let's add. Let's add this. What the hell's going on here? Let's put the first year. We want the number down a little bit. 2 mil. And then 5 mil in the last year. So that would be a total 1911. That'd be a 3-year, $23 million deal, which I think can happen. Okay, so brought back Wan'Dale Robinson. So now we have $30 million of cap space. Let's go Chris Manhertz. 1-year deal. Bam. Cordell Flott. I don't think Cordell Flott will get any money. Let's say we bring him back as a backup, which is let's even give him 1 point. Let's just give him a nice $2 million. Bam. Dane Belton. Minimum. Bam. Let's just add these guys as backups. Not that these guys individually will be backups, but just have backups. Where's Micah McFadden? I want to extend him. Can't find Micah McFadden. Oh, there he is. All right, so let's give Micah McFadden 3 years with a $6 million signing bonus. And Let's just spread it evenly. 3-year, $12 million deal. Right? That's right. Let's even overestimate a little bit. Let's say it's a 3-year, $16 million deal. We'll make the signing bonus $10 million. Okay, so now we're at $24 million in cap space. Let me check with the chat for a second. See what you guys are saying. Why cut Okereke? Because you could save $14 million, and if he plays the way he played last year, he'd be someone worth cutting. And they need some money. Again, no, we can't. Again, if Okereke played the way he did last year, like you do cut him. Gloversville, New York, says by Gev. I was here for a while early, but had to leave. Did you pee in the ball? I did not. The chat voted that I should not do that. Let me ask. Gloversville, New York. He won't accept that. All right. You know what? I'm not playing this deal. Russell Wilson, we're not bringing back because we have Jameis Winston. Let's see. Evan Neal. Nope. Daniel Bellinger. How many of the guys we have on roster? Let's look at that first. How many guys do we have? Does it say? So right now we have 59 players under contract. So let's Casey Kreider. Let's give him 1.8 million. Bam. And then, so the Giants have how many draft picks next year? They have first, second, fourth, fifth, and then 3-6. So that's 7 picks in total. So we need, let's say they do 8 UDFAs. So 15. So we need to get to 75 roster spots. So we're not going to sign any other quarterback. I guess we can pretend sign Tommy DeVito as the number 3 quarterback. We're going to get to Illuminor what we're going to do with him in a second. But we kept John Runyon, so we're not going to bring back Greg Van Roten. Let's just bring back some of these guys as roster fillers to get to the 90 again. This is just to get to that number 75. Okay. Let's see. Timon Fox. All right, let's put Tommy DeVito. Amir Smith-Marset, got to bring him back on the same. Let's see what is his contract now? Amir Smith. Marset contract. 1 year. Okay, so he's got the base deal. Let's even just give him a little extra. Ty Summers, going to extend him. He plays a lot of press special teams. Bam, back. Deontay Johnson, exclusive right free agency. Bring back. Bryce Ford Reeton. Bring back. So right now, how many players we have? We have 69. So we need to get Dante Miller. Bring back. So let's get to. So now we want to sign 5 free agents where we bring in some money. What do we do? We have $21 million of cap space. Let's see how much needed to sign draft class. So let's see. Let's say the Giants are picking let's say they're picking 10th. So they'll need 12 mil. So we need to keep 12 mil. So we basically have $9 million to play around with. So let's say, hey, we need to extend Jermaine Illuminor. He's going to get big money. NFL, hold on. Look at the, some of the NFL contracts by position. You guys aren't seeing this part. Let's look at tackle. Average salary. So let's see. Dan Moore's getting $20 million last year. Michael and one. Titus Howard got 18. Let's say it. Let's fuck it. Let's say Illuminor gets 19 mil per year. So that's let's say because Jermaine Illuminor's age is, hold on, he'll be 32. So you give him a two. So he's not. Let's go 2 years, 36 mil. Okay. So 2 years, 36 mil. Let's say 20 mil is signing bonus. Right, so it makes him a little harder to cut the next year. So we need to put. So we have 16 mil left over. We're going to do 4 million this year, and then 12. What the fuck is going on here? So I mean that puts us over the cap. Now, can we extend some contracts? Let's see. Let's restructure some of Brian Burns' deal. Actually, shit. Restructure. How do you do this? Use the letters M or K as a shortcut to represent millions of dollars. Let's take 10. So now we're at 16. So now we got, 5 mil. We don't have really much money to sign free agents. Let's look at my 2026 free agency preview notes. You know what? I got an idea. So I was like O-line, right? So you got Trey Smith, Elijah Vera Tucker. Let's see. Braden McKenyon, Zion Johnson, Cole Strain, Dylan Parham. All right, so we're going to get a little creative. What we're going to do here is we're going to cut John Runyon. Okay? Now we're going to go add. So we go big game hunting. We're going to add. You know what? The Giants probably were going to be in on Trey Smith. We're going to add Trey Smith. Okay. So he's going to get a 3-year deal. This is what these guys want now. And he's probably gonna get like 23 mil per year. So that's 3 years, 69 mil. Nice. So let's go. Let's make this work. Let's say the signing bonus is $20 million. So now we got $49 million to work with. So we're going to make the first year, we're going to make the base salary 10 mil. So that's 30. And we need 39 to get with. So we're going to go 25. You know what? No, 28. What the hell? What the helly? So we got 38, 58, and then 11 million. And this, again, I'm not an expert at this type of shit. So now we have 10. So now, okay. So we brought back McFadden. We need a linebacker. We're going to add Leo Chanel. We're going to give him a 2-year deal. And he doesn't get he doesn't get the love he deserves. So we're going to give him a $6 million signing bonus. And he's going to get 15 mil total. So we got to make 9.5. So we're going to go 3.5. So that's 9.5. And then 7.5. Right? That's right. Okay, so now we gotta make some we gotta work some money around. We're also gonna get Dylan Parham at guard because of the Carm Basillo. It's gonna be a 1-year deal. $1 million signing bonus. And base salary of 1.2. So $2.2 million deal. So now we're at 2,000. We're at 4 million. So we need about $8 million. How many players do we have? We got 74 players under contract. So we need to create about $10 million in cap space. So what we're going to do is we are going to extend. Wait, hold on. Extend. How do you do this, though? How do you... Okay, so what's the defensive NFL? Let me go to NFL contracts for defensive tackle. So right now the highest average salary is 31. So let's say we're going to put that at 33. So add another 3 years at 3 years, 99, 3 years, $100 million. Let's just make it a clean 3 years, $100 million. And Dexter Lawrence's other contract was what was his contract? It was a 4-year, $87 million, a $22 million signing bonus. So 3 years, $100 million. We're going to do a $30 million signing bonus. So now we're going to take this base salary and put it down to 8,500. And then we're going to, let's see. So now we got to make up 80 mil. So we're going to put 10 mil here, 28,000. 70 mil. Let's go. I'm going to put 40 mil here. Let's go 15 mil. And then I guess, again, I'm just doing shit as I go. So transact. I did something wrong. Well, but that's kind of like a little free agency plan. So, but that's just kind of an idea. Yankees cut DJ LeMahieu. Oh shit. So I signed offensive line, brought back Jermaine Illuminor, brought back Wandale and McFadden, cut Okereke and John Runyon. So. But here's the thing: is like Runyon got a 5, but guys want 3-year deals though because they want to be able to re-up the contract earlier. That's why these contracts are going for 3 years now. So he's getting more per year. I put him at what, 25 mil a year, I think. So and shit changes. Like different positional markets change, right? One market doesn't just stay exploding. Wide receiver has changed from year to year. So, but hey, good exercise. I appreciate the idea. I'm Skinner. Yeah, honestly. Hey, I'll just say this: if Okereke has that type of season, a good season, I'm keeping him. I'm not re-signing McFadden, and I'm bringing in Leo Chanel. How about it? Unless McFadden wants a cheap deal, then we can make some stuff happen. But focusing on the O-line, right? You bring in what's his face? Trey Smith. Again, and it's just not the specific players, but like big name guard is what I'm saying. And then, Dylan Parham. Be nice to have some young players that we drafted to feel good about it, right? But we don't. Supervisor Bradford, has he responded? He has not. His silence is deafening. How many people do we even have in here right now? This is the part. It's like I know I'm losing people's interest. Has McFadden shown a decent deal to get elsewhere? It seems like a name only Giants fans were. Yeah, that's fair. Here's what I didn't want to do is I didn't want to be like, yeah, this guy will just re-sign for cheap. So I get what you're saying. And that's, again, would be interesting. It's like, would McFadden sign now? Nick Enrique, why are you doing a 24-hour stream? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get a plane banner. You can see in the thumbnail to promote Giants Nation Show. It's a positive plane. So we're trying to raise money for that. And the main way we're doing that is through Super Chats. And if you do a Super Chat, you can see the ticker at the bottom. We're going to do a live show, right? We're going to pick a live show area, and let me pull up the wheel so you can have a better representation of what we're doing. And so people's Super Chats are entered into a wheel, right? So you have all these cities, and tomorrow morning we're going to pick one of these cities to have a Giants Nation Show live show at. Right, so we're not doing it this way, but if we did it like lottery ways, we could be like, all right, where are we going to be? We're going to be in Idaho. Let's try it one more time. So that's why the Super Chats are a big deal. Arlington, Virginia. Now, in reality, you don't want to get picked by this thing because that just eliminates you. What's going to suck is if it gets down to the last 3 and it's all the same name, and there you lose the luster. Let's see what time we're at. 4:50. It's good to see Malik Neighbors practicing with the boys in San Diego. Is that on Instagram stories? Maybe we'll do a post. Let me stop sharing the screen. Yeah, that's what we can do right now. Let's go through the Giants players' Instagram stories. Darius Slayton. Oh my God, Russell Wilson is in and shoulder pads and a Giants helmet. All right, so what we're going to do is all right, here we go. I'm gonna make a post. Russell Wilson throwing with all these guys. Darius Slayton. Malik Neighbors. Tyrone Tracy. Daniel Bellinger. Jalen Hyatt. How about that? That's a nice post for me right there. That's a nice post for me right there, man. Okay, how about that? Okay, goodbye. All right, so I'm going to make that as a post. How about it? Has anyone posted on Twitter yet? Whatever. You know what? I've been fucking live streaming, so I'm not fucking around. I ain't stealing no shit. But thank you for the comment. Who was that? Thank you, Maxwell Smith. Russell Wilson getting in work with Malik Neighbors. Darius Slayton. Jalen Hyatt. Tyrone Tracy. And Daniel Bellinger. Bellinger. All right, posting. Maybe that'll go viral. That'd be nice. People love these off-season workout things, you know? Posting to Twitter. At hour 16, I think you should record. I thought about doing that, but that just makes the technical side of that would be a pain in the ass.
Should I make a post for this on Facebook?
Oh shit! You know what? This music. I got to get this music off here. That's dangerous. But it's short enough to where it's all right. Russell Wilson getting in work with Giants weapons. That's the. Russell Wilson getting in work with Giants weapons. It's so funny that he has fucking shoulder pads on one of these. And shoulder pads with no jersey, too. We love it, though. Can the plane read media some clowns? That's something that we can consider. How was the post doing on Twitter? It's doing pretty well. It's doing pretty well. It's running the copyright scan on Facebook as we speak. Let's go, bye. We need something good for the next hour and a half evening rush. I know. We're almost at 6 hours. You should let me and Connor Run the Devil's Nation show on your new sport. Yeah, that. Oh, look, we got Connor's in here. If you're doing do a Devil show. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, say to them that Novo's gonna be here.
Hopefully, Novo is going to be, on the stream at some point. Russell Wilson. Getting in work with giant weapons. Editing the cover to have Russell Wilson with the best view of him in full pads. Did you laminate the coconut? No, but somebody else did. Somebody in Key West did. How many people even have in here? I feel like I'm letting you guys down by not being super active, but it just kind of is what it is, and I gotta live with that. Let's go. Let's do. You know what? Next place that we do gets a little city tour. So, next place that's commented with a super chat, we will do a little city tour and talk about it. I'm about to go grocery shop and pick a beef cut for me to grill tonight.
Nice.
Let's get a strip steak. Can we get a tour of all the props behind you? I feel like it's a little too early for that, though. That's the thing. I guess we go quick. These are my Wood Brothers collection. It's my high school football helmet. Dale Earnhardt. Mike Skinner Truck Series. Jimmy Johnson. Mike Skinner Cup Series. Wood Brothers helmet signed. Kadarius Toney draft bobblehead. Eli. A Giants car. My high school graduation cup. The Sussex County Miners mascot. Some books. And a shuttle. And then all the press passes we have. What do you think about the Chicago race? I think it's great. Now, I do agree, 3 years and then do another street race somewhere else. But I think the street racing idea is probably super expensive for NASCAR, but it's a wildly successful thing to do. Go outside and do your best Trailer Park Boys adventure. Yeah, we could prank call Danny King. Oh, that's what we should do. WFAN. What's the WFAN number? But I got to think of something funny to say. Okay. 718-937-9326.
Hello. We can help you find another business in the area, since the number you called is not in service.
What? What did I type wrong? 718-937-9326. Oh, okay. Wrong. 888-808-1019. I see your Charleston chat. We'll get to that after the prank call. And we'll do a city tour. I promise that. They must be busy. Let me text Sean. All right, we'll try that. Let's try one more time. Okay. All right, let's Let's do a Charleston, South Carolina tour. Also, let me add it to the wheel first. Okay. Now, Charleston's big. You know, let's start at the Citadel. The Citadel Google Maps, because that's the school I went toward. How do you? Okay. Wait, it has me in. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Sorry. Has me inside. I don't want to be inside. Get me outside. What the fuck? How do I move my guy? Okay, here we go. Okay. What the hell is going on here, man? Okay, let's find the football hall. Okay, I think it's down here somewhere. Dude, their Google Maps thing kind of sucks. They not like Google Maps come through? Is it like some type of military thing? And I guess the football field's not on the actual campus. Let's see if we can find the football field. I think this is the football field right here. Yeah, this is it. They made us feel so special when I was here. Oh, you special. Can we go in the stadium? Get these damn trees out of the way, man. Pissing me off. We can't go on the field. Andre Roberts went here. He's a good NFL player. All right, it's 5 o'clock. All right, well, let's go into the city, I guess. Let's go into the city of Charlotte. Or Charleston. FedEx. You suck. Just kidding. FedEx is pretty cool. Is it, though? Yeah, Charleston's a nice place. What is that big blur? There's the mailman. Just doing mail. Let's see. Oh, it said Lewis Barbecue. Let's look up Lewis Barbecue. Lewis Barbecue, Charleston. This is where we do the live show, I guess, right? Lewis Barbecue. Is it just a taco? Is it a truck? which is, I mean, that does not disqualify it. What the hell is this all hail the king thing? That's weird. That's a little bit of a deterrent. What's this guy doing? What are you doing, Mike? Where'd he go? Isabella Street. That's what my wife or my mom called my wife Isabel for a long time. All right, end of the street tour. Let's see. Oh, yeah, no, it's Ron. What's up, Ron? Thanks for the props, tour. Vote Boston, Massachusetts. Bobby, how would you do as Giants GM? So it's I will like let's go through. Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna do like actually just redrafts to see what we could do. Old years. So let's do, since Joe Shane took over, what I would have done. Again, this is trying to remember to the best of my memory what I would have done. So let's start this damn thing. Why is it not starting? Oh, hold on, let me share the screen. Why is it not? Oh, start. Okay, so who went off? Okay, so I'm just gonna go off of what I would have done here. Okay, all right, so this is, let's keep everything the same. Okay, so not actually going by what this board is saying. Shit. So I would have went a Kemikonu here, and then I would have went a Cave on with the next one. And again, this is not changing. This is not using hindsight. This is what I would have done. So I had a Kemikonu. So I had a Kemikonu over Evan Neal. And kind of knew the Panthers were taking a tackle, so I would have taken my choice of tackle. Then I know there was worries that someone could trade up for Kayvon. But hey, that's what I would have done. So round 2, pick 36. Okay. Now Kenyon Green wasn't available. Andrew Booth was. Linderbaum wasn't. Daxton Hill was not. Jahan Dot. This is a lot harder than I thought, because this is not. You know what? This is what we're going to do. 2022 NFL draft listing. Here we go. Okay, so this is what I would have done. So I would have went a Kemikonu at 5 and Kayvon Thibodeau at 7. Okay? And fucking Pro Football Reference really sucks about this moving shit. It's driving me crazy. I would have went at pick 36. All right, you know what? I'm not doing this. This sucks. I'm sorry. I'm not going to try and look at shit like that. But I would have went like, Leo Chanel was on the board with me. Alec Pierce. There's some other guys on there. But here's what I'll do. I'll go through what I would have done in each first round. So that's what I've done. In 2022, so the 25th pick, I would have not traded up, and I would have taken Joey Porter Jr. So not taking Deontay Banks. The year after, I would have taken Malik Neighbors. And this past year, I would have taken Abdul Carter. So again, it's hard to do with the first round and stuff. So how would I would probably fail. I wouldn't have a quarterback. How about that? I would not have a quarterback. The Russell Wilson thing's doing well. Probably our biggest social post in a while. Been a little slow, you know. So, but we're over 6 hours. We're a quarter of the way there. You can't deny that we are 1/4 of the way there. But team building, free agencies, coaching selection, salary cap, all of it. So I would have interviewed more guys in that 2022 coaching search, right? That was one of our complaints. Like the GM search was so exhaustive. The GM search was so exhaustive that, and then the head coach, they only interviewed one offensive coach in Brian Dable. And so it's hard to go back and do all that type of stuff. You know, I wouldn't have cut Logan Ryan. They literally lost money on that. They didn't save it. They lost money doing that. Yeah, I wouldn't have cut Blake Martinez, but that was more. But I would have given Blake Martinez more of a role. But again, he was done anyways. Let's see. My account gives me a weird error for Super Chats. Do you have a Cash App or whatever? I don't know if I should do that. Give us a tour of your stream setup. I guess I could do that at some point. Maybe we go for a walk. Can we do that? Let me do StreamYard on my phone. With to test out how.
I have the microphone at this Wi-Fi or Bluetooth.
Use my AirPods.
That's true.
I also don't want to give my address away.
We should walk a little bit and then get to the stream. Or drive for a while.
So, let me send you a signed LT mini helmet for your background. I will give you. I'm not going to give you my real address, but I do have a PO box that you could use. Should I put the address? Should I put my PO box address in the chat?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Let me look up what it is.
All the bedrooms. PO box.
Okay. All right, I actually am going to do that if you guys want to send me some shit. So it is PO Box 360017, Melbourne, Florida 32936. So if you want to send me some stuff for like the background. Now, again, I'm not promising I'm putting the background, right? Because I've tried it is cluttered, but I did try and make my background a little less cluttered. Darta's out there with wrestling. Oh, yeah, that's something we got to do. We got to finish going through the Instagram stories. Let's finish going through the Instagram stories and we'll go for a walk. Hold on. Let's try one more WFA and prank call, by the way. See if their lines are open. It's bullshit. All right, let's see the Instagrams. Let me turn the volume down so we don't. Oh, Jackson Dart's out there too. Let me screen record that. Jameis is out there too. Jackson Dart, man. What's up, Jackson Dart? That's Jameis, right? I think that's Jameis. I know you guys aren't looking at my actual phone. Yeah, that's Jameis. All right, quote tweet, quote tweet. We need an Evan Neal banner. Yeah. The boys getting in work. I like it. Only a helmet, no pads. Yeah. What the hell are you doing, Jackson? Where's your shoulder pads with no jersey? Background clutter. Yeah, I know. I kind of like it, but Oxford Police Department. I think this is the actual Oxford Police Department from Mississippi, from Ole Miss. Listen, you get in trouble for sending shit. I don't get in trouble for sending anything. So I show up in my P.O. box. Let's see if Supervisor Bradford has showed up to anything. Nope, still won't talk to the people. All right, let me finish getting through the damn Instagram stories. Shit, man. Bo Collins is out there. They're all out there. If you're not out there, you're kind of like left out, right? Sterling Shepard's working out with Saquon. Isn't David Sills at this thing too? Yeah, David Sills is out there too. I bet DJ's out there with him. Let's see. Tay Bang, Joseph Pugh, Bryce Ford Wheaton working out. All right, I think I got. All right, hop back to my other account. What's up, Breck? How we doing, my friend? About to finish bottle number 3, and then we're gonna go for a walk. How many people we got going? 153. That's not bad. And what sucks is I can't keep asking you guys to be the same ones donating. So I hope we get to the number. How long have we been going for now? 6 hours and 11 minutes. So, all right, I'm going to do a bathroom break. And then we're going to go for a walk. You got me? All right, I think I'm on, right? What the heck is going on? What the hell? Okay, how's that? Can you guys hear me on this? Did I see Kadarius Tony's shirt he's rocking? No, I didn't. What is it? So, all right, can you guys hear me? Yeah, let me know if you guys can hear me. Okay, you guys can hear me. All right, let's go for a little walk. Make sure I don't show my street address. Oh my gosh, it feels good just to like walk around. This is my oak tree. I wish I could see the stuff better. I can't really see the chat. I'm trying to see the chat better. So now I'm walking around with two phones like an a-hole, looking at both of them. I DM'd the Tony tweet to you. All right, I'll get to it when I get back because I can't move off this on my phone. 210. All right. I may change the couch for a little bit too. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? I just lay down on the ground. Yeah. Probably secretly lives in Staten Island the whole time. Just needs an avatar. Exactly. What are your accomplishments? What are you accomplishing? What's your life like? Well, trying to become a high school O-line coach. Again, I would love. I think now that I don't have to answer to other people, is like, could you try and do both? It'd be a pain in the ass because you'd want to be good at it, but also doing the Giants Nation stuff. So probably not a realistic thing that we could do. But this isn't really working that good. I think you've already shown enough for Doug English. Yeah. Or that GeoGuessr guy. I think it's going to start raining where I'm at too. That can help whittle down your locations. I think I just felt the rain drop. Feels good to stretch the back though. Man, we're only 6 hours in. This is crazy. I'm definitely sleeping at 5 in the morning. I'm sleeping on stream at 5 in the morning. Coughing on stream. What the hell's wrong with me? What the hell? Bobby, this is my first year coaching high school. If you want to coach the O-line coach jobs. Damn, I didn't know you were going to coach this year, Mr. Brown. So that's kind of sick. I think coaching high school like football is like legitimately cool. As long as you like understand what your role is. You're not out there like trying to, you know, as long as you're not just being a dick to just be a dick, because you're like, back in my day, we're assholes. Like, again, you can be a dick to the players at times and be mean, but just got a job starting my electrical career. Hey, electrical works good. A lot of trade guys don't do electrical because they're afraid of getting shocked. I've had to do like some electrical stuff with pools. You know, like say the timers and then the pumps and stuff. And you're always just ready to destroy something. So yeah, I should have saved some fireworks for today. No, they don't. I don't think they do 2-a-days in high school football. I mean, they don't do 2-a-days. No, they don't. They stopped like a few years after I graduated. I literally I finished playing football, and then they're like, all right, no more 2-a-days. Like life is. I actually think high schoolers in college should do 2-a-days. I just don't see this correlate. Like, it's good for you. It sucks, but it is good for you. NFL players, even if they were allowed to do 2-a-days, they wouldn't actually do them. They would do, a walk through, jog through practice. But it's crazy to think about it. Like, we used to go full pads, popping motherfuckers, like just 4 hours per day. And you're gonna lift weights, and you have to watch film. It's crazy. It's only a couple weeks, but still, it is crazy. Alexander Olsen says they do 2-a-days at some schools. I mean, it's not even some schools. It's got to be some states. It must be a state by state thing. So I'm pretty sure in Florida it's outlawed. Pennsylvania. Thank you, Jinx. So, yeah, I can't remember if my brother's 3 years younger than me, and I think he did do them. I don't know. I think maybe his last year they started. I don't remember. I graduated in 2010, and then in college we did them. So they weren't, outlawed from college at that point. Almost time for coffee talk. Almost time for coffee talk. Hmm? What store? Do we consider? Okay, so this has been. Do we consider moving on from Thomas Speed's injury ridden again this year? I don't know. I don't want to, but I just want him to stay freaking healthy. Like, I hate having that conversation. But here's the thing: is you move on from Thomas. Like, what is the solution? And I understand him not being on the field injured is you're in the same exact situation, but like, it's just what are you gonna do, right? And Larry Tunsil, you saw the trade market he got. I'd rather just stick it out and try and figure it out. It sucks. It genuinely sucks because he's such a great player. He's important. I like him personally. Someone who's a Thomas. Was advocating for Thomas. For a long time. But it's just kind of like there's just no good answer to that question. Like, yeah, you could try, trade him for a late second or a third. But what is that guy turning into? And look at what you're trading away. Like, a top 5 left tackle in the NFL. Something that is extremely valuable. So that's not good return on value. Like, you have to just, unless you had the best hit of the draft with that pick, you're just not getting the same player back. But it does genuinely suck, right? Because again, he missed a lot of games last year. He missed a good amount of games the year before. Was fully healthy in 2022. 2021, I think he missed 4 games. So that's three out of the last 4 years, which again is 4 since his rookie season, he's missed games in 3 out of 4 years, and now he's coming back from the Liz Frank injury. So I'm not. I don't think you ever catch me advocating for it, but there will be some like understanding of the conversation around it. But I don't think I'll ever advocate for it because it's like, well, okay, how are we taking care of left tackle? Now, if the Giants draft Isaiah World next year or whatever left tackle, and then he's really good, and then 2 years from now we could talk about that conversation because he's missing it. Yeah, that's a conversation. But just right now, right? Like, let's say the Giants, aren't going to draft a left tackle in the draft. Like, I don't think I'm doing that. Adam Marsh. Ever thought about doing a post-game podcast for a famous Giants game? If it just happened, good game or bad, could be fun with the also. Maybe I would just feel weird doing it the whole time because it's like this is not real. I think the closest thing we ever did to that was. Not. I think this is the closest thing during COVID. Right, they started playing like Fox. Big thing is like we're going to play the Giants Patriots Super Bowl 42. And so I don't know if you guys remembered, if you guys were on Twitter, we watched that like it was like happening in live time, right? We were clipping it up as it was happening. I did Instagram live with license plate guy. Like we acted like it was happening. Like Kevin Boss has, a catch for 28 yards, this, blah, blah, blah. Like, but to do it now, I don't know. I just feel like it'd be, I think I just would feel stupid doing it. And I don't think people would like it, right? I think some people would like it, but I think the average Giants Nation show listener, like over 50%, would just be like, I'm not listening to this. So, but at the same time, that's not the only reason why. That's never been a main reason why we do anything, right? The 4th of July mailbag is different. There's other stuff we do different, but people don't forget this is a fundraiser. Yeah, Ron, don't forget. I keep forgetting. I'm forgetting that this is a fundraiser. This is the problem. Is I've never really done super chats like that. So people aren't used to doing it. And I'm just kind of reading the comments anyways. Maybe that's what I'll do. I just won't read. But again, it's the other thing is they're fucking at 6.5 hours now. People just aren't going to be tuned in. It's not going to be like a regular stream where there's 600 people. So, are you staying at the full time? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The Big Blue Banter guy folks just broke down an old Giants game. What if you did that on stream? Compare the play then to now. I thought, what I could do is a film breakdown of an old Giants game. That's something I'd be cool to do. Because it's not like reacting like it just happened and pretending, but like just like, hey, let's do a film review of an old Giants game. That's something that I think could be a fun idea. I think we're going to try and prank call WFAN before their afternoon show goes off the air. So let's go back to the computer. Also, my mouth is getting a little parched. So I need to open another body armor bottle. I bet everybody. All right, this is body armor water number 4. Oh, don't drop it. There's the wheel. All right, we're back. Let me get this crap out of my ears. Can you guys hear my breathing that whole time? That's probably the issue with the AirPods. So all the breathing noises. Here's what we're going to do for the background. So we're going to put all the body armor bottles we drink.
age of the English.
I met you walking to the janitor's Buckings when we fired Garrett. Ah, dude. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Are any from Daytona, says Clyde? Yeah, I mean, one of our biggest givers on this thing has been from Daytona. I think we put like 25 Daytona chats in here. The issue here's another issue, Adam, is that I don't have all 22 film of like going back to like 2007 and stuff. So that's what sucks. All right, so let's try and prank call WFN. Let's get them to open their damn lines. Here we go. Answer the phone. I don't even know what I'm going to say in this prank call. We should call some swap shops. He's not answering. That's a bunch. That's a load of shit, man. Have you guys ever played the helicopter game? Let's see how good I can do. My sources say the Giants likely to play in Frankfurt in 2006. What are your sources? That's a long ways away. It's a long ways away, my man. It's a long ways away, my man. You got addictinggames.com. Used to just live in the library on this. All right, we're gonna do a couple rounds of this. Let's see how this goes. Let's see. It's going a little slow because of yeah, that was terrible. No, just a warm up. I think my best score, like I literally carved it into the desk at the library in my school, is like 19 something, 1,000 or 1,900 something. I can't remember. It's been so long since I played this game. Besides yesterday, I played it yesterday. I gotta get to 1,000, then we'll stop, and then we'll revisit later. But my computer's glitching right now. because it's trying to stream this. Damn, 780. All right. We'll come back to that later. Bobby, if my book hits big, I'll cut a Mondo check, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Giants due to play at home international series game to Germany as one of the overseas markets for Giants. UK isn't, and it's Frankfurt on the rotation. I mean, I wouldn't say they're due. 2022 is pretty recent when you think about other teams. But I guess they're playing so many international games now that you're just going to play them more often. So I guess that's right. Let's do a wheel spin.
Just do a giveaway.
Here's something. You guys want to buy something for the mystery box? All right, let's do. All right, so you got to find the item on Amazon, and it's got to be less than $20 or $20 or less. And so what we're doing is we're giving away, with our actual like physical spinner. We're going to be giving away with mystery box. We have stuff wrapped. It's random stuff, right? Like there's an RC car in there. There's a can of beans. Like there's just random stuff. The box.
The box or the wood?
Box. So, but we want to get probably like 20 or more so items, but it'd be cool to get one on here. And this is trying to either be really cool or really funny. We could find something for that. Buy a $20 thing. But it's gonna be $20 or less on Amazon. So I'll go through some of the items that we got. And I know this defeats the purpose of a mystery box, but it is what you guys are my close friends. So here's some of the things we got. I'm really excited to wrap this up and have it be very funny. We got duct tape, golf balls, fishing bobbers, a Josh Berry rookie car. Oh, one of these. These are great for hurricanes and stuff. A headlamp. Tech deck. Beans. Hand strengtheners, hand grips. As if another fellow Yankees fan, how false on about DJ LeMahieu getting DFA. Honestly, I don't give a shit. No offense. I should give him got a mini power strip. So give me some super chats, and again, still put the city right. Things that are something $20 or less on Amazon for the mystery box. So again, make sure you put the city in there too, but just maybe even you can't leave links, but just tell me what it is. Just literally just copy and paste the exact title from Amazon, and I'll do it. Let us try and prank call one more time. Actually, it's 5:45, so the show ends at 6, right? So they're not actually going to be on. We could prank call the fan. That's something we're definitely doing, and we'll prank call C-Mac in 2 or 3 in the morning. So if you want to do super chats with an item off Amazon, $20 or less, oh my gosh. You're not gonna see me sneeze. Yep, that is a high school helmet. I should have tried to get some old Giants on this. I really didn't plan this out as well as I should have. That clip of taking those guys Instagram stories is doing well. Now everyone's kind of running with it. As things go. Oh my gosh, I'm going to share this Kadarius Toney picture. One, down lows. Is anyone else like me who, if you're like just saving a picture that you're not going to hold on to it for a long time, you just replace it with the number one. Like I one.jpg. If she don't talk to her, I won't talk to her. That's very topical, Kadarius. Very topical, Kadarius. Oh, wow. Nick wasn't joking. How about that? Free the people of Giants Nation from the shackles of dog shit football. Hey, give me a location. Bobby better hope I never find a wife these donations. Yes, they will be. Damn, Nick, give me a location. Also, you have 30 entries. If you want to do like 10 of this, 10 of that, all right. So again, you can do New Haven. I'm going to put New Haven down for at least 10. If you want to do 20 other ones, you are welcome to do that. I'm going to copy and paste because I'm not going to type this out. New Haven CT. But so doing this makes it a less random, but I actually like that, right? It's literally by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. So again, Nick, if you want to do 20 more New Haven, let me know. I just put 10 in there. And so why am I not having my face on? I'm sitting here with Kadarius Toney. Thank you very much. Seriously. Like, I know that I'm asking for money and shit, and I don't like doing that. So like, again, we do live streams, except super chats. We don't do our shows around them. But they are helpful when we're just doing regular live streams. And then, I hate to feel like I'm begging, which is what this stream is. But at the end of the day, it's you all get to take place in part of the banner. Like you'll feel like you had a part in it. So, it's cool. So very, very much appreciated. But I was going to say, don't give again, but at the same time, I'm not going to fully explicitly say that. But I'm so bad at this shit. I'm so terrible at self-promotion. I'm keep on, it is what it is. All right. So hell yeah, New Haven. So again, New Haven has an extra 10 minute right now, and could have 20 more depending on how Nick feels. Yeah, at least if we go to New Haven, it's good pizza, and it's we get to it's fairly close, right? So we can make it, in some type of trip. So do you want 20 more or for Greenwich or 10 for Greenwich, 10 more for New Haven? So just give me a breakdown of how you want those last 20. Not like 5 different cities, but if two different cities. I'll do 15 New Haven, Connecticut, 15 Greenwich. Very funny to order like that. All right, so let me do 5 more New Havens. Okay. Now time for Greenwich, Connecticut. I mean, if this thing is not a Connecticut, it's going to be the fucking upset of the century. Like, literally. So I'm pretty sure we're going to end up in Connecticut, but you don't know. Again, someone else could do the same thing. All right, that's 5 Greenwiches, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's do a wheel spin. Denver. Okay, we got another one. Sean Kenny. Denver, Colorado. All right, let's moving away from. So right now we have 157 entries. So how about that, Sean? Welcome to the fucking Thunderdome. So and I think there's probably a lot of Connecticut people or Giants fans in Connecticut. Oh, Michael. You got a lot of, you've been around for a long time. Jared Lorenzen, Jeff Hosteller. You're pretty old. All right, let's do a wheel spin. This is just kind of looking at seeing what it would be. Gloversville, New York. What we could do is, again, instead of doing it all in one push, is we could remove. You know what we're going to do? That's something we're going to do. So now that we're at 157, at the top of every hour, we're going to remove 15. So we're at 554. All right. So since it's on the mind right now, we're going to do that right now. So we're going to remove 15 right now. Okay. So we're at 157. We're going to get this down to 142. So because we're going to have to do this eventually. So let's remove one. And if you only put one entry in or whatever, and it gets removed, then we could go. All right, Daytona. Let's get a Daytona. Only remove one, not all instances. All right, so that's 1 down. Number 2 that we're removing. New Haven, Connecticut. Wow, who would have thought that they would get 1 removed? All right, that's number 2 down. So Daytona, New Haven, probably the most represented ones here. Maplewood, New Jersey. So if you were part of the Maplewood, I only have one entry. So, all right, that's 3. Number 4 down, Daytona. Another Daytona down. That's helpful for the New Haven people. Number 5. Another very well represented. Charlotte. All right, so 10 more until 7 o'clock. This is electric. Number 6. New Haven, Connecticut. Your second one you got down. Binghamton for the cause. 7 down. 8 more to go for the 6 o'clock hour. So this is actually smart. Greenwich, Connecticut. All right, so we're removing 6 more for this hour. It's very funny to see this wheel look like it's not doing anything. 6 down. Florida Atlantic. 5 more. Boca Raton. Another New Haven. Again, you can't let this stress you if you're from New Haven. So what, 3 more? I'm probably not counting right. Yeah, we start with 157, so I think we have 5. Or no, 3 more after that. Another New Haven. So 3 more. Okay, this one, I hate it, but London, you're off. You're gone. You just saved me some money. All right, 2 more. Daytona. Daytona's taking a pretty big hit here. And then 1 more until 7 o'clock. Damn, Big Blue UK. Sorry, guys. Bakersfield, California. That actually relieves me a little more than London. Because London, I think I will get to eventually for a Giants game. Bakersfield, California. What am I going to do there? Go see Kevin Harvick's fucking museum? So, all right. That's it for now. So, at 7 o'clock, we'll remove 15 more. So, but hey, if you want to get London back on the board, there's ways to do it. I'm just saying. There are ways to do it. Oh, it's coffee talk. Can we still add more? So yes. So you can add as many as you want more, right? So we're just removing 15 every hour, and then at 9 o'clock in the morning, we'll just start going through it until we get down to 1. So yes, you can still add more. That's actually the goal, is to by removing, motivating people to add more. Anyone going to week 1 of the Commanders? Chris Peace was in here earlier. I think he's going. The New York Revival guys are going. Well, they believe they're going, but they're going. They're going. So how about that? But we're definitely going to prank call WFA in the middle. So I have, again, some things that I have like kind of, and we're at 8 o'clock. We're doing a call-in hour. So some of the things, let's see. We did spam Twitter. We can do that again to somebody else as well. Again, want to do that mystery box purchase. Oh, Nick, give me a mystery box purchase. Something $20 or less on Amazon. And I'll put it on a different wheel. Like, look, this could be something. A fart noise maker. All right, that could be something we do. Which we did put that under my 100-year-old great grandmother at a Christmas party. And when people sit next to her, we would make the noise go. A little funny. Not even just me. It wasn't just a kid. It was my mom and dad. So once you give me that, we're gonna do a little Dunkin' run. And then we'll be back. So, but the thing is, if you leave a super chat, you know, you have like I have like this starred section, so I won't lose it. So when we get back, I will address whatever super chat you guys leave in there. The Tiki, wait, what? I don't know what that means. Yeah, she died when she was 104. Granny. Let's see if anyone's been
Island of Ellis.
I do think it's a little fun. Like again, Josh, I don't know how long you've been in here, but so this may not be aimed at you, but I do like the idea of people coming in here and just being like, I guess we're just all saying where we're from. Traveling to New York in September for the first time, going to catch the Chargers game. So if you're going to go to New York City, I think the thing that I would definitely recommend is go to the 9/11 Memorial and the One World Trade Center. One, just the 9/11 Memorial is you know, it really is breathtaking. Like, it's not trying to be like sappy or anything, but it is like, you know, you really do like think it. And then the One World Trade Center is the largest. I think it's the tallest tower in the world. It's pretty awesome to just be at the top of that shit. So there's that. You know, if you know the Statue of Liberty is pretty cool. Other stuff in the city. I'm not big on New York City, but the nice thing about working for John Boy was, you know, they'd have me come up to the city, is I could do things like one at a time, you know, once or twice at a time, and not feel like you have to go catch the whole city in one trip. So, but I'll go do the same thing. You know, go one. You know, when I'm up there in New Jersey for training camp, we'll go up to New York City for one day. So the One World Trade Centers it is crazy to be that high, and not to be. You know, I was gonna. Never mind. But yeah, that's what else? I mean, a lot of just buildings and shit. The Statue of Liberty is cool. Manhattan Zoos, you know, but you get zoos everywhere. I don't know. I don't like plays or anything like that. I'm not gonna like it. So, but that's gonna be my one recommendation is like One World Trade Center. Go. Hey, what's going on, Renan? Good to see you. It's just buildings. Shit. Yeah, that's a good t-shirt. So, Nick, what do you want for the mystery box? Yankee Stadium is pretty cool. I think I'm going to try and go to the Yankee game when I'm up there in a couple weeks. What's poppin', Eshon? Oh, I didn't really have a sexy Dexy. Got to make it more interesting. I'll go Denver. All right, let's add Denver. So we got this the second Denver, Colorado in a row. How about that? How about it? Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Hello, my friend. We meet again. Oh, I missed one. Brian Graziano. Did Brian give us a place? And go through the chat.
I told you, Long Island.
Brian, did you give a city?
Long Island.
What do you think the Giants need to do in 2025 to feel like the season was a success? To feel like a success, it's either Jackson Dart needs to just look really good. Here, Novo's going to jump on. It's like we're pushing. All right, hold on. I got to send the link to Novo. Zach, it's you got on the bottom. It's you got to add an extra $3. I'm sorry. I feel bad saying that, but that's just the way it is. Long Island. Okay, so Long Island. All right, so Novo's going to jump on in a second. So, but let me get back to his question is, what do you think is a bare minimum? I not talking about Jackson Dart playing 8 wins. I think that's what we'd be like, okay, they did pretty successful considering the season. All right, we welcome on Ryan Novozinski of NJ.com. Dude, did you break that Eli news today?
I did not. No, I just aggregated that. I don't know why. I don't know how I got credited for that, but no.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, okay, we got a fucking big newsbreaker going on. What's going on, dude?
What's up, man? So I mean, someone has to ask it because I've been tuning in, like, you know, in spurts today. But who the hell is Supervisor Bradford?
Supervisor. Oh, so we just one of my ideas was just spam somebody's Twitter.
Okay.
And we just like search words and just found like a random account that doesn't get any interaction, and it's this Supervisor Bradford guy, and we're fucking blaming him for poisoning the water in whatever city that he's in. But we did add his county to the live show raffle, so we could maybe go visit Supervisor. I'm waiting for him to respond.
I think the funniest one was I just love the idea of someone saying to him, "The fucking nerve of this guy."
I'm gonna pull it up right now. Hold on. You poison. How about you fix our water body? This was a good one too. What are you doing to bring back Sean Morash? Wheatland, more like Sheetland. This I like Turkmenistan, who's the guy who just gave $100. He said, "Are you going to comment on the fluoride levels in the fucking water, you sick fuck?" Oh yeah, the fucking nerve of this guy smiling while our city's in distress.
Oh my god,
trash man, but the Alex Jones. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water. Turn the freaking fog's gay. So yeah, some good stuff.
We're at that level of the stream here. Like this is your killing time like that. I love it.
We just I put together some ideas, but I actually put most of the ideas together for like the 8 o'clock on.
Mm-hmm.
That way I could bullshit through the first 8 hours, and then I'm gonna really start grasping at straws. So we're doing that, dude. So have you seen this mystery box I got going on?
I've seen a little bit of it. I saw the run to Ross the other day. And then when I tuned in the last time, I saw that someone was going to pick a $20 item on Amazon or something like that.
Yeah. So that's another thing we've added is that we're just I got that wheel spinner that I got out there. We're going to have a fucking setup. Don't let it, it's a surprise of what where our recording location is going to be, but we're going to have a nice little setup with, speaker, all that stuff. So people come out and hang out, have a good time. So I figured I'd get you on. You're going, where are you going on vacation to, if you don't mind me asking?
No, you can. So we were mulling what to do with my remaining kind of like hotel points from the Giants season. Like, once you go on all these road trips, like you can kind of keep the hotel points, which is nice. Like you basically get free vacations, like, when you cover an NFL team. So I was mulling what to do with it because we had to go to a wedding a couple weeks ago, me and my girlfriend, and we had enough points to where we could go to some random city, like, some like beach town or something like that, or, in Florida where you live, Bobby, wherever. But we kind of were looking, we were like, all right, how can we stretch this vacation long enough? So I looked at the remaining points and I was like, all right, there's one city that we can stay at for like 5 days and it'll be completely free. Or we could just, go a weekend somewhere. But I know that, we both wanted to spend kind of a little, kind of a long way for free. So that city is New Orleans. And I know it's going to be hot. I know what you're going to say. But I like going on a bender a little bit, and I like having a good time. I like it during the Super Bowl. So that's what we're doing in the middle of July.
I thought you were getting ready to say like Intercourse, Pennsylvania, which was like a 15-minute like.
That's the other joke that I heard earlier. Yeah,
like New Haven, Connecticut. I've never been to New Orleans. So
it was a blast, man. Like I have a feeling that it's going to be a little underwhelming this time, just because like it was so amazing during the Super Bowl. Like it was kind of unbelievable. It was me and Dunleavy the whole time. Like we just had a blast the whole week. I feel like I shaved.
Oh, you went with Dunleavy? Because I was going to say, I've known Dunleavy, or not Dunleavy, Rosenblatt, the guy who was.
No, Rosenblatt was down there too.
Yeah.
But Dunleavy was like the guy that I would say I saw the most down there, just because of the Giants beat connection kind of thing. But we had a blast down there, and like they really dressed it up. What I saw a comment online that described it like this: like whenever there's a big event in New Orleans is like the guy that only cleans up his house whenever there's a girl coming over, kind of thing. So like when there's a big event coming, they'll clean it up. So like I don't know, on July 11th, I don't know how nice it's gonna be, but we'll see. I'm excited.
Hell yeah. So should we put? You know what? I'm just in honor of that. We're gonna add New Orleans as one of the cities. We're gonna give it one.
So what are the restrictions on it? Like, what is there any city that like or any country, I guess, like that?
No, Iran is literally like there's one for Iran, Iran. So,
man.
So yeah, no, there's no limitations.
Right.
Now I'll be honest. I'm really hoping that one gets voted off. I don't know how I'm going to do that one. That one may be years down the road.
Is Stillwater, Oklahoma on there?
Stillwater, Oklahoma is not on there. So,
oh man,
we could.
I'll shoot you a Venmo. I'll shoot you some Apple Pay, and we'll get it on there.
Super chat it up.
All right, sweet.
We'll get Stillwater on there. That'd be a great live show to do.
Would be great.
You could get us like right on the football field, right? You have enough of those connections, or
it.
Jamie, make sure I'll get to this question in a minute, but make sure you give me a city for the raffle. So, yeah. I was thinking about getting the plane just for training camp, but I was like, you know what, that's a way less eyes than what we're doing. So,
dude, this is amazing. This is amazing.
I'm excited for camp. So, like, just to we did the announcement already, but we're gonna be, hopefully on site, recording, getting shit done, and just hitting those recaps. I'm excited for us to pick our third string player that we get infatuated with.
I'm so excited, and I feel like ever since I signed on to this, like I'm just I'm drinking body armor like it's not like it's my job, because it feels like it is my job. Yeah, man, I'm
doing like the minor league baseball. You can't see it, like the minor league baseball game where they line up the beers that they drink. So I'm doing that with body armor waters. So this is my 4th liter.
Nice.
Now that we're on hour 7, so
amazing. I'm probably on the same amount today. I'm on that same plan. I'm just watching the Sussex County Miners every night. That's just my life now.
Yeah. Just you drink water armor, watch Joseph Guy. I like his confidence. He's like Charlotte, North Carolina. No super chat needed. No, a super chat actually is needed. Annapolis, Maryland, home of the Naval Academy. Okay, that'd be cool.
That'd be cool.
So they get to. Let me put those on the wheel. Oh, and I changed it to we're removing 15 every hour.
Okay, yeah. Because what are you at now? Do you know the exact number? Or?
We're at 148 entries right now. So now I was gonna plan on picking it tonight, but I was like, this is like the only thing people are donating for now. So I'm gonna do it at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So
all right, so I'm your guy for letting you know at least the quotes on what these plane banners might cost, because I did that story back in December.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The guy that did it for the Saints game, the guy we both talked to, Plain Guy. I just call him Plain Guy. I forget what you guys called him, like Miguel or something like that, right?
Yeah, Miguel.
Um,
It was very funny to see like New York Post articles and stuff. As the man went the alias Miguel on
Yeah.
the Talking Giants podcast.
I just called him Plain Guy. Like I still to this day. But yeah, so Miguel, he showed me and he told me all this the information about it, and it's way cheaper than you think. 1,500.
1,500.
Yeah.
I looked up a quote, and the guy had me at 2,100.
Okay.
But it might be by the letters, because I kind of gave him like an idea of
so
what we wanted. Like something like that. He's like probably, like between 21, 2,500. But they would just make it super quick. We'll just do only initials, like GNS4L. It's a PP, and make people fill in the blanks. But but
maybe
we got
maybe tomorrow morning you call, you as part of a to pass the time a little bit, you call up one of the companies.
Yeah, we'll just test them and see how far we can get.
Yeah,
like see what type of threats we can get away with. So, what are you looking out for? I guess I'm killing time right now. But like, what's like one story you're looking to get all out of the chamber when camp rolls off?
Well, I have one that I'm working on now that's a little more broad NFL wise. I'll tease it like this. It's about long snappers, but I make it interesting. I promise you that. So that's the teaser there. And then I think just storylines in camp that I would say just some of these position battles that are going to be fascinating. I mean, what can Deontay Banks? He's got to win this job, right? Like that's it's pretty not negotiable at this point. He has to, but he might not. That's one I'm certainly going to be following. We talked about it last time, obviously, but and then just some of these how they're going to make it all fit in this pass rush, which I think is going to be really good this year. And obviously that's really baseline analysis for this Giants team. But I'm kind of, it's been so dead. Like as you can probably even see like on social media wise, and like it's been so dead Giants wise that it's just like. I've kind of turned Giants off in my brain a little bit.
Yeah, I did for the last few days, and I'm turning it back on for the stream.
Mm-hmm.
So like I went on Instagram, and it's like, yep, Russell Wilson is working out.
Exactly.
Pads with no jersey and a helmet, and that is beautiful. We're going to argue about how corny that is, or if just him practicing like he plays. That's the time of year it is. There was one other thing I was going to say before I let you go. Shit. I can't remember. Oh, it was with Banks, dude. Like you said, I hope they make him battle for it. It shouldn't be close. And you haven't been at Giants training camps. Flaw is terrible in training camp every year.
That's what I've heard too.
He's the only player who like looks better in the games than he does training camp.
Gamer.
So, Nick asked, "What are some hobbies of yours besides New Orleans?"
I actually, so I just I had a bit of downtime just now, and I've been playing a lot of college football 26. It's really good. So I'm scouting for because I'll inevitably, I'm sure, be asked by you some 2026 draft guys. I just beat Delaware I didn't beat Delaware.
What college are you?
What's that?
You are Delaware?
Yes, because they're like new in the game because they're FBS. So I just picked the worst team in the game, or one of the worst. So we just beat Georgia. So we're on the come up, baby.
Wait, how'd you do that in your first year?
Yeah, no, second year.
Do you play on easy mode?
No, I'm on Heisman. I'm good.
Oh shit! How the hell? Yeah. So you know like the plays that just work and you spam them.
I try not to. But there's this post wheel that just every single time it works so well. Like I'll spam that if I'm playing Georgia, but like just because it's so hard otherwise. But if I'm playing Western Kentucky or whatever, like I'll play I'll try to do it realistic.
I played I got last year's and I didn't play a ton. I didn't do any of the. I started the franchise mode and it was too much for me, and I was just like, I don't have the time for this. But I did do the Road to Glory, and it's pretty fucking hard.
Yes.
And then finally, I just transferred to Georgia at the end of the year and had wide receivers who were like 6'4" with 99 speed. I'm like, okay, now I'm the Heisman national champion.
There you go.
So and then I did the export it to Madden thing, and I was actually better at the Madden than I was the.
Yeah, I find that it's very different, like play style wise. Like it's almost like two. I mean, it is two completely different games, but I think the passing's different in college football. This game's actually, but it's good. It's a good challenge this year. I think it's a little bit better.
So yeah. So I maybe I'll get it. Maybe I'll just buy it tonight and just sit here and play it.
That is a good idea.
That is a good idea. Like 3 a.m, just like the old days.
Yeah.
So besides, I'll let you go on this. Besides Neighbors, what year 2 player could have the biggest impact in 2025?
Ooh, good question. Well, I think a lot of Giants fans want it to be, and it probably should be Tyler Nubin, right? He's got to make kind of that next step forward. Second round draft pick, was picked up there for a reason. Go be a damn Pirate this year, like Shane Bowen says, you got to go do that. Finally some takeaways to talk about. That's what I need to talk about this year.
Yeah, be a damn pirate. You know what would be nice if they'd be a damn pirate is like we made these be a damn pirate shirts when that thing first came out. And then you guys never talked about it in any of the OTAs after that. So now I'm waiting for training camp and turnovers to happen and then to start saying it again to make this, paying for this shirt design worth it. But we got the medium clown and, people are going to like this. You know what? Let me just share my screen. Now, I feel like I'm playing a little dangerous game with this one, but this is the new shirt we just put up. Got the medium clowns to be a damn pirate. Where's the t-shirts? Check these bad boys out.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
And so I was talking with my design guy he was actually a former Giants fan of the year.
Oh, dang.
And, just like listener showing he's good at this stuff. In fact, he made the GNS for life thing.
Yeah.
And we're like, what should we do for like caption? And it just fucking hit me. I was like, oh my gosh, he's number 51. Because I don't do Star Wars. So I was looking at Star Wars like quotes and stuff or whatever. And I was like, oh shit, Dark Side 5'1" is SID.
That is sick.
So went with that. But I will let you go. Appreciate you jumping on, and I will see you. Oh, so let me ask you this. So we're doing the camp stuff. We do an annual camp battles episode every year.
Ooh.
And I put together polls and I'll send them. Can you do that episode with me? We do it on the Monday before training.
I will let you know. I don't know exactly what my schedule is that day. But I probably can. But I will let you know for sure.
Okay. All right, dude. Appreciate you jumping on. Ryan Novozinski of NJ.com. Go give him a follow. He's going to be joining us for all of training camp coverage. And appreciate you, dude.
Appreciate it, Bobby. Good luck out there, man. You got this.
I'm going to put your Twitter in the comments and go give Novo a follow. All right, thanks, dude. See ya.
Awesome, man. See ya.
All right, here's Novo's Twitter. So excited for training camp with him. I missed some good chat comments. Bobby, who's your third favorite NFL team? I will say, I think the Bears are probably my second. I don't actually have a second favorite team, but I just vote. I've always, for some reason, root for the Bears. I was a big Rex Grossman fan coming out of Florida, so I started rooting for Chicago to do the good. Then I just kind of like them. I don't know. I guess the Bucks are their closest team to me, but I'm 50 minutes behind. Did we Polk County, Florida? But we did 2-a-days in Polk County, Florida. Oh, okay. You are 50 minutes behind. You're not lying. I'll come cut your lawn. So, Nick, I need your Amazon thing. I guess you could DM me on Twitter. I'm gonna go get coffee because they're gonna close soon. What color is best for the GNS train shirt? GNS train. What? Train. Oh, the subway one. Probably. I actually think navy it works well with. But I'm not going to. You got to kind of make that decision on your own, homie. I did see the Tony shirt. I actually was. When Nick gave us $100 super chat, I was sitting here talking about that. So, very topical, Tony. Yeah, okay. So Nick will DM me about the thing, and then we'll put it on the wheel. So, but again, remember, if you, donations going forward, again, put the city, but for the next couple hours, we'll do a mystery box for the raffles at the wheel spinner at Giants training camp. So something that's $20 or less on Amazon, and I'll buy it today too, on stream. All right, we're gonna go do a coffee run, do some coffee talk. So I'm gonna get that set up. Some coffee talk. Here we have it. That's 7 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, we got business cards. I want to show you guys those later. Where we have it. Make sure the settings, audio, AirPods.
Make sure to connect to the thing because if not, the stream will stop once we are not reaching the Wi-Fi.
All right, we're in here. We in here. Right? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? All right, we're gonna make a Dunkin' run. Let me remove. I'm gonna leave this thing up. I should have shaved before this. So we're gonna leave my someone just bought a shirt. How about that? Thank you, Craig. So if you leave a super chat, we will, even if I don't address it right away we will when I get back from the Dunkin' run. So let's go get some coffee. Some coffee. Let's go get some coffee. Hopefully my phone doesn't try and connect to CarPlay. Be a pain in the ace. All right. Hold on, make sure that my is set up. Audio, AirPods. Can you hear me good? Hold on, let me pull up the screen. Looks like it's refreshing on my end. Let's order the coffee. Going for a drive to Dunkin'. No. Actually, I gotta keep the window. Let me turn the AC down so it's not making noise. What's the chat saying? Over? I gotta turn my Wi-Fi off. Can you hear me now? My Wi-Fi would just unconnect. All right, we're good. We're good. But it's not over. Even if I go mute for like whatever, it's just not over. I should get one of those phone mounts for this. Here's a UPS truck. Should I wreck them for content? If I wreck, I need 5 people to give $100. Okay. That's part of the deal. Yes, I drive a F-150 Ford, found on road dead. So hopefully I don't wreck, but if I do wreck, again, we need 5 people to give $100. That's only fair. And we'll make good money on, socials clips. Because we know that's important. We know that shit's important. Where am I going? I'm going to Dunkin'. I need some coffee. We're on hour 7. We're 7.5 hours in. It's crazy that I have to do what I did 2 more times already. And then another hour and a half. I'm definitely sleeping at like 5 in the morning. It's happening. It's crappening. But I will sleep on stream though, so that's part of the rule. I'm gonna be sleeping on stream. Don't text and drive. I am not texting and driving, officer. This is not happening. Okay? I'm not even looking at the chat. I'm just saying that. What's your guys' coffee order? Let me know in the chat. Place and drink. Cold brew. Mine is a large black cold brew. A large black cold brew. Ordered. All right, see ya, Big Blue UK. Get some sleep. Okay, get some sleep. I'm gonna need you when you're up. I'm gonna need you. vanilla, ice vanilla, a lot of vanilla stuff. Maybe miserable white lemon. Yeah, maybe. I just got to go order for Robert. Okay, thank you. I was gonna say let's play some music, but that'll get me demonetized. And I'm not finna get fucking demonetized for this shit. Could you imagine? I do like that my leaving my desk open like that.
recording.
All right, am I back? All right, I'm back. Back in the New York groove. What's up, baby? Sorry, I missed y'all. Big strong. Sorry, guys. For some reason, my phone just started acting out. It's almost like you're not supposed to be streaming on the road in the Dunkin' Donuts. It's almost like that, but it's not. Okay, you should be able to do those things. Okay, technology should have advanced to allow that. So it is what it is. But I'm going back home. We'll be back home in 3 minutes, 2 minutes if I fucking break the speed limit. So let's hope we get there in 2 minutes. If I get pulled over on stream, we also need 5 people to give $100. I really feel like a salesman right now. Or a freak. What do I got to do for you guys to give me some money? What do I got to do? I'm just going to start naming the cars. Colorado. Toyota Tundra. Fire truck. Ford F-150. Chevy Camaro. Honda Civic. Chevy Silverado. Kia Soul. Toyota Highlander. Dodge Charger. Dodge Caravan. I'm back. What's going on? How many people did we lose? I know we lost a lot of people. I'm sorry. Shit. That did not work. Oh my gosh, we lost a lot of people. We're back though. We're back. Did we miss any? Did I miss anything? Let's see. Left probably around. Phone died. No, something right. Bobby crash. Yeah, that'd be funny. It is 24/7. As long as this thing is rolling, it's 24/7. Okay. Get me something, Duncan. Thank you, Cheese. Highlights. How about I'll get you some subscriptions. Subscribe. All right, we're back. But got my coffee, which is good. Surely is good. Like and subscribe. I know probably everyone on here has already liked. And we're coming up on 7 o'clock, so we're going to remove 15 more. Grump and Danny King should be on whenever. I'm going to text them. Let me know when's good for you guys. 6-11 doable this season, Bobby. Sad question, but yeah, I think 6-11 is like, it's not the full, like this is. I think that's where most people would put the Giants record, like predictions. You know, probably be some people who would just go look at the schedule and like, yep, they're tough. But I think people who are like, yeah, they've upgraded a little, but probably 6-11 is where probably most people end at. Are you all good for training camp tickets or still need them? Nelly asks. So I can even give you an answer. I'm going to have to get more when they go live tomorrow. But I'll be fine. Even if they sell out, I'm not even worried about it. So I always am able to get some from people who don't go. But let's see. I have day 1 through 4, 8, and 9 covered. So I have 5, 6, 7, 10, and 11 that I need them for. Does 6 and 11 get Shane and or Dable fired? It's hard to, I don't know. I think so. I just don't know if they're going to be able to justify it. But again, they're going to want to give Jackson Dart a chance with them. So 24 hours. Yes, William. That is actually exactly what we're doing. So we are on hour 7 with 42 minutes, and we have a long way to go. So, you know, we have a long way to go. So, but thank you for asking. Have you seen that Brandon Jacobson as the Clemson kid? Yeah, he's huge, dude. I've been not watching. I've never actually watched him play football. But, you know, we've been paying attention to Braden for like 5 years. You know, like I'm gonna break his commit news. Actually, license plate guy probably will. I'm gonna break his like wherever or not commits when he declares for the draft. I guess. But getting some caffeine. Oh, we got this is perfect. All right, so this is I'll share the screen for this. This is what Nick chose for his for the mystery box entry. These are pretty cool. Beer bottle golf tees. In the bush. Okay, cool. Perfect. All right, that is let's put that on the wheel of names. So again, we haven't been. It's been a while since we've gotten a chat. That I can look now. Cheese highlights left one at 6:37, but one that has entries. It's been over 30 minutes. But one, you give your location And then you can also pick something that's $20 or less for the mystery box for training camp when we're giving away stuff. So, imagine golfing. Hey, golfing's not bad. It's golfers that are bad. That's a long running joke. But no, that's perfect, Nick. Marash should be coming on soon. I'm going to send him the link. And we have our call-in coming in soon.
You should put the show here.
So, but yeah, we've kind of stalled out a little bit. And again, that is not. I'm not blaming the listeners. That is my fault. But let's get this bad boy back on freaking track. Okay, because it's time to get on damn track. So let's get on track. Thoughts on my bold prediction, says Rich R. Let me find that. What is bold prediction? NFC East: 1 Philly, 2 Giants, 3 Washington, 4 Dallas. I just find it very hard to predict the Giants finishing above both the Commanders and the Cowboys without their quarterbacks getting injured. I think the Cowboys are not a Super Bowl contender, but I do think they're better than what's being given credit to them for. Like, they still do have Dak, who, despite his playoff chokes, is a really good regular season QB. And CeeDee Lamb. Their offensive line is young and getting better. We'll see what Tyler Guyton is. That might be an issue. They have Micah Parsons. They're not as talented as they were a few years ago, but they are talented. So I'm not writing off the Cowboys as a playoff team. Oh, and I got to answer Jamie's Busel's question in a second. What do you think of the kicking situation? I don't think I trust Gano. Yeah, I think the Giants don't have these big, glaring, what are they doing things going into this season, but that is one of them. Why are the Giants trusting Graham Gano and not having any type of backup plan? I think it was pretty shocking to me that they are just rolling with Graham Gano, and the fact that they can save money by cutting Graham Gano. Let's pull up Graham Gano's contract. Let's pull up his contract. So Graham Gano has a $5.5 million cap hit for this year. They would save $3.1 million in cap space. And again, they kind of need this type of stuff, right? That money should be people talking about cutting Daniel Bellinger. Now there's not many answers out there kicker, right? Guys have, teams have their kicker. They also bring backup kickers into camp. The Giants do have that with Jude McAtamney, but if he wasn't part of the international pathway program, I would take that a little easy, but that is a free spot on the team that does not count against them. And he was benched. He wasn't even their starting kicker at Rutgers his final year, right? So I find it a little hard to take him serious as competition there. So, but the Giants, the UFL kickers have all been signed. Teams have backups. The UDFA guys have been signed. So I wish the Giants would have taken it more serious this offseason, because I think Gano has gotten in. Gano has not been very good. I know he was better towards the end of the year, but Gano has not been good the last 2 years, and he's been injured the last 2 years, and it's cost the Giants game. So I think it's kind of reckless the way they're going about it. Thoughts on the viral golf clip with that NHL player? Yeah, you could tell that guy, and I saw today that he was a hockey player, that he didn't want to fight. He's I will beat your ass, but I don't want to. The other guy's fucking yelling like a dumbass. And that was one of the best fights ever. Yeah, bang, bang. That was great. Which 2 or 3 players would be the most devastating to the Giants season if they were injured? Andrew Thomas, obviously. He's one. Dexter Lawrence. Then they go from having the best defensive tackle in football to having the worst defensive tackle room in football. And then number 3. You know what? I'm going to say Paulson Adebo. because you're one Paulson Adebo injury rate just from being Deontay Banks, having the same secondary as last year that was trash. So, yeah. So, yeah, I'm very excited for the DoorDash. Rob, Colin, Nick. Bobby, will you be at training camp? I took off that week. I'll be there every day. So, just being frank, the show, you'll see me. I'll be there every single day. Fonda Speedway, New York. Have you seen the Hall of Good social media accounts? Who'd be your Giants nominee? I have not seen that, but I'm going to add Fonda Speedway, New York. And remember, you can put you can put something, just give me like the exact name of whatever it is on Amazon so I can just Google it. Right? Like, for example, I'm gonna copy and paste what Nick's was. So if this is only for the people who have done a super chat since we started doing this. So like, here's an example of I just commented the exact, so I don't have to go searching for it. Who would be your Giants nominee for good social media accounts outside of myself? Big Blue VCR would be the cheating answer. When healthy, Gano has been worth the money, but it's just hope is not a strategy. That's the thing. So Big Blue VCR is the easy answer. Doing just content. Filato's good. Yeah, I'll say Filato. Rodrigo Blankenship, I think he's still available. Let's see. Let's get through some of these questions. Monday, August 4th. Hell yeah, dude. That should be the like a full pads day. Fun fact. Oh, wow. Very talented class, Rich. But we're all right. So we're gonna do some cuts here in a second. So we're at the top of the hour. If you're new into this, we are. Let me just share the screen for this so you guys can, as we get prepared. Bang! Newsy. Hey, you got to give me a location. You get 30 spots in here. So we got to add this. So give me a location you want us to do a live show, Newsy. Bang, bang, bang. Who would be the top 5 Giants players at Blitzball if they were forced to play or be kicked off the team? Ha! Ruts Hut and Clifton, New Jersey. I've been there. That'd be a great place for a live show. All right, so Ruts Hut. And I'm sure they would love it too. I'm actually kind of rooting for that if we're doing a local live show. So hold on. Let me add Ruts Hut to the wheel. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'll add the other 15 in a second. So top 5 Giants players at Blitzball if they were forced to play or be kicked off the team. Wandale. So this is what helps with being at the softball game. Wandale. He'd be perfect for it, right? He's short. He has a legitimately good swing. So Wandale is number 1. We were at the charity softball game last year. Wandale is number 1. I think Nick McLeod was good, but he's gone. Gunnar Olszewski's gone. I'm going to say Dalen Cambry. So Wandale, Dalen Cambry. Were any of the big boys? Kayvon had the worst swing I've ever seen in my life. Like, he was striking out slow pitch softball. I think Dane Belton may have been good, so I'll go Dane Belton. And let's see. So we got Wandale Robinson, Dalen Cambry, Dane Belton. Number 4. That's tough. While I do that, I'm going to add the 15 more. Wait, shit. 1, 2, 3. Shit. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, so Ruts Hut has 30 entries right now. Let's see. Number 4, O lineman running. Tyrone Tracy. Actually, no. Tyrone Tracy wouldn't be. Cam Scatterboo. Cam Scatterboo's played baseball, right? His parents tried to make him play baseball, and he's like, he was too much for this. And Sean Rash is actually, what's the link? My landlord is calling me again. What the hell is going on? Hold on. I'm telling Sean. So we got Wandale Robinson, Cam Scatterboo, Dane Belton, Dalen Cambry. Oh, and Russell Wilson. Duh. Guy played fucking baseball. He was drafted. So Russell Wilson, that's my top 5. Thank you, Newsy. Very much appreciated. And you get 30 chats. Zach Martinez, Florence, Massachusetts would make my day. Also for the mystery box, Trailer Park Boys, good ungarbage t-shirt. All right, let me try and copy that. Hold on. Shit. Hold on. Trailer Park Good. Amazon. Trailer Park Boys. Good. Garbage. Sure. Okay. Dope. All right, adding that to the wheel for the other wheel. Newsy, by the way, you have to give me something for the mystery box. I hope I didn't. Let me see if I made sure I didn't miss your chat. Ruts Hut would be like a great place for a live show for like in New Jersey for people. Yeah. So I wasn't even looking at the chat, and you started streaming 7 hours ago. Actually, 8 hours ago. Rich wrote for Fansided. Matt Lombardo. Oh my gosh, what a pull. Jackson Dart played baseball too, right? Yeah, but I already picked 5, so I can't go back. But Newsy, remember, you can give me something off Amazon, no rush. But let's take 15 places off. Wait, actually, hold on. What was Florence, Massachusetts? Okay, let me add that. All right, let me share the screen. All right, let's take 15 off. Number 1 off the list is Ruts Hut. Again, it comes with the territory. Okay, you're going to put 30 on there. You're going to get some that get caught off. What's the location count at? We're at 179. Greenwich, Connecticut. Number 2 gone. All right, 13 more for this hour. Again, we're moving 15 every hour. New Haven. 12 more. Again, I know people were like, oh, I gave that money, blah, blah, I'm losing mine. But it's just you put that many, you're going to lose some. Ruts Hut, another one. Dude, it almost landed on Florence, Massachusetts, and I felt so bad. You had just donated and then lost it. All right, so 11 more. Hawaii off the damn board. There goes my vacation. 10 more. I want Hawaii back on the board. I really want Hawaii back on the board. Only thing about Hawaii is I have to fly, and that means a lot of equipment. Ruts Hut, 9 more. There's a lot of equipment I have to travel with me. Denver. 8 more. Chicago. 7 more. My son Shane made fun of my jeans because they had stains on them when a black light was shown on. I'll be honest, Philip, I'd make fun of you too. Greenwich, Connecticut, 7 more. Huntsville, Alabama. Ah, that was a fun one. 6 more. Binghamton is standing strong. Oh, this is like, is this Richmond, Virginia? Doesn't make sense because Shane Gillis is like an Eagles fan, I think. But I think this is like supposed to be Shane Gillis's dad. All right, 6 more, right? Florence, Massachusetts. Oh, fuck, dude. I'm sorry. As soon as Alex Henner said that, we lost Florence, Massachusetts. All right, 3 more. And it just got put on the board. That kind of sucks. I'm rooting to we need to get Florence, Massachusetts back on the board. Rutsa, again, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad, Newsy. Okay, 3 more. Okay, you have 30 on there. It's just the way it goes. It's the way she goes. Lubbock, Texas gets 1 taken off the board. 1 more. Greenwich, Connecticut. All right, that's it for now. But we have 168 left on there. $10,000 and Bobby does a live show on the sidewalk right outside of 930 Grand Concourse. I feel like that's the old John. Isn't that like the old John Boy address? John Boy Media. Yeah, that's very funny. That's our old John Boy Media address. In the Bronx. They don't have that office anymore. Victor, should I put you down for Las Vegas? And then William Nielsen, let's win some games on the plane banner. So couple things. Need you guys to give me some places to stay. Right? You guys. Also, you guys can add to the Amazon wheel of names. So right now, I'll share you with the Amazon is if you're giving you also, I'm going to and I'll do this later tonight. I'm not going to do this one tomorrow. I am going to buy something for the mystery box. For the our training camp giveaways. So right now we have these golf tees, like these beer golf tees, and then a Trailer Park Boys t-shirt. So let me know. Again, it's gotta be $20 or less. So but that's what we got on there right now. So I feel like I'm losing control a little bit of the chat. Make sure I didn't miss anything. And again, Newsy, you got to give me something from that. So getting Denver back. Oh, Sean Kenny getting Denver back on. What Giants wins the punt pass kick competition? All right, so we get Denver. And I still think there is still one more Denver on there. What Giants wins the punt pass kick competition? Oh, shit. I forgot to send the thing to Sean Morash. I didn't press send. I'm like kind of swirling a little bit. We got a lot of people on right now. Got a lot of things going on right now. And I added the fucking Amazon thing, so it's like I gotta get like a million pieces of information from you guys. So Amir Smith-Marset can throw the damn ball. Who can kick? Like, who would be the emergency kicker? You know what? I'm gonna take the cheap way out. I'm gonna say Graham Gano or Jimmy Gillian because they clearly win the kicking thing, And I bet Graham Gano could throw the ball a little bit. Like Graham Gano's an athlete. Shout out Pro Bowl Gano. So I'm going to go Graham Gano. So again, give me the city. Some of you guys aren't giving me cities anymore. Okay, so all right, so I'm getting a Las Vegas. Is there a Las Vegas, New Mexico? Or are you fucking with me, Victor? I'm just giving you regular Las Vegas because I want to go to your house. So William Nielsen and William Nielsen, you owe me. You got to give me a location. So come on, Will.
It's a small city.
Hey, who's this? Who's this? This is supposed to be Sean Marash, and he's on the train, and it's not working. Yep. I'm not listening to you, Victor. Andrew Thomas first pitch at Yankee. What the hell is going on? I feel like everything is happening right now. What the fuck? What the hell? What the heck?
Andrew Thomas.
I'm posting it.
Okay.
Can you put on Instagram and
Yes,
Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Hold on, I'm putting. We'll be ready for week 1. That's really awesome. I got to play that clip. Hold on. I'm trying to do 10 different things at the same time. I'm trying to do socials. I'm trying to resend the link to Marash. But people owe me some cities here. Thank you, G-Men. Very much appreciate that. Here, I'm going to share the screen for people. Did he throw a good first pitch? Dude, how about our boy Andrew Thomas with the first pitch?
I better not hear any crap that he's not ready for week 1 now. If you can go out there with a freaking wind-up and throw like that.
I rarely complain about headlines, but that was definitely like we got baited by a headline. Like it was just a PR answer by him being like, "Yeah, the goal's week 1, but I don't want to give any guarantee." You know, like he's ready for week 1.
It almost pisses me off from a radio sense because I didn't get to it today, and I told Tiki about it. And I was like, "Dude, I don't know. He left the door open. I'm sure he'll be fine." So I want to do it tomorrow. But like, is it even a story once you throw out a first pitch? You can't miss week 1. Why are you saying yes to throwing out a first pitch?
Yeah. I almost think he did it in response to those. Do you think it's that deep? Why is he random? Listen, I'm the biggest Andrew Thomas fan in the world. Why is he randomly throwing out the first pitch at a Yankee game?
I could tell you
the Giants aren't hot right now. He's coming off an injury.
No, but Bobby, what these things are planned out like a week or 2 ahead. He did not wake up today and call the Yankees and say, "I'm throwing up the first pitch today."
But it was it was 2 days ago when that article.
I guarantee he has been on the books for the last 2-3 weeks to throw up the first pitch tonight, and that's probably why he was available with that article. He's probably making the rounds right now.
Well, no, it was like the Giants huddle thing where they interview every player fucking in the spring, and then they release them during this time.
Oh, that's what it was. So then he said it a couple of months ago or whatever, and now it's fine.
Yeah. So it was very much like gotten by a headline.
Oh God, gotten by a headline like you going 24 hours for no freaking reason. So what's the bathroom situation like? Give me the good stuff. What are we doing?
The
Into a
bathroom.
bottle?
So I thought about it. The listeners voted, and they didn't. They said don't the piss in the bottle.
Yeah, it'd probably be bad to Body Armor. They're a good sponsor of yours.
It's
You don't
but
want
it
to
is
flavor.
used. But usually it's whenever someone comes on, I'm like, all right, you talk for a minute. I'm gonna go take a piss.
I like it.
But you saying it's for no reason. It's for a plane.
What do you mean? Oh, this is what you're doing to fly a plane?
Yeah, we're raising money to fly a plane over MetLife. A positive plane, but a plane.
A positive plane. See, I was thinking, I heard a caller told a fan about this, not to our show. Fly the plane over Yankee Stadium for the Fire Cashman stuff. If we're doing it for the Giants, why are we not doing it for the Yankees?
That's true. But the issue is that I think you have to do it an hour before the game. Now, baseball might be different, where NFL doesn't allow you to fly a plane over during the fucking game because, of course, they want it.
Well, you could definitely fly them over baseball stadium. City Field's next to LaGuardia. The whole freaking game is planes flying over the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is they might, but again, if you do it an hour before a baseball game, no one's going to actually see it.
What's the message going to be on the plane? Listen to Giants Nation. Is that the plan?
It's something like that. Now, it'd be funny. It really haven't gotten any great idols, but you also only have a certain amount of characters. So it's not anything negative towards the team. It's not going to be anything negative against my old company.
No, you don't want to put a streamer that says credential me Pat Hanlon.
So that would be funny, but it's just I do want to like try and gain some new listeners from this. But
No, I got you. I'm just
that would be funny too if they mess with me at training camp, because training camp we're gonna have a whole setup we have like a wheel spinner. We're gonna have a stereo out there, so we're gonna be hanging out.
So you can listen.
Don't tell them about the thing I told you about what we're gonna be. The main.
I'm not. I'm not.
Don't worry. That's a surprise for camp.
Bobby and I have a lot of private conversations that will stay private for sure.
Yeah, you're one person I'm comfortable just shit talking other people too, so which is nice.
What people don't realize, probably, Bobby, if they listen to us on separate entities, is how similar a personalities we actually are.
Yeah, well, I think we have similar niche interests. And you have a lot of takes I don't agree with, but every once in a while you run into one where everyone hates you. I'm like, but you're right. Like you are right on. What's the Yankees pitcher or whatever who just got injured?
Clark Schmidt. That people got all pissed off at me that he should have gone for a no-hitter.
And again, people are like, see, he got injured. It's like, okay, anyways, whatever. But shit like that.
I was right. I don't care. I was so right on that. Mike Frank says I couldn't have been more wrong on that. Don't care. Do not care. 103 pitches. That's it. What else you got? What else?
You had a good take about the 4th of July too. We were like, you can't be driving through neighborhoods between 8 and 9:30. Like you got to.
Can we talk about that for a second? Because
I
think this is really important, because I think we're still caught up in like blowing off fireworks all summertime, which people get over it. Like it happens. People celebrate everything. Fireworks, it's an unwritten rule. It's 9 to 10:30. That's when it gets dark most places. That gives you a good hour and a half window. I get it. If it gets to midnight, people are being jerks. Whatever. See, like that's a different fight. But when you were at a 4th of July party or somewhere where, whatever, the 5th of July on a Saturday, there's going to be a lot of fireworks. You know the fireworks are going off at 9. If you have kids and you want to get home early, I'm sorry, I don't care that the Ralph's Italian Isis just came out. Get in the car by 8 o'clock, get home and get settled. And if you're not, you got to wait until like 10:30 to get in the car, because the moment you start pulling through those side roads, what people don't realize you don't blow off fireworks is, it's not just a matter of, it's not a hockey net that you move when a car's coming down the road. Those things are smoldering. They're hot. You're either going to mess up your own car driving over them, or you're asking somebody to burn their hand off, moving them out of the way so you could drive down the middle of the road. And then these people who drive the cars, they throw their hands up like you're the problem. No. It's the 4th of July. You're the problem. Don't be driving through side roads with people blowing off fireworks. And I don't want to hear that they're in beaten places. Give me a break. Give me a break.
It's 4th of July. You suspend normalcy, like you said, for two hours at night, right? Don't be lighting them up. Don't be lighting them up at 7 a.m. Like don't be like. And again, I have done this before, so I'm not even just pointing the finger. July 3rd, July 5th, don't do them, right? Those days you don't need people's dogs going crazy for a week. But for 3 hours on 4th of July,
it's
your
not that
dog
hard,
is
dude.
just gonna have to deal with it. It's just what it is.
When
I had a dog, it sucked when I had a dog too. Like, trust me, I hated it. I hated seeing her like that, but it's just the reality. It's something you got to live with.
Yeah, my dog doesn't care either, but still. And the reason I say we have to reiterate this is, Bobby, I'm sure you're a 4th of July guy like me. Dude, next year is the 250th birthday for America, and it coincides with a Saturday.
Yeah, it's going to be unbelievable.
Like, think about it. Like, when you think about 250, 300, if we're lucky enough to make it through the next year, let's hope we are. Like, that's for that to be on a Saturday, like, that is going to be probably the biggest 4th of July party most of us ever experienced. We put ourselves in a position like that. Don't be the asshole that's driving at 9:15 through a neighborhood going, why are you blowing off fireworks? Move out away from my car. Don't do it.
Also, drive as little as possible because there's a lot of drunk drivers on 4th of July too.
100%. 100%.
But yeah, like you said, be in a spot during that time.
No doubt. All right, so good. You agreed with that take. What else we got? How many times have you mentioned the name Jackson Dart in the last 8 hours?
It's actually, this is where my listeners know me well. I don't want to talk about the quarterback over and over again. I think we've talked about Graham Gano more than Jackson Dart. I think we went to Graham Gano's contract page like 4 different times.
Does it surprise you? I don't think we talked about this. I think Rump might have mentioned it, and he was spot on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Dude, like, the 7th round pick flyer, why are you not in the mix to draft a kicker and just
that was me. I was like, seriously, draft a kicker because and they they didn't draft a kicker, but you had the UFL going. So all right, when the UFL season's over, sign the best guy. And the Jets did that. For some reason they didn't do that. And
that's how the Cowboys found Auburn.
Now they'll say, "Oh, Jude McAtamney," but Jude McAtamney is not a real person on the roster. He has the international pathway exemption, which again, 99% of people don't know what that is, and you shouldn't. If you're a normal person, you shouldn't know what the international. But he got benched by Rutgers his final year of college. Like he's not a real option to battle with Graham Gano. And again, if Graham Gano, you had to pay him, it's one thing, but they can save money by cutting him. So at least bring in some type of competition, whether they should have made it their highest priority UDFA with like Ryan Fitzgerald at FSU or whoever.
I agree.
Find someone there should have been some real competition for Graham Gano. The idea that this job is just handed to him is actually fucking insane.
You can't go multiple years in a row where the guy just gets hurt and you have no answer. And like, let's be real, man. You can't be sitting there going, oh, Randy Bullock's available. Let's sign him again and do that thing. To me, like just a young kicker is the way to go. And if he struggles, and then you blew up. But it's just it feels like that should have been the easiest position to address these past couple of months. Now, you say that McAtamney is not a real option. And I understand what you're saying, that got benched by Rutgers or whatever. Maybe I'm giving the Giants too much credit, but I kind of think they are viewing him as a real option.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Then that's again, the Giants have and year 4 have eliminated some of these things where we're talking about it in June and July, and we're like, this doesn't make any sense, right? Last year was Josh Azudu at tackle. It was also Jermaine Illuminor at guard. This year it is the kicker. There's really nothing else. There's defensive tackle too. That's a big worry. There's lack of depth spots, but there's no like this is a really stupid plan besides the kicker. That's the only thing they have where it's just like this is a very dumb approach.
I agree with that.
What you're doing.
I agree, because even if some of the other stuff doesn't work out, you could at least see what they're attempting to do, including the D tackle spot where they
correct. And you can't fix everything. So it's just that is a very dumb thing to just be like, yep, this is just Graham Gano's job.
Imagine losing one of these first 2 division games where you play a tight game, and the reason you don't win is because you didn't figure out the kicker situation.
Dude, and guess what? It'll be. I said at the time, it's going to drive me nuts to start a show talking about that because it's this, that's not what Giants Nation is. It's looking at every part that goes into a game. But I'm going to start that show and be like, we talked about it. Fucking me and Sean Moran sat there and rail about it in the 24-hour stream. We talked about it during the draft streams of bringing in a kicker. We talked about it UFL when we had Grump on for a mailbag. This is a bad approach. So no, hopefully that doesn't happen. And we don't fucking do it. But like you said, it is a stupid approach.
I got to give you a little credit.
It's hope.
It is hope. One thing on credit here. This is a 24-hour stream, which again, I think you're nuts, but this is cool. Raise money, donate. Let's get a plane flying over there. How about you go a nice shirt for this at 7:30 p.m. on the East Coast?
So here's the thing: is I didn't, want to be in a T-shirt and just 24 hours in the same T-shirt. And I might do like a 20-minute shower break. I'll leave the stream on and maybe let somebody else talk or something. But I also wanted to, not have like some shirt that like gets stretched out and shit throughout, 24 hours. So And this is actually pretty comfortable too.
That's tremendous. I love it.
So
who's coming on at 2 a.m.? Danny King? What are we doing?
no, so we tried to prank call you guys, but I'll
We
definitely
were
prank.
loaded today. It was a
I
bad day
know.
to try to call.
I
A lot
know.
of baseball news.
I was gonna say usually in the summer that's the best time, but I'm gonna prank call C-Mac.
He's not on overnight.
Who's on overnight?
I believe Danielle McCartan is hosting overnight because C-Mac is filling in on the morning show tomorrow with Jerry Recco.
Oh my gosh! No, it's not as fun to prank call a woman because she's just gonna be like, "This was mean."
You know who you can call? Look up my former network, which is our partner, the Infinity Sports Network. My guy Pat Boyle hosts overnight there, and he's got
Pat
phone
Boyle,
calls.
yeah, Pat Boyle's my guy too. So I'll prank call Pat Boyle.
That's it. And Pat, by the way, will love to have you as a pranker. Believe me.
Yeah, I mean Pat. Whenever Pat Boyle's like guest host and stuff, I've been on with him. So
that's my guy.
But I got to think of something good. You can't just prank call and be like, fuck you. You got to have something for him.
Of course. No, and I'll say this working in radio, the good prank callers call in, tell the producer something they really want to talk about, and then commit to starting the call with that. This way you're in, you're locked, and then it goes awry, 30 seconds in, something like that.
You just gave me an idea.
You also can't wait too long because then, you know what I mean? Like, we're quick to act. Maybe it goes 45 seconds, you made your point, we're ready to hang up. You got to find that perfect medium.
And it's not about being outrageous. It's about doing something that's going to make. So what I'm going to, I just kind of.
I'm glad you said that. A prank call can add to a radio show if it's done in a way where it's not like vulgar, where you dump out, nobody can hear it. You know what I mean?
Well, so what we're going to do, I have like 7 minutes of like different prank calls that Lance Meadow I used to do on Mad Dog Radio.
Jeez.
And we used to get him fired the fuck up. But one time I can't remember. It was like, I guess he was like advocating for like canceling everything during COVID. So like, I'm gonna call him in and being like, why you just don't like sports? You want to cancel all this?
Oh God!
So it goes on this 2-minute rant, and he happened to answer while I'm at the bank drive-thru with my brother, and the lady's like saying something to us, and I'm just like, fuck you, and he's just like, oh, that's real nice. You kiss your mother with that mouth, losing his mind.
Lance is like the nicest guy too. Oh,
dude, we used to get him. Me and my brother, it's just like every Saturday mornings we would
Fun fact about Lance.
Get coffee and prank call Lance Meadow on Mad Dog Radio.
Fun fact about Lance Meadow, did a lot of like Giants pre and post, did it professionally, grew up a Cowboy fan.
Yeah, and he's very easy to get fired up too. Like I'm gonna play him later. Maybe once we get a little later, but there was one where I was like, I'm agreeing with you, Lance, and he kept on interrupting me. And I was like, it was when Brett Bielema got hired by Illinois when he was with the Giants.
Oh God!
And I was like, anyways, you get paid to suck the Giants' dick. What do you think about Brett Bielema going on? He lost. Oh man. The best prank call I think I ever did was calling into Big Blue Kickoff Live. And
Datino, you get Datino fired
up? It
up?
was Datino. No, this is the way you do it. Lance Meadow and John Schmeelk. And I was like, I just wanted to ask Paul's opinion on this because I just respect him a little more than the other two guys. But what do you think about Jake Fromm? And this was before the Jake Fromm happened. It was like a show joke with me and Justin. And Schmeelk and Lance Meadow lost it. And I was like, what do you? I was like, I didn't say I don't respect you. I just respect him more. You don't have like one parent you respect more than the other, maybe. Like, no, I don't have. That's the craziest thing I've ever said. And then Schmeelk tried to be like, anyways, thanks for apologizing. I was like, oh, I didn't apologize. So I'll play that one too.
So good.
But I haven't done a prank call in a long time.
Oh, look at you. You're maturing. You got married,
No, it's not that. It's like, you got to have a good idea. Again, it's got to be the moments right. Like when I used to make those voiceovers, it's like, this just got to work.
Right.
The Saquon burning down or the Will Hernandez tacos and burritos one. How long you got on the train?
The next stop is mine, and then I have like a little bit of a walk to my car. I got you for a few more until I start driving my car. Then I'll have to let you go.
Okay. So how come
I'll take you through a walk through Babylon Village in a little bit on Long Island. How about that?
Yeah, we'll do some random interviews, do some street interviews, whatever. So yeah, we used to have other people start prank calling Big Blue Kickoff Live, and that was fun. We would have people just call them and ask about Sam Beal. Like, what are your thoughts on Sam Beal? And they'd be like thrown off. Like, what? Like,
Where is Sam Beal's not in the USFL with DeAndre Baker now, is he? He's completely out of football.
Sam Beal got arrested a couple times. Let's see if he's what's his late list in the news. Let's see. He had a gun-related charge. Remember, he was one of the other players. Him and Nate Solder were the two guys that opted out, and he came back.
COVID, to get that extra year.
Yeah,
man.
And he had gotten arrested, so he was going to get cut anyways, and that saves him. Was
unbelievable. Using COVID and being scared to save yourself some money in a year. Unbelievable.
Yeah, let's pull it up right now. NorthJersey.com, Art Stapleton. Let's pull it up on the screen for people to read.
Art all over it.
Let's see. All right, let's read this story. Sam Beal. This is what this is all about. New York cornerback Sam Beal pled guilty to 2 gun-related charges in Lorain County Court in Ohio last Friday, stemming from a June 2020 arrest near Cleveland. By the way, like, if you were drafted by Dave Gettleman as a corner in those first 2 years, you had just like something bad's going to happen. DeAndre Baker arrested. Corey Ballantyne got shot the night of the draft.
Oh my God, I forgot about the Ballantyne. Yeah. And then not cornerback, but Kyle Oletta can't drive a car either.
Yeah, it's like just. You get like a 50-50 shot of getting arrested, which puts condition on him to meet in exchange to avoid a conviction of his record. I don't really know. But I just remember that he got arrested. The Giants haven't had a player get arrested, I think, since Aldrich Rosas.
Don't say that, dude.
We only have 1 week. We have one more week to get through before we don't have to worry about that again. But I do think it has been since Aldrich Rosas, because remember.
Dude, that's the last young kicker we had too. Where of course he gets arrested, everything falls apart. That felt like he could have been an answer for a long time.
To be fair, that was not a blessing that he got arrested, but he was trashed that second year, and then it forced us to sign Gano, and then Gano was amazing for so long.
Right, it was awesome at that time. That's crazy.
But I remember having an episode like Giants, DeAndre Baker, and Aldrich Rosas arrested.
Got to get through one more week. I'll say this: somebody I know that works for the Giants, just like my tweet that you're doing a 24-hour stream, so that's good.
Who's that?
I can't reveal names.
Could you text it to me?
Yeah, after I'm off and I can actually move my phone.
Okay.
Move my hands.
What department are they in?
Ticketing.
Oh, okay. Yes, there's obviously a lot of people within the Giants that don't like me. But there is a lot of people who do like me, but they don't make any contact besides when we're in person. Like, what's up, Bobby? That's it.
I think, because here's the thing. I think a lot of the people that work for the Giants, if they weren't work for the Giants, would still be Giant fans. So you'd be surprised how many people are well aware of who you are and are fans of you.
No, I'm not talking about aware, but like when we go to stuff, the people that were like, hey, what's going on? But anyone who they'll never say anything publicly.
I guess that's true.
Oh, did you see that picture that someone tagged you in that congressman or that councilman earlier?
Picture with a councilman?
Hold on. There was we spammed some councilman in California's tweet, and someone had a picture of you with ISIS in the replies.
Did they?
Yeah.
And people are big on the Photoshop. No, I could confidently say that wasn't me officially.
You've never seen a Photoshop of you with ISIS before?
No, I see a lot of messed up Photoshops, but I did not see that one.
It's not messed up. It's funny.
There's been a lot of Photoshop of me on the face of a beluga whale lately, which I think I respect.
I haven't seen those.
Yeah, I think the same guy keeps making.
Hey, let me ask you this, because I didn't pay attention. What was that Spike Eskin thing? I didn't listen to the clip, and I said something about the Mets or whatever, and then I saw all you and people be sucking them off.
Yeah,
like, he was a great boss.
First of all, calm down. You can respect people.
He really fixed the station.
Well, it's not that he fixed the station, but the idea that he ruined the station. No, what he look, he's obviously doing Phillies talk down there, and the Mets and Phillies are in a race. So his whole thing was, if you look at the Mets record at home and the Mets record on the road, they are like insanely better at home compared to their road record. And his point was like, why is that? And in typical like little inside radio spiel, he never mentions the word cheating, never actually says that, but says, basically, I'm asking the question, why do you think that is? And it's like, it's an antagonistic way of trying to say, well, they could be. Remember what the Astros did at home? Like, the Mets aren't doing that, but it was like, it was a good way if you're a Phillies fan who hates the Mets, that's who his audience is, to be like, yeah, what the hell? Fuck the Mets. But of course, like that video gets clipped out because they know it's going to gain traction and everybody in New York freaks out. And of course, instead of freaking out and defending the Mets, everybody turned to, you used to run WFAN and you ruined it. And then that led to me and Al Dukes and others being like, well, how exactly did he ruin it? Because, like, I don't know. Station's doing pretty well. Don't really sense that the station's ruined at all. And it just comes back to the same old listeners of WFN that can't take that. Oh, Mike and the Mad Dog aren't on anymore. Steve's not there anymore. Joe B's not there. Like, all right, people get old. Like, you know, what do you want?
Yeah. Again, radio is obviously in a different state than it was at that time. And also, you have social media where people can criticize everything. Where people like Mike and the Mad Dog, like again, those guys they're kings. But like they said a lot of dumb shit too. But just you don't have social media clips of it going out. You don't have people tweeting at them and stuff like that. Like you just
could you imagine Twitter and Instagram existing in the heat of Mike and the Mad Dog, where 90-second clips were pulled of things they said? People would kill them every day. Every day.
Yeah. And it's not like, especially Mike at the end was like, he was literally he was the butt of the joke every day on Twitter.
Think about why people love Mike. They don't love Mike because of his sports. They don't miss Mike. I'm sorry. I should say for his sports takes right now. They miss Mike because the prank calls used to get through and it used to be great. And it was just him by himself. And it was just great theater. You know what I mean? Like that's harder to do. And by the way, that is entertaining. And I do miss that. But like, that means the station's ruined. What are we talking about?
There's some good franchise prank calls. My favorites were have you heard the one where the guy like drags him out? And he's like, you know, talking about like how he was abused or whatever. And he's like, and then I killed my dad. And he's like, I can't confirm that. And there's like a blower going on in the back.
Dude,
that's my favorite.
That's your okay. That's a good one. My favorite one is just simply, it's short to the point. I want to slap your butt cheeks. My favorite call to Mike. Mike, I'd love to slap your butt cheeks.
I see. I don't want to play these because like this whole stream is about being monetized, and I don't want to take a chance of getting something. But just go listen. If anyone has time, go listen to the Mike Francesa like guy kills his dad or whatever. I don't know how to find it, but he's just like talks about how like his dad, you know, blah blah, and he's like, so one day I killed him. And Mike Francis said, I can't confirm that. I can't confirm that.
By the way, I don't
give me the information and we'll look at that, but I can't confirm.
That's where I'm going to defend Mike on that prank call. What do you do with that? You can't just have people saying on the radio that this happened without, you know what I mean? Like it's such a sensitive, insane prank.
No, it's just a funny prank call though.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can hear the guy laughing halfway through. I know. That's the other thing is he gets a little.
The other prank call I loved was this guy calls Mike about the Mets bullpen. And first of all, is this message up? Listen to Frances after a big game and the fan after a big game. Buddy, we just were on every day after the Knicks playoff games and broke down every single game. And I love Mike, but come on. The idea that, listen to Mike after a big game.
I'll say this: when Eli got benched, I listened. Mike
was great.
I listened to Francesa that whole day.
The idea that like these games aren't broken down after big games. What are we talking about? And dude, like again, I'm not in this business if not for listening to Mike Francesa. Mike at the end,
but at the same time, you don't want to judge him. You're not trying to judge him at the end.
No. But my point is, when people say, "Oh, like you ruined WFN," like Mike, if he was doing this Monday through Friday and wasn't doing a 30-minute podcast, would not be as locked into the games the way the new lineup is. Like. It just is what it is. Like these guys have gotten older. Joe B, I love Beningo. Joe B outside of a Jet game was not locked into these big games anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not their fault. They get older, right? It might happen to me one day. I don't know. Like it happens. People get older. Like you have to deal with it. Not everything lasts forever.
Right.
But I was going to say the other prank call I love was a guy called Mike about the Mets bullpen. And he started mentioning like Game of Thrones characters that the Mets should call up. And Mike was like trying to scramble to look up or get somebody to look up whether these guys are big prospects or not. And it was fucking great. And then I ended up like 2 years later after that prank call, it turns out the dude who made that prank call was like one of my best friend's cousins. And I met him at a random party. He came up to me. I was like, are you serious?
You know who was bad about that was Bart. I remember hearing some prank calls of Bart Scott I think it was with Maggie. And who was it with? Bart, Maggie, and who else?
And Carlin. I was actually the producer for a little bit. Yeah.
And people would call in and be like naming like, oh, this Jets, they need to play these Jets, and then Maggie would be like, I don't know who that is, and Bart's like, oh, I do, I know who those guys are,
and Bart would
they're totally made up names.
Bart was the best, man. I had so much fun working with him. But yeah, Bart was so unintentionally like, not the word stupid's wrong, but like silly with that stuff because he would just have to like, be Mr. Jet. But Bart was great with that. One of the great like authentic people. It's so funny 'cause I hated him when he was on the Jets as a Giant fan, and then I got to work with him. I was like, this dude's awesome. Witnessed him do 12 straight shots of tequila at a bar with me in Atlantic City because he doesn't drink beers. Like within 15 minutes.
12? You said 12 straight shots of tequila?
Dude, it was me, him, and my wife, the three of us at a bar in Atlantic City hanging out. And he's like, yeah, I don't do beers, so I just do shots to get drunk. And just ordered for the three of us 24 shots of tequila at once. He drank 15 of them on his own within, again, like I said, 10, 15 minutes.
That's fucked.
Yeah. And my face didn't feel it. I had like 6. I was like ready to fall down in that short amount of time. You know what I mean? Athletes are just a different breed.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh boy. What else you got? I'm approaching my car.
Someone said I smoked crack with LT one time. I don't know. I got to pee. That's one thing.
Well, that's good.
I need to get someone else. I guess you're.
Are you serious? Come on. Somebody hit my car while it was parked all day.
You fucking with me?
No.
Show me. Damn, son. They got cameras there? No, that shit don't matter in New
Nah,
York.
it's like a big lot, man.
That's why you got to get those bumpers that New York City people have on.
Do I need to fucking deal with this right now? I got Cam Schlittler on the mound for the Yankees. All right, Bobby, I love you. I got to go handle this.
All right, have fun. Someone screenshot that and tag Giants Nation. I'll retweet. Sean Moran's cars crashed on the 24-hour live stream.
Bro, not even a note. All right. I'll talk to you.
See ya. Thanks.
Yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, bumper belly. All right, so I got to catch up on some chats. Sorry to Sean that his car crashed. So I got to catch up on some chats. So let's catch up with the super chats first. Christian, still need my first Giants jersey. Who should I get? Who do we look back on as the best player of this Giants era? If you're including Odell, it's Odell. And again, please leave your freaking locations for the live shows because I now got to go through the chats and stuff like that, and I'll do it. Let's see. Odell would be in there. Sterling Shepard is, someone who he's still with the Bucks and stuff, but doesn't feel like he left for another team. You know what I mean? Dexter Lawrence. I mean, I guess Dexter Lawrence is your safest one, so I'd say Dexter Lawrence. Victor, if you come out to Vegas, we'll live stream from Little Darlings. Wednesday is midnight wrestling. Okay. That's one more for Las Vegas for Victor. Thank you, Victor. Mark, Wilmington, North Carolina. Will you have the South of the Border show still? If so, when will that be? I got to try and come out. So, we will be having the South of the Border show. I'm going to put Wilmington down a couple times for you. And you said, are we going to do this? Yes, we are, Mia. Hi, the chat. August 29th, live from South of the Border. Again, we don't have like a specific time right now, but it's going to be sometime in the afternoon. We will be there August 29th, South of the Border. It's the Friday of Labor Day weekend, so make sure you come on out. So I'm really excited for that. Again, it's not something where like you need people to come out to, but it'd be cool. Love the show, big dog. Thank you, John G. Nice picture. Is that one of the most famous? Is that like the most famous mugshot? What is the most famous mugshot of all time? Because that Pablo Escobar one is pretty damn famous. Jonathan Sander, as a Giants fan who started following the Giants in the early '80s, vroom, vroom. I'd love to see a legit LT breakdown, like what you do for the draft. Is that possible? I guess I could try and do it with broadcast and get full games, but that is something that's a good like an off-season like July thing next year. I don't have time to do it for this year because we're getting prep for training camp when this ends, but that's not a bad idea. But Jonathan, you got to give me a location. You got to give me a location, Jonathan. Give me a location for a live show. So, and you know what? I'm not going to make an if you don't put the Amazon thing in there. If I don't see, I'm just not going to make an emphasis on that. That's not the emphasis here. But Jonathan, I do need a location. I also need a location from Christian, and I don't think we got one from William Nielsen either. So 3 of you guys, let's go. Let's get some locations in here. Let's get some locations. I feel bad for Sean's car. That's a shitty feeling. I will say it's at least it wasn't an accident. It's your fault. That's a worse. That's like a terrible feeling. Let's see.
Christian say Porterville, California.
Porterville,
California.
Christian said
Porterville, California.
Okay, so 2 for Porterville, California for Christian. Let me put it up. No. Porterville, California.
Mark Williams.
Let's see. Do we got any of you guys updated? Let's see. I feel like New Haven's got a lot, but again, if you really want to get there,
Darren donated in the city.
Yeah, 8 hours in, or 8 hours and 42 minutes in. So we got Daryl is back. Worst prank ever. 1979 after school with friends. Ozzy at the station Dare.
Jonathan is sleeping alone.
This and call and tell Ozzy he sucks. I said it. DJ goes, let's cut him off. Ozzy says no. Talk to him in front of Ozzy. Okay. But Daryl, do you want Daytona? Do you want 2 more Daytonas? Okay, Jonathan, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Okay. Let me put that up on there for you guys. People are saying New Haven would be dope. I mean, there's a pretty damn good chance it's going to be there. So 2 for Sleepy Hollow, New York. Again, these are people from who have, again, you got to. So if you again, give to the stream, please leave the location in there. It makes it very much easier for me and allows me to, do the chat, do the stream a little better and just talk and not be looking for stuff. So Melbourne, Australia. All right. If we have to do it from Melbourne and it's not Melbourne, Florida, oh well. But Melbourne, Australia on. Thank you. Thank you, mate. Daniel Macon, NBA player Daniel Macon. What's the target money goal for this? I feel like, Ryan was saying a cheaper one, but maybe that was because it was like an earlier time. I don't know, but I'd say $2,000 should get it done. Are you in a fantasy football league? Yes, I only do 1 per year. It's my friends from high school. Can I enter whatever you can enter whatever you want? So let's see. Okay, so Daryl, New Haven. Okay. New Haven. So 2 more for New Haven. Okay, so I think we're good with the people who have given Might be missing. Let's see. We got Mark. We got Christian. William Nielsen's the only one who hasn't given me his location. So I think we're caught up. Pistol Wave in New Haven. Is that a thing? That's very funny if it is. That is very funny if it's Pistol Wave in New Haven. That'd be perfect. Bobby, say hi to me. Hi to me. Hello to you, New York Giants 16. I need to pee, so part of me feels like I need to finish the fourth bottle to be able to do that. So
Do you want to go?
all right, let me check back in with the chat. Did you see the F1 movie yet? Yeah, it was pretty damn good. In fact, like, you know, usually I'm at the end of the movies, I'm like, I know how the endings go. I actually thought he wasn't going to win, and then he did. So I thought it was a pretty damn good movie. I thought it was going to be like, oh, he helped his teammate win, but Sonny Hayes ended up. Shit. I'm sorry if I spoiled, but fuck, that was a really bad move. Josh said he accidentally did $2. Just do $3 more. Just do another $3 and you're good, and I'll put you on there. But make sure you put Alaska in there so it's easier. Do you watch any F1 or just NASCAR? I'll watch a little F1. Again, I'm not sitting here saying I watch every race, but you know, if it's on in the morning, I don't have anything going on. So lots on Sunday morning, I'm gonna go do other things. But I mean, I like all forms of racing, but NASCAR is just kind of what I grew up on. It's a nice, you know, Sunday easy watch. So, but I'll watch it. I'll watch whatever. Like not a lot of times, but if there's just nothing on TV, I just will put on whatever racing's on. You know, IndyCar, whatever. Do you follow F1 team or just the sport? Just the sport, but I do go for Haas because one, it's the only American team, and Haas has been in NASCAR for a long time, but they suck. So I don't really have anything to root for. But I do root for Haas. Just don't. I haven't watched Jurassic Park or Jurassic World, but I do kind of hate that it's just like, let's just make Jurassic movie. Like that last one was just like nostalgia bait. Which again, I enjoy that. You know, I'm not against that as much as other people, but it's like, got to make them good. When are we gonna have a winning season again? Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon, my friend. Someone dropped a 3,000 super chat. The craziest thing is we won't go. Growing up, going to Daytona 500 was there in 2100. I write it down, Joshua. That's crazy. I remember that day vividly. I remember my dad coming up and talking to me. Yeah, Daytona's definitely like, if you're gonna go to NASCAR, it's and you're not worried like trying to go local, Daytona's definitely the place to go. So someone asked if Danny King, Nick, I think Nick asked if Danny King was going to be on. Yeah, he's supposed to be on. I don't know what time. By the way, come out if you're still in the air. If you want to come out, August 2nd is a Giants only. I think it's their only Saturday training camp. So you have training camp at 10 a.m. And then we have the live show at the Sussex County Miners game. It's, you know, we're gonna have the live show at 5. The game's at 7. Make sure to come get out. You know, go to scminers.com. This isn't like an ad for them or anything, even though it is. But what I will say is go to the original tweet that we tweeted it out. I know you got to scroll a little bit. And then reply with your tickets, and then we're giving away 15 tickets to be in the suite with us. So that's your way to get in it. So, but Yeah, I'm not keeping the best track of that stuff during this right now, but that's something I just tweeted it out, or they just tweeted it out and I retweeted. So let's see. We're only 10 minutes away from moving 15 places off the list. Was it as tragic as Sean Morash totaling his car? Yeah. I will say, because I just retweeted the picture of Morash with his car. I mean, his car definitely got hit, but it's just a bumper. He could even, but yeah, he's got to get that taken care of and stuff, but it's not the worst thing. Alaska, big fan of Bobby. Seen you at Tampa versus G-Men, but didn't get to talk to you. Was hoping to see you in camp, but if I can't make it, are you going again? So yeah, I'm going to be at camp. The only game I'm going to go to is the Giants Commanders game in MetLife. That I'm scheduled for too. Let's add Alaska to the list. And that's another thing I'll say is if you're at camp, come say hello, right? I don't think like, oh, I'm bothering him. Just come say hello. We love it. It's fun. Take a picture, whatever. Very, very much love doing that type of stuff. That's one of the reasons I love camp so much is much as we do this and we interact on Twitter and YouTube and stuff, interacting with listeners of the show in person is like the most fun moment. And it truly is like it's the most satisfying because it's like now we don't really have like any haters that we deal with, but it's like you're careful with what you say and stuff. And training camp is very much a reminder. It's like, man, people like this show. They like you. If they disagree with something, it's not personal. So I like training camp. So I'm gonna do. Can you find your Big Blue Kickoff Live Lance Meadow prank calls? I need to hear this. So I'm gonna find one, and so we won't play these all at the same time. But let's find one. Let's see. Let's find one. Okay, here's one.
One word, last name, MEDOW. Let's open up the lines and we check in with Tim in Florida. Tim, welcome to Mad Dog Sports Radio. What do you have for us?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I want to talk about Jamal Adams, but first, in Dumb and Dumber when he says, you want to hear the most annoying sound in the world. That's what it's like listening to you on the radio all day long.
Great. Hey, Tim, thanks for the phone call. Greatly appreciate it. Listen, I aim to please, so I'm glad that we have a satisfied customer. Thank you so much for weighing in. Oh, Tim, by the way, me hanging up on you, that click that you heard mid-statement, that was me hanging up on you, just so we're clear. Since you got out your thoughts, I thought it was only fair that I returned the favor. So glad you can add so much to my program. Whew. Was worried we weren't going to be able to move on this Sunday morning and finish the show without hearing from that lovely individual. John is in Missouri. John, hopefully you have more to add to the program. What's happening?
Yes, sir. Hey, Lance, thanks for my call. And I think your program is great.
Oh, my gosh. Let me find another one. Yeah, this one's 2 minutes long.
That tells me, despite their defensive issues, this is a competitive team. 888-MAD-DOG-6, 888-623-3646. Tweet at me at Lance Meadow, one word, last name, MEDOW. Let's open up the lines. James is at Georgia, joins us.
Okay, so the context of this was some guy who was like talking about like playing games. This is all mid-COVID, right? So like, again, you didn't have anything to do. Me and my brother would go get coffee. We'd just drive around, mess around, whatever, and prank call. And so someone said something, and he's like making this point to not play college games or whatever. So I was like, all right, this is simply just to make him mad.
You're on Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio. What's happening, James?
Hey, Lance, I got a question about the college football rant you went on. Why do you talk about sports if you just hate people that like sports a lot? Like, there's diehard sports fans. Why do you even do this radio show if you're wasting your time doing it?
How am I hating on sports? I'm talking about the reality of the circumstance right now. There's a lot of college football fans.
So just know when he gets back to me, I'm in the bank drive-through, not knowing what to say because the lady's like asking me if that's it for the day or whatever.
That I think are just looking at it to get something on TV on Saturday. And I think we've got to be a little bit more realistic of what's happening right now in the country. That's all I'm saying. I'm not necessarily hating on it. It's just I'm not here to tell you rainbows and lollipops, James. You want me to doll things up for you just because you're a diehard sports fan? I'm a diehard sports fan too. Hell, I make a living off of this. I want college football back more so than anybody else. But I'm also realistic, and there's no crime in looking at things through a realistic lens.
Fuck you.
Yeah, James. Yeah, thank you so much.
My favorite part is you can hear my brother laugh in the back. I don't know. Well, I just want you can just hear my brother laugh in the background.
Fuck you.
Yeah, James. Yeah, thank you so much for weighing in. Beautiful. You've added a tremendous amount of insight. You know what I love about people? I love people that stay on hold and are so desperate.
That's my
they hate
favorite
what I'm
one.
saying, but
Just
they're so
fuck you.
desperate that they stay on hold because they need to then throw in their 2 cents, though they disagree completely with what I'm saying. Congratulations on accomplishing a lot in your life. We definitely look forward to hearing from you moving forward. Just so you know where that individual ranks, you know when you get parched and you have a dry mouth and that white stuff builds up on the side of your mouth? Then think about what you would rank lower than that. That was that last individual. That individual, I'm sure, has a tremendous following on Twitter, which involves an egghead, no picture.
When he first said that, I thought he had caught on and knew it was me prank calling him, but then he's just saying it's nobody.
Last individual. That individual, I'm sure, has a tremendous following on Twitter, which involves an egghead, no picture, and a handle that doesn't resemble anything like a human being and lives in their mother's basement. Now that we got a full geographical and demographic breakdown of that last caller, I think we can resume on the program. What do you say? 888 man.
So that was one. So I'm gonna do a little salesman. I'm gonna play the next one after the next super chat. I also have to find it. Okay, I found another one. Here's another one. I'm favoriting them. And then I think the other ones are on Twitter when I call them the Big Blue Kick. So those are all to Mad Dog Radio on the weekends. But that was my favorite. That's probably my favorite one just because it's simple. I just remember being like, fuck you. It's like, that's real nice, James. Let's see. I think they're on the talking. Let's see. Because we prank called Big Blue Kickoff Live about Kelvin Benjamin. Let's see. Kelvin Benjamin. I'm trying to find the prank called a Big Blue Kickoff Live about Kelvin Benjamin. Okay, I found that one. So I got 3 more lined up. So we'll play one. We need 3 more super chats to play those. Oh man, the Jake Fromm one was really good because it really got them riled up. Let's see if it's on the Talking Giants Twitter. There's a lot of. Okay, I found it all. Okay, so I have 4 prank calls lined up we could talk about. We go through. So we'll get to that. What's the beef with Fireside Giants? Never been a fan of them, but I've heard you talk about them before. So I'll be honest, I don't really have a beef with. I thought they were copying some of this. Not they, Alex Wilson, and this was like 4 or 5 years ago, and I just blocked them. But again, that's 4. I don't have any beef with them. And I like Anthony Rivardo. Oh, yeah, I've been on the same content with him. But Alex Wilson just annoyed me basically. And then I thought he was copying, but I could have been wrong too. But there's not really beef there. Long day, eh? Yeah. And we're 2 minutes away from taking 15 locations. Not every, 15 spots off the wheel. Top 5 Bobby's beefs right now. Gosh, a lot of them went away. Like Giant Insider is not a beef anymore. It's funny to tell the stories about the beef with Giant Insider, and I think I think Chris is kind of easy to make fun of. But I also don't do it anymore, right? Like I'm just not looking for beef, I'm not. And I also I don't feel like making fun of people unless they're assholes. Which they were assholes to me in the beginning, so I had no problem making fun of them. But now it's been years. I'll laugh at some dumb shit, but I I mean, it's and even like with TG and JM. Now I have bad feelings, but I'm not going to say much about them anymore. You know, everything I've need to say has been said. So there's really not any beefs, honestly. He meant the meat beef. Oh, that's hey, yeah. Greg's dad was on the episode, dude. I had a terrible thought because I see Greg on Twitter sometimes. I'm like, dude, when I'm not even gonna say it, but Greg's dad's probably pretty old at this point. He's a great guy. I think Mark Colombo's still a beef. I'll still call him a piece of shit every opportunity I get. Fuck that guy. Fucking loser. Yeah, but besides that, did Supervisor Bradford. So if you're in on this now, we're gonna let me share the screen for this, and then we'll. So we went into this supervisor, guys, and he hasn't tweeted since. And we just started blaming him. He's a supervisor for Wheatland City Council or whatever. So we blamed him for poisoning the water. He hasn't responded. Here's some of the replies. But there's some new ones. It's got 15. 3 glasses and I'm shitting on my dick hole. What is in these pipes? That's Reynolds. Make sure I'm following Mark. Mark's a great, funny dude. Any new ones besides that? At Grok, why are people complaining about the water? But isn't Grok disabled? Oh my gosh, Grok's not even. All right, let's respond to this guy. Everyone go respond to this guy on because they poisoned. I'm pretty sure I just spelled poison wrong. Yep. I'm an idiot. Buddy, don't need AI to figure that out. All right. Bobby, are you a pub sub guy or chains like Subway, Jimmy John's? I'm a pub sub guy. I actually had a pub sub because we were out on the beach and there's like not any places that were open around there. Had a pub sub there. All right, so let's remove. We're gonna remove 15 slots of the wheel. I won't say 15 cities because there's cities that have a bunch of slots, so we're not removing those cities. And then again, we got some prank calls we can go through. That we can go. Oh, Giants Nation show Ring of Honor. That's actually something we're going to do. We're going to elect some people to the Giants Nation show Ring of Honor. All right, let me share the screen on this. All right, let's remove 15 names. Da-da-da. All right, number 1 off. I really have to pee. Ruts Hut. I will say, out of the big sample size, Ruts Hut has been decimated pretty good. All right, 14 more. 1 down. Porterville, California. That's what was just put on there. So, we got 1 more. All right, 2 down. Port Norris, New Jersey. 3 down. I think that was the only option of it, too. South Amboy, New Jersey. That was 4, right? 11 more. Washington, D.C. 10 more. You accidentally pressed close instead of remove for one of them. Well, they survived then. New Haven, Connecticut. 9 more. Ruts Hut. Yeah, Ruts Hut, man. I mean, they still have like more than basically everyone besides New Haven, Connecticut, but it does hurt. That does hurt. Long Island. Okay, I can see where I got the clothes removed mixed up. But so no more Long Island on there. One Charlotte. All right, we got 7 more. I forgot. I lost count. Oh, that hurts. Now there's still some left, but any intercourse we're getting rid of is bad. 6 more. Five more. Did anyone add my anus? Melbourne, Australia. No trips to Australia. I got to make sure when it's the last one to do remove. All right, 4 more. Again, I keep on losing count. Daytona. Daytona's got a good amount in there, though. 3 more. New Haven. 2 more. Ruts Hut. 1 more. Charleston, South Carolina. All right, that's it for now. We'll revisit that at the 9 o'clock hour. That whoa at the end of the class is me. Yeah. So again, if you're not familiar with exactly what we're doing, we're raising money for a plane. I have a banner plane over the Giants game promoting Giants Nation show. And so we're doing donations for that. But every donation, you can see the ticker on the bottom. If you do one, make sure you comment a location, and we're going to do a live show, a Giants Nation live show at a place. But at the top of hour, we remove 15, and then tomorrow morning we'll pick the final winner. So, so Maxwell Smith, Seattle, Washington. How about that? I actually think we could maybe get Leonard Williams to help us out with that. So. I desperately need to pee, but I need to finish this ball before I do it. So that's 4 liters down. So what I'm going to do is, because I don't have anyone else on with me right now, I'm going to do I'm going to do a video. So this is my dad doing burnouts in a rooter van. In New Jersey.
Jamie, get away from there.
Get out of here.
Like and subscribe.
Back. I feel bad. Seattle, Washington. I was like, what do I do in the bathroom? And Seattle, Washington just got on. They got removed from the bathroom. So that's sad for Seattle. Got another bottle? I got a bottle. I got a bottle. A lot of comments. What's up, Glock Roach? Dude, I've been wondering where you've been. Let's see. Why are you removing places? Because I didn't want people to be totally bored while I was in the bathroom. So I think that's a new thing is whenever I go to the bathroom, we remove places. But I haven't had to do number 2 yet, so that's good. When my YouTube won't let me donate, can I Venmo you? Sure, fuck it. I'll put that in the chat. Let me make sure I have the right one. But you have to put the damn city, okay? Do not make me be trying to figure out all that shit. You have to put the city. So let me make sure I have the right Venmo. The later it gets, the riskier Bobby is. That is a fact. That is just a fucking fact. All right, my Venmo is that. And by the way, I said we need to let's get one more chat in here, and then we will. Is it too late to add? Again, it's not too late to add anything. You got to do it through the chat, the super chats, though. So get one more, and then we'll do another prank call from Lance Meadow. We'll play another one. I think the next one's pretty fucking vulgar too. Be up for that game plan. So the just look at the rules on the bottom. Donating to your next shit has to be on camera. You can't donate that much, right? Like I do have a price, like, and so again, like some people they do, like, I'm going to eat one of these every hour. I just am not. I'm already doing 24 hours in stream. I'm also not going to make it even that much worse. But I appreciate it. And Glock, because you're a loyal Patreon since day one, give me a location. I know it's only the $2, but give me a location. I owe you. Give me a location, and then we'll do a prank call. I'm not doing that for anybody else. Glock he gets special treatment. This ain't the fucking okay. There's special treatment in this world. Okay, that's something I had a hard time learning in school. Where I'm like, if I do this, I get kicked out of class. If she does it, the teacher laughs. What's the deal? It's like, yeah, well, you're an asshole all the time to that teacher, Bobby. So she's got no tolerance for your bullshit. But give me a location, Glock. Bobby, YouTube main shot. That guy could laugh. YouTube main street to shot. Yeah. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. That would be a beautiful one. I actually kind of want that one. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. How about that? All right, let's do a prank call. Now, this is playing an old prank call. So the context for this, I'm pretty sure this is the one, is Brett Bielema was the Giants' outside linebacker coach. He had got hired by Illinois like towards the end of the season. And some guy had gotten mad at Lance Meadow about something. And so I was trying to get on his good side first before I hit him with the prank. And I was trying to be like, that guy got pretty mad. And I was like trying to say, I agree with you. He actually kept on interrupting me. So let's play it.
Tim is in Florida. Tim, welcome to Mad Dog Sports Radio. What do you have for us?
That last guy, man, he was pretty mad, but I get what he's saying.
I don't care that they're mad. You don't think the world is inconvenience right now, Tim? What, he's the only individual in America right now that maybe can't go to his favorite establishment and restaurant? I mean, sometimes people live in an absolute bubble and live in their own rosy world. Everyone is sacrificing. Everyone is making the ultimate sacrifice to go about their lives, okay? Individuals in California, Texas, everybody can relate. Nobody lives on an island right now. Everybody's dealing with this pandemic. We got to take a step back and have some perspective here before you all of a sudden, and I'm not talking about you, Tim, and I'll let you speak. But, when one individual rants, I understand they're passionate, they're overwhelmed. Last I checked, you're safe and healthy. That's the number one priority right now. If you can't go to your restaurant, you can't mingle with your friends, so be it, okay? That's a small sacrifice, a small price to pay. Go ahead.
Lance, I was getting ready to agree with you, but you cut me off. But anyways, I was calling.
Well, because you said he was angry, and I'm not here to throw out tissues for individuals that are all worked up on the phone lines. Okay, I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
So again, remember, Brett Bielema, again, Lance Meadow does work for the Giants. Brett Bielema had just left the Giants for Illinois as the head coach.
Here to make everybody feel better about themselves. That's why I cut you off. But now the floor is yours.
No, you're good. So I want to ask about Brett Bielema because you get paid to suck the Giants' dick. So, what's...
Oh, very nice, Tim. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you so much for your insight. And here to make everybody feel better about themselves. That's why I cut you off. But now the floor is yours.
No, you're good. So I want to ask about Brett Bielema because you get paid to suck the Giants' dick. So, what's...
Oh, very nice, Tim. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you so much for your insight. Tremendous. You speak to your mom with that same mouth? That's a very, very impressive accomplishment. Congratulations. Thank you for joining us and providing some great insight. We really appreciate what you have contributed to the program this morning. 888-MAD-DOG-6, 888-623-3646 is the telephone number. Oh, by the way, that clicking noise you heard, that was me hanging up on you. So I may have cut you off earlier,
He loves that
but
line.
that clicking noise you heard, that was me dropping the hammer on you. So enjoy the rest of your day, Tim. And maybe you could utilize that vocabulary with somebody else that's willing to hear it. I'm sure you have lively discussions with you and your friends in your own bubble. Lance Meadow with you here on a Sports Saturday on Sirius XM, Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, as we've been focusing on the college football landscape. In addition to college football.
Oh, my God. We got his ass so good. I'm sure you have lively discussions with you and your friend. All right, so I did tell myself I was going to do some. Oh shit! It's call-in hour. Okay, so I told myself call-in hour. We got who thought I thought I was going to be like begging for call-in hour. So here's your chance to jump on with me. That's me dropping the hammer on you. So call in hour. So I'm going to put the invite link in the chat. You got to have your camera on just in case you're going to say some heinous shit. But you got to have your camera on for me to bring you on. So I'm going to put the link in the chat. So we'll next hour we got people jumping on with us. How about that? So just put the link in the chat if you want to join. Is there more replies to this guy? Dude, this is the person I was looking to have on. Congrats on your new gig, dude.
I appreciate it, Bobby. I didn't know you were looking to have me on. I've been in and out all day, so it's great. It's great to be on, and I hope you've been doing well with this Giants Nation show thing. I've been following it ever since the April stuff happened. So
yeah, dude, it's been a lot of fun. But so I went to go on Instagram because we are gonna just like I'm on for 24 hours. So I was like, let me go. And the first thing that popped up was your new gig. So this is Alex of Big Blue in the Bronx. He has his own channel. He's been credentialed for a bunch of events. Tell me exactly what the deal is, because I couldn't just sit there and read the whole thing while I was on stream. Yeah. Can you talk to me about it?
Sure, absolutely. So this past year this was my last year of college, so I figured I got to get something going, internship, stuff like that. So I don't know if I told you when we were down in Mobile, but I guess I'll re-explain it. And this is the absolute truth, is the guy who got us to go to those Giants games the year prior, when I was in the locker room with Brian Dable and et cetera, he kind of screwed us out of the opportunity. Some BS, not going to go into that. So I'm like, okay, I got to, find mentors, do this, do that. So one of my mentors is actually a guy who runs a independent contracting company who does the post-game show for the New York Giants. So there's that. But anyway, skipping forward, we come back from Mobile, and I said, I got to start looking for positions. I got to start looking for sports anchor jobs, MMJ jobs, stuff that's not in New York, because the way the industry runs is you got to go externally. You got to go out to other smaller markets and then come back to New York when you have enough experience. So in that regard, I applied to a lot of jobs in February. I didn't get any gigs, but I got another mentor who helped me with my news packages and all that sort of stuff. And then end of May, I just started applying. The best offer came from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I will be moving there at the end of the month. I'll be taking my brother down with me. Hopefully he's going to try to get an internship because I'm working there. But it's a 2-year deal. My boss knows that my ultimate goal is sports. He knows of my background and stuff like that. But it's an opportunity I honestly can't wait for. And unfortunately, that does mean for the time being, but more or less probably in general, the channel is going to shut down. So we're having a little last hurrah on Saturday, just to, go over great moments, thank the fans and stuff like that.
Oh, dude, I'll definitely try and tune in. What time is it going to be at? Do you know?
We're going from probably 8:30 to around 11:30 at latest.
All right, remind me, because I definitely want to jump in. So because of that, I'm going to add Chattanooga to the wheel. Because I would love to do a live show with you in Tennessee. So I'm going to give Chattanooga 2 entries, and there's a couple others that we're going to put on now. So I got the venue mode from Ken Jesperin. Thank you very much. It said Idaho Falls, Idaho. The waterfalls would be a sick backdrop. They would be. So Idaho Falls ID. All right, let me do that 4 more times. Idaho. Hold on, sorry.
You're good.
And I see there's a Binghamton one, but I'll get to that in a little bit. But dude, seriously, congrats! It's cool to see. And I was just talking to this about somebody because of how I'm handling the new show and stuff. And it's like, man, it's, working in sports media, you're going to need some type of luck along the way to get the right opportunity and stuff. But I will say this, the people who really put their effort and don't let lack of early, easy success, and I'm not talking about like success, like relatively, but just like income to make this do it. If you keep fucking grinding, you'll get an opportunity somehow. And I think that you've exemplified that, not to get all sappy on this, but again, you've been here. How long have you been doing your channel for and trying to do content for?
Yeah, I mean, I started back in 2020. You were actually one of my first guests. But yeah, I've been doing it since 2020. I mean, big stuff hit in 2023 when I got to go into the Giants locker room. And again, another fun fact, for whatever reason, my school's TV station that I was a part of never posted the content that we were doing at the games. So I said, you know what? I'm going to post this on my Twitter. And obviously, after the Giant Jet game where I pressed Brian Dable, ended up getting in trouble by the Giants organization for pressing too many questions. That was posted on Twitter and stuff like that. And obviously past 2 years, we've been down in Mobile. So yeah, it's been since 2020. And, I've learned a lot about myself, and I think it's a good exercise for anyone who wants to be in that type of industry, because you're not only just being on air, you're producing your own show, your audio editing, your video editing. And you know what? You're probably, familiar with that. Even if, let's just say, you didn't do it when you were with John Boy, you're familiar with that now, Bobby, because it's all on your shoulders right now.
Yeah, did it before with John Boy, did it at the beginning of John Boy as well too. So it's about getting that opportunity. Jay Cizo, I see your comment that you did it. I'm going to trust you. So just put a location in and I'll add you to the wheel. I don't think you're lying to me. And again, the ones who have showed up, I will get to them in a second. But yeah, dude, I think it's a testament to you. Like, for example, Grump, right? Again, I don't think it's any secret that I want to work with Grump as far as it comes to this show, right? Use him for the draft, use him for regular episodes. And I want to figure something out with him. Again, but people are like, oh, who do you want to have on as co-host? What about this guy? But I was like, I look for people who grind, and Grump is somebody who Grump has been doing his show for 7-8 years, not getting a ton of views, right? He gets, again, relatively, right? Talking about in the grand, like compared to other podcasts, he does his stuff well. But he grinds, right? He works his ass off, and that's how he caught our eye in the first place. And we vibed well, did the Senior Bowl stuff, and it's like, all right, that's why I want to work with Grump. Not because I'm looking to get the biggest audience in the world, but I'm looking to get someone who works hard. So, but Jay Sizzle says Dallas, Texas, because I'm going to add that 5 times. But what do you, so you're not going to be doing the Giants channel, or I guess you do more than just Giants. But so what are like some final takes you want to get off on air about the Giants before you you start this job?
Oh man, my first question is not even relating to like the players itself. Are you coming up for training camp? I'm going to try to hit 1 or 2 before I leave, and it's working out pretty well for me. I don't know when the tickets are going to go on sale.
Tomorrow.
Okay, good. Okay. Does anybody know what time that is?
You can check on the web. I think it's 10 o'clock, maybe noon too.
Okay.
I don't know, but on the website.
Cool.
So, but yeah, dude, I'll be at all of them. So, I know we always see each other there.
Yeah.
So you're now I got one less person I got to compete with to get clips out quickly. So, but like you said, what is all right? So so this is good for you. You're going to be at, let's say, 2 training camp practices. What is the thing you're looking out for the most?
I have to actually see it within the season. I want to see, and I don't believe in it right now. I want to see if this like Jalen hype from Russell Wilson is real, because we saw last training camp where, he was getting fed the ball. He was wide receiver 2, this, that, the other thing. And, and obviously in season, he got 8 catches or something like that. Maybe more slightly, but it's just, I don't know what the end of path is there for him. I don't know what the ceiling and the floor is. Like, is the ceiling he's just a rotational guy, and is the floor him getting cut?
I don't think he's in danger of getting cut because I don't think they brought in competition for him. But I really do think the ceiling is just a rotational guy.
Yeah,
like he's not going to play over Darius Slayton. Like they wanted him to win that, and I just don't think Jalen Hyatt got so much better to go from the 8 catches to now he's better than the guy we just re-signed in Darius Slayton. Now, again, if someone gets injured, he can take the advantage of the most opportunities. I've said this line a million times over the season. Off the season, I'm ready to get to some new action to stop saying the same takes over again. Russell Wilson's the best quarterback in the NFL for Jalen Hyatt specifically because he's so deep, sideline oriented. That's the one thing Jalen Hyatt does good. But I do think if everyone's healthy, that is his ceiling. Like it's rotational. And does Jalen Hyatt have a new perspective on that? Is he going to go into like, you know what? I'm the 4th guy, but I'm going to make the most of every opportunity I get. I'm going to work my ass off. I'm not going to pout at all. I'm going to act like, I'm going to act like who I am, someone who hasn't earned a damn thing in the NFL. So I'm not necessarily like on watch for Jalen Hyatt as a player, but what I am going to be asking is how's Hyatt handling all this? Because again, no neighbors and OTAs to take reps away from him. When that does happen, how is Hyatt going to handle that? How is Hyatt going to be handled working almost exclusively with the second team? Because if he's working with only the first team, he's not going to get the reps that he's going to want to get in practice. So that's kind of where I'm at with Hyatt.
Yeah, I mean, also 2 things I'm looking for. Well, 3 to be specific. Is this the year that Josh Ozudu finally gets cut? And does Eric Gray get that same treatment? Because I'm looking at the running backs right now. I mean, I don't know who Sean Baker is. I know you did a UDFA profile on a lot of these guys, but like Singletary, Scatabo, Tracy. I mean, I would assume Miller gets cut. I just don't know how many running backs they're going to keep.
Rashawn Baker's not a challenge for it. But yeah, I think Gray's gone again. I know unless he gets injured, but they got to keep Singletary because of the contract, and he's better than Eric Gray. Eric Gray has a terrible fumbling issue, and then Tracy is good. And Azudu's gone, right? I don't. Again, he has a better chance, but I do think Azudu's gone.
Good. And then I'm also looking to see because I know people were like giving it the fan fiction or the fan hype in minicamp, I think it was, whether Flock can actually overtake Banks for that second corner spot. I mean, I don't personally, I'm not a guy that's like into the film and stuff. I just don't know. And I saw very much through those first few games, he was getting absolutely roasted. But I want to see actually how Banks does against Cordell Fly. I mean, obviously now we have a corner one and a Debo. But I want to see if, if Flott can actually put up some competition and maybe win that spot by, I don't know how much the percentage is, but I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Banks has to win that job, right? And again, I don't think he's earned it necessarily, but he has to win that job. Like if Flott is the backup corner, and we look back and like 3rd round corner started for a couple of years, was a depth piece. You're not looking that and like, man, what a total failure. It's not what you wanted, but it's not a total failure. If Banks can't beat out Flott, that takes what looks like a bad pick now and just makes it a fucking terrible pick. Like, and again, I didn't want to draft Banks at that pick. I had a couple other guys before him. I definitely didn't want to. I think it was worth trading up for him, despite not giving up much. I think they gave up a 5th and a 7th to move up one spot, but I just wasn't. But even then, I wanted to say, hey, this guy in year 3 is going to get benched. I'd be shocked at that outcome. So he can't. Like he has to win that job, and not by default. Like he's got to be clearly better than Cordell Flott too.
Yeah. And then I'll provide like 2 more insights because I know there's probably a list of people in the back and whatnot. How much do you think, and not that I want it because I was very much a fan of the pick. I loved his rookie year before he ended up getting injured. How long of a leash do you think Daniel Bellinger has?
I got a good read on that because he has that contract thing where, again, he gets a raise, but none of it's guaranteed, so he becomes like a cut candidate. I think it'd be a mistake to cut Bellinger. I understand the idea that Theo Johnson's their tight end 1, and then Chris Manhertz is going to get a lot of the tight end 2 snaps next to Theo Johnson as the blocker. And then so that would make Bellinger the 3rd tight end. But he's not tight end 3 is the issue. He's tight end 2 because if Theo Johnson gets injured, he's now the starting tight end. And so I don't think cutting the guy who would be your starter if one guy, who, by the way, is coming off an injury, And as much as I like the potential Theo, hasn't proven anything in the NFL. Cutting that guy's backup, I think, is bad for that little amount of money. Make it work. Make it work. And he's your best lead blocking tight end, and you don't carry a fullback. So I know the Bellinger thing has been he gets forgotten, and if he gets cut, people are going to be like, oh, you guys are acting like this. You're cutting Mark Bavaro. But I do think it's a mistake, even if it's not a mistake that ends a fucking regime. I think it'd be a mistake to cut Bellinger.
Yeah, I just haven't gotten since that second year why they just don't like him as much. And obviously, again, they signed Manhurts last year, and they were featuring him more. It's just I never really got that because I mean, I know he was covering a lot in that second year before he got hurt for Evan Neal on the right side. Like there's some plays where they have him blocking like Nick Bosa and stuff like that. It's just it didn't make a lot of sense that he was taking a lot of the blame for the offensive line's bad blocking and stuff. And how ready is Tommy Fedone actually going to be? I don't think he's going to be ready at all. He's probably going to play special teams the first few weeks. Hell, because they picked him in the 7th, they might try to cut him and sneak him through waivers and put him on the practice squad. But no, and honestly, I think maybe I'm overhyping Bellinger. I feel like you could get good, not that they would get good value, not 4th round pick value, but I feel like other teams see Daniel Bellinger as a better asset than we actually do.
Yeah, I don't think you could get a pick. I don't think you get a trade from him for guys to produce, but I think he'd be better off if they tried to pay cut him. If I was Bellinger, I'd be like, I'm going elsewhere. Like when they did this Slayton, it made sense. Like Slayton's like, Galladay's fucking washed. Tony's a moron. Like I'm gonna be able to play here. Where with Bellinger, he's gonna need injuries to really play. So if I was Bellinger, I would go. It's like I'll go be a backup tight end somewhere else here.
Yeah.
So again, and I'm not this. I don't have these delusions of grandeur of like, oh, Bellinger, man, he's got so much potential. I think he's a middle of the road, your average tight end. He's not going to give you much of a receiving threat past 10 yards. Now, the one thing he does have, has the best hands on probably the team, right? He doesn't drop passes at all, which is funny because his first preseason action, he had a ball pop off his hands for an interception. But he has the best hands. When you target him, he's pulling it in for a catch. But I think it'd be a mistake to cut him. But Alex, I'm going to let you go.
Of course.
Congrats on the new venture. I'll definitely be following along, and I'm rooting for a couple places to do the live show, but Chattanooga, Tennessee is one of them. Thanks, dude.
I'll catch you at training camp, Bobby.
See ya. All right, this next one we're gonna announce the super chat. We have Binghamton, New York, for the cause. The Trash Man, the 2024 Mr. Brownstone Listener of the Year award winner. I got to add Binghamton 5 more times. For the cause.
Man, you might actually have to come here at this rate.
I know. It's so doing it elimination style does make it a very good chance that it's going to be either Binghamton, Connecticut, Ruts Hut, and I think Daytona might have the next best. But hold on as I write Binghamton, New York, one more time. What's going on, dude? How do you feel about this? We're on 9 hours, 37 minutes. How do you think it's going?
I know. You caught me right out of work, so it was good. I could listen to it on the way home. Ran some errands, just had in the background. But the real question is, how are you feeling? Staying hydrated? And
honestly, not bad. I got a second win, right? The live chat. It's just where I feel bad is, and I don't want to lose listeners, is there'll be 2 minutes where I just don't say much. I'm just kind of
right.
Yeah, okay.
It's tough to fill 24 straight hours with Giants content, especially July.
And when I have people on Marash, just all right, don't ask me what do I ask them, right? Do I ask them what do you think about the quarterback 2 battle? Where I think it's more, it's all right, talk to me about something else. And then these are like Alex just got fucking probably the best 10 minutes out of just Giants talk out of me.
Right. I really like that Bellinger. I think that's going to be really interesting to see. I think that's a good point. But, for me, it's I feel like he's going to be filling in at fullback, and, him and Manhurts are going to be switching, if they're going to be doing that. Or they could do 2 tight end sets with Theo Johnson and Manhurts and then have Bellinger in the backfield. I feel like he'll see the field a little bit, but we'll see.
Yeah, and again, is he's not tight end 3. He is the backup tight end.
Right.
He will be starting if the rookie tight end coming off a foot injury is injured. He will be the starter. So I understand if everyone's healthy, he's getting the 3rd most reps. But and again, he does something that nobody else on the team can do, right? Nobody else can lead block the way he can on the entire team. Right. I know there's a few clips I got of Thomas Fidoni on his film breakdown of him doing it okay, but nobody lead blocks better than him on.
I know it's gimmicky, but I really would love to see Elijah Chapman get some good reps there. I know
should try it.
Right, because he's super athletic. I know for a fact he can do it. But I feel like he's going to end up being this practice squad elevation guy that's going to be elevated every other week, just to fill that slot. And he's going to do like 3 plays as a fullback.
Yeah, if they couldn't get Jakob Johnson to be a part of that, with Carmen Brasillo literally having his entire career in the NFL with him as a fullback, having him on the roster, him having fucking clinics about using the fullback in the run game, then Brian Dable sincerely just hates. He just does not give a fuck about the fullback position.
Right. I was conflicted all season last season because I felt like there was kind of this push and pull. It wasn't like public or anything. Maybe something. I don't know. But it felt like Carmen Brasillo was trying to have his way with the run game. But then Dable they just feel like they don't really connect too well on it. Like it feels like they have 2 different identities, and Brasillo's trying to have his way with the run game. So I don't know if you have more insight.
Yeah, I don't have any information. I don't have any information on that. I could ask. I probably couldn't. I probably couldn't get that information
because that's the thing that I've been probably most curious about in the offseason, because I feel like we get so focused on the pass. We have a crazy pass rush. That's only half of it, and then we have this crazy passing attack allegedly. If Russell Wilson can make it work. But people aren't really talking about the run game. We could get some push, but we're very limited in the plays that we could run. I feel like there's a huge hole there.
There's been a question about Dable since the beginning. When they hired him, right? There's the one negative we heard from the Cover One guys when we had him on was there's just a lack of identity in the run game. Versatility is nice, but they had no identity as a run game. And we've seen games where he just totally abandons it. Let's get some new ones. So now I'm not going to promise this, Jason, right? I'll put Elizabeth, New Jersey with parentheses lookers, but I'm not sitting here telling that I'm going to do this. I very much be you know what, man, we're going to go to Elizabeth. We're not doing this. I got to clear that with people. And honestly, we'll see. But thank you very much, Jason Lefleur. RL 1991, Fort Myers, Florida.
That's a good one.
Thank you very much. And again, I think I mentioned I got the Venmo for $20 from Kenyon, for Idaho Falls, Idaho. So, and we're 10 minutes away. I'm going to keep you on for the next 10 minutes if that's okay, and then
cool.
we'll do the wheel with you, and then we'll bring on. We got one person backstage in Christian. So,
okay.
But let's see some of the chat. So again, it's usually I'm used to doing these live streams and it's having 500 to 1,000 people in here,
right?
And that's the part I miscalculated. It's it's going to be 100 to 200 people in there, and there's going to be people who come and go, but there's also going to be the same people, and you can't expect the same people to just keep fucking throwing cash at you.
Right. You got to be getting close though, right? People have been spending some good money.
What's the number at? I think we're probably about halfway.
Wow.
Which, again, we're at 10 hours. And you got to think the morning hours are probably not going to get shit.
No, I'll spend some more early in the morning tomorrow, I'm sure.
Don't worry about it. I hate you. I mean, you know the show, and you know my relationship with super chats where it's a little uncomfortable. Yeah, right now we're at 9:50, so we're almost halfway.
Well, I care more about getting Binghamton a slot. It's not the best.
Yeah, that's true. I thought of that idea last night because my wife was like, you can't just do this. You got to have some ideas, and that was this. I think is the best idea. Oh, look at this for the cause.
The misses.
So let's add 5 more Binghamton, New Yorks.
She finally figured it out. She was asking about it earlier.
For the cause. Hey, I will say this: Binghamton. They're the only one who has their own slogan for this. Everyone else.
That's true.
Well, actually, no. They What was the gun one for Connecticut?
Oh,
Pistol waving in New Haven. That's what it was.
That's right.
So that was a good one. So for the cause. So we'll make a T-shirt for whatever it is. And that's another thing is we got to start making T-shirts for every live show we do. So we should do one for get one for the Charlotte, one for south of the border, one for Sussex County. So we'll do that. So five more added to the wheel. Thanks to Emily. Shout out Emily.
That's right. I'm gonna be up at 4:30 in the morning. She says.
So it's been fun. Let's get some Gemily is what should be the name. Oh, let's check in. Now I'm with you. Let's check in on our councilman. I think some other random people have been like commenting, like, "What the hell's the deal?"
And I have to say this. I definitely think Sean saw it. I think he just wants me to stop posting that picture.
Yeah, he definitely saw it. I've never seen that.
I've never seen that. He's smarter than that. I know he is.
All right, let's go. So I liked all the ones that I've seen. So let's see for new ones or replies to them. You mean water from a state you're not in? I'm not sure what city you think it is, but this is Wheatland, California.
Oh, that guy has no idea what's about to hit him.
Yeah, everyone go reply to this.
I'll wait till I hop off. And I'll send him something.
Buddy's brain has been rotted
from all the lead.
By the there you go. Chris is. Make sure he knows I'm talking about him.
I'm not gonna lie, I was doing some kid stuff.
How about you fix your? Okay. It's the same guy. Let's see. Any replies to any of these? Copying Flint, Michigan's playbook, buddy. It's true.
Oh, man.
What was the other one? Because it gave me AIDS. All right, so I'm gonna go to. Let me stop sharing. Let me go to my account and respond to that guy from.
Yeah, but we were sitting there in the living room. We had it on the TV. We had no idea what you guys were talking about, and all of a sudden, this random guy's page is up. I'm like, oh my god, I have no idea what's going on here.
Yeah, he said, you do realize this is Wheatland, California, right? And I said, no shit, buddy. I'm just waiting for his next tweet.
Oh man,
he's never gonna tweet again. Can we get a for the cause? If it's in Binghamton, New York, that will be the shirt for the cause.
That means more money.
Binghamton,
we got plenty up
show.
more. I will in the morning. I promise. I'll hold up my end.
Which, by the way, not to, we have shirts. Go buy them, whatever. The Abdul Carter one is actually fucking amazing that John Gleason made for us.
I don't think I've seen it yet. I'll have to check it out.
I haven't promoted it yet. I'm gonna wait till he does something and then be like, get this shirt. But Disney may fucking be like, this is highly illegal because it has a pretty good Darth Vader thing on it. Let me pull it up because maybe we do have to pull it and people want to get it before it's pulled. ChineseNationShow.com. Let me share my screen. This one.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's sick.
So I'm pretty sure this is not. If it gets picked up, it's going to cause me trouble. But it's just too good of a shirt to not do it. Like if it shuts down our whole store, then it was a nice run, and we'll try to start a new store.
You could definitely do something else with that though. Like you change it to like a flag or something, or like even just have it blue.
We could just get rid. Do whatever. I just hope that Disney doesn't try and shut down the entire store for it. But
they do. They come for their money aggressively.
Yeah. So just let's not let Disney see that, guys. Let's see. Travis Kelce said some good. Yeah, I kind of stopped buying into that stuff. I remember him doing the same with Bellinger, but you can move though. But again, Fedoni's the one guy where it's like prove me wrong. Where I'm kind of like not. I'm not factoring him into really anything. With even Corey Black, I'm like, man, talented, figure it out, special teams. Fedoni's the one. There's usually like one draft pick per year where I'm like, I'm not really into it. Prove me wrong though.
Yeah, I don't mind. Like, I kind of like what they try to do, where it's like they feel like
7th round pick too. Like you just
they're not good players, so they try taking these guys with high athletic scores. I know there's probably more to it than that, but I don't mind taking like a freak athlete there. But I'm 100% with you guys. Like the kicker situation seems super dire. So why aren't we taking it seriously again?
That's the one thing that changed it from like again 7th round picks are not meant to pan out. You're just taking a swing at a player, right? He's not a depth chart piece. It's just if he's good, cool. If he's not, he's a 7th round pick. The kicker thing is a little weird though, where it's like even like Ryan Fitzgerald hit undrafted free agency. Why not give him all of your guaranteed money for undrafted free agents instead of other guys? So
well, they just seem so stubborn in that they don't want to learn from the past. I feel like that's the same way with guards in free agency or this kicker situation now. Like it just feels like they're not really willing to change the way they're like evaluating these guys. I don't hate Runyon. I think Runyon's a pretty decent guard, but I feel like we can do better and spend a little bit more on the line, especially since they wanted to cite that as a big reason why Daniel Jones wasn't good. Like we need to improve the line, but like you're not showing it. Like what they took Marcus Bowe this year, and then you're kind of hoping that some guys pan out. Like I would like to see more there personally, but that's just me.
Yeah,
I'm a super line focused guy anyways. It's really all I care about, and it's the only thing I could somewhat speak on. So like I just wish I could see a little more care given to your interior than just like, oh, we'll pray that we get JMS and we'll sign Runyon and then we'll just Greg Van Roten and Illuminor were like Greg Van Roten, he was a late addition and Illuminor's probably only here because Priscilla's here. Like
yeah, and they were trying to like a year ago at this time, Jermaine Illuminor was their left guard.
Right. But to me it kind of drives me crazy that people credit
they went into camp. What their lineup was a week before camp, their last OTAs, 3 of those guys changed their positions for the first day of camp, where they switched Runyon back over to left. They put Illuminor to right tackle, and then they had to put they had Aaron Stinney at guard until they signed Greg Van Roten. So
and the one thing I have to apologize for is I don't know if you remember at the softball game we were talking about Zudu, and this was before they transitioned him to tackle full time, and you were trying to tell me it was like the train was coming, and you're like, hey, don't go that way. I was like, no, I think I like Zudu's feet. I think he could be a tackle, and then they put him there, and he was awful. You saw it coming from a mile away, but I was like apparently thinking the same thing the organization was like, oh, he has good feet, so we'll just put him at left tackle and Daniel Jones will break his neck and everything will be fine.
Yeah, dude, that literally went worst case scenario. Shit is fucking crazy. And then like you said, it went worst case scenario, and then they were like, let's do it again.
Yeah, let's do it again. And they just keep doing it over and over and over again. That's why I think they're ultimately like, I hate to be like, I think we're trying to find wins here, but I don't see it working out this year. And I feel like John Marichaux just fired these guys like a year ago. I think that's just what's going to end up being. I hate to be like a pessimist about it because I do want to see them win and succeed. But I mean, I just don't see it working out because you're not willing to change. You're going to leave points on the board if Gano can't perform. Like in the games that you're hoping you could keep close to the defense, like you're not going to be able to, I don't know. You're not going to be able to score and win close.
Yeah. They need things to go right, and that can happen. But how many times has this guy taken his anger out on the Giants on that workout equipment behind him? But you know what it's time for? Time to kick off some fucking slots on the wheel.
Nice.
15 more. So we have, how many do we have? We have 189 entries on the board.
God.
I love the little slices. So let's kick off 15. All right, number 1.
Yeah,
and if you want ortho home defense insect killer for indoors, you got a great deal there to the left. Florence, Massachusetts. This guy, man, he just got on. He's got both his removed. All right, 1 down.
That's tough.
But every Binghamton, let's see. Charlotte looks like he's getting one.
It's looking like fate at this point. You might as well just book it in for Binghamton.
Ruts Hut got the worst deal. Like, you got 30 slots, and I get but like it felt like every other one was Ruts Hut on the last
constantly.
Chicago's was one that doesn't have a lot of entries, but it's got a decent amount, and it's almost gone. So that was what, 3 we did? New Haven. Pistol waving. Nope. Elizabeth. Or no, Idaho. No Porticello.
Oh, damn.
Idaho.
No potatoes.
But we still have the other Idaho. We have Idaho Falls. So that's 4 we just did. Arlington, Texas. That was the first one. Now there's more than one, but Scotland. All right. I'm glad that one's off. Scotland.
I wouldn't mind Oleon.
Yeah. I just don't want to commit to going out of the country. That's a fucking like
not Iran.
Then I have to fly with equipment and stuff, and it's.
I mean, you're really forcing my hand here. I'm gonna have to put Syria down or something.
I know. Dude,
I'm gonna have to put
Iran is still on the board. Heard you say Venmo. Can I contribute that way? Yes, but again, remember on it you have to leave.
What?
Binghamton for the cause. One down.
Man. There will be more in the morning.
Let's see. All right, remove 1. So that was, again, I keep on losing count. I think that's 6 we did. I do like the idea that every time I go to the bathroom now, I'm going to be removing them from the bathroom.
Just constantly just like hitting the thing.
Ruts Hut. In fact, let's see how many Ruts Hut has left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They still got like 25 left.
Yeah.
That was 7, I think. I just watched my $5 evaporate. Hey, it's still going to the plane. Lubbock, Texas. Both Lubbock, Texas are off the board.
I mean, you're slowly transforming into something that's not about the plane. Like, yes, it's going to the plane, but this is what it's about.
Yeah, next year's is just going to be like, all right, picking the next live show.
Yeah, you could do like bids on it, like an auction or something.
Yeah. If I'm not like unbiased, Intercourse is where I'm trying to go. It's perfect. It's small town. It's close enough where there's people. Fucking son of a bitch! Sure, you gotta be kidding me.
Wow.
As soon as I say that, all right. I think that's 9 we just did. So we got 6 more.
I could put like Watkins Glen down. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
I mean, you went. I don't know if you go during training camp, but it's nicer up there. We can find.
I mean, I'm up there, so it makes sense. All right, look.
Yeah,
I'm glad I don't have to deal with this one being like, "What do you think it'd be funny?" No. Sorry, buddy.
Oh man.
Who wants one in Greenwich? There's a lot actually. I think they're trying to fuck with me, but it's.
I like the Binghamton people that are like, don't come to Binghamton. Like, there's definitely like a big contingent, like half and half. Like, don't come here and come here.
All right, so we got 5 more. Amber Yavoli says, first time on the live all day. You're a little late. 10 hours in. Can someone fill me in? So we are raising money for a plane banner for a Giants home game, a positive plane. Greenwich is rich. I thought people were saying Greenwich is shitty. What's the other? So there's another one in Connecticut that people are saying. Anyways, we're raising money for a plane by doing a 24-hour live stream. And within that, a way to help raise money is we're trying to do these random live shows everywhere. So within that, you can see that under the scroll, we're letting people put Bridgeport is bad. Sorry. People kind of like put on slots on the wheel for where that live show is going to be. And at the top of the hour, we're removing 15 every hour. And then at 9 a.m., we're going to just go fucking through it. Which, you know what I'm excited for at 9 a.m.? And this is something where we'll go past 24 hours. If your town gets out of it, you can still get towns back on there. Like we'll keep it rolling. And
you're going to have a cutoff because it will never end.
It could get to a point where it's just nonstop, like until
people are going to be messaging their grandparents, stealing like their cards and whatnot, trying to get you to come there.
Yeah. And Christian, I see you back there. Make sure you turn your camera on before we go, because I'm gonna once we finish this, I'm gonna bring you on. Dude, I'm sorry. You've lost 2 Binghamtons in this.
It's not looking good. I'm just gonna have to spend more money, that's all.
This is
12 meets. 9 o'clock. I'm just gonna be constantly
4 more.
Tehran.
Iran's off the
there it
board.
is.
Yes, I don't have to go to
Nice.
Iran. Someone clip that one and tag Giants Nation. But
Yeah, you could have a highlight of you.
again,
intercepting
I'm a man
missile
of
as
my
you're
word.
landing in there.
I'm a man of my word. If it landed on Iran, I was going to be like, all right, let's figure out a way to do that. Now, I might have started giving my own money and being like, Melbourne, Florida before I got on there. But Iran is off the board. I do not have to go to Iran. I know people will just say that's like part of you don't want to go there. Like, no, I don't. I don't want to be in the middle of that. All right,
Right.
3 more. Is it the long hair, Bobby? Oh, yeah, I have long hair in my Venmo picture.
Las Vegas. Man.
I love Victor. He's someone I like, but I didn't want to go to Las Vegas. All right, 2 more. All right, Tyler Comas. Oh, Ole Miss. Princeton, New Jersey. I thought you'd do Ole Miss. So let me add Princeton. Orlando. Let me add Princeton, New Jersey. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you very much. All right, one more for until we get to 10 o'clock. We'll do 15 more off. Not going to Iran.
You gotta be kidding me.
Is it Binghamton?
Dude, this is rigged.
This is bad. This is bad for Binghamton. That's 3. You got 3 out of
we
the
gotta
15.
start. Hold on. I see some people in the chat from Binghamton. Hey, we gotta raise some funds here. Doug, I know you don't want to
This
come
is
back. But you need to
electric.
put
I'm
some
going to
money
go
in
for
here.
30 hours. Dude, I cannot wait to finally get to that show. It's going to be the most electric moment in show
Look,
history.
my wife's gonna make me sleep on the couch now because you keep picking Binghamton on the wheel. Oh, here we go. Look at that.
All right, we got Gabe Whiteman is here. So we got
you the man, Gabe.
Bing. I think if this is the Gabriel Whiteman I know, he's actually in Las Vegas, so he's doing this for the cause. Like, this is not for his. So all right,
and why not NJ?
So we replaced Binghamton. So Trash Man, hey, maybe if you're up at 4:30, you could join the next call-in segment.
Yeah, maybe. On the way to work, I could pick garbage on the back of the truck. You want me to do that?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
We'll see you, dude.
All right. See ya.
See ya. I'm going to bring Christian on in a second. I want to check Twitter to see if anyone posted the Iran clip. No one posted the Iran clip. Someone's got to post the Iran clip. All right, I might do it. All right, let's go. So this will be the last call-in for this hour. Christian, what's going on, dude? I forget what city were you putting on there. How are we doing? And what's that Eli Manning thing?
How you doing? Thank you. Thank you for having me on. I'm from Porterville, California, but I moved to Bakersfield, California, which is about an hour away.
Bakersfield.
So,
I feel like you haven't been on a live stream with me before?
No, never. This is my first time, man. It's a pleasure to meet you.
What's going on, dude?
Nothing much. Just hanging out here after work. Just wanted to talk some Giants football. Have some questions for you. Wanted to bring out the only really Giants memorabilia I got because I don't got a jersey.
Dude, that thing's nice. What is it's a frame?
No, it's Eli Manning. It's back like 2004, before the Super Bowls.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, he looks young.
That's like real belief right there. I like that.
Yeah, thank you.
But,
yeah, I just have some questions.
Hit me.
So, best case scenario and worst case scenario for the season this year, and what would be their biggest downfall if they had one?
Okay, so the biggest downfall is everyone's talking about Russell Wilson being an upgrade, but he's just not that good of a quarterback, right? That's one. And Andrew Thomas gets hurt. Okay. But so let's go through the worst case, and then we'll build ourselves back up. So if there's one page I've left up in my browser, it's the schedule. Okay. Commanders, you lose week 1. They're favored. The Cowboys, you haven't beat Dak since 2016, 0-2. The Kansas City Chiefs, they've been to 3 Super Bowls in a row, 0-3. The Chargers have Justin Herbert. They're extremely well coached, 0-4. The Saints, let's get a win there, 1-4. The Eagles, better than you, 1-5. The Broncos, number 1 defense last year, second-year QB, 1-6. Eagles, 1-7. 49ers, they're 2 years away from being in the NFC Championship. We are now 1-8. Bears, let's say we get a win there, 2-8. Packers and Lions, 2 playoff teams, 2-10. Patriots, let's give us a win. 3-10. Commanders, Jaden Daniels, Giants are 3-10. Season smiling 3-11. Vikings, were awesome last year. McCarthy's decent enough. 3-12. Let's say we beat the Raiders 4-12. Lose to the Cowboys. That's 4-13. And again, we went through this scenario earlier. Here's the best case, realistic best case scenario. Obviously, best case scenario 17-0. Commanders, that defense is not talented. They're well coached. They have Jaden Daniels. They've improved the offense, but it's an untalented defense. So let's start 1-0. Cowboys, again, I'm not going to predict them to beat the Cowboys, Dak Prescott, until they do it. It's been too long. 1-1. The Chiefs, they win all those one-score games. It's Monday Night Football, home opener. Things can change. 2-1. Chargers, I'm not going to predict a win there. 2-2. Saints, your better team. 3-2. Eagles, not going to happen. 3-3. Broncos, that pass rush flusters Bo Nix. Right? The offense, they gets a few big plays. Jameis Winston put up like 40 points on that offense. That defense as good as it was. You are now 4-3. Eagles lost 4-4. 49ers and Bears, two last place teams in their division that should be better than what they are. Let's just say you split with that. 5-5. Let's put the Packers and Lions as L's, 5-7. You beat the Patriots 6-7. You sweep the Commanders 7-7. So you go 2-4 in the division, or 2-3 at the division at the time. And then again, I've went through this. You're 7-7, 500 with the Vikings, the Raiders, and the Cowboys. You win 2 of those 3 games, you're 9-8, and that's most likely a playoff team. That's my best case scenario for them.
All right, thank you, Bobby. And then my brother Scuba Drew had a question as well. He says, Giants Super Bowl winning teams versus Eagles Super Bowl winning teams.
Oh, okay. Now I remember that your brother at the Eagles team.
Yeah, he's down there.
Well, you can't forget this. That 1986 Super Bowl team is one of the most dominant teams. That's one of the most. I mean, they smoked everyone. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to show something.
Was it whenever the Bills went on their run?
No, the Bills went on the run after that. They beat the Bills in the 1990 Super Bowl.
Okay.
But that defense was amazing, right? They went 14-2, right? That's an amazing season. In the playoffs, they beat the 49ers 49-3. They beat the Redskins 17-0 in the conference championship. And then they beat the Broncos in the Super Bowl 39-20. Phil Simms went 22-25, one of the best Super Bowl performances ever by a QB. I mean, they just kicked the shit out of everybody. And that year, like there was really no competition. And again, they started 0-1, so you got to think they finished their season 17-1. Like that team, you have Lawrence Taylor, the best NFL player of all time.
You hear that, Scuba Drew?
There is not many teams in NFL history that I think that can match up with that 1986 Giants team. That's how good that team was.
Okay, so next question. Would you hate me if I got a Saquon Barkley jersey to match his Saquon Barkley jersey when he gets one? Because he's an Eagles fan.
If you get it on a discounted rate, if you pay full price for it, you can't do that. But it would be a cool family photo if you guys have a Saquon Philly jersey and you can say this to your brother. As much as Saquon likes running for 2,000 yards and winning a Super Bowl, he still wishes he is a Giant. And anytime the Giants get brought up, his heart hurts that he's not a Giant.
Just like Odell. Facts.
Just like Odell. So.
All right. Well, thank you, Bobby. I really appreciate you having me on. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Thanks, dude.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
See ya. If you're doing it through Venmo, again, it's easier to do the super chat and helps me shout you out, but it is Bobby. And I do have longer hair in it. So I'll comment. But if you do that, make sure you message me and I'll like each one to make sure that I got, and again, I'll shout it out on the stream, but I just got Tyler Comus's. So Nelson Gonzalez just did one. Oh, he's got 4 more for Russ Hutt. So Nelson Gonzalez did 5 more. So that's Nelly. Okay, so Nelly, shout out Nelly. I want to say thank you, Nelly, if you want in Russ Hutt. Ruts Hut. Ruts Hut. Ruts Hut. Ruts Hut. And one more. So $20 from Nelson Gonzalez. Thank you very much, my friend. All right. So that's an end of call-in hour. So we're at 10 hours and 9 minutes. So we're 9:15. So this is something I wanted to do. A little good exercise. And I'll be honest, I love the helicopter game. I'm going to do 3 games of helicopter game, and then we're going to start. Doug Analytics, did you start eliminating cities on the spinner? Saw Iran got taken. So yes, what we've been doing, Doug, is at the top of the hour, we remove 15 slots every hour. So that's what we've been doing. So no Iran. Looking a little. I've been at the beach. Is Intercourse lost the slot? So Intercourse is still available, but it's not in the best shape right now. And I don't know how much you've been paying attention, Doug. New Haven, Connecticut, Ruts Hut, New Jersey, Binghamton, some other ones. Daytona have been making strong pushes. So 2 steps, 82. Thank you very much. I need you to comment a city in the chat. You don't need to spend money on this, but just need you. When's the next call in hour? Big Dash Knows asks. Let's see. I have it scheduled for 2 a.m. If you're not going to be up, Big Dash, I can have you on. I'm going to DM you right now because here. Let me. So if you want to jump on right now, Dash, I can. You can just jump on now. I just sent you the link in on Twitter. So 2 steps says Asbury Park. Okay. Asbury Park, New Jersey. All right, so that add 5 Asbury Parks, New Jersey. I'm going to start doing the longer ones with copy and paste. Let me see. Let me add it. All right, so 5 Asbury Park, New Jersey is added. Thank you very much. 2 step. 2 a.m. is 11 p.m. for Dash. So Dash, just if you want to join now, you're very much welcome. You need random city names. So what we're doing is the explanation is, again, we are, and Van Pelt, I don't see a city. So please, again, don't give money on this. But just comment a city. You need random city names. So what we're doing is we are raising money for a plane, right? We are trying to get a banner plane over a Giants home game, a positive plane. I feel like I've gotten that down. Like we're trying to raise money for a plane, a banner plane, a positive plane. But one way to get people to donate is we do random live shows on Giants Nation. Is we're letting people put entries into picking a Giants live show city. So people are doing that by their donations. We're putting it on, and I'll eliminate one right now to show you what we're doing. Let me pull it up. Share screen. So at 9 a.m. is when we're going to get to the final thing. Let's eliminate one city right now. But we're eliminating not one city, but one slot. So if there's multiple slots people have done, so Charlotte just got one removed. So that's what we're doing. Did Van Pelt leave his Van Pelt? I need you to give me a city name. But in the meantime, Eric Olson. What's up, Eric Olson? Mount Snow, Vermont. All right, let's add Mount Snow, Vermont. That'd be a good one. like very random but good. Mount Snow, Vermont. So if Mount Snow, Vermont gets 5 entries. So add Mount Snow, Vermont. So and Zaw the Band, another Asbury Park, baby. So if it's in New Jersey, we're gonna try and get people out to whatever event. So like we're trying to do it at some type of bar or something. Montclair. Where's Montclair? So it's probably Montclair's in like every state. Oh, Montclair, New Jersey. Idiot. So he gave 20, right? Right? Let me see. Sorry, I'm trying to do like 5 different things at one time. Yeah. Oh no, he gave 10. So two additions for Montclair, New Jersey. Right now we've got we got 189 entries currently on the wheel. So, all right. So I don't know how much Big Dash has been watching, but part of I have this 5th leader. Big Dash, I hope you got some takes ready because you are taking control of the stream while I go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. You got to hold it down for me.
All right, bathroom break. Shout out to everybody that's here supporting. I guess such a good thing that's happening. Wasn't expecting them to have to take over, but again, let's do that. So shout out to everybody that's here. Shout out to the Giants Nation shows crew. Let's get the comment section going. Support, this wanting of a plane to fly over MetLife. I think that's a good idea, man. And he also called it a positive plane. So if things are positive this year, that's fantastic for the New York Giants. And for me, I'm an optimist. I'm always thinking about the bright side of things when it comes to the New York Giants. So let's go ahead and get this plane situated for Mr. Bobby Skinner. And somebody let me know what's the random cities for, because I have not been following. So if you guys know in the comment section, man, like what's the random cities for, so I can catch on. Got it. That makes sense. The next live show. Cool. Well, I'm happy I was able to help Bobby out and get him to a bathroom break. I don't know what he did for the last bathroom break. Was it somebody else jumping in to help him out then too, or did he just disappear on you guys for a moment and then come back? Eventual live show. Okay. Next live show. What's going on, Ryan? How you doing? It's funny, man, trying to cover somebody else's show. But again, shout out to everybody. What do you want the plane to say? I mean, I'll let you guys tell me. What should the plane say? Should it say, great job, you're not fired? Should it say that? Put Jackson Dart in. New Jack City. There's one for Dart. What should the plane say? He pissed in the bottle. That's crazy. I know that's not true. That's a lot of bottles of water though behind him. I haven't been watching, man. I've been working. Has he eaten today at all? We love John Mara. Here we go again. Now that's hilarious. What's going on, Bobby? I asked the people what they wanted the plane to say. Try to kill some time while you're going to the bathroom. And there's a couple suggestions. I like to Here We Go Again though by the Trashman.
Here we go. Yeah, that would be like just mess with John Mara's head. Be like, we love you, John Mara. Like, what is?
I suggested you're not fired. That's what I suggested. Yeah,
we love everything. Or that actually be a good one. Everything is fine. Giants Nation show.
I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Everything is fine.
Like a backhanded, but we'll see.
I'm not crying is another one, right?
Yeah, this free medium sodas at the last show. That's actually a good idea. What's going on, dude? What do you got cooking lately?
Nah, man. Getting ready for training camp. actually have a lot of excitement this year. More expectation and hope. Last year was a lot of hope, hoping everything goes well. This year, I expect to see certain things. So that's where I'm at this year. The difference between last year and this year, but I can't lie and say that that I'm not just ready for week one. I'm ready for week one, man. I think we got a chance week one, but I don't want to get too far ahead of myself before I see these guys.
Yeah, I've went through the schedule a few times on this stream.
Okay.
And you know me, I'm not someone I want to be a homer, but like the Giants have forced me to not be. So sometimes I feel like I could be a Debbie Downer.
They beat it out of you. That's what happened.
This schedule's tough.
It is.
Week one is a very winnable game. I understand why the Giants aren't favored. I'm not saying they should be favored, but as good as the Commanders can be, that defense is not talented. In fact, I've kept on saying that. I'm going to pull it up, the Commanders depth chart, and like actually go through it and not just keep replying, that it's not talented. Like, let's actually look at it.
I like the way we match up.
Like, so here's Dorrance Armstrong. He's and he's been a Cowboys backup for a long time. He started for them last year. You got Deotric Wise, Cleveland Farrell is your other edge. Javon Kinlaw has been bad. Deron Payne, you lost Jonathan Allen. Deron Payne's a good player, but he hasn't been the same. The last couple of years, he hasn't been the same as before. Johnny Newton, I think, is someone who can get really good. Frankie
I'm surprised
Louvu,
they don't have him starting. Johnny Newton. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe they do. Again, ESPN can be wrong in the offense. Frankie Louvu, I think, is a fun linebacker. He's a very good scheme fit, but he's not this amazing player. Wagner has slowed down quite a bit. You go watch that first Giants Commanders game. He was not stopped. Like, there's a reason why they run the balls, because their linebacker, Bobby Wagner's slow. Mike St. Ristel, good nickel corner, but I don't think he's making a difference. Marshawn Lattimore looked bad at the end of the season.
Yeah, he looked awful. That Trey looked bad.
Trey Amos, I don't think as good as people might think Trey Amos might be. I don't think he's going to be a good rookie, especially against. And then Quan Martin's okay. Will Harris is, I don't know what he is anymore. Like, that's probably one of the least talented defenses in the NFL. Now you look on the other side, and they added Larry Tunsil. That's a fucking amazing addition. Josh Connerly, getting in his rookie game, so not much there. Sam Cosme, I don't know if he'll be ready by then. So like the offense is good, and they should be healthy.
Yeah, it's just a little old too.
So again, that's why if I wasn't a Giants fan, I'd be picking the Commanders, is looking at that offense. But as looking at that schedule, right? If we go through these first 8 games, I think they are the second best matchup after the Saints.
Man, I already placed my bets for the week one because I like the spread. And when I placed my bet, it was a 7. It was -7 in Washington's favor. So I took the bet. I did the Giants +7.
I'm going to have to do that as soon as I get up to New Jersey, is get on DraftKings or whatever. And
you guys don't have it in Florida? You can't do it?
You could do Hard Rock.
Okay.
And again, I don't want to say too much because
you got it.
Right now, I don't have any sponsorships like that. But but I also
no freebie.
When I'm in New Jersey, I'll put $20 on the app and spend $5 on this or whatever. And if I make money back, I'll put whatever and try and leave. I make an extra $10 if I lose $20, whatever. I don't want to have it on my phone to where every time I'm watching a sporting event, I feel the need, because you lose. You won't come out on top doing it that way.
Yeah.
So I feel like I just, there's no need. Like I like sports. I don't need that to put the addition. But again, if I'm in New Jersey, I'll put $20 on the phone. Or
I do a lot of prop playing. I don't do much just games straight out. And I normally don't bet the Giants games at all. I just choose not to do it. But I saw +7. I said, I'm taking the +7.
Yeah, I'm gonna take them outright. When I'm ever out there, I bet on the Giants to win the preseason games.
Okay.
I still can't believe the Texans let Tunsil go so willingly. Yeah, they literally got they fucked up on the Trent Williams situation, and they just got that back. Where it's like, all right, we get back a great left tackle for a mid-round pick.
He looks to be in good shape too. I saw some clips of him working out.
I've seen Texans people try and spin it like, oh, okay, fine, you're right. You know what? Taking one of the worst offensive lines of football and removing a top 5 left tackle coming off, if his season wasn't amazing, that's gonna fix it. That's really what's gonna fix it. That's where I'm just out on the Texans. It's not has nothing to do with CJ Stroud. It's like I think they made their offensive line worse. Like I think the Texans got worse as an offense this offseason.
I would agree with that. I would agree. So do you I know you watch football in general, not just the Giants, man. there's some storylines out there, and I don't know. I don't want to take over some of the questions, but I have some questions about like the Detroit
hit me
Lions.
with whatever you got. That's what I brought.
Like, how do you feel about Detroit losing both coordinators, and do you think they don't skip a beat with the replacements?
It's going to be interesting because if Ben Johnson's as good as we all think he is, but here's another thing that I think helped Ben Johnson is that offensive line allows you to scheme things out, and that's why I haven't crowned like Ben Johnson as like one of the best play calls we've ever seen. You know how easy it is, not easy, but how much easier it is to scheme up offense when you have an offensive line like that, right? Like we've all sat and wrote plays on a notepad when we're bored and stuff and design shit. We always put 5 guys out, right? Well, the line, you can't do that in the NFL. The Lions are able to do that pretty consistently. So they lost Kevin Zeitler.
Yep.
Right. Didn't it Graham Glasgow who retired on that line? Didn't Frank Ragnow retired.
Yeah.
So right now, like their interior 3 are guys who were not starters for them last year. They lost Zeitler, Frank Ragnow, and who was their other guard? Oh, they traded who was it? I forget the other guy's name. No, they lost Jonah Jackson a year before.
I forgot Jonah Jackson.
Who was the other guard? I know it was their weakest link. But anyways, but now it's Taylor Decker, who's a solid left tackle, and then Penei Sewell, who's amazing. And then you have a rookie, Tate Ratledge, Christian Mahogany, who I know everyone wanted in the 5th, 6th round, which I would have been fine with. But I didn't think was a very good player. Maybe the Lions fix him, and I'm wrong. And then Graham Glasgow at center.
He also got to sit for an entire year too. So
yeah, again, coming off the injury and stuff too. So maybe they fucking hit gold there with him and Tate Ratledge. But how will they play call like that? I don't think replacing Aaron Glenn is very tough. I don't think his defense was called all that well. I think it was more about what Dan Campbell was instilling, even though Dan Campbell was more on the offensive side. Like they didn't do all that. They blitz and they played man coverage and let their pass rushers go. Like he wasn't reinventing the wheel. And the culture that he's bringing and the Jets are buying in on is something that Dan Campbell still has there. But I do wonder, like that offense was fucking unstoppable last year. They were my Super Bowl pick. The window's not closed, but man, it's just hard to get a Super Bowl in this league.
It is.
And they undoubtedly got worse. I still think they're a Super Bowl contender. I think they're just as much as anybody in the NFC, not named the Eagles. But and that division is tough as shit too, right? They can have some surprise losses. So
yeah, I see that. Just being Frank said they also got Tate Ratledge. I did not.
Which a third? They probably gave him I think he went in the 3rd round, maybe 2nd.
Yeah.
Even if you like Tate Ratledge, it's a rookie interior offensive lineman. Those guys take time. So
yeah. Now that's cool because like I said, I focus a lot on the Giants too. I mean, pretty much it's primarily Giants, but I'm still a football fan at the end of the day. So I look at all these storylines. I look at San Fran. Could they possibly have a bounce back year?
I think they will have a bounce back year as long as they don't get fucking injured like crazy. But like that's where the Giants schedule, where we talk about like the changes every year, right? We don't know, but with the Giants, it's almost the opposite. Like even though they have the toughest schedule, the last place teams on their schedule are teams like the Bears. They should be good, right? Every year you say that about the Bears and they don't, but they are so talented. They add Ben Johnson. They should be good, but I'm not going to believe it. The 49ers, they just had this happen a bit ago, and then they were back in the Super Bowl. Like, it can still happen with them if they can stay healthy. And even the Patriots, right? Like the Patriots no one's picking them to win the division or be a competitor, but like if Drake May is what a lot of us thought Drake May was, they added Stephon Diggs, who if there was one team I was okay paying Stephon Diggs, it's the Patriots because they had so much money and such a need. Kyle Williams is someone who I think can contribute right away. Pop Douglas, I think, is an underrated slot receiver. And they invested a lot in that offensive line. Like the Patriots could be better than what they're viewed as right now, which was, a worse team in the NFL last year. Like I think they could be a sneaky team that wins, 7, 8, maybe 9.
And you think by the time we play them too late in the season, they're probably already going to be who they are. And then we'll definitely be who we are at that time. We might see Jackson Dart too. I was just looking at Chris and Biz from New York Insider, and they were talking about Jackson Dart playing in like week 8, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I do want to see Dart play, but I think week 8 would be
too early.
Yes, like some real shit would have to go wrong for that to be
Yeah,
happening.
and I don't want that. That's one of the reasons why I don't want to see Dart. That means things went bad, and now we're scrambling. I would love for it, like a perfect scenario for me is after the bye week 14, and you see Dart, and it is what it is after that. But we already know this fan base. When it comes, if Russ has a bad game or strings together 2 bad games, they're going to be calling for Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
Right away.
Well, I've because I can't remember who it was who was like, when do you think the fan base will be calling for Jackson Dart? Like, how many weeks will it take? And I was like, -4 if he has a good first preseason game. Like, we'll be calling for,
man.
Like,
Preseason
again,
games.
we always like, it is crazy how, think about Tyrod Taylor 2022. Preseason, people are like, fuck this guy, get him off the team. Tommy DeVito needs to be the backup. To the end of the year, it's like, yeah, he's clearly our best quarterback on the roster,
Yeah.
Or not 2022, 2023.
Yeah, no, I mean that's us though, man. That's just Giants fans altogether. We're finicky. We
Yeah, that's just fandom in general. I'm not saying like, oh, how dare you, but it's just it's with Jackson Dart. Like,
no.
This is something I've learned of doing content is all the hypotheticals of patience and stuff in the off season and realism. It goes out the window the season starts. So I'll give you my first year really doing content was 2019.
Okay.
And it was Pat Shermer's second year. I thought Daniel Jones had a good rookie year. Obviously, if we look at EPA and if you look at the fumbles as like that's who he is forever, it wasn't a good rookie. It wasn't a good quarterback season. But if you're like, hey, maybe rookie fumbles aren't going to be the most translatable thing for the rest of his life, he won't have Nate Solder with those sacks. You're like 24 touchdowns. He was 2 touchdowns per game, 12 interceptions. Those were kind of clumped up. Like if Jackson Dart had what Daniel Jones had his rookie season, I'm excited about Jackson Dart.
I'll be happy as hell.
You're not crowning him, but I'm happy with it.
2020.
I was like, why would we fire Pat Shermer and not Gelman? But again, if it was like week 2 and the entire fan base was calling for Pat Shermer to be fired, and I was like, this is kind of crazy. And and they ended up firing Shermer and keeping Gettleman, which I think was a wrong decision. It's like at the end of the year, I was like, hey, fire Shermer, fine by me, but don't keep Gettleman as well. Because it's just you getting these guys off cycle. And again, they had no like vets on defense. Like think about let's name the 3 best players on that 2019 defense. And I hated James Betcher. I wanted him fired if they kept Shermer. It's
in 2019.
It's Jabril Peppers,
yep,
Janoris Jenkins, who got cut in the last month of the season for going after fans, and Dalvin Tomlinson. Like those were the 3 best players on that team.
Yeah, because Dex wasn't Dex.
Defense.
Dex wasn't really Dex until 2022 anyway.
No, yeah. Dalvin was better than him that year.
Oh, absolutely.
Now they added Leonard Williams at the end of the year, but so he would have went into that category. But even then, that was the year Leonard Williams had half a sack, and everyone was like, I can't believe we did this shit.
Well, yeah, we figure we traded for him at the deadline when we should have been, sellers instead of buyers. And we got Leonard. And
Listen,
we got
at the end of the day, I was happy to have Leonard. I would have sacrificed the 3rd round pick, but like you said, he was a free agent in the offseason. And they were, and Leonard was good, but Leonard was also had the Giants over a barrel when it came to contract negotiations because of the way they could not trade for him and then let him walk. That would have been a disaster.
And those were real time discussions too happening at the time too.
That's exactly what we were saying. Now again, I'm not gonna. It's like at the end of the day, Leonard Williams for a 3rd, okay, but that's what it was. Damn, 10 hours in at the moment. Yeah, we are 10 hours. Also, I want to let people know if you're not going to stay throughout the night, YouTube does not archive anything after 12 hours. So at 11 p.m., we will be starting a new stream. So I'll schedule that in like 30 minutes. I'll end up scheduling that. So just know that we didn't stop at 12 hours. If you see, it's like, oh, they ended up quitting. So just a heads up on that.
So
Thank you for reminding me.
You said that you were at like the halfway mark as far as your goal. So
I think probably since the last time I said that we are at halfway. I 2100 was what I was going for. I think that would pay for the whole thing. Nova was saying something else, but that must be changed because
it seems like a pretty good price though.
I called the guy and he left a voicemail back saying what the he's like not exact thing, but depending on what it is, it's going to be in this range. And I was like that. No, when Novo said that, I gotta find that plane guy.
Is this your first time doing 24 hours, or you've done it before?
I've done 24 hours working before, but on stream, like when the Giants drafted Jackson Dart, I didn't have a breakdown done. So I went,
Oh, wow.
you know, we had to do our first round recap podcast. So I was up till like 4 the next day after being up the whole day before, 3 the next day, 3 p.m. And then that. But at least after this, I can just go to sleep. Where after that was like, all right,
gotta
take
go
a
to work.
2-hour nap. You got the day 2 stream, and then they drafted Darius Alexander. So do a Darius Alexander breakdown till 4 in the morning. And then start the next day, day 3, a 7-hour stream. So at least I could just be done after this one.
I mean, how are you liking it now, though, with your own channel, building everything up from scratch again?
I'm loving it. Now,
That's what's up.
I say the only real negative, there's obviously like, there's pros and cons to everything, is my Instagram account. As good as I just realized that the Instagram account is going to take a long time to get back to what it was. Okay. Twitter is Twitter. I have my personal Twitter, so I'll always get that. So I'm not worried about that. But from the YouTube podcast, since people listen to the show, so they weren't going to just be like, "Oh, it's not here anymore. Where is it?" Yeah. They just came and found the new one. So
that's what's up. I noticed that too. When you first switched the channels, it was like bang. I think you hit like 20 like the first week or 2 weeks, right?
Yeah. Which we hit in the first month. We hit 20 at the draft.
But, yeah, and that was like, man.
And again, so the Talking Giants channel was at 40 or 39 point whatever. It was like literally like 60 away from 40,000 at the time it made the change. But you have a channel. Subscribers aren't the story; it's the views. Because we had that channel for 5-6 years. You don't realize how many people subscribe and may never watch a video again.
That's true.
But for people that listen to the show, nobody was like, well, I just really like the name Talking Giants. If they liked me, they went and listened to, found the new show.
Yeah.
So like you had that first wave, and then the draft happened, because the draft and week 1 are the biggest 2 growth points. So you got to think there's people who, when the season ends, they stop listening, right? Not everyone's a diehard.
A lot of people do, yeah.
But there's a lot of people who they like our draft recap is always the biggest episode. So they're just like, I want to hear about the Giants draft. Let me go hear the whatever show Talking Giants. And then they're like, so it got an influx then of people being like, what the hell happened? Where'd you go? And then they found the new channel. So it's been good. It's fun to do stuff like this, right? Where I actually wanted to do a 24-hour stream last year, and no one else was really enthusiastic about it. But it wouldn't have benefited me any, where this does help grow subscribers, get to do the playing and stuff like that. So anything extra I do does help benefit me. So I've really enjoyed it, and the listeners have been amazing.
Are you still heading up for training camp? You doing the whole
yeah,
thing? Or?
So that's another thing, is like I not just get to head up for training camp. Now I got to pay out of pocket for travel and stuff, which that's stuff
you don't have a business card yet.
We actually just did get a business card. Actually, you know what? I've been saying I was going to get them. Let me hold on. I'm going to go get the new business card.
That's what I know. He has the stickers and stuff that he's putting up too, and covering up the Giants Talk stickers with the Giants Nation show. I like a good dose of petty. I think that's the right amount of petty to put that sticker over top of the old sticker. You guys let me know if that's too petty, but I like that. Yeah, I was also saying I like how you put the new stickers over the old stickers whenever you get a chance.
Now, I obviously people saw that as like, oh, that's a big shot. That was just kind of like a funny video for me.
Yeah, no.
And people, I had those. I used to put stickers during COVID. There was nothing to do, so me and my brother, we talked about prank calling people.
Oh man,
we would just go put stickers all over my city. So I was like, all right, let me go like replace like 15 of them.
Yeah, I was saying while you stepped away, I was saying that's the perfect level of petty. And I said,
yeah, and it was a little petty
agree with
too.
I like petty.
So these are the new business cards. We're going to be giving these out at training camp. Got a little QR code for the YouTube channel, and you'll be glad you did. Under a little blurry. So simple, but we'll be giving these out at training camp. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna. There's one thing I'm not going to reveal until the day of training camp, but we're gonna have a nice, cool setup. Nova Zinski, the beat reporter for NJ.com.
Okay,
he's going to be joining me for all training camp. So it's just any idea I want to do, I can at least try. Which is
my next question is this, because I know you had certain connections as far as being able to interview some of the players and stuff like that. You still got that connection, or?
So those were all personal relationships.
Perfect.
Like it was nothing through the Giants. The Giants.
Oh, that's fantastic.
The Giants would try and stop us from doing that. But like and I don't love player interviews.
Yeah.
But
I
they
mean, we
are
enjoyed them.
But like Andrew Thomas, like that's a personal connection.
Especially the Gates ones too.
Yeah, Gates was probably the one Giants player who I just consider like a actual friend. Thomas,
Okay.
I think Andrew Thomas, he likes me. I obviously I like Andrew Thomas, but that was from talking about Thomas before he was even a Giant and him, seeing the O-line reports and stuff like that and respecting that. And then there's other players on the roster that are we have connections with, but I'm not going to interview. I also don't want to interview middle of the road to bad players because I don't want people thinking I'm like saying if I don't criticize them, like if I always give my take on stuff, like even the Thomas stuff. Like there's times where I'll criticize Thomas.
Yeah.
But I don't want that water muddied at all because it does make you feel weird when you are criticizing someone you've had on the show or whatever. But people, anytime we didn't say something shitty about Darnay Holmes, people are like, oh, you're just saying that because he was on your show. Like, I really don't care.
Darnay Holmes.
But I won't say who, but there was somebody who we got pretty close and still have a relationship with, but it was like this, they need to be fired. And that was very weird being like, I think this person should be fired.
Yeah. I'm just happy. I'm just happy that you're still able to do those things so that the fan base doesn't miss out. People that follow you and stuff like that don't miss out on coverage.
It's been a ton of fun, right? And I've been waiting for the Giants to draft a quarterback because it's a good advantage to take advantage of the content. I know you do a lot of stuff too, but like it's people pay attention to more. And I started my content by breaking down Daniel Jones. And I'm putting your channel in the chat for people to go subscribe.
No, I appreciate that.
Is like, all right, I'm going to go through all of his third downs. I'm going to go through all of his deep passes. I'm going to do all that stuff. So like people thought like, and Jackson Dart's I talk about Jackson Dart's deep passing as SEC being pretty bad. People are like, why are you sharing this shit? I'm like, dude, I decided I was going to do this no matter who they drafted. Like I promise I'm not sharing this to shed a negative light. It's just whoever they drafted, I was going to do that stuff. So it's been a fun off season to do that type of stuff.
And there's pros and cons to everybody anyway.
Yeah.
And that's being fair. And hopefully like the people that watch it respect it at the end of the day. Like you're being honest, and you're giving people a real take. And that's one of the reasons why I would watch a lot of your breakdowns too, because it was just right down to business. Especially a lot of the offensive line breakdowns. I stay watching offensive line breakdowns that you did, especially when Dable first got here. Breaking down the offensive line play for the week, and I love stuff like that too because I like to watch a lot of film myself, but the way you guys break it down is 10 times what I do.
I can promise this person thinks I was talking about Joe Shane. I can promise you it's not Joe Shane. No positive relationship there.
That's how I hope so. That's how I hope.
Probably my most I've never actually talked to Joe Shane, but that's probably the person in the Giants building that hates me the most. All right, I'm gonna let's see, what are we at? We're 10 minutes away from the next wheel spin. I'm gonna do I have this idea. I'm gonna go now this website it's kind of imperfect, but I'm gonna redraft Giants drafts.
Oh boy.
And just even though it's total hindsight, just see how good of a draft could you actually fucking have if you had hindsight. Was Tana bad? Tana's not like he doesn't do content as much, so I don't like to ask him to join stuff a ton just because I know he's step back a little bit, but I got to do more stuff with Bad Dog.
Yeah,
all right, dude, appreciate you. I'm going to let me put your channel in the comments again. Go subscribe.
I hope you reach your goal, man. Hope you reach your goal tonight, and we can have that positive banner.
Yeah, positive flame.
But thanks for having me, man.
See you guys.
All right, have a good one.
Or not, guys. See you, dude. All right, Big Dash is a good dude. So I didn't want to say this without him. Last year we did that big content creator episode, and we did it, and we're like, we can never do this again because we just kind of got lost and like, we're like, we got 9 or whatever it was, and like, fuck, we forgot Big Dash, we forgot Alec, Big Blue in the Bronx. So, good stuff. All right, let's get some damn. We've been having great conversations, with guys. Juke, what time are you staying up to? Message me on Twitter. Let's see. Hold on. So I've realized that it's 10 o'clock and there's nothing that stays open around me. And we didn't go to the grocery store because the phone dropped out when we were going to do that. And so I'm probably going to have to eat some fast food for dinner tonight. I was hoping to get some salmon and rice, and I messed that up though. Let's see. Oh, I didn't realize you were joking. I think we're going to try and do pizza. Hold on, as I figure that. All right, you know what? I'm thinking I'm gonna do pizza. I'm not doing McDonald's. There's no cookout in Florida, or at least not near me. No, I'm not doing Popeye. I think I'm gonna do pizza. So, but I'm gonna put it up to the chat. What pizza chain should I do? I'll be honest. Out of the, let's see, we got Domino's, Pizza Hut. You know what? I really don't want fucking Papa John's. I think I'm just gonna do Domino's or Pizza Hut. Let's see. I might just do Pizza Hut. Not, hey, you know what? You guys can decide. Hold on. Let me restart this. Start a poll. Domino's, Pizza Hut. Here's the thing: is Domino's puts you once. You know what? I might not listen to this thing either way because Domino's will knock you. I haven't ate Domino's in a while. Domino's will make you feel like fucking total shit. I am a Josh Berry fan. I'm a Wood Brothers fan, and so Josh Berry's a Wood Brothers driver, so I'm a Josh Berry. Why change? Because this is what I said. Nothing's open where I live past 10 o'clock besides chains and fast food and shit. So, and the time kind of snuck up on me. So that's just kind of is what it is. Oh, we got a Binghamton. What up? For the cause. Binghamton, New York. I forgot to ask, have you looked into getting a stylist for the film breakdowns? A stylist? I don't know what that means. Let me add Binghamton twice, though. Here's the thing is, if it takes a lot of editing and stuff, let me look stylist. Let me look up stylist football to see what you are talking about. I don't know what that means. But the issue is if it takes a lot of editing, the film I got to turn, it's got to be a quick turnaround. So, and they're also going to be only on Patreon this year. That's another thing is I'm not really promoting the Patreon on this stream, but that's the one thing that is going behind the paywall to try and build the Patreon. Because again, the Patreon, the support for Patreon has been, and this is not a plug for Patreon. So this is trying to get the banner. So I'm not trying to really plug that right now. But the support from Patreon was amazing, and it's why the show's able to keep going, and me not have to be out here dying, twerking, trying to get every advertiser I possibly can. But obviously there was going to be a big initial push, and then people were going to drop out. So it'll be interesting to see how the Patreon grows once the season starts, and there is exclusive content. Because right now there's not really exclusive content. I'm doing a lot of hands talking. So, but Binghamton from the Trash Man. So what is the chat saying? I may not listen to the chat. They're saying 65% Domino's, but I think I'm just going to ignore you. Thank you, David. Keep following next in the old talking Janet. I think you're keeping it real. Thank you, brother. Thank you, dude. Thank you. There's this Little Caesars. I'm pretty far away from Palm Bay to get Little Caesars, but I'm not getting. I'm getting. You know what? End the poll. I'm on stream for 24 hours. I'm getting what I want. I didn't get initially what I wanted, so I'm going to get the second wave. Benjamin Gold, please leave a city, Benjamin. Don't have to answer if it's too personal, but curious if it was clear to you that you knew so much more. Oh shit! I thought I was going to ask some. I think people know what the show is, but I'm not here to say anything negative. I just don't have the desire. I was talking about beef earlier. Like, obviously, I have feelings about people and stuff, but I just no desire for beef. But please leave a city, Benjamin Gold, to add to the thing. Again, where am I going to get a salad at 10 o'clock at night? Is our salad stuff still good, or is it gone bad from the other day?
Maybe I can wait.
That actually might be a good idea. I might have some. Again, salad ingredients go bad quick, but we did make a salad a couple days ago, and it was good. Bridgeport, Connecticut. Gunwaving, New Haven. When is the NASCAR hour? I don't know if that's gonna. I was thinking about playing NASCAR in the early mornings on the video games, but I'm gonna do that. So let me do this. I said I was gonna do this redraft. NFL draft simulator. And at midnight, we are doing a mock draft for next year, midnight mock. All right, so let's go back as far as it goes. 2016 Giants. Let me share the screen. All right, let's start this damn thing. There's another option I'm looking for. Select your preferred draft order. What would the post-draft order be? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh, with the trades. Okay. Pre-draft. All right, entering the draft room. They're going to do the 2016 New York Giants draft. Let's use hindsight. All right, with 10th pick, we took Eli Apple in 2016. Look at these stupid ass fucking trades.
This is the single goal, but the storage is like. Where are we?
Hold on one second. All right. So what do we got here? Jalen Ramsey. I think it'd be hard for him not to take Jalen Ramsey.
Take a look if you're confident enough.
Let's see. So I wish this would have the rankings retroactively, but it is funny to look back at what the rankings were pre-draft. Reggie Ragland, 19th on the consensus big board. I just don't see anybody beating out Jalen Ramsey. Connor Cook, dude, we really do fucking overrate quarterbacks. What's the chat want? Be nice to get Derrick Henry in the second round. Our boy Young Shep, not a bad pick. Can you get a listener to picture door number 2 to ruin it? Shout out. Chris Jones. But I feel like Chris Jones went late though, right? Javon Hargrave. So I mean, we get to use. Wait, where's Chris Jones? Ooh. Do I take the chance of letting Chris Jones not be there for my next pick? Because again, I get the hindsight again to see this. This is tough. Because I would rather have Chris Jones than Jalen Ramsey. But Jalen Ramsey's not going to be available. The Giants' next pick, I could have Chris Jones. So let's do a poll. What do we do? Let's do a new poll. New poll created. Let's see how this goes. Braxton at quarterback. Yeah, who's winning the QB battle in Indianapolis? Daniel Jones. I think it's actually pretty easy at this point. Let's see. Jalen Ramsey, 57%. I'll give you guys like another 30 seconds. Oh, we're at the top of the hour. So after this pick, we're going to take 15 spots off the wheel. Oh, breaking news. Danny King is going to be on at 11:30. I also need to schedule the next stream. Are we counting this as like Madden, knowing the next draft will come too, or each draft? Let's just do individually, since we're going so far back. All right, I'm gonna make it Jalen Ramsey. Let's take Jalen Ramsey and maybe Chris Jones. If Chris Jones is there, the next pick, he's an automatic pick. Let's see. Come on, Chris Jones. Come on, Chris Jones. Give me Chris Jones. Give me Chris Jones. What the hell's going on? Ah, we lost out on Chris Jones. You guys screwed me. We lost out on Chris Jones. I'd rather have Chris Jones than Derrick Henry. Shit. I don't think there's anyone I'm taking over Derrick Henry, but we'll go through it. All right, but first, let's stop sharing this screen. And let's take 15 spots off the wheel. Let me share the screen. All right, 15 spots off the wheel. Let's do 5, and then I'll... You guys screwed me. Ruts Hut. All right, number 2. Oh, Ruts Hut, man. Another one. 2 for 2. Ruts Hut gonna move. All right, number 3. Pistol Wave in New Haven. Number 4. BC. Can we add an entry? Yes, by doing super chats. If you look at the thing in the bottom, that's the way to do it. Again, super chats. We've been doing Venmo, but I'm not going to explain that right now. If you want to ask about that, and like when I finish this wheel, Daytona. So we'll do that right now. What I'm going to do is but you do a super chat and you say the name of whatever city, and that gets you entries added. But right now I am going to schedule the next stream because we have to end this one at 12 hours, so it gets archived. So let me go to StreamYard. I can just copy and paste almost all the details. Just going to change it to part 2. Part 2, let me, hold on, I'm adding. Sorry, this is just part of it. Let's see. Let's schedule it. So we started this at 12, so I'm going to schedule this for 11:05. We can always stop a little bit. We can always start at like 2 minutes late if we go a little after. Let me see. 24-hour stream. All right, so stream number 2 has been created. Again, not starting that till 11 p.m. But hey, we're gonna start that stream off taking names off the wheel. All right, let's take 5 more off, and then 10 more total for the top of the hour. But while I'm doing this, Boston or New Haven? Boston. That's number 6 for this round. Daytona, number 7 for this round. All right, what's going to be number 8? Kansas Speedway. Oh, that one sucks. All right, so number 9. Asbury Park, New Jersey. Sheesh. Just got added. New Orleans, Louisiana. Oh, that was the one we added for Novo. All right, number 10. Wilmington, North Carolina. All right, we're going to do 5 more. Let me just finish adding the details for this sign. Let me get the shareable link. Add it to the StreamYard. Better viewed on YouTube. Save changes. All right, let's get this done, and then we'll go back to our draft. Ruts Hut. 11 for 12. Can I get my blue wrench back? Yeah, we can do that. Where is it? Times Square gets one removed. That's the only one that has too. What's going on with this shit? All right, this computer's acting up a little bit. Daytona, Florida. 75%. All right, let's go 2 more before to end this round. They suspended Woke Thibodeau too. I don't really. I honestly I don't pay. I know he has an account. I know it's bigger. Charlotte, 1 more. That's crazy. That makes me scared. I might like remove my free Pro Bowl Gano things. That's crazy. And then Ruts Hut gets removed. All right, so that's it for now. How do I'm trying to add the blue wrench. Add as moderator. Bam, there you go, Wes. Damn, that sucks, dude. Why is Instagram doing that? I'm afraid to support them now, which sucks. That really sucks. Every single Giants. Yeah, that's like pretty bullshit. Love to get Barbara to Melbourne. It would be funny to do a show in Melbourne, Australia before Melbourne, Florida. All right, let's go back to this draft. Let's make some picks. That's good. All right, share screen.
Can I get the laptop for a second?
All right, let's make a pick. So, I mean, I'm pretty much sold on Derrick Henry. It's funny that Austin Johnson is here, Javon Hargrave. I mean, let me know if you guys see any names that are better for this, but I just don't see anyone being better than Derrick Henry. Unless you're one of these people who thinks you can't take a running back in the second round. Justin Simmons is a good player, but I'm just not. Jahad Ward. Dak Prescott. We should try and get Dak. Well, no. Maybe we wait till 2018. I'll let you guys decide. You know what? If I'm going to do fantasy draft quarterback, we need a guy who can win the fucking playoff game. All right, let's take Derrick Henry, right, guys? Hey, cool, good stuff. All right, let's see. Let's go back up top. We're going to take Derrick Henry. This exercise is not as fun as I had thought. Where's Derrick Henry? And this website is fucking pain in the ass to use. All right, we took Derrick Henry. Paul Perkins is the next best available running back, according to this. All right, round 3, pick 71. Let's just kind of go through. So quarterback, Dak is best available. I'm just going to go best available by position. Wide receiver, fart noises. Yeah. Cody Core, former Giant. All right, no wide receivers. Interior offensive line. Isaac Samulo. Graham Glasgow, we're just talking about him. Joe Thuney. Ooh, Joe Thuney. But, hey, he might be available later on. Matt Skura, former Giant. Ted Karras. But I'm going to let you guys, again, I'm just kind of going through the best available, and you guys pick who you guys want. Linebacker, Blake Martinez. I would like to get him at some point.
What do you want for drink?
Tight end, Terrell Adams, Giants draft pick. Tyler Higbee. Nobody. D-line. Yannick Ngakoue. DJ Reader would be a good pick at some point. Sean Oakman, the biggest guy who didn't do anything. Corner. What are you guys thinking? I don't think we're going to keep doing this exercise, by the way. It's kind of boring. We'll do this draft. Was that BJ Goodson? It was BJ Goodson. I wanted to take 11 Artemi McCorders. Tyreek Hill is in this draft. Is he? Where is he on the consensus big board? Is he such a bad piece of shit that they didn't even put him on there? No, I don't see him. no way he's in the hundreds. Rayshon Scott. I know Rayshon Scott, actually. I played against him in high school. I don't know. What are we thinking here for this pick? Large.
Inside.
I mean, I kind of like Joe Thuney here. Just not even mess around. Blake Martinez. You just passed. I passed Tyreek Hill. So should we take Tyreek Hill? You know, he's 450. So Tyreek Hill or Joe Thuney. Hit me out. I'm not going to even make a poll. Just kind of comment in the chat. If you do a super chat, I will just take whoever you say, even if it's stupid. So we got Tyreek Hill. I don't want to do too much of the we will get someone later, but if Tyreek Hill's fucking 450. I'm not seeing him. I feel like I'm tripping. Does he have a different first name? Oh, what the hell am I missing here? Oh, 586. What the hell? What the helly? All right, chat's saying Thuney. I'm going to go Thuney. I mean, again, we're going to get Tyreek Hill. We'll just take Tyreek Hill. So we'll just double up on that. We'll take Tyreek Hill with the next pick. All right, Joe Thuney. So, because again, I think this exercise is kind of boring. Like this again, I'm a good job mock draft database, but this website is not fun to use. All right, let's take Tyreek Hill. Let's go to the 500s. Really messed that one up. Draft analyst. All right, just took Tyreek Hill. Did we, or did I not press the button? My selection. So right now we have Jalen Ramsey, Derrick Henry, Joe Thuney, Tyreek Hill. I'm really excited to see who we get with these next two picks. Oh, and I got a D. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Excuse my language. R.W. McCoy. He was great with the Bears too. All right, let's reject whatever these stupid trades are. All right, so let's go position by position. Is Dak still available? No. So Kevin Byard, that'd be a good one here. Actually, let's go by position. Excuse me. So we already said the wide receiver. We're not going wide receiver. We can go interior offensive line again. Ted Karras is there. That's a good one. We have 2 more picks, by the way, so just keep that in mind. And hold your pick until I say we go through every position. You got Blake Martinez, probably best available here. But people don't love Blake Martinez. Okay, let's go. Tight end. Gronk's brother. Glenn. All right, no tight ends. D-line. Is DJ Reader gone? Willie Henry was on the Giants for a little bit. Ioannidis. Dude, chill out, website. Stop fucking shaking. This website pisses me off. Not really any D linemen. Kyle Peck was a decent player. I'm not taking him in a redraft. All right, corner. Maurice Kennedy was on the New York Giants for a little bit. James Bradbury. We got to go James Bradbury, right? That's my vote right now. Hold off, but right now, James Bradbury is my vote. Any running backs you want to pair with? Kelvin Taylor, Jonathan Taylor's son. Or not Jonathan Taylor's son, Fred Taylor's son. We didn't play him, but the team that beat us in the playoffs played him in the state championship game. We lost in the quarterfinals. We didn't have a kicker. Our kicker literally didn't show up for the game, and that's why we lost. It makes me so angry. They lost in the state championship to Kelvin Taylor's team, and Kelvin Taylor was a freshman. I think they handed him the ball like 40-something times in that game. But right now, I mean, I'm looking at I'm looking at our boy James Bradbury. Any tackles? All right, last position, edge and safety. Matthew Judon. Ooh, maybe we go Matthew Judon. Yeah, actually, I would take Matthew Judon. This is why you don't put your votes in. And Kevin Byard's a good player, but I'm taking Matthew. All right, so who do you guys want? Go hit them. My vote is for Matthew Judon. How many people do we even have in here? 135. So we got one Blake, one Judon. Wait till someone gets 3. Again, if you do a super chat, you automatically get the pick. I got 2 Judons, 2 Blakes. But I feel like the first Blake was before we saw Matthew Judon. Giants Nation show. All right, we got 3 Judons. So it's Matthew Judon. All right, last pick. Should we go James Bradbury?
What's that?
All right, let's just go James Bradbury. No democracy on this one. All right, let's get. We got to get the screenshot of this. All right, finish the damn 7th round so we can get to the thing. And miss Tom Brady. Dude, but have Ramsey and James Bradbury? I feel like that's more valuable. I feel like that's a little more. I'm still pissed we didn't get Chris Jones. I'm not already have. All right, let me tweet this out. I'm just broken down the worst linebacker for 10 years. You know what? We will do the other drafts. I'm just not going to do them all in order like I was expecting. So, but we will do the other ones throughout the night. I'm just glad we're not going to Iran. That Russell Wilson clip we put out yesterday is, again, it's doing very good on socials. Let's check in. Love from Canada. Trying to get my grade 10 tomorrow. If you don't, Andre, nobody is judging you. Nobody's judging you. But thank you, Andre. Guarin. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's see. I want to make sure I got all the details right on the stream. I don't want to screw up. I don't want to screw up nothing. Yeah. So it's got to be very weird for YouTube. It's like you're streaming, but you also have another stream scheduled. You guys all got to go over though. So don't screw with me, man. Don't freaking screw with me. Don't piss me off. We're almost to halfway. Let's see where are we at with our goal? Because I think we're like maybe at halfway, a little over halfway. You got to think that early morning hours are going to struggle. So our goal is 2,100. Make sure I got all the Venmos. All right, we're literally $22 over halfway, which I think is necessary to be there because, again, like the early mornings hours are going to be tough. But there might be a nice final push in the 9 o'clock hour that isn't there either. Bobby, start giving extreme takes on geopolitics. Oh, okay. I hope Cyrus won't be there as well. He's a dick. So. Let's I've been kind of wanting to do this for a little bit. Let me get just 3 games of helicopter game in. Okay? Let me be me. Oh, I didn't realize it had sound. I wonder if I can mute that. Because I don't always have my headphones in. My best is 780. I might get that on the. I don't jinx it, but. $740. Damn it. Where can I mute this? How do you mute this shit? All right, I have to deal with the sound 2 more times. Dude, I used to be addicted to this shit in the school library. This shit's lagging though because I'm doing the share screen thing. I'm not just playing it. Here we go. Ah, 935. Didn't get to 1,000. All right, one more. One more. All right, 551. But hey, made the high score bigger. The screenshot you tweeted is missing your last pick, by the way. Ah, shit. What the hell? What the hell? Are you sure it's not just cropped because of the way you're looking? Because I did a horror. It is missing our last pick. What the hell? So who was it? Who was our last pick? James Bradbury. Let me go tweet that. There you go. Rest in peace, Woke Thibodeau. How about Madison Hitchcock? Beast, dude. Probably going to do him for the count because they're going to do some countdown videos and stuff. Probably going to do him for those. Let's see. What hour is that scheduled for? Countdown clipping at 4 a.m. So I'm reaching the don't talking for 15 seconds period. You have to be regretting this morning. No, I'm actually feeling pretty good. I think in the mornings I might be struggling, but I'm having fun. That's the thing. Is I will say maybe because I was very much dreading it that once I'm here, I'm actually having a good time. I'm an LSU fan. Any guys you look? I don't think we looked at it. That's that corner you guys got. He did really good against Jackson Dart. He's a guy. So. Yeah, I know they got. It's crazy. It's crazy. How much left? I don't have. We use all of our fireworks. Probably have a pack of firecrackers left at my brother's house. Danny's gonna be joining in an hour. We only have 30 more minutes on this actual stream before we move over to part 2. So, and we have 177 entries on the wheel. It's been a while since we. What's the last? Andre 1026. The last entry though was 37 minutes ago. Last entry for the thing. Andre, if you want to do a $3 chat, you can get one. Talk about how the Giants once drafted freak defensive ends, and now we have one trick pony. I will say defensive ends have changed. You know, it's So, but I mean, Abdul Carter's not a one trick pony. If he is, it's a fucking amazing trick. What are you looking for in Hard Knocks? I forgot the Giants were on that NFC East Hard Knocks. I'm looking for content out of it. I'm actually not. Not to stir the pot, but I think the 4th of July is a mid-holiday. Why are you ignoring Justin questions? Well, I already answered it once earlier, and I'll be real. I'll pay for it. I'll give a quick answer. It's not going to be an in-depth answer, but if you pay for it, I'll give a quick answer. That's the only thing where I have no shame in being like, yeah, you gave. Hedgecock for her. Rhinoceros gives you value. Like he had a lot of touchdowns, but Hedgecock is probably a better blocker. So I'll go Hedgecocker. Hedgecock. Some of these, like, it's funny to see like the tabs I had open.
I need your phone for a second.
There's like a super chat feature at the bottom, so I guess you are gonna make me answer it. But again, I'm kind of telling you, I'm not going to give you really any details on anything when it comes to that. Oh, he figured it out. All right, which question do you want answered? This is not a. You get to ask 20 questions. You ask one question about TG. I know. I know. You did. Fat Nose Gaming. I've been playing NCAA 06. First game I played was LSU versus Clemson. That Woods guy you talked about absolutely destroyed the hell yeah. Peter Woods. Just so is the relationship completely sour? So again, I said I'm going to do quick. Yeah, there hasn't been. Now there's no new updates. We haven't talked since before I left John Boy. I am ruthless with that. Like I don't feel like because I'm not going to keep reopening that. and I don't want to. I really don't want to say much. So I don't want to be like, oh, Bobby said this, and I just don't. But yeah, it's just not there, and I'm not going to go into details on why and stuff. It's just the further I've gotten away from it, it's like, you know what? There's just I'm not looking to rekindle some friendship or anything. It is what it is. Decisions were made. Shit happens. It is what it is. And you move on. And I'm having fun with Giants Nation show. So that's the ultimate like thing in this is I'm having fun with Giants Nation show. But not to say nothing can ever happen, but and I also want to say this as training camp went along because I'm pretty sure Justin's gonna be at training camp. And because I know I'm going to get this. Now, this is not going to solve this, but I know people are going, what do you, and I just am not interested in talking or whatever. I'm doing my thing. You do your thing. Is what it is. This is a great question. And thank you for the super chat. Oh, by the way, Fat Nose Gaming, put a city you would like us to do a live show in. You get 2 entries. So do that. Don't forget to do that. So give me a city to put 2 entries in. Your super chat got that. Which of the Nets 5 rookies are you most excited for? Was out on the draft before, but definitely see the vision to have coming around to it now. I like Troy a lot. Go Giants plus Nets. So that is coping as a fan, which is this good. It's good to cope as a fan. Igor, I actually think Traore. If there's someone who I'm like, we look back and like is the best player, it's probably Traore. So. Yeah, I like but Igor Demon, I'm just not in. I just don't believe in that. Let's see, Drake Powell. Jake Powell's. I think he's going to be a good defender. I think he's going to be a nice piece, but he's not the guy that you're writing home about. Danny Wolf. Is someone who, if you're an actual competing team, I don't think he has a role, but for the Nets, I think he'll be fun in this period. And then Ben Soroff, I think, is trash. I mean, Ben Soroff is like bad in his league. So, but good question. Outside Barclay. All right, there we go. So we're going to put 2 Barclay centers in the wheel. Thank you. Yeah, Danny Wolf will be fun, but if we ever become a team that's competing for a championship, he's never really going to be part of that playoff rotation. I don't know enough about the Devils, but I know they're fast, but they're also small. But I'm not a hockey expert. I don't watch every Devils game. I do want to go to the NBA draft eventually, and now the Nets. So maybe that's something I'll do eventually. Maybe do a live show outside. When the Knicks, Brown, Jordy's a beast. Yeah, I think Igor's gonna be trash. So like I'm just not coping on that one. Again, and prove me wrong. I don't care about my Nets takes being right or whatever. Like I don't have any entry. I don't have. Like with the Giants takes, I want to be right. Now I'd rather the Giants be good than be right. But like I try to do my best to have the right takes. With the Nets, I don't care. I need to pee, but I have this thing where I'm not going to pee until I finish a liter. I kind of got to finish this. All right, Trash Man. Trashman's got to get up early at 4:30, so we'll see you. We'll see you then. Make sure, even if you can't watch at 4:30, just come in and say hello. It'll brighten my freaking day. But good night. Favorite net of all time? I mean, Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd may be my favorite athlete of all time. Would you rather have a tight end play halfback and give you receiving ability, or a fullback that can block better with limited offensive skills? I think you're saying play fullback, not halfback. I mean, if he can actually play fullback well, this is a tight end. But there's not a ton of guys like that. And you can have both. All right, so I'll do, this is the last thing I'll do on that. Is I'm worried on my own stuff. Like I'm not like, oh hell yeah, whatever they're doing. Like I'm not. Obviously, I'm nosy and I'm paying attention, like anybody would. But I'm not like finding any satisfaction on what they're doing. I'm doing what I'm doing. Big Jones Energy. I'm not pulling that up. It is a coach speak answer. It is. It's actually it's the most coach speak answer I've ever given in my life, and but it is a coach speak answer. That's a very funny call out. that was a Brian Dable. Actually, that wasn't even a Brian Dable because Brian Dable been like, yeah, we're doing what we're doing here. We got to be better. And that was Liam, my dog. What's going on? Let's check in on Supervisor Bradford, see what he's going on, see if there's any new replies. Let's see, Supervisor. There's 18 replies now. Let me share the screen. RL, I'm going to get to your. I want to check on Supervisor Bradford, but I'm not a conspiracy theory guy, but there's one conspiracy theory I'm fucking convinced of. All right, any new replies? You do realize, yeah, this Chris guy is a big bootlicker. You do realize? Shut up, dude. You mean water? Chief's brain has been rotted by the lead in the war. Yeah, that was me. Any new ones? If anyone just like doesn't know what we did, we just spammed this guy's Twitter account, this councilman from California, just being like, you poison the water. Okay. Fort Myers, Florida. Thank you, RL 1991. Let's add Fort Myers, Florida. Let's add 2 entries for Fort Myers, Florida. Okay. So again, I am not a conspiracy theorist. There's not a lot that I believe in. Even if they're like people bring good points to me, I'm like, you know what? I don't care. I'm not going to get invested in this. There's nothing I can change about this. Here's what I fully believe. There is no possible way. It is not possible that Helen Keller was both deaf and blind. It's impossible. How could she do anything? Be deaf and blind? How? Wrote a book? I understand she didn't make physical. There's no possible way. They lied about it. I don't know if she's a real person. I don't know if they got faked in. Maybe she was, partially blind or something. But there's no possible way. Tell me how she could do really anything come on. How do you start? I don't know, the water on that. There's no way. Again, maybe to do like something little, minuscule, right? Like but to do the things that she did, it's impossible. I mean, let's go to Helen Keller's, because there'd just be no way, there'd be no starting point as deaf and blind. You don't see anything, you don't hear. What is the starting point? I can understand you could feel water and be like, oh, make a noise. And like, oh, yes, she knows water, right? And that's how it started. But there's just no possible way. Let's look at Helen Keller's. Let's go to accomplishments. Political activities. See, there you go. There's your answer. Politically motivated. Details of her talk, January 22nd. That's actually my birthday. Yeah, 1916, 1911. Helped founded the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU. Isn't that still around? She's I didn't even know all this stuff. There's no way. There's no possible way. Again, doing minuscule like things. Like, look how long this is. Her spiritual autobiography. Bullshit. Wrote all these books. It's just not true. and she's and just like has political beliefs of social. Like, get out of here, get out of here. That deaf and blind. Look at those eyes. Those aren't fully blind eyes. It's impossible. It's impossible. Didn't happen. But that's a great question because again, I'm not. Again, this is not somebody put. I want to see some of the comments on that. First car was a 1996 Jeep Grand Cherokee. Yeah, we've actually done this like 5 times, Eli. I'm done. Yeah, so truly, I've been. This wasn't remotely close to what I thought you'd rant on. That Helen Keller rant should get clipped. She wasn't born deaf and blind. Now that may have totally ruined my thing. Like I said, when she was 19 months old, lost her sight, and after about when she was 9. Still, think about a 19 month. I just don't believe it. Also, Stevie Wonder can see per shags. Yeah, so. So, yeah, definitely not. All right, did I see that people are putting North Korea? Yeah, I'm gonna definitely celebrate those ones getting. I'm not. We'll do 2 and 2, so you can get a real one. So let's go. We got. I'm gonna have to look at this. Pyongyang, North Korea. Pyongyang, North Korea. So 2. I'm putting 2 for North Korea, and then 2 for Annapolis, Maryland. And let me see. Annapolis. All right, I'm gonna do. I didn't finish this, but I got my food is here. How about that? Little Pizza Hut thin crust. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom, whether you like it or not. Helen Keller a deaf piece. Yes, she is. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna eliminate some of these places while I go take a whiz. So let me mute my mic. See you in a second. Hopefully your places don't get eliminated. Except for North Korea. I hope that gets eliminated. How about that? That's justice. That's justice. All right, I'm back. Suck it, North Korea. You got screwed. No North Korea for you. All right, gonna eat. I'll mute my mic while I'm chewing, but talk to me. We're only on this. Bobby, how seriously is it looking? Again, North Korea may be a little difficult, but I will make every effort to get to it. But also, if it gets like down to one that is going to be almost impossible, I'm going to be like, hey, someone else has got to get in on this because I can't do this. The tavern style pizza from Pizza Hut with chicken sausage and black olives. I haven't, but I can when I'm done eating. Yeah, I'm a big like don't eat on camera guy, but it's a 24-hour stream. Almost halfway. This is crazy. I need a napkin. I need a napkin. Napkin. Originally from New York, New Jersey, was a Giants fan. Yeah, it's not crazy. It's just born in New Jersey, Lawrence Harbor, JFK Hospital. Moved to Florida when I was 2 years old. Family's Giants fans. Oh, this is a sore subject. Did Jason Woods get a limo driver on purpose? No. Daytona Beach. All right, add Daytona. This is kind of old news. And do you think we still assign one more or two like Gabe Davis? Gabe Davis would be like, hi, it sucks. Let's try something else. So, how many locations are you picking? One. Now, not to say we're only going to do one ever live show ever again. But we're only doing one, and we're eliminating it as we go. So, and we're going to eliminate some more here in a few minutes. On the second, we're going to do that on the second stream. So, your face after eating pizza as well. I hope that's good. Mute. You see CJ Gardner-Johnson put a hit out Malik. I actually didn't watch that video. I saw the people tweet it a million times. CJ Gardner-Johnson is where I'm from. And I have friends who went to school with him. And they're like, yeah, he's a piece of shit. Like CJ Gardner's a legitimate piece of shit. Strip steaks is a good call, Ryan. Next 24-hour stream, I'm gonna prepare better, and we're gonna do like full on like the greatest meal ever, like steak, like the nicest steak you can get. Covered this about 15 minutes ago. I missed Gettleman. In short, very moments. Very short moments. What is Gold Belly? I never even heard of that. Yeah, I'll be at every training camp practice. Thank you, Cole. Jay Sizzle, Dallas, Texas. That was Blockberry Bank. Okay. Oh, that reminds me. Big Jones Energy. I owe you one. I forgot you did a $20 one, so I owe you one more at Annapolis. So I'm going to put that in there. I'm not putting North Korea in one more time.
You have to read it.
Well, I'm going to read it in a second, but I'm adding the Dallas, Texas. So make sure this counts for my original 5. Thanks, man. Whatever. You sent. Oh, okay. Make sure this can. Okay. Yeah, Christian was on the show. Roman Beer. So give me a city. Give me a place you want a live show, Ramon. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being honest about that. I appreciate honesty. You know what? You're gonna get, because of your honesty, I'm gonna give you 2 more. You know Christian. Christian knows you. Based on your strengths and weaknesses, what Giants team would be more likely to play draft you? Scale or Shane? That's a funny question. Neither one is put together like a type. You know what? I'll say Shane because I don't have like the big wingspan to go with my height. And Gettleman, Thomas long arms, Parrott long arms. So Gettleman liked the long arms. So actually, I'll say Joe Shane. Dude, we're at 11 o'clock. Eli Shires, Fairbank, Alaska, and Little St. James Island. All right, so 2 of them. Little St. James Island. That's not the island I'm thinking of, is it? Oh, very funny. I was like, that sounds familiar. Yeah, we're not putting that one on there. I'm going to put Fairbanks, Alaska on there. Very funny. Very, very funny. Red Bank, New Jersey. Okay. Says Tony D. Dude, you guys are picking it up. You're like, we don't want you to eat, man. We want you to go, go, go. Get them in like press man canas. I don't know what my wingspan is, but I do know that I think it's actually like shorter than my height. Like I'm a Will Campbell guy.